Without you, I definitely couldn't have achieved what I have now. Upon hearing this, Sothene smiled and teased in a soft voice. You've already started calling me young sister anyway, so there's no need to worry about inner conflict anymore. And you don't need to coddle me like a child either. Now we must head to the 5th defense line. At the 5th defense line, as night fell, the area became silent. A voice rang out in the quiet night. Incinerating flames. Level 2 sword chi formation 10,000 stacks. Spanning 200 claw. A man stood tall in the air, surrounded by a faint blue light, wearing a cold mask. Another voice spoke up. Slaughterhouse. I have teleported the harvests from Origin Stone Meteor Valley and Origin Forest Sea to you. Is that enough for you? The man replied in a steady voice. Enough to set up this defense line. He looked toward the snow-covered land and continued. Frostbone Freeze. Level 3 Earth Spike Formation 20,000 stacks. Spanning 300 km. His gaze shifted, looking at the lightning bolts coiling in the air. Lightning Induction Formation Level 4 30,000 stacks. Spanning 300 km. A notification board immediately appeared before his eyes. Formation Master Level 7 awakened. Unlocked formations. Hell Sword Key Formation. Hellfire Formation Abyss. Thorn Formation. Note 70. Origin Stones consumed per formation, and they can be stacked infinitely. Next level reached when formation placement hit 70,000. The man clenched his fist, his voice determined. This formation wall is finally complete. The Formation Master has leveled up. The 3 major projects are also nearing completion. By then we can use the terrain to set up high-level formations and forbidden curses. As for the Mountain of Origin Stones, the great nation prepared. I can wait until the battle at the 5th defense line begins to use them. Meanwhile, on the hot search pages, the keywords were everywhere. Hot topics are currently attracting the attention of the citizens. Following the country's awakening, the speed of infrastructure construction in the Northwest has skyrocketed. The canal project to divert the East China Sea and merge it with the West Sea, covering 10 cities in the Northwest and spanning 1,000 km, has been completed. The public is wondering about the purpose of this canal, and many believe that the Northwest is wasting resources instead of supporting the front lines. Perhaps it is time for domestic geniuses to stand up and put a stop to this. Loud voices echoed from within the city. Unbelievable. The Zhao clan has just emerged, only to witness 3 such grand construction projects. Just how crazy has the Northwest become? The people are outraged. A Qian have also stepped forth out of duty, Sun Li. I am also willing to go with you. When the time comes, we will destroy those 3 major projects together. A handsome brown-haired young man suggested, Brother Qian. Brother Sun this time. Let's live stream the entire process, so the people across the country can witness our noble act. The other 2 both agreed. Brother Sun said, Brother Zhao, that's a great suggestion. That proposal immediately exploded on the hot search. An active netizen commented, finally domestic geniuses have stood up, determined to greet the Northwest project. Excellent. However, I still don't know just how talented they are. I've only heard that they are all supreme powerhouses, at the peak king sovereign level. Can those people in the Northwest even stand against them? At the Northwest coast, Namtutang and Sothene stood on a large rock, their eyes full of determination. Namtutang whispered, truly worthy of a great nation. It's time to use the terrain to set the forbidden curse. This will be the most terrifying killing field in the world. His eyes glowed red, and immediately his voice rang out with authority. Level 5 Water Element Forbidden Curse. As soon as he finished speaking, between the 2 hands of Namtutang, a large electrical current appeared. Water Dragon Heavy Impact. A violent wave immediately rose from the seabed, sweeping away everything in its path. Within that wave, a giant water monster with blood-red eyes appeared. Namtutang raised his hands, immediately summoning the Water Dragon Shockwave. A colossal water dragon surged up from the ocean, its blood-red eyes staring fixedly at the target. The command to attack was issued. The surrounding water erupted violently, pushing powerfully forward. Sothene sat steadily on Namtutang's back, calmly saying, Asura mode activated. The water rose like a great deluge, water droplets splashing everywhere, forming shimmering streams that reflected the light. Namtutang raised his hand. A glowing red circle appeared before his eyes, and with eyes red as fire, he shouted, Water Element Forbidden Curse! With a powerful movement, his hand slammed down onto the snow-covered ground. Red mist immediately spread out in all directions. The violent flow of water gradually subsided, and snow began to fall gently, like fragments of a magnificent painting. Namtutang chuckled softly. Tegu. The Level 5 Water Forbidden Curse alone can weaken the Hell Asura defense to such an extent? If combined with forbidden curses and the canal, it will create a powerful lethal aura. He clenched his fist as the strong red mist radiated further outward, serving as a warning. Level 5 Water Forbidden Curse. Water Dragon Impact 5,000 stacks, Namtu Tang said. Immediately, a notification appeared in the system. Elemental Forbidden Curse Master Level 6. Consumes 60,000 Origin Stones. Infinite stacking possible. Upgrade requirement reach 6,000 uses of Forbidden Curses. A powerful red aura spread everywhere, forming red circles that rotated continuously, creating a massive protective wall. Sothene stood behind watching the progress, saying, "The Forbidden Curse Master has already reached level 6. It won't be long until perfection is achieved." At that moment, a voice came through the transmitter. "Greetings to our audience. We have arrived at the canal, one of the 3 major projects." 3 young men appeared, one in red, one in purple wearing sunglasses, and one in a silver iron suit. The one in red spoke up. "Now we are going to destroy it, to reclaim justice for the people." Comments immediately flooded in. "Amazing. These are the heroes our era needs. 3 responsible domestic great sovereigns. Truly powerful." Holding the live stream device, the one in red said, "I will destroy this canal, and let those responsible face the consequences." The one in purple countered, "No, brother, let me take the lead." But before he could finish, the one in the silver iron suit burst out laughing. "Wait a moment, elder brothers." Right after that, the one in silver iron shouted, "Ethereal annihilation, true fire." A violent flame erupted from the ground, instantly engulfing the area. Startled by the flames, Brother Zhao panicked and said, "Brother Sun." Brother Sun laughed and said, "No need to talk about martial ethics. If everyone wants to act, then let's fight together." The flames flared up powerfully. The water surged and rocks flew in all directions. A giant sword plunged down from the sky, stabbing straight into the ground. A voice rang out. "Army breaker/flow reversal. Sunder the earth into mountains. Fill it up for me." The comments on the screen exploded. "Wow, so cool. This is a king-tier genius, overwhelmingly powerful." Netizens could not contain their emotions. It felt like a legendary battle. While the 3 of them were destroying the canal together, atop the mountain of pulse sabers, the sky turned pitch black. Wind blew fiercely as Namtu Tang stood on a large boulder, looking down at the scenery. He spoke out, as expected. "With the support of the spirit mountain, the undead energy has become even denser." Sothene stood still in deep thought. Then suddenly they asked Big Brother Nam, "Can the people who awaken in this formation increase their abilities accordingly?" Namtu Tang nodded slightly and replied, "That is correct." Sothene's gaze followed the streaks of red light gliding across the sky. 4 shooting stars just flashed by. How can they shift like that? He wondered, looking up at the sky, where the red streaks converged into a large orb of light. Namtu Tang could not hide his anxiety. "This is not good," he said with a tense voice. "That familiar feeling, it might be an A-rank alien race. Could it be a new assassin?" Tu Thang's face contorted, his tone full of unease. "The water system Forbidden Curse of the canal is also emitting booming explosions. Has the alien race discovered the secret within it and wants to destroy it first?" Namtu Tang's sharp eyes turned cold. His voice was resolute. "If they have come to our door, then there is no need to hide anymore. Canal Forbidden Curse, activate Water Dragon Impact." At the Great Canal, the 3 great sovereigns were observing the churning water. Brother Sun spoke up, his voice full of arrogance. "What is there to worry about this canal? Whether it's drying it up, blocking it, or filling it in for us, it's only a matter of minutes." Brother Qian gave a faint smile. "Too simple. It really isn't interesting at all." Suddenly, Brother Zhao's expression changed, his voice filled with tension. "Everyone look, something is changing in this water." The water surface surged violently, and water dragons began to appear beneath the waves. Brother Zhao screamed, "This is a forbidden curse, run quickly." The powerful current swept away the 3 great sovereigns, causing the comment section to erupt instantly. The 3 great sovereigns were swallowed by the water monsters. The Northwest Project truly hides a secret mystery. What the hell is going on? The screen is black, the live broadcast is broken. A wave of panic spread. 1 million people opened their eyes wide in astonishment as they saw the dark shadow and red eyes of a colossal creature emerging from beneath the water. Brother Qian cried out in panic, "Help! Help!" Before they could react, giant foot approached them. Namtu Tang stood still, raising his hand as a red aura radiated from his fingers. Immediately he spoke, his sharp, cold gaze fixed on the 3 great sovereigns. Namtu Tang spoke up. "Who are you? Why did you come here to commit sabotage?" Brother Zhao hurriedly replied, "We are the geniuses of the 3 great clans from the mainland, coming here to investigate." Namtu Tang curled his lip, his voice cold. "Oh, so that's how it is. Truly foolish." Brother Zhao looked at Tu Thang, not daring to lift his head. "Yes, but finally we understand." Tu Thang thought to himself, "These 3 are all king-tier geniuses, who only appeared recently. Alien assassins. Might be targeting their headquarters." He turned back and said to the 3 of them, "Take me to your families right now." All 3 were surprised and asked in unison, "Take you where?" Tu Thang's voice turned stern. If you don't want your clans exterminated, hurry up. Stunned, they again asked in unison, Clan extermination. At Mount Longfong, night fell over the snow-covered peak. A corner of the mountain was burning violently, the flames glowing brightly. Tu Thang and the three great sovereigns looked toward the house engulfed in a sea of fire. Brother Zhao screamed, Father clan leader Uncles, has the Zhao clan been wiped out? Brother Zhao collapsed, kneeling on the ground, his face marked by ultimate agony. Brother Sun stepped forward, patting his shoulder to comfort him. So Thien and Nam Tu Tang looked at the bodies on the ground and then surveyed the surroundings. Tu Thang remained silent for a moment before speaking up. As expected, these are the marks of an A-rank alien race. Brother Zhao was still grieving, but Tu Thang did not let emotions delay his objective. Now is not the time for sorrow, he said with a determined voice. If you want revenge, follow me, hurry. Tu Thang turned and gave an order to So Thien. So Thien teleported them out immediately. At Phoenix Ridge, the flames erupted powerfully. Black smoke billowed up into the sky. A scream of pain echoed through the air. A horrific fire was breaking out. Tu Thang remained steadfast and continued to give orders. Teleport to the Sun family. At the Sun family on Mount Ngok-do, the atmosphere was also filled with tension. A giant black bird with feathers like charcoal breathed out violent bursts of fire, incinerating everything in its surroundings. This was the A-rank alien, the Flame Sky Vulture. Panic-stricken screams rang out repeatedly, "Ah, ah!" Immediately, one of the Sun Clan, members his body blazing with fire, rushed toward the Sky Vulture roaring, "Alien, let's perish together." He grabbed the bird, his hands ignited extreme fire self-destruction. A horrific explosion sounded, followed by a loud shout from the clan leader. The clan leader and the three great sovereigns immediately rushed in to attack. At the Sky Vulture, they roared in unison, "Alien scum, we'll risk our lives against you." Brother Sun did not flinch, but Nam Tu Tang and So Thien just stood silently, observing the battle. The black bird emitted red streams of spiritual energy, its voice full of contempt. Humans' tiny, weak, and helpless lives? It said humanity only deserved to be corpses. Suddenly, Nam Tu Thang leapt up, holding a glowing red sword. Around him, purple aura billowed and swirled, forming a violent cyclone. He asked coldly, "Is that so?" His gaze was as sharp as a blade, his voice chilly and full of resolve. "Today, I will let you taste the might of humanity." The group of three great sovereigns shouted in unison, unleashing powerful offensive techniques. Army breaker / sunder the earth into mountains, ethereal annihilation, true fire. A series of battle cries rang out, and immediately a giant white sword appeared. The flames flared up intensely, and earth and rocks scattered like a downpour. A strong wind blew past, causing the black bird to lose quite a few feathers. Purple feathers flew chaotically through the air, mixing with the flames, earth, and rocks, as they hurtled toward the bird. Each flame flared up, as if wanting to incinerate everything in its path. A massive gust of wind suddenly blew hard, pushing back the group of three great sovereigns. They cried out and fell to the ground. A voice rang out from Nam Tu Thang's side. "The three of you are injured. Stay by the side and watch for now." Immediately after, a streak of red light shot straight down, shining upon the black bird's position. Nam Tu Tang did not let a single second go to waste, continuously delivering multiple slashes. Bird feathers fell tattered to the ground. Radiant red sword Qi lunged straight at the bird. The three great sovereigns watched the scene before them with looks of utter amazement. Brother Zhao spoke first. "Such powerful Shura, murderous intent." Brother Qian followed up. "So he is the Northwest Shura, not a forbidden curse master." Brother Sun finally concluded, "We have hope for revenge." The black bird, under constant attack, had eyes that burned with cruelty. It spat out a powerful flame to counterattack. The fire, like a violent cyclone, rushed toward Nam Tu Thang. Suddenly a shout rang out, "Teleport!" So Thien quickly used the teleportation ability, moving Nam Tu Thang to another direction, to evade the fierce attack. The black bird looked around in daze, not understanding what had just happened. Nam Tu Tang turned his head, smiled slightly, and said to So Thien, "Well done, kid." Tu Thang shouted, "Shura demonic friction!" Clutching his sword, he delivered a downward slash. A powerful surge of red spiritual energy shot straight into the black bird. The bird widened its eyes at Nam Tu Thang and said, "You are not wrong." The red aura on the sword flashed past the bird's head, causing its head to gradually turn into liquid. Droplets of liquid kept falling down. Despite this, it continued to speak. "You are qualified not to be a corpse, but a slave." Nam Tu Tang asked back in a cold tone, "A slave?" Then he coldly declared, "I'll be your grandfather." Tu Thang raised his sword, his aura condensing into a massive giant dragon. The dragon opened its mouth wide and lunged toward the bird. Nam Tu Tang's emotionless voice rang out, "If you rely on your own healing ability, then I shall crush you into pieces so you can never recover." As the dragon charged, The bird used its feathers to wrap itself into a sphere. It angrily cursed ignorant, arrogant humans. Then it spread its wings and soared upward. Surrounded by red flames, it screamed, "Die!" Gripping his sword, Tuthang shouted, "Stop the nonsense, Shura!" Hell on earth. Flames erupted from the sword, slicing the bird into many pieces. However, its voice remained gloating, "Useless as long as there is fire." Just as long as there's fire. Before the bird could finish its sentence, Tuthang raised 2 fingers to cast a spell. A red aura appeared on his fingertips. Glacial bone freezing array 50,000-fold increase. A red seal with strange runes appeared, causing all the fragments of the bird's body to freeze solid. The bird cursed in rage. "Damn it! Your fire starter." Brother Kian couldn't help but ask in surprise. The flame sky vulture has been frozen into blocks. Brother Zhao beside him was equally panic-stricken. The Shura even understands formation spells. With a glance, Nam Tu Thang continued to cast magic. A red light glowed from his 2 fingers. He said, "Single target amplification 10-fold." Red streams of energy sank into the foreheads of the 3 great sovereigns, making them scream out, "Ah, ah, ah." Glacial bone shards hovered in the air. Nam Tu Tang, suspended in midair, looked at the 3 men kneeling on the ground, then said, "You have seen its combat strength. Advantages and weaknesses just now. This glacial bone can only trap it temporarily." He landed on the ground, sword in hand, and continued telling the 3 others, "Now go avenge yourselves with your own hands." Hearing this, Brother Zhao whispered, "Senior." He glanced toward the 3 great sovereigns. Nam Tu Tang interrupted Brother Zhao. "Don't ask. Once revenge is done, head to defense line number 5. Prepare for battle." His voice was calm yet powerful. "That place also holds the common arch-enemy of humanity." A news bulletin was released. A-rank alien assassins were discovered inland. The ancient elite Zhao clan, along with the Qian Sun and Wang families, were wiped out. Zhao Yang, Chen Jing, and Sun Li, with Shura's assistance, killed the flame sky vulture. In the major cities, heated discussions erupted. Those damn aliens, as if killing on the battlefield. Wasn't enough they even came to the rear to target our geniuses. Is this assassination force even larger than the previous one? Hopefully the geniuses of the Northwest can resolve this quickly as well. 2. Thang and Sothien stood on a high mountain peak, overlooking the entire city. Looking at the sprawling city, Tu Tang told Sothien, "Let's collect 11 batches of origin stones and patrol the East Sea, and catch all the assassins in one net while we're at it." Sothien agreed. "All right." Under the silent night sky, the crescent moon gleamed faintly through the clouds. Tu Tang and Sothien hovered in midair, holding hands as a red aura converged around them, creating a radiant, glowing circle. Tu Tang muttered incantations, his voice echoing like a brewing storm, "Eastward to the wondrous rocks, to view the vast blue sea." The sun and moon in their courses appear to rise from within. As the incantation fell, a blinding pillar of light descended from the heavens. The stars blazed as if shattering in the atmosphere. The red circle spread across the sea surface, forming a sturdy wall of spiritual power. Tu Tang continued to recite the spell. Meanwhile, the sound of crashing waves grew stronger, and a notification appeared on the system board. Sea beasts tamed. 70,000 level 9 mutant swordfish. 20,000 level 9 mutant tiger sharks. 90,000 level 10 mutant great white sharks. Beneath the sea surface, billions of swordfish were gathering. Sharks surged from the depths to the surface. Massive bodies leaped upward, creating violent waves, making the ocean appear as if it were boiling. Under the control of Tu Thang, the sea surface shook violently, while sea creatures swam in circles around the center, turning the water into a seemingly infinite expanse of black. Tu Thang continuously recited more incantations. His voice rang out, shaking heaven and earth. Lunar sacrifice stance. Summon your whetstones. The sea surface began to whirl, forming giant whirlpools, followed by a fierce and powerful waterspout. Watching from a distance, Tu Thang turned to Sothien and said, "With this formation, even I might not be able to escape easily." Sothien immediately replied with a confident voice, "Brother Nam, don't worry, you can do it. Now let's see if those assassins dare to strike." Not far away, a burly man with a thick beard, holding a coconut, stood tall. He was the elite of the East Sea Lamb clan, Lam Trong Kong. Lifting his head to look at the scene before him, he muttered to himself, "This is a sea beast tide unlike any seen before. The scale is unimaginably large." Observing the roiling waterspout, Lam Trong Kong immediately ordered his subordinates, "Notify all clansmen to prepare for battle. I will go investigate. You all stay here and wait for my signal." Lam Trong Kong's subordinates obeyed instantly. "Yes." He summoned a giant water dragon, leaped onto its head and shouted, "Water control technique! Dragon flight!" Watching the roiling water spout ahead, Lam Trong Kong told himself, "Our Lamb clan has protected the East Sea shores for generations. We will never let sea beasts cause such chaos." As the water dragon drew near the waterspout, Lam Trong Kong noticed something abnormal. Beneath the sea surface, vast numbers of fish were gathering, a beast-tide alliance unlike any he had ever seen. Species that were usually sworn enemies were now cooperating, like an elite army laying a siege. Lam Trong Kong was struck with panic, thinking this is impossible. They were never meant to be allies. Suddenly a voice rang out through the air, bold and powerful. "You fools, you've targeted the wrong person." Standing nearby, So Tian asked, "Brother Nam, did you forget to tell them that they cannot attack the city and cannot harm people?" The red circle appeared once more, and a cold voice continued, "No attacking the city, no harming people. Exterminate the outsiders." Lam Trong Kong was bewildered. Watching the schools of fish retreat, he cried out in shock, "Ah! Kill!" How did the aura of the beast tide vanish so suddenly? Could it be the northwestern geniuses taming the beasts? Suddenly, 3 black shadows appeared behind Lam Trong Kong. He spun around immediately and saw 3 massive monsters standing there. A serpent with razor-sharp fangs and a pair of horns on its head spoke up. "Lord of the Great Sea." Another monster, with glowing orange eyes and a back covered in rough spikes, added, "If they won't be slaves, kill them immediately." A cold line of text appeared on the system board. "Your sea beast whetstones have arrived." The elite Lam Trong Kong felt a sense of dread. He thought to himself, "It's over. These assassins are definitely targeting me. They likely think I'm the beast tamer, since I'm riding on the dragon's back." Suddenly, he saw the water ahead rise high. Something was emerging from the sea. Giant beasts appeared instantly, startling him for a moment. However, he knew clearly that this was only a matter of time. After all, a day like this being besieged was bound to come. Besides, being intercepted by a god-tier beast tamer is quite an honor. Suddenly, killer fish surfaced from the water. They charged simultaneously toward the giant beasts, attacking relentlessly. With a hardened gaze, Lam Trong Kong, staring intently at the scene before him, he intended to lead the charge against this sea beast tide. How is a beast tamer commanding this? He asked himself, unsure if the question was for himself or someone else. Not only the sea beast tide, but even other species were refusing to be outdone. Swordfish, sharks, and one-eyed demon turtles began to lunge into the attack, leaving the giant beast with only one eye exposed, thrashing in desperation. As they fought one another, the great white shark faced off against the fierce serpent, while the white frost-cold dragon, the largest beast, charged into battle against them all. It let out a blood-curdling scream, exhaling blasts of cold air that created an enveloping layer of ice, freezing everything in place. Meanwhile, the tyrant serpent clashed with the swordfish, and the sea beasts were completely suppressed, crumbling within the brutal encirclement. So Thean stood outside watching and whispered, "These sea beasts will certainly be easy for the non-human races to deal with." "Below A rank," Tu Thang added. "That's right, but to handle A rank races, it's still a bit insufficient right now." He spoke while increasing the power of the formation, causing it to spread across 700 nautical miles. Lam Trong Kong looked down from above, seeing strange ripples of waves spreading through space. Suddenly, a chilling sensation crept down his spine, and he turned around, only to see the white frost-cold dragon standing right behind him, as majestic and imposing as an iceberg. "The sea beast tide is unstoppable. Are they planning to charge at me now?" Lam Trong Kong sighed. "Well, if it comes, let it come. Today I will fight to the end." He spread his arms and lunged forward, creating fierce water tornadoes to attack that beast. However, the white frost-cold dragon simply opened its mouth and exhaled a breath of icy frost, instantly blocking all of his attacks. It was so powerful that it knocked Lam Trong Kong off course, and he fell into the sea, damn it. Its energy is too strong. Even my water dragon couldn't stop it. Lam Trong Kong wondered secretly, why is it so powerful? In such a short period of time, the moves from the white frost flood dragon created clusters of razor-sharp ice, piercing straight into Lam Trong Kong. He could not avoid the injury in time. Immediately, blood sprayed from his mouth. The aggressive beast stepped closer to him. Its cold gaze made him unable to move, forced to endure the attack. Under the water, the brave swordfish lunged up to attack. The flood dragon bit into its horns. Lam Trong Kong looked up at the sky, seeing a streak of red light flash by, shining directly down on him. Realizing this was part of a formation, he quickly took advantage of the opportunity. Using the water manipulation art, he called forth a massive surge of power, infinite great ocean, creating a powerful heat wave, burning the flood dragon. The beast could not believe the counterattack. Trong Kong's intense strikes. It screamed in despair and was completely burned to ashes. Not just the flood dragon, but also the fierce serpents and one-eyed demon turtles were also burned to ashes. Nothing left but a pile of remains. Tu Thang, standing outside the battle, was also affected by the power of the formation. His clothes were partially burned. With his current combat power, whether it was an A rank or S rank variant, He could easily handle it. It could be said that in this area, there was no longer anyone who could rival him. Tu Thang looked toward So Thien, telling So Thien to lead Lam Trong Kong here. I have something to say to him. So Thien nodded, understanding Tu Thang's intention. After defeating the variant beast, Lam Trong Kong turned back to sincerely thank the seniors. Senior Beast Tamer. Senior Formation Master, today I am deeply grateful for your rescue. May I ask if you could appear so that I may express my gratitude in person? He shouted out his desire to express his gratitude. At that exact moment, a black hole portal appeared. Su Tian stepped out. Lan Chong Kong was not surprised. Seeing a young man, he thought in a daze that the senior had not yet regained his composure. When Su Tian rushed forward, grabbed him by the collar and pulled him into the black hole. In the blink of an eye, Lan Chong Kong had appeared in front of Zisheng. He had arrived before he could even ask another question. Before he could open his mouth, Zisheng motioned for silence and commanded, "Quiet, listen to me. Lan Chong Kong, from now on, if the East Sea becomes the bait, to attract and eliminate the alien assassins. Can you handle this immense responsibility?" Lan Chong Kong did not think for long. He immediately replied, "If it is to protect the world, I will certainly not refuse." Seeing his determination, Zisheng nodded with satisfaction. "Very well. I will enhance the formation within your body. Tenfold from now on. You are the master of the East Sea, with 100,000 sea beasts under your command. If the alien assassins return, you will lead the beast tide to lure and destroy them." While speaking, Zisheng placed his hand on Lan Chong Kong's forehead, and the formation was instantly augmented. Lan Chong Kong could only obey. His response, "Yes," rang out, blending into the waves and the new power. Once finished, Su Tian looked up at the sky. Streaks of red mist were drifting in one direction. Quickly look the void gate. Defense line number 7 is afraid it won't be able to hold out. It's over, everyone. It seemed Su Tian was very fearful of something terrible happening. But across the crimson sky, a swarm of ferocious alien beasts flew by swiftly, like a school of hungry fish in the ocean. They gathered together, preparing to attack. The alien races? The Grade A main forces have received instructions from Senior Nan, commanding the entire 5th Division to abandon the 7th Defense Line and withdraw from the 6th Defense Line. The entire force is being deployed to concentrate on the 5th Defense Line, where the decisive battle will take place. Commander Wang stood behind, directing the entire army to retreat, while simultaneously ordering them to conserve their strength to prepare for the upcoming battle. At the 5th Defense Line, Su Xinghe commanded Commander Wang, "You lead the main army to retreat first. We will cover the rear, to buy time for everyone else." With those words, he immediately prepared to engage the enemy, strengthening the final formation, and skillfully manipulating his power. The alien beasts were drawing closer and closer, but Su Xinghe remained calm and continued, "We must hold our ground at least until the 6 main armies have retreated safely." Emperor Wu of Han stepped forward to lead the charge against them. "You children retreat first. The 5th Defense Line still needs you. We, the Old Guard, will take on the task of covering the rear, even if we must fight to our last breath. We will not let the alien races pursue you, not even by a single step." Xinghe hesitated slightly, unwilling to leave. But Tu Chang, who understood the situation well, gently persuaded him, acknowledging the senior's noble hearts. "You are a smart person. You surely understand better than anyone what it means to prioritize the greater good." Standing amidst the enemy's encirclement, Xinghe took a deep breath and shouted loudly, "Senior's great righteousness, the beast tide's great righteousness. In this battle, we are determined to fulfill our mission." He firmly affirmed the resolve and decisiveness of the young geniuses. Deeply moved, Changja bowed and said, "This junior bids farewell to the seniors, and farewell to the heroes of the beast tide." The news spread rapidly. The 7th Defense Line had been evacuated, leaving only the undead army and the beast tide to fight back tenaciously until the end. The clever offensive forces from the 6th Defense Line continued to buy more time in preparation for the 5th Defense Line. Here, 300,000 people joined the fray, including more than 80,000 ability users. A true god has emerged from the Lamb family in the East Sea. Eliminate the Grade A alien assassins within the inland, and complete 4 major projects in the northwest. From high above the scene was a sea of people flocking to the city, simultaneously looking up at the sky. The people of the northwest, awakened by their undead talents, swore to protect the 5th Defense Line to the death, ready to sacrifice everything for the survival of this land. At the Fen Tianstone project, Nam Zisheng and Su Tian stood in a depression, facing the imminent decisive battle. Zisheng was determined. "Tonight I will complete the entire process of upgrading and deploying the source of Fen Tian. The power of the primordial stones will all be absorbed." Smoke began to billow out. A powerful current of air surged from underground. The primordial stones in hand continuously increased in count, 100 million, 200 million, 300 million, until a total of 100 billion primordial stones were accumulated. Power surged like a storm at the project site. As Lin drew Gongzi, Sheng stood among the giant rocks, touching them with his hands. An incantation rang out. As Lin drew Gong forbidden steel incantation, immediately a massive whirlpool appeared. Steel turned into liquid. Water blended with rigid iron and steel to merge together. In just an instant, 100,000 steel forbidden incantations were deployed. The unstoppable source of energy shifted to the Volcano Origin project. The sky was submerged in thick black smoke, like a volcano about to erupt. The ground grew blood-red hot as Zisheng raised his hand to the heavens. Currents of molten lava surged like giant dragons, rising up to crush everything. All 100,000 lava-forbidden incantations were in place. Fiery sparks shot straight up, piercing through the sky. The Spirit Origin forbidden incantation, the Infinite Destroyer ability reached its maximum level. The talent was activated, capable of not only controlling the powers of nature, where even the stars are within reach and control. Nam Zisheng slightly frowned, looking at the forbidden incantations about to be deployed. Thinking about the strategy of the forbidden incantation, the Spirit Origin. If one wished to arrange a forbidden incantation of this level, perhaps even the blue planet itself would not be able to withstand it. He could only wait until the critical moment to use it then. Both of them stood amidst the surrounding trails of purple light. Zisheng continued speaking. Now we need to tame the undead and the formations. In many places within the inland, it is possible to simultaneously tame and summon the undead. Su Tian immediately understood and replied, understood. One of Nam Zisheng's hands slammed powerfully onto the ground. A red source of power erupted, flooding the space like a violent wave. Screams echoed everywhere, as if calling back ancient forces. The seniors of the awakened generations, the kingdom of Wei rose against the brutal enemy. The kingdom of Shu fought through 5 passes, raising spears high upon Dangyang Bridge. The kingdom of Wu left legends for 1,000 generations, the land radiant under the sunlight. The Song dynasty saw the sun rise as fires blazed over 10,000 mountains. The great Yuan clad in iron and steel, where everything went smoothly. The Ming dynasty fought against waning forces, brilliant golden armor and the Qingyang bow discussing heroes. A powerful summoning cry rang out. The spirits of the ancient seniors returned. Abilities reached their maximum level. Hundreds of millions of undead were summoned, ready for battle. Nam Zisheng stood from on high, looking down at the entire army below. His voice resonated through the space. Seniors, prepare to fight for the 5th defense line. This is the decisive place of life and death, he affirmed. Throughout the world, there is no land that is not the king's. Across the 4 seas, there is no one who is not the king's subject. Finally, he ordered the full deployment of taming powers to summon venomous insects, poisonous snakes, and mutated fierce beasts. They all obeyed Zisheng's command. From the 4 corners of the world, species of beasts rushed in like a tide. The soul that spreads the era of the beast tamers. Max level ability. Zisheng shouted loudly as the power to summon the beast tide exploded. A 1 billion strong beast tide. 100,000 sea beasts. He called back the power of the ancient. Bloodlines of every race. The beast tide expanded its reach, calling upon all mutated beasts to ignite the flame of life, preparing for the upcoming battle. Every beast went into a self-destructing frenzy. A mass of monsters, bizarre creatures from all 4 directions. From the ends of the land to the corners of the sea, they all swarmed back. The sky glowed red with a violent light. Intense, red beams signaled the awakening of ancient powers. The scope of the beast tide expanded incessantly. Their destination was the 5th defense line. Zisheng's hand gripped the iron staff tightly, raising it high to show his determination to fight to the end, never backing down. Suddenly, fresh blood began to flow from the corners of his mouth, staining his face red. He had consumed too much energy, and the physical agony made it impossible for him to stay steady any longer. Anam collapsed, using his left hand to prop up his body, while his right hand drove the blade into the ground for balance. Truly, he no longer had the strength to carry on for much longer. Su Tian realized the situation was dire, rushing to him in worry. Brother Nam, you have exhausted too much of your strength. This condition cannot be sustained. But time waited for no one. Zisheng breathed heavily, eyes bloodshot. His voice rang out with determination. It must be fine even if it isn't. We have no more time to dawdle. Etienne was anxious but still tried to offer comfort. But what if a mistake happens? Your body cannot take any more of this. Zisheng stood up decisively. Even as the blood fell in streams, he did not hesitate for a second. There is no time for second-guessing. Still not enough. The final formation. Lead me to the 5th defense line. Su Tian looked into his resolute eyes. There was nothing left to do but nod in response, yes. Su Tian took orders at Great Xia's 5th defense line. Liming and Nam Zisheng flew as fast as arrows, without a single second of hesitation. When they arrived, Zisheng spread both arms and began to cast his magic. A series of powerful formations were deployed. The Hell Sword Chi Formation, with 100,000 power units spanning 10,000 km. The Purgatory Sustaining Fire Formation, with 100,000 power units spanning 10,000 km. The Abyss Thorn Formation, with 100,000 power units spanning 10,000 km. Each formation was stacked upon the others, creating a solid protective ring, serving as layers of defense for the core area. Suddenly, from between the large hills, a bizarre shape appeared. It looked like a giant ancient tree, but from its trunk grew massive limbs, with even more branches branching out above. Notably, the top was shaped like an unblossomed flower bud, glowing brilliantly. Zisheng could not help but feel the majestic power of the formation. He had endured pain many times before. Sweat poured down like rain, and his body was so exhausted that it seemed he could take no more. But on another side, our senior Nam has returned. From afar he heard the call and appeared as well, returning just in time. Zutian rushed over, her voice choking up. Jinghe, brother Nam, your hair has turned white. His hair had turned white. Nam Zisheng comforted her. Be good, it's okay, your brother is here. The two Tan siblings looked at each other, asking anxiously, Brother, what happened to you? Nam Zisheng replied, This is the sign that I am ready for every battle. You can finally show your hand now. At this moment, the army of the alien race was breaking through the final defense lines of South Beichuan and the northern ice stream, causing both regions to be annihilated. The alien army continued to smash through the defense lines of the Xuchi kingdom, which also could not avoid destruction. However, America is still resisting resiliently. But when the S-rank alien race appeared, billions of ability users and the alien army swarmed in. America also had to face a fierce assault. In the sky, drones were constantly flying to monitor the situation. All officers, soldiers, and citizens were enduring attacks from the alien race. The decisive battle has drawn near, and Nam Zisheng had something to say. The so-called 5 Northwest genius-level gods were actually all me. His words left everyone stunned. What? No one could believe it. Some thought he was intentionally acting mysterious to disrupt the army's morale. Amidst the chaos, Nam Zisheng began to remove his mask. Those around him were shocked once again. Senior Nam, isn't he the deserter reviled by the world? Why, people could not believe their eyes. Trungvian, although having vaguely guessed this before, still couldn't believe it. Is it truly Senior Nam? Nonsense, this is an insult to our idols. How could that be possible? Some people were furious, unable to accept the truth. Go find this troublemaker right now. How dare he impersonate my favorite beast tamer? Everyone was in total disbelief. Senior Nam appearing in such a manner left many people surprised and outraged. Nam Zisheng continued, demonstrating his power by manifesting 5 major talents: Max Shura, Max Beast, Taming, Max Undead Formations, and Forbidden Curses. Now I am qualified to continue speaking, he declared, leaving everyone around him in awe. All those witnessing what he displayed could not believe their eyes. His younger sister couldn't hide her joy, saying, That's great. Even if the world is to be destroyed, at least you and I can be at peace for once. The worthless son, who was always looked down upon before, can now finally show his true self. He really is showing off too much. But it must be admitted that he should have been like this a long time ago. She said, This is wonderful. Finally, he no longer needs to hide his strength. He continued to speak, his voice resolute. The alien race is attacking us. And as the strongest in Great Shia, and the one with the most experience fighting the alien race, I cannot evade the responsibility of commanding this time. The entire army is decided to withdraw from the 5th military defense line and move to hold the 5th backup defense line to reinforce the battlefield. General Wang Tai, the commander of the entire army, has issued orders to all soldiers, from the elderly and children to the sick. Everyone must protect the Northwest Fortress town and ensure the food supply. The order clearly stated that only when the defense line collapses is the army permitted to risk everything. The formation was activated, with the Forbidden Curse squad leading the way, followed by the Vanguard Beast Tide. Even knowing their lives were at stake, the warriors remained determined to fight. The formation continued to be reinforced from the rear, where ability officers checked for gaps and filled any shortcomings. The civilians at the very back were not to be outdone, resisting with great resilience. Boo-hoo, I always said Zinam was extraordinary. Sure enough, he is our god. One citizen said joyfully, Who could say otherwise? Didn't you all used to say that before? But it doesn't matter anymore. It turns out it was him all along. He ordered the entire army. All our military supplies will be concentrated at the 5th defense line. If we fail, there will be no way back. Even though the strategy was meticulously prepared, Senior Nam was still worried about the appearance of SSS rank alien races, or even SSS rank ones. I need to recruit a suicide squad of ability users, those who are strong and can complement each other, to enter the Void Gate and counterattack. We don't need too many people. About 10 people is enough, but they must be strong and able to complement each other. The suicide squad began to take shape, with prominent warriors volunteering to join, including Su Jinghe, 23 years old, the 130th generation genius of the Su family, an ability user. At the peak ancient god level in the field of aura, Su Trongka, 25 years old, peak ancient god ghost tamer, noted for his unparalleled ability to curse, ready to unleash it to annihilate the alien race. Tan Tu Tan An, 18 years old, ancient god level 0 summoner, ready to fight with all their power. Lam Trong Kung Tu, 30 years old, ancient god level water element ability user, capable of dealing with the East Sea tribe members. But I hope this time you won't frame me again, Trung Vien, 22 years old, said with a sarcastic tone. As for other things, I won't say. But I can guarantee supplies and delicious food. That ability, well, cooking can even be considered god tier. Don't forget you still owe me a favor. Take me with you and consider it paid back. She continued with a serious look in her eyes. Senior Nam smiled and replied, all right. That ability of yours is more than I could ask for. Just then a Ferrari appeared from a distance. I am Su02, 13 years old, a level 10 ability user. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. She said, then added, even if I said unkind things before, I apologize to everyone. With her ability to sense danger, she felt that she had to be in the suicide squad. The next person was Trio Kanyi, 20 years old, possessing the level 10 ability to reverse time. Although she can only use it for 15 seconds currently, she still believed that she needed more time. To grow, my parents are worried about me and asked me to follow you. I have previously awakened. Battlefield healing abilities, which can be considered a big step forward. She spoke with a determined voice. Chanlian Y and Tu Tio Nam also joined the suicide squad because they knew this trip would be extremely dangerous. A single nanny won't be enough, Janlin Yi said. We will atone on behalf of everyone who misunderstood you, Su Xiao Nam added. Senior Nam looked at the warriors, his eyes lighting up with appreciation. Thank you, everyone. If that is the case, I declare the counterattack suicide squad officially formed. He continued, the alien race has attacked. The entire army prepare for battle. Formations and forbidden spells began to activate. The whole team witnessed the monsters and beast tides merging from all directions, attacking violently. Undead spirits also appeared, trying to block their way. The warriors standing on the city walls and the defensive units charged down for a fight to the death. We can do it. Commander Senior Nam pointed out a spatial rift. Su Tian opened the teleportation portal. Su Tian was the first to rush forward, using space-type ability to open the teleportation portal. The warriors behind followed suit, preparing to charge into the void door. Let's go together to bring down this void door, to end this evil era. Senior Nam shouted as the suicide squad departed, ready to face any challenge, pouring all their efforts into the counterattack. Everyone woke up to see an unfamiliar house in the distance. The scene was somewhat hazy. Seeing this, one person asked, where is this? Su Tian spoke up to resolve the confusion. This is a small room in the other world that I opened for everyone. Time inside is synchronized with the outside world. It can be used for resting, cooking, eating, healing, refining medicine, and storing belongings. Everyone can view it as an independent small universe, undisturbed by the outside world. Su Tian was happy eyes sparkling, speaking with a tone of pride. I call it the Haven of Joy. Nam Ziying's face remained blank as he replied coldly, but given our time and heavy responsibilities, we shouldn't be indulging like this. Tu Trong Ka smirked, placing a hand on Ziying's shoulder and said, I say Nam Ziying, are you even human? Are you some kind of immortal or a freak? Do you live by eating wind and drinking dew or something? Even if you are stronger, you still can't go without food and water. Or without enough sleep, can you? 3 days, 5 days, 7 days. Do you really think that in just a few days, the alien race can be completely wiped out? You're being too narrow-minded, Dom. Who says you can't enjoy yourself while fighting? Hearing those words, Nam Ziying's heart remained as calm as still water. His expression didn't change at all. Truongka reminded him, don't forget we haven't slept a wink for 2 or 3 days. Your hair even turned white after that battle, you know, he said, gesturing wildly with his hands and feet. In any case, regarding her kindness, you should at least take a look. Su Jinghe gripped Su Tian's hand and said, even if it's the end of the world, adults shouldn't let children be disappointed. No matter what anyone was gossiping about, Lam Trongkong's eyes were full of joy. He said excitedly, this really is the room of my dreams. Everyone gradually entered the house. Nam Tu Sam looked at Trongkong and said, looking at the expression and posture of that person, over there up front, it actually makes us look even more badass. Another person softly supported Tu Sam, saying, hey, not to mention he's a young man who aged prematurely. He's also got the soul of a young girl. How can you even reason with people like that? Witnessing everyone chatting together, Han Yi had no choice but to give a forced laugh, and then followed everyone into the house. Only Ziying noticed the siblings Tan An and Tan Tu and asked, "The two of you are really strange. Aren't you going to take a look?" Hearing the question from Ziying, the two siblings replied respectfully with cupped hands, "We two siblings swear to follow through life and death in the footsteps of our benefactor." Helplessly, Ziying said, "Fine, let's go then." Though he was walking ahead, Trongka still overheard the conversation between Ziying and the two siblings. He chuckled and said, "What a pair of blockheads. Truly worthy of being a food spirit summoner." With that, he reached out and opened the door. His expression immediately filled with surprise. Not only Trongka but Trongkong also exclaimed in shock, "Is my dream room filled with dream ink?" Su Jinghe reached out and rubbed Su Tian's head. With a cheerful face, he said, "Does this child have psychological issues?" "Ha ha ha, truly worthy of being my sister." Seeing the scene that appeared, one of them whispered, "It feels like we're all walking quite calmly." The house was decorated with photo frames of them. Su Tian spoke with a proud tone like a little girl. "This style represents my entire childhood." Seeing everyone's surprise, Su Tian replied smugly, "Seeing that everyone likes it so much, I'm relieved." Trongka, hearing that, responded to Su Tian in shock. "Big sister, how can you possibly see it that way?" Hearing this, Jinghe couldn't hide his laughter, so he raised his hand and faked a cough, while Trongka looked sleepy and let out a yawn. Hearing that, Ziying said, "It's actually quite nice. This style is truly leaning towards a living ghost vibe, isn't it?" Su Tian sat quietly at her brother's feet, acting as if it was no big deal. She replied, "It's nothing too sophisticated. Just a little bit of preparation beforehand." Trongka leaned back on the bed, closed his eyes and said, "Everyone, I'm going to sleep first. It's actually very comfortable. Even though it's scary, you won't see it once you close your eyes." Trongvin turned to tell everyone, "I'll go check out the kitchen and storage first." At the same time, the siblings Tan An and Tan Tue invited each other to go eat. "Let's go grab something to eat." Meanwhile, Xiaonam looked at Su Tian and asked, "Where are the alchemy room and the healing room?" Tan Yi, on the other hand, was concerned about bathing and asked, "Does the bathroom have a large bathtub?" Ziying looked at everyone, then said to Jinghe beside him, "This feeling of clear skies and bright clouds, it's truly the feeling after the apocalypse ends, right?" Jinghe felt puzzled and spoke to Ziying, "You really are overthinking things too much. Why don't you learn a bit from Trongka? He's already sleeping soundly over there." On the bed was Trongka's peaceful face. It seemed as though he was dreaming about something. Jinghe continued, "Smart people are often weary. You should go get some sleep too." Meanwhile, in the kitchen, Trongvin was busy preparing the first meal. In this peaceful place, she said this could be considered the commencement meal. "I have to make it a truly sumptuous one." Even though there was enough rice and meat in storage for the group for a year, but after today, it wasn't certain everyone could sit down for a meal. Gathered together as this again, Tantu entered carrying a basket full of vegetables and said, "Sister Vian, these are the vegetables I just picked. My brother is still planting. Many other things outside as well." Hearing this, Sister Vian couldn't hide her surprise. She asked, "That fast? I forgot you two are food spirit summoners." "Wait, that's not right. In theory, you guys can summon them directly. Why plant them and make it so hard?" Tantu looked at the lush green vegetables that she had grown with her own hands and replied to Trongvien, "My brother said vegetables must be hand-grown in the soil, especially when pulling them up with a bit of mud attached. That's what makes it feel real, even if we aren't here anymore in the future." Sensing that Tantue had mentioned something unlucky, Trongvien quickly brushed that idea out of Tantue's head. She hurriedly ushered everyone out. "Shoo shoo, I'll handle the vegetables." "Everyone out. It's too smoky in here, it'll sting your eyes." Xiaonam looked at the supplies and equipment in the alchemy room, and couldn't hide his surprise as he said, "That Sutian girl is truly something else." While we were being teleported, she had already transferred the equipment along too. "No matter how it got here, as long as it works, it's fine. I must work quickly to formulate the potions that increase combat power for everyone." Hearing that, Xiaonam spoke in support. "In that case, I will specialize in rapid recovery medicines to boost stamina." Nam Tusan sat gently on the bed, nodding in praise. "The only white bedsheet here? This little girl is truly sharp." At the teleportation gate, Kanyi's group, Sutian and Tulan, were surveying the distance, preparing for the front lines. The distance to the Gate of Void is still 300 kolon. At about 30 kolons from the Gate of Void, we can set up a scouting point to conveniently monitor the enemy's situation. The teleportation formation? Kanyi stood with her arms crossed, looking at Su Tian with a curious gaze. "Hey kid, let me ask you. You could create a small universe like this, so why not just create a new blue star and put all of humanity inside it?" Su Tian raised her voice irritably. "Then why don't you have breasts? Is it because you don't want them? Does only a flat person like you have the right to live? Oh, is a child's life not precious?" Feeling herself being mocked, Kanyi grew angry. She clenched both fists and said, "What did you just say, you rotten brat?" Realizing she was losing her temper, Talan tried to calm her down. "Kanyi, she's only 9 years old." She just accidentally spoke the truth. Seeing everyone joking together, Sutian said with a somber face, "Being flat is fine too. At least you can still live. To create this peaceful place, I had to sacrifice 55 years of my life. I might not even live long enough to be called a flat girl." Realizing her words had hurt the little girl, Kanyi lowered her voice to apologize. But as if waiting for exactly that, Sutian smiled smugly and whispered to herself, "Humph, adults really are easy to fool." Finally, it was time to eat. Trung carried plates of meat and vegetables in both hands, calling out, "The soup is here." I didn't know what everyone liked, so I cooked a little bit of everything. Looking at the mouth-watering dishes on the table, one of them couldn't hide their hunger and praised, "It smells so good, slurp, slurp, slurp." Slurp. I was completely woken up by this aroma. Everyone was present, so Tuduan spoke up. "Since everyone is here, I'd like to briefly go over the next plan of action." Hearing Tuduan's words, Trung Kong replied, "Nam Tu Fong, let's finish our meal first. And then we can talk, all right?" As if anticipating what Tuduan was about to say, so Tinha Chopsticks, touching his rice bowl, looked at Tuduan and spoke. "How about I try saying it for you first? The teleportation portals in the front and backyards are finished. Through the front portal, you can return to defense line number 5 to guard against any unforeseen events. The back portal leads to the Gate of Void. There's a red button on the back door handle. Turning it will take you to the scouting point, 30 kilometers away from the Gate of Void. There is a dedicated sound transmission route." Seeing Tuduan had no objections, Tingha continued. "Talon and Trio Kanyi, except for rest periods, will guard the scouting point. Trung Vien Chen Lien Ito Tiểu Nam. And Nam Tu San, whose combat strength isn't high, will stay at the peaceful place to ensure logistics. Nam Tu Duan, does that sound right to you?" Hearing Tinha explain everything so fluently, Tu Duan could only smile and say, "It's like you're a worm inside my stomach." Hearing Tinha's assignments, Tucson disagreed and spoke up. "I don't agree with this arrangement for myself. Though my combat power isn't high, I can provide support for everyone on the battlefield. Moreover, if anyone is seriously injured, I can treat them immediately." As if knowing what Tu Duan was about to say, she didn't let him speak and continued. "As for my safety, So Tien will assist me." So Tien, holding a chicken leg in one hand, raised the other with the look of determination and said, "Leave it to me, no problem." Knowing that Tu Duan would oppose her request regardless, Tu San spoke up to persuade him. "Brother, don't be biased just because I'm your sister." With no other way to argue, Tu Duan had to agree with her. "All right then. Then you will follow us to the front lines." Having said that, Tu Duan looked at everyone at the table and reminded them, "As for the others, you will rest for 3 hours after finishing your meal. After that, we set off. From then on, we will take turns to rest, depending on the battle situation. If no one has any objections, then let's eat." Tran Lin Yi, holding a potato, looked at Tio Nam and grumbled, "It's a bit annoying to hear that our combat power isn't strong, but there's no other way. We just have to follow orders." Tio Nam looked at Lien Wai, holding a bagel in one hand, and said, "People like us. Even if we stubbornly go to the front lines, we'd only be a hindrance. We're more useful in the rear." Everyone sat together under the warm yellow lights. Snippet of conversations filled the air, mostly about the food. "Can you pass me the sweet tofu?" Another person said disdainfully. "You really have no taste at all. I want savory tofu." Dissatisfied, the other replied, "I'm a vegetarian, thanks." The atmosphere now truly felt like a big family. They asked each other all sorts of things. "Lam Trong Kong, are you really 23? You're not lying about your age, are you?" Hearing that question, another person spoke up. "To Trong Ka, do you have any manners?" Hearing this, the other person said, "I wasn't talking about you, my pickled melon friend. Other 20-somethings look as fresh as newly picked vegetables. But you look like you've been pickled for over 25 years. Hearing that, the young man shot back without hesitation. "Who's a pickled melon brother to you?" Attention then shifted to Lien Wai. "Sister Lien Wai, are you spreading stinky tofu on a bagel? Do you even know what you're doing?" Lien Yi replied calmly, "Leave me alone, I have my own culinary path." Inside the space, Talan and Kanyi were using their powers. Then Talan spoke up. Besides the alien races at the Gate of Void, the auras of hundreds of awakened were also detected. Kanyi added, "Judging by their attire, it seems to be the Buddha Squad, the million traders who followed the Atam nation. Mentioned in the previous news report, outside someone called out, outside the Gate of Void, there is an ambush of 1,000,000 Buddha followers. The lowest are at the 8th stage, and the highest are at the Ancient God stage." Hearing that, Tu Duan spoke coldly. "Since we know that, let's kill those gatekeeping dogs first." Having said that, he asked the group, "Is everyone ready? Once this door is opened, it will be that other world." Hearing these words, everyone stood in a ready stance and replied, "We're well prepared, open the door." At the Gate of Void, a massive figure emitting a golden light spoke, Nam Tu Duang, listen. Word has it that you want to counterattack from the Gate of Void. We have been waiting here for a long time. Jia Li, listen to my sincere advice. As a great enlightened one in Buddhist Dharma, all appearances are non-appearances. The Tathagata of great freedom, Jia Li, the great enlightened one, softly advised, the Buddha is merciful. As long as you are willing to submit. Hearing these words, Truong Kong smirked with sarcasm while Truong Ka spoke. Submit to your grandfather and your Jia Li. Whatever you are playing the good dog, still putting on that mystical act, I'll sew your mouth shut. Mark my words. If I don't turn you into a pulp today, then my name is no longer Tu. Let me see just which Buddha's grandson you are. Hearing these words from Truong Ka, Truong Kong standing on a water pillar laughed and said, well roasted Tu, Truong Ka. Having you on the battlefield makes things much more refreshing. I only know one phrase, MDDSB. Truong Ka, weaving a technique, replied, let me try one too. Committing evil in the name of Buddha is truly nauseating to the bone. Hearing that, Ting Ha, riding a jade green buffalo, replied, forget it. Everyone has areas they're not good at. Seeing this, that great enlightened one replied, since you refuse to repent, I can only use Vajra, power to force your conversion. Having said that, he pressed his hands together and chanted, Namo Amitabha Buddha. As soon as he finished, quick as a flash, a surge of aura erupted from the hands of that massive figure, followed by the sentence, Tu Duang immediately swung his sword and replied, in the hell of the mortal realm, if a god blocks the way, slay the god. If a thing blocks the way, slay the thing. The sound of objects shattering echoed. That massive luminous figure could not hide its surprise. From high above Tu Duan's group, or rather Tu Thang's group, looked like nothing more than a swarm of tiny ants. The great enlightened one softly chanted, the golden body of the great Buddha is immortal and indestructible. At the same time, with a determined gaze, Tin Ha thrust out both palms, releasing streams of blue aura. Aura palm domain body protection. Every fragment was enveloped by the blue light. However, the disadvantage was tilting toward Tu Thang's team. As if realizing their purpose, Tu Thang said, they have formed a complete formation now. Their collective power has already surpassed ours. Spreading out the golden body of the great Buddha is their way of trying to exhaust our physical strength. As he spoke, Tu Thang's eyes turned red. Frowning, he said, in that case, we cannot play this game of attrition with them. First, we must break their formation. Meanwhile, dozens of fists hurtled toward Tu Thang's group. Vajra Dharma 10,000 absolute punches. Seeing this, Tin Ha said, this is bad. If we keep being drained like this, never mind defeating them. I'm afraid we won't even be able to get near them. Upon hearing his brother say that, So Thien also spoke up, you have underestimated them far too much. Closing the distance won't be easy at all. Then suddenly Tu Thang shouted, So Thien. Hearing the command, So Thien immediately replied, understood. A purple glow began to appear, circling around Tu Thang's group. Instant teleportation. The incoming punches struck only thin air. That purple flame had already moved above, the great enlightened one. Instantly, the sword in Tu Thang's hand slashed out. He yelled, Thunder, Asura, forbidden curse, slay, in panic. The old great enlightened one urged on his forces. Hurry, use the diamond prajna to protect everyone. The great enlightened one dodged in a panic. Tu Thang's eyes flashed with determination as he said, listen up. You guys take care of the 4 great Vajra guardians, while I deal with the leader and the others. Cut them down. Following the assignment, Truong Ka moved swiftly. He said, all right. Everyone gets a piece, no stealing each other's kills. The Blockhead brothers count as one person. Hearing Truong Ka say that, Tanan asked in confusion, are those Blockhead brothers referring to us? From high above, Truong Ka chanted a spell and dove down. Soul Horn Arena. This damn old black cassock monk, show me whatever dirty tricks you've got. Guardian Vigai Duong glared at Truong Ka. Your verbal karma is too heavy. You need to be purified immediately. Hearing the Guardian's words, Truong Ka arrogantly challenged him. Come on then, let's see if you can purify me, or if I can spit on your whole house. Meanwhile, Tin Ha raised both hands toward the Guardian, who was sitting with a calm demeanor. Isolated aura domain. You are a god-level Guardian. Right, but your opponent is me, so Tin Ha. Hearing these words, Guardian Anov spoke in a confident tone, Buddha saves those with affinity. I advise you not to let yourself suffer anymore. At this front line, a wall of water rose up, along with the circle surrounding the person sitting inside. That wall was exactly the water isolation wall created by Truong Kong. The person sitting inside that circle was Guardian de Park. Seeing that Truong Kong was also extraordinary, he said water is the highest good. Water does not compete with the 10,000 things. Benefactor, you are going against the way. To Tu Thang, this reminder had absolutely no value. He replied, what are you talking about? I'm doing no such thing. Dozens of thorny vines appeared along with an illusory green glow. This was caused by the spell of the mysterious person sitting in the air over there. That was the opponent of the two Tan brothers. Tantu chanted his spell, Forest of Thorns. Then Guardian Raj pressed his hands together and chanted, Amitabha Buddha, I do not wish to speak much. Understanding the opponent's mindset, the two brothers replied in agreement, We feel the same way. On this side, Tu Thang's aura surged powerfully. He raised his hand and summoned deceased souls, Rise up and fight for me. As he finished speaking, hundreds of blue lights emerged from the ground, hovering in the air awaiting orders. The space was filled with blue colors interspersed with streaks of red. Tu Thang pointed his sword forward and commanded, Kill all these nonsense Buddha followers for me. Valiant Vajra kill. Under the attack of the spirits, the great enlightened one showed no sign of worry. He spoke praising Tu Thang. Truly a terrifying power, no wonder. Even the gods appreciate it, and wish to recruit you. Tu Thang pointed his sword at him and said, Stop talking, you're the next one. The great enlightened one pressed his hands together and said, Greed, anger, and delusion are the three poisons of Buddhism. You have committed them all. Greed for the mortal world, anger toward the gods and Buddha, and delusion with karma. If you have committed them all, then you must suffer the evil consequences. As he spoke, hundreds of characters appeared surrounding Tu Thang. His face showed pain. Ugh, it's a mental shock. Shut up, just shut up. Attacked by the mental shock. Tu Thang was indeed very talented. He still managed to chant a spell. Elemental forbidden curse, great sound is silent. Immediately, Tu Thang dove down, toward where the great enlightened one was sitting. He said, I nam Tu Thang. Despise those who play God to deceive people the most in this life. Greed, anger, delusion. Clearly you are greedy to become a Buddha. Angry when met with resistance and delusional. Due to betrayal, yet you dare to preach to others. At that moment, the scene was a battle between the great enlightened one and Tu Thang. I am willing to transform into an Asura for the sake of the people. But what about you? To become a Buddha, you don't hesitate to trample over your own kind. In the end, who is the Buddha and who is the demon? Replying to Tu Thang was the great enlightened one's chant. Vajra body protection curse. Tu Thang's sword struck violently against the wall erected by the great enlightened one. He chanted the forbidden curse, Asura's wrathful flame. Watch me burn away your hypocritical mask. Seeing himself at a disadvantage, a massive figure immediately manifested. He said, You are far too disrespectful. It seems if I do not reveal my true Dharma form, you will not be convinced. Right Vairocana Buddha. Being thrown far back, Tu Thang's eyes turned stone cold as he gave a smirk and said, True Dharma form. Is this the mission the alien race gave you? Doesn't Buddhism say all forms are non-forms? Why are you so obsessed with a Dharma form? It seems your cultivation is quite pathetic. Feeling insulted, the great enlightened one vented his rage, screaming back at Tu Thang, What the hell do you know, Shakya? I am the reincarnation of Tathagata. Tu Thang found it increasingly ridiculous and laughed out loud. Ha ha ha, I've never seen a heart of Tathagata so fragile before. Do you really think that just because your name is Shakya, then you are Shakyamuni? Muni, I think. At most, you're just the yellow-browed monster from the Lesser Layan temple. Hearing these words, Shakya, sitting on the abdomen of Vairocana Buddha, said, Your sins are profound. I must strike you down into the Avicii. Hell of the 6 realms of reincarnation is what I need. At this moment, the red flames on Tu Thang's body blazed even brighter. He was ready for what was coming next. Dozens of stone fragments fell where Tu Thang was standing. He sneered and said, Humph, Avicii, hell I've been there long ago. You can stop your clownish acts. With that, he surged up, breaking free from the formation Shakya had created. He confidently said, Is it not just a formation? I will show you what a true hell looks like. Then he shifted his chant, 5th level hell formation rise. Tu Thang escaped the formation. As he flew into the air, Shakya exclaimed in shock, Impossible, my god-level formation. How could it not withstand a single blow like that? After that ascent, Tu Thang gripped his sword tightly with both hands. With eyes full of murderous intent, he said, Let me tell you, you are no god. And your formation is nothing more than a fancy drawing. If you have nothing new to show, then it's my turn. Suddenly, a glowing red small dragon appeared. Shakya could only chant his spells and endure the attack. Asura lava. Forbidden curse, cloud riding defense. Next, another small dragon appeared. This time it was blue. Seeing this, Shakya immediately chanted the Vajra body protection curse. Then came another curse from Tu Thang. Forbidden curse, Asura's absolute 0. At this moment, 2 dragons along with chains surrounded the area protecting Shakya. Tu Thang continued chanting the golden lock confinement formation. After those lethal strikes, Shakya's protective layer shattered. He screamed for help. No! Alien god, save me! As soon as he finished speaking, Shakya's form suddenly dissolved into smoke. Tu Tang asked thoughtfully, vanished just like that. Has an S-class alien arrived? In his previous life, not long after the S-class aliens appeared, humanity was wiped out, so he hadn't encountered many of them. He didn't know what kind of race this was, or what abilities they possessed. While he was lost in thought, a familiar voice suddenly rang out. Tu Tang whipped around. Son, save me, full of doubt, he asked, huh? Looking back, Tu Tang realized his father had been taken hostage by that Shakya person. A knife was held against Nam Vian Son's neck. His face was pale with terror. Shakya threatened, stop right there, otherwise I'll kill him. Nam Tu Tang, surrender. It's rare to be appreciated by a god like you. As long as you submit, the alien god will not kill you. At the same time, desperate cries for help came from Tu Tang's father. Son, save me, save me. On the other side, the Tan brothers were using their root wood shield to defend themselves. The energy stream was crashing down from the sea snail's strike. The cleansing parasite of the godlike entity, with green light and 4 arms, realized that their benefactor's father had been captured. This exact moment of distraction caused them both to lose their defensive shield, and they were immediately struck by the terrifying power of the sea snail and blown away. Suddenly, a purple magic circle appeared, pulling both of them inside. It turned out that So Tien had quickly cast a teleportation spell, moving them to where she was standing. Nam Tu San, standing opposite her, also tried her best to help them land safely. So Tien decided to stall for time against the Guardian, intending to coordinate with Nam Tu Thang later to rescue the hostage. So Tien opened a teleportation space, once again saving the Tan brothers, and Nam Tu San from that genie-like god's attack, then warped them to another location. I can't look after you anymore right now. First get 100 miles away from me. At the same time, the handsome blonde guy reminded everyone not to get distracted and focus on the fight, urging them to trust in Nam Tu Duan. While charging at the 3-headed 4-armed gilded monster, Trong Ka used both hands to send hundreds of red silk threads to tightly bind the 6 arms of the beast controlled by the old black demon. He arrogantly said, no need for the handsome blonde guy's warnings, while mocking the old black demon. Tell me, is your divine whip too short? It can't even hit us. Hearing the mockery, the old black demon glared with wide, pale eyes, angrily swinging a fist toward Lam Trong Kong. This side was equally dismissive of the enemy. A massive flame from the forehead of that gilded monster aimed directly at him. But with a single beautiful whirlpool strike, the flame was blocked. With soaring spirit, he said to the monster's face, it's just fire magic with a bit of poison. No need to act all divine. I am the chosen firefighter. A professional counter boundless great ocean. Shakya angrily held his sharp blade close. Pressing it even closer to Nam Vian Son's neck, he spoke out to threaten Nam Tu Duan. If you do not kneel and submit immediately, I will kill him. But he ignored the threats and asked his father directly, do you really expect me to kneel to save you? As soon as he finished speaking, Nam Vian Son hurriedly affirmed his stance. Suddenly, So Thien ran over and informed him, Brother Nam, I can find a way to divert Uncle Nam, but there will be some risks he must endure. Tu Tang replied solemnly, no need. Your main mission is to protect my sister, her and the others. I can save father myself. Just teleport me there, as close as possible. Hearing their conversation, Shakya immediately pressed his weapon tighter. He threatened him not to play any tricks, as he could kill his father in the blink of an eye. Nam Tu Duan calmly replied, what tricks could I possibly play? But right after that, he leaped out from a purple magic circle behind Shakya's back, jumped out. He swung his red sword while the other was still in a daze. He struck down with a blood-red sword blow. Was it just because you underestimated this old man? Class alien, don't you intend to reveal your true form? That sword strike forced him to reveal his original form as a blue-skinned, giant, purple-eyed creature with holes all over its body. No. They say humans value family ties above all. How can a person be so indifferent when faced with a loved one's plea for help? Or was there a flaw in my performance? But those thoughts were quickly extinguished. But that thought of his was quickly extinguished. A race without emotions will never truly understand what humans are really like. Seeing that things were getting difficult, he changed his tone to entice Nam Tu Duan. Compared to these Buddhas, I would much rather you join us. This is the final privilege I grant to your kind. Once missed. Before he could finish his sentence, Nam Tu Duan had already lunged upward, swinging his sword, completely rejecting his invitation. Being interrupted, the whole-faced man screamed in anger. Truly a stubborn bug. Then don't blame me for using the most ruthless methods to deal with you. Nam Tu Duan acted very quickly. A lava slash strike severed one of the enemy's large arms, leading him to mock them. It seems your ability is only shape-shifting and creating illusions to scare people, while your actual attack and defense power are very weak. Seeing that he could not win the physical fight, the hole-filled old man immediately resorted to psychological warfare. He assumed that, previously, Tuduan had realized the father was a fake, which was why he struck without hesitation. Therefore, this time he directly infiltrated the boy's mind. Memories of Nam Tuduan's childhood suddenly flooded back. His father had rushed from the battlefield to the hospital on the day he was born. When he was bullied, his father would teach him how to bravely stand up to them. In his eyes until now, his father was both powerful and talented. But that day, his father's wounds and lessons showed him just how fierce the battlefield could be and helped him understand what responsibility truly meant. Nam Tuduan was both surprised and enraged. He didn't understand how the creature knew these memories. The creature immediately provided the answer. They come from your father's thoughts, of course. With just a wave of his hand, the gilded god with large teeth rose from the ground. His hands gripped Nam Vienson tightly, causing the old man to cough up blood in pain. The whole-headed man controlled the gilded one to throw Nam Tuduan's father to the ground, and despicably claimed that, while the wounds on his body were from his own actions, at the front lines, it was he who had saved the old man's life. He channeled a purple electrical current into Nam Vienson's body. Sparks of electricity shot out from his eye sockets, making him cry out in agony. The Shakya entity was using this torture to force Nam Tuduan to respond. The Lan from the other side of the battlefield simultaneously informed the captain that the army at defensive line number 5 had just sent confirmation that Mr. Nam Sun Hung had indeed gone missing in action. By then, the whole-faced man had successfully merged with Nam Vienson's body. Inside his new body, he laughed arrogantly, provoking him. I have now completely merged with your father's blood. Your father is me, and I am your father. To release me is to release him. To kill me is to kill him, Nam Tuduan. Can you really bring yourself to do it? Seeing him frozen in place made the creature even more excited. Haha, as expected. Vermin like you are born weak, bound by emotions. Thinking Nam Tuduan had completely given up, he controlled the giant gilded entity to sit in a meditative pose, preparing to escape using an earth-burrowing technique. Nam Tuduan still stood still, quietly asking, Father, what should I do? Unexpectedly, his father actually answered, Son, save me. The whole-headed man was utterly shocked to hear this. Huh? How do you still have your own consciousness? However, his entire farce had been seen through. Nam Tuduan fiercely plunged his sword into the ground, using a lava-forbidden curse to incinerate that giant gilded figure, causing Nam Vienson's body to be engulfed in a sea of flames as well. He screamed loudly, even though he's saying the exact same words I previously faked. You clearly know that he is real this time. What on earth is wrong with humanity? A golden light radiated from Nam Tusan's body as she gradually moved toward the Tan siblings. As she used her holy light to heal them, so Thien wondered why Brother Nam, who can summon souls, wouldn't bring Uncle Nam back now. Tusan believed it was the same as why he doesn't summon those who died on the alien battlefield. My brother wants them to rest in peace. And after the war ends, then it will give everyone a chance to reunite one last time. After all, on the battlefield, spirits can die a second death. At that point, they will be reduced to ashes and vanish into nothingness. Nam Tuduan's attitude of wanting to shoulder everything made So Thien visibly annoyed. More pink worms appeared, crawling underfoot, seemingly impossible to crush. Seeing her struggle with the pests, Tan Tue used blue magic to skewer them all. Just then, the old man riding a massive worm flew by, fuming with rage. You bastards, where is my general's idol? Where have you hidden it? Meanwhile, the sun began to rise high in the sky. As dawn broke, the emerald-colored beings were drawn to the light, flying toward the sun in unison, right before Tuduan's eyes. Elsewhere, Trong Vien emerged from a magic vortex, holding a stack of food boxes. She told everyone to eat breakfast. The sun is up and the food is here. Trongka couldn't help but remark on how professional she was. Trong Vien handed half the stack to Trongka and replied, This is the little talent I have. If I don't work hard, should I just wait to get fired? The two brought the food over to So Thien, asking him to call Talan and Ka Ni over to eat. Am Tuduan Taitan siblings, and So Tin Ha stood silently before the ruins. Tuduan pointed to the smoking spot and said, Please plant a tree where my father is. Otherwise, I'm afraid I won't be able to find him again later. This was because earlier, Tuduan had actually burned his father to death. The whole-faced man and Nam Vien's son were slowly swallowed by the flames. Stupid son, your old father will wait for our reunion. I swear there will be a day when we are reunited, Dad. But for now, please go into a deep sleep first. Tuduan collapsed, sitting on the ground. He burst into tears. Dad, after I finish cleaning up this place, I will bring you home. And we can eat delicious food together, okay? The Tan siblings, So Thien and Nam Tusan, were still struggling with the swarm of insects, appeared in increasing numbers. faced with the death of Nam Vian Song. So Thean could not help but blame himself. I'm sorry, Uncle Nam, I'm so sorry. It's all because we held everyone back. Tusan, though heartbroken, with tears streaming down her face, still spoke up to comfort him. It has nothing to do with you kids. Everything was decided by my brother and father, she said as she used magic to blast the insects away. I understand all of this. It's just hard for me to control my emotions. Like my brother, I've become a laughingstock. There's no need to comfort me. Nam Tudwang unleashed a hell-on-earth strike, a dragon cyclone that turned the entire sky glowing red. And Trong Kong had finished off the monsters on this side, leaving them lying motionless on the ground. Trong Ka suggested they go over to help the others, but Lam Tin Ha said, no need. They need to grow up too. The insect controller, seeing that his comrades had all been wiped out, turned tail and ran, but the Tan siblings continued to chase after him. Realizing he couldn't shake them off, he spun around and used 1,000 Snail Nest Fortress and 10,000 Evils to wrap himself in parasitic seashells to attack the Tan siblings. But they were already too familiar with this move, quickly countering with parasitic seeds. In reverse, each tiny seed latched onto the insects, sprouting saplings that fed on evil karma, testimony to reincarnation. From behind, Tantu manifested alloy spikes that wrapped around the insect controller, slamming him straight into the ground. Unable to resist, he could only scream out in resentment. Why does the Buddha not deliver me? From the body of the insect controller, a massive tree with lush golden leaves sprouted. Tantu looked at the base of the tree, where his body had been crushed, and said, I think that's because the Buddha only delivers those who can only deliver themselves. If you want to be liberated, then I will give you a chance. Wake up and go to the 5th defensive line. Use your souls to atone for your sins. Nam Tu Duang pointed his sword directly at the sky. The spirits then began to rise. The long-bearded man, while fighting, suddenly realized his Dharma avatar had vanished. It turned out that what he called a Dharma avatar was merely an illusion created by the alien race. When his alien god died, that was also when the illusion disappeared. On this side, Trong Kong's opponent had also completely lost his power. He conjured a ferocious water dragon and charged directly at him, then wondered, how strange. Why is it that after the avatar was destroyed, he turned back into a regular human? He seemed so brave before, but why has he suddenly become such a coward? Trong Ka tightened both hands on the red threads, controlling them to wrap around the dark-skinned man's body, leaving him unable to even scream in pain. Because they were blinded by evil arts, and actually believed they were some kind of bullshit gods. Forget that all those techniques were actually fueled by their own potential. As a result, the illusion shattered, their faith collapsed, and in an instant, they felt they were nothing anymore. They are afraid now. It's the same old saying, stupidity equals death. Just as you said. The very next second, Trung Kong's sword formed from water, pierced right through his opponent. The long-bearded man was also devoured by the water dragon. The dark-skinned man could not resist, and was sliced into 100 pieces by the red threads. Tan An, following Tu Duan's words, created a lush, green ancient tree from the ground. Tronka saw them and told Sothian, the food will get cold if we don't eat now. Sothian, teleport them over here to eat. Trungvian brought food over to Tu Duang. Those who had finished fighting, all gathered by the large, newly sprouted tree. Even with the food in their hands, everyone was somber and couldn't bring themselves to eat. Tu Duang looked at the lunchbox, lost in silent thought for a moment, then quickly finished all of it. Seeing this, Truong Ka spoke up to encourage everyone. Hurry up and eat. Only then will you have the strength to work. Once they had finished eating, Tu Duang said to Tolan, I need you to compile the alien library and share it with the soldiers at the 5th defense line. In real time, record what I say. I'll speak and you record it, okay? Succubus alien S rank, special characteristics. Creates illusions, shapeshifts, and can possess. Others, weakness, extremely weak defense. Note if encountered, do not be intimidated by illusions. If a relative or comrade is possessed, do not be soft-hearted, kill them immediately. Tolan finished listening and immediately transmitted the message. News arrived from the 5th defensive line. An S-rank Bat King alien had been detected. Sonic waves appeared at the front lines, causing countless casualties. It was said to have come from Thwanki Nation, proving that the collapse of Thwanki was related to this creature. Not long after, a void portal appeared in the sky once more, teleporting a group of A-rank aliens. Tu Duan quickly ordered So Tien, follow me back to the 5th defense line for reinforcements. As for the others, please take care of all the A-rank aliens here. At that moment, at the 5th defensive line, the scene of the battlefield unfolded like a painting of hell. Solid citadels were now shaking, violently, under the pressure of firepower. Magic circles on the ground were operating at maximum capacity, shooting massive pillars of fire straight into the high sky. These flames mixed with thick white smoke creating a giant fog that shrouded the entire battlefield. At the same time, circles appeared in the sky above, giant magic arrays, spinning frantically. From these circles, pillars of red light shone brilliantly, plunging straight down to the ground. Each pillar of light carried a power of terrible destruction, incinerating everything in their path. All that once existed turned to ashes in an instant. The ground cracked into large sections, forming deep, bottomless fissures. Thick clouds of ash rose high, completely obscuring the view, making it impossible to distinguish the earth from the sky. The general situation was no different elsewhere. At the Forbidden Zone battlefield, the magic power was so dense that it caused the surrounding space to warp and deform in a bizarre way. Cracks appeared continuously on the ground, forming dark abysses. Monsters with grotesque and hideous shapes were being swallowed up, only having enough time to let out tragic screams. From the ink-black sky, massive bolts of blue lightning struck down brutally and incessantly. They crushed these monstrous creatures into dust in a heartbeat. The sound of their shrieking gradually vanished completely into the sound of cracks, shattering the earth and sky in a terrifying roar. Elsewhere faced a similar situation. At the beast-tide battlefield, a group of giant creatures, shaped like great apes, were rampaging everywhere. They continuously delivered brutal attacks, striking with massive fists or swinging long arms to sweep away the abominations. With an aggressive attitude, they were ready to crush without any hesitation anything that blocked their progress. A flash of blinding white light streaked across the air at incredible speed. The sound caused by friction, rubbing against the air, created echoes across the battlefield. The pack of giant apes immediately skidded to a sudden halt. Their ferocious eyes suddenly revealed a clear look of hesitation, filled with wariness. A brutal, blood-stained reign was taking place fiercely. At the undead battlefield, the undead legion sent by Nam Tu Thang to reinforce was carrying out the mission to eliminate the monsters that were causing havoc and slaughter. In this place, each undead had a blurred form, like ghosts flickering in the dark night. They held sharp weapons firmly in their hands, from long swords to spears, from battle axes to bows and arrows, then moved with lightning speed, continuously taking down each monster, one by one with skillful techniques. Suddenly, 18 colors of light flared up. In the pitch-black sky, a massive vortex of energy appeared. This vortex spiraled down layer by layer, toward the ground below. The pack of giant apes was utterly astonished, raising their heads to stare intently. In their ferocious eyes, only confusion and fear remained. The spirals of energy gradually spread at a slow pace, yet they were irresistible. The apes had no time to guard or react. Their survival instinct ordered them to flee, but their legs seemed nailed to the ground. They could only resignedly endure it, as this strange energy compressed with this horrific pressure and caused their massive bodies to burst into pieces. The people who had struggled to fight back against the monsters until now were now standing frozen in shock. Their faces were smeared with sweat and dirt, their clothes tattered after the fierce battles. At this moment, they were utterly amazed, witnessing this horrific scene, unable to utter a word. But they were not excluded from the targets of that terrifying energy vortex. When the strange waves of energy spread to them, it caused them to clutch their heads and wail in pain. Everyone was in a panic, screaming hopeless questions. No attacker in sight, and not a sound to be heard. What kind of attack is this? It feels like the power in my whole body is about to explode. Then one man among them panted heavily, trying to stand firm while telling the others, "Huff, huff, quiet." The man then attempted to summon his own spiritual energy to sense the origin of that strange energy vortex. He focused his mind deeply. A moment later, after identifying the direction of the attack, he opened his eyes and pointed his hand toward the pitch-black sky, where thick black clouds were covering everything like a giant shroud, hiding everything from view. The man shouted, his voice echoing across the battlefield, following the attack trajectory. It must be coming from those black clouds in the distance. 10,000 Steel Eagles, hear my command charge. Destroy those clouds for me. Immediately from the surrounding hiding places, a swarm of large birds with razor-sharp wings flew out. They spread their wings and soared up at their master's command, dashing straight toward the black clouds with lightning speed. But unexpectedly, before the Steel Eagles could reach the clouds, from within them, a giant creature lunged straight down. With a brawny body and widespread bat wings, it had blank white eyes, ferocious and with teeth so sharp it looked as if it wanted to devour the Steel Eagle in front of it. The man exclaimed in shock. A bat-like alien species. Sounds that humans cannot hear. Could it be a sonic wave attack? A massive beast hurled itself through the sky, then let out a roar. Immediately, a massive vortex of energy erupted from its mouth. This energy vortex, as dense as shockwaves, expanded incessantly in concentric circles. They struck the people below, with enough power to crush even solid rock. Someone in the crowd speculated tremulously using sonic waves to make the energy inside our bodies go into a riot and then self-destruct. This damage is S rank. S-rank. It's the highest damage level in the classification system. If that's the case, then all of them are standing at the threshold of death. The crowd could not withstand the power of the sonic waves. They clutched their heads, screaming piteously in agony, as if thousands of needles were piercing their brains. One of them, despite suffering extreme pain, still tried to maintain their rationality. That person gave orders in a low, determined voice. All ability users on the battlefield, temporarily retreat to the fortifications. Defend underground. Preserve our strength. Immediately notify the Namtu camp. Other places suffered the same fate, disturbed and preyed upon by the beasts. Most people here had entered middle age, but at this moment they displayed an astonishing strength and resilience. The battle seemed to turn into a game, as they not only took down the beasts with ease, but also fought back while joking around. Since awakening the undead talent, our slaughtering speed has been getting faster and faster. Never thought that I would one day become this strong. That's right, we can be considered old but still powerful. The sonic wave attacks from the bat-like monsters grew increasingly powerful and violent. The sound waves, like invisible beasts, spread everywhere at breakneck speed. They pierced through all obstacles, climbing floor by floor through the high-rise buildings, up to the very highest levels. On the rooftops of those skyscrapers, there was always a squad of guards on duty. They were seasoned warriors, yet when the violent sonic waves struck, all were helpless against this terrifying power. They clutched their heads tightly, their bodies curling up in pain. Tragic screams echoed through the air. In the vast space of closely packed buildings, now only the echoes of agonizing groans remained, mingling with the wind howling through window slits to create a horrific symphony. At this time, on the 5th defensive line, the strange, giant bat-like creature was soaring through the air. It incessantly shrieked with ear-splitting cries that pierced the eardrums. Its milky white eyes were like two glass marbles, containing only pure killing instinct. Unlike humans who were only subjected to pain, the sonic waves of this strange creature possessed a horrific destructive power against other species. The ape-like monsters, once considered invincible, were now being torn into tiny shreds of flesh. Just as the situation became desperate, Namtu Tang and So Thean appeared. Observing the ruined scene before him, he couldn't help but groan. A sonic wave attack. The situation doesn't look good. I must find a way to soundproof first, to preserve the entire combat force of the city. Namtu Tang slowly raised 2 fingers, his gaze becoming serious and focused. Energy. The spiritual power within his body began to circulate powerfully. Silence, curse, great sound is silent. Immediately a golden membrane, shining like sunlight, covered the entire crowded area. Namtu Tang continued to focus all his strength on expanding the protective membrane. Cold sweat poured down his forehead, as his mouth constantly muttered, "Double it 1 billion? Covering 500 km soundproof barrier complete." The system displayed the information after that technique was activated. This ban consumed 100 trillion resources. Each high-level forbidden element only consumes 100,000 points, and the remaining balance is 500 trillion. The group that was killing monsters earlier had followed orders to retreat into the shelters. When they heard that the situation outside seemed quieter, they ran out to look and saw Namtu Tang standing firmly in the middle of the battlefield. Everyone cheered joyfully. The sonic wave attack has been neutralized. It's the Namtu camp. Soldiers follow me out to attack. Continue the fight. The people at the slaughterhouse, after escaping the horrific pain of the sonic waves, were still in a state of confusion. They asked each other in trembling voices, "What was that just now?" It felt like I was about to explode. I fear someone powerful from the 5th battlefield has arrived. One man among them then suggested, "Let's go. Let's go out and see the situation on the front lines for ourselves." Outside, Namtu Tang glided with the speed of light, then called out loudly, "So Thean, teleport me over there. Coordinate with me in battle." So Thean obeyed and immediately replied, "Understood." The girl created a brilliant vortex of spiritual energy in midair, with spiral currents of energy like a cyclone, instantly teleporting Namtu Tang right in front of the bat-like monster, catching it by surprise. Seeing Namtu Tang appear so suddenly, the beast sensed an immediate threat, took off fleeing at a terrifying speed. Namtu Tang looked after it, observed its movements, and muttered, "It's fast enough. I'll have to use the lightning system then." He began to calculate and perform the appropriate techniques. His mind worked like a machine, analyzing every possibility. Forbidden curse. Wood system entrapment. Namtu Thang's silhouette became a blur, standing firmly upon a giant tree trunk that sprouted from the activation of the spell. He lunged through the air, chasing after the beast with iron determination. The tree trunk seemed alive, extending itself to carry him toward the bat-like monster. Namtu Tang stood ready, preparing the next move. Forbidden Curse Lightning Slash. Following that, countless bolts of blue lightning, as powerful as divine swords, were brought down by him. However, the bat with its massive spread wings flew with incredible agility. It was not hit by a single bolt of lightning. Every attack was easily evaded, Namtu Tang exclaimed in shock. Even thunder and lightning cannot catch up to this speed. Relying on normal attacks, it's fundamentally impossible to hurt it. Suddenly, the bat turned around to face him. Its blank white eyes at that moment flared brightly like two flames of hell. It opened its mouth wide, revealing its teeth, sharp as daggers, then let out a piercing, thunderous screech. This sound was not merely a cry, but also contained a strange power. Namtu Tang stood still and watched. His own lightning bolts were attacking. The beast had now turned coal-black and crumbled into tiny pieces. Namtu Tang regained his composure. Gripping the sword tightly in his hand, he swung it down decisively while shouting, "Forbidden Spell Light." He unleashed a sharp slash to dispel evil, radiating brilliant golden spiritual energy into the air. This blade path was like a sunbeam, cutting across the sky with destructive force. The bat soared away, skillfully evading this sword strike. Before he knew it, it had approached him from behind, without leaving any trace. Namtu Tang glanced back and met its brilliant yet cold gaze. It was the look of a predator that had found its ideal prey. It opened its mouth wide and unleashed a powerful sonic wave that spread rapidly toward Namtu Tang. This sonic wave was like an invisible wall, pushing violently against him. Namtu Tang resisted with all his strength, while pondering how to counter with the silent, forbidden spell. A single forbidden spell was completely unable to stop it. He had to find the combination limit that would be effective. He raised his sword, casting a move to create a soundproof barrier like before, struggling to expand it as much as possible, to overwhelm the monster's sonic waves. Soundproof forbidden spell 10 times, 100 times, 1,000 times. His voice roared incessantly, 10,000 times, 100,000 times. Just then, Sothien teleported in from behind. The girl shouted a warning. "Brother Nam, its attack range is too wide." Hearing this, he did the calculations in his head. To completely neutralize the sonic attack, it would require at least 100,000 forbidden spells. Currently, the remaining amount of source stones is only enough to increase 4 billion more forbidden spells. He cannot continue this war of attrition. He looked at the soundproof barrier he had created to protect the entire area and suddenly realized a worrying truth. The barrier was too large and too thin, and it was about to break. He decisively moved his hand to reinforce the forbidden spell layer. Soundproofing increased by 3 billion times. But Namtu Tang himself knew well that this was only a temporary solution. He turned his head and told Sothien, "Continuing like this isn't the answer. Sothien, teleport me and it away." Far from the 5th battlefield, she immediately replied, "Understood." Meanwhile, the giant bat raised its razor-sharp claws. It sped towards Sothien, with the intent to attack her, while she was unaware, fully concentrated on preparing the teleportation technique. The beast unleashed a powerful sonic wave that knocked Sothien back. Hit by the strike, she immediately coughed up a mouthful of blood. She fell freely toward the ground like a withered flower petal. Fortunately, Namtu Tang cast a spell in time, Sothien would forbidden spell protection. Immediately, sturdy branches like giant arms reached out to catch the girl, preventing her from hitting the ground. Namtu Tang controlled those branches to deliver Sothien to a man among the monster hunters. He instructed with a serious voice, "Vuongtai, take care of Sothien. Don't let her leave the soundproof barrier yet." He rushed back to defend against a new wave of sonic energy the beast had just unleashed. Forbidden sound spell, increased by 100,000 times. Taking advantage of the bat's distraction, after attacking Sothien, Namtu Tang seized the opportunity. He swung his sword to draw golden waves of sound, shimmering brilliantly in the air. He shouted with all his strength, "Forbidden spell sonic interference." He believed this was the final test, as there was no other way. Normal attacks are unlikely to be effective. In that case, use their own moves against them. Namtu Tang quietly observed the small sound waves he had just released into the air. They were completely overwhelmed by the massive swirling energy emitted by the monstrous bat. Compared to that giant creature, his sound waves were like a swarm of ants standing before a massive elephant, weak and hopeless. Even so, he whispered to himself, the effect might be weak, but as long as it works, it's enough. He struggled to grip his sword, sweat pouring down his forehead. Energy surged powerfully through his body and was being channeled to expand the range of his offensive techniques. Forbidden sound spell. Offensive wave increased by 100,000 times. Suddenly, the giant bat stumbled and raised its head, letting out a scream of agony. Its former pride completely vanished. Namtu Tang noticed the anomaly and looked over. His eyes lit up when he discovered the cause. He whispered, "Its ears are injured." Joy filled his heart as he shouted aloud, "This move actually works." The bat writhed in pain from its wounds, causing its rage to explode. The surrounding space shook violently under its immense pressure. From its deep, gaping maw, it unleashed a massive amount of black-purple spiritual energy, creating shockwaves, many times more powerful than before, tearing through the air and driving all living beings into a corner. Namtu Tang heard it curse every word clearly. "Die insects." Taking advantage of its slight weakening, Namtu Tang shouted loudly. Sound waves retract and focus direction. Forbidden sound spell increased by 100,000 times. Subsequently, the two sets of sound waves clashed incessantly in midair. The direct confrontation created countless blinding flashes of light, accompanied by the sounds of crashing and tearing, echoing endlessly against the eardrums. Violent shockwaves continuously spread outward, making the air feel as if it were about to shatter into pieces. Suddenly, the bat's spiritual power became stronger than ever before. It was like a storm, launching straight at Namtu Tang with terrifying force. He was blown backward like a dry leaf, only having time to cry out, "Vine Shield!" The system immediately displayed, after he activated the protection skill, remaining source stones 150 trillion. His body slammed hard against an obstacle behind him. Namtu Tang's mind whirled with calculations. Directional sound waves increased by 100,000 times, yet it's still like a drop in the ocean. Why is my current source stone count only enough to maintain 1.5 billion forbidden spells? I can't take any more risks. I must find a way to win in a single blow. He raised his head, staring intently at the bat, then muttered, "Sound waves only rely on forbidden spells to generate energy. The waves themselves are limited, but the consumption is enormous. So can I use a forbidden spell to convert ordinary sound into offensive sonic waves?" Without hesitating for a second, Namtu Tang gripped the sword in his hand tightly and swung it forcefully upward. Golden spiritual energy surrounded the sword, like tiny dancing flames. He shouted, "Forbidden conversion spell counterstrike." The giant bat soared high into the sky, and from its mouth, it unleashed another burst of sound waves with terrifyingly overwhelming energy. This time its power was no longer just a shockwave, but had transformed into a violent tsunami, billowing and swallowing everything in its path. Not a single obstacle could stand firm. And then once again, two massive sources of energy collided violently in midair, creating a brutal confrontation that caused everything around them to shake uncontrollably like an earthquake. An explosion like a clap of thunder tore through the night sky, with a vibration so intense that it caused the surrounding skyscrapers shook violently. The bat mocked him in a low voice, when it saw his forbidden spell being completely pushed back by its own sound waves. A mosquito Namtu Tang. Hearing that, he soared onto the rooftop of the high-rise buildings. The strong wind made his hair flutter. He turned his head to provoke it. That's right, my own voice is limited. But what if it's the voices of billions of great Shia people? What then? The bat lost its patience and didn't care to listen further. It directly released a new surge of energy, instantly pushing back his forbidden spell. Then it let out a massive roar. Its destructive spiritual power was like searing sparks, with enough power to incinerate the entire combat zone and turn everything to ash. The man named Vuong Tai held Sothian in his arms. The little girl was still unconscious after the previous blow. He asked loudly with great anxiety, "Namtu Duang, can we not hold on any longer?" Namtu Tang stood on the rooftop, the strong wind making his cloak flutter wildly. He ordered in a deep voice, "Forbidden sound siphoning spell. Increased by 500,000. The soundproof barrier can only last for another 10 seconds. Quickly order all the citizens in the city to scream out together immediately." Viewing him as a leader, Vuong Tai immediately replied, "Understood." Vuong Tai immediately used the loudspeakers to announce to everyone within the combat zone. His voice echoed everywhere, carrying a sense of urgency and desperation. "Great Zia is in peril. I beg all the citizens in the city join me and shout out in unison." Vuong Tai's battered appearance was broadcasted everywhere, across giant screens. He shouted with a deep voice, "Great Shia will prevail." In response to the call, a wave of support spread out, instantly turning into a thunderous roar. "Great Shia will prevail." The shout seemed magical, spreading from one person to 10, from 10 to hundreds and then thousands. The entire vast war zone, where smoke, fire, and ruins still lingered, now echoed with a single phrase, urgent and magnificent. "Great Zia will prevail. Great Zia will prevail." Not only humans, but even the spirits held their heads high, screaming with all their might and remaining fury. Great Zia will prevail. The monster-slaying warriors, though their bodies were battered and exhausted from continuous battles on the front lines, still strained their throats to shout, "Great Zia will prevail." Even a few giant apes, that had luckily escaped the brutal crushing of the sound waves, now raised their heads to howl along with the humans. Their roars blended with the cheers, Namtu strode forward, his appearance majestic. Like a true leader amidst the storm of war, he raised his sword high and instantly let out a resounding roar, forbidden siphoning spell. Glowing red energy sources flew in from everywhere, converging and concentrating, compressing into the sword in his hand. Every shout from the people of Great Xia was transformed into pure energy, fueling the blade in the sky with unparalleled power. The giant bat did not back down, or stand still waiting. Sensing the immense threat from the gathering power, it unleashed another surge of energy to fight back. In a gesture of defiance, it roared, "Directional sound wave blast." The energy that had been absorbed into Namtu sword was now fully released, exploding without restraint. Forbidden sonic transformation spell. Forbidden spell. Sonic accumulation 1 billion. That energy, taking the form of a giant glowing red dragon, with eyes flashing like a blazing fire, immediately shot forth from the blade, streaking toward the bat at wind-tearing speed. The bat on the opposite side instantly became extremely vigilant. It sensed a power that was terrifying and destructive from this attack. Without a moment of hesitation, it released an even more powerful surge of spiritual energy to form a defensive shield, preparing to meet this earth-shattering assault. Directional sonic blast. A stream of dazzling pink energy like a radiant, luminescent band erupted. It did not falter, but shot directly at Namtu, with terrifying speed, trailing a brilliant streak of light that tore through space. In the sky at this moment, a scene both grand and dramatic was unfolding. The glowing pink energy flow of the anomaly, like that of a giant bat, resembled an endless serpent, twisting and writhing in space, clashing directly with Namtu's brilliant red dragon. This majestic dragon was not only a symbol of personal power, but also carried the sonic wave, energy of all the people of Great Xia. Great Xia will prevail. Great Xia will prevail. As the dragon unleashed its fiery power, blazing red flames flared up violently. It raised its head and roared, a sound that echoed across the heavens. In that roar, the voices of the people could be heard. Those sacred flames were like a violent wave, continuously pushing back the dark energy flow of the bat. The giant bat itself was stunned by the overwhelming power of the dragon. Taking advantage of the bat's weakening state, the red dragon lunged forward at a dizzying speed. It seized the bat with its sharp claws. The once large and mighty bat now appeared small and weak, like an insect in the fangs of a dragon god. Namtu stood firm in midair, his gaze steady and full of authority, then shouted out loudly, "Hear the roar of the dragon of Great Xia! Repent for your arrogance toward humanity." On the other side, the dragon of Great Xia opened wide, its mouth filled with teeth as sharp as swords, its eyes glistening like two red jewels, preparing to crush that vicious bat-like anomaly. The dragon's aura had now reached its peak. Every dragon scale radiated a mystical light. Before long, the anomaly that had been rampaging so majestically just moments ago vanished into thin air, leaving only the proud roar of the dragon. Namtu looked up at this scene, feeling an immense sense of relief wash over him. Then he said to Vuong Tai in a low voice, "Just in case, I must quickly return to the Void Gate to prevent the Sonic Bat Legion from continuing their teleportation. If another S-Class alien race appears here, notify me immediately." Vuong Tai instantly replied, "Yes, sir." He gently supported Sothian in his arms, his eyes full of worry and affection, then softly asked the little girl, his voice as soft as the breeze through leaves, "Sothian, are you okay? Can you teleport back to Anlok?" Though exhausted, Sothian tried to maintain her weak consciousness and replied, "I can." Then the little girl raised her hand to draw a magic circle right before her eyes, the lines glowing shimmering light. But halfway through, her last bit of strength was depleted. She let her arm go limp and fainted right in Namtu arms, making him cry out her name in panic. He muttered, "I have to take her for medical treatment first." Without hesitation, he carefully lifted the little girl in his arms, preparing to dash into the teleportation circle. At this time outside Void Gate 01, another equally fierce battle was unfolding. Countless anomalies were all defeated by Sotin Ha's fatal strikes. He stood there calmly like a god of war, raising his hand to strike with a cold attitude, killing domain. In another corner, the Trong Ka unleashed several slashes as sharp as lightning. Then Dak Chi whispered with a look of slight disappointment, "Only these last few turtles left. What a pity they're all worthless turtles. Otherwise I could have made some soup." Lam Trong Ko stood before a massive anomaly, concentrating energy in both hands, using his power to restrain it with ease. He grinned broadly with confidence as he said, "I suffered at your hands last time, but now I am no longer who I used to be." The two brothers Tan An and Tan Tue joined their swords, coordinating perfectly as one. They used ropes infused with spiritual energy to bind the monster tightly, shouting heavenly kick and blue prison constrict. A moment later, the swarm of anomalies was completely defeated. Their corpses lay scattered all around, like the remnants of a nightmare. The group flew over and gathered around Lam Truong Kao. He let out a sigh of relief and said, "It's finally over. We can take a breath now." To Trong Ka, still full of energy after the long battle, said with a slight complaint, "It feels like I ate for nothing. I'm hungry again." So Tin Ha suddenly spoke up. "I wonder how things are on Duan Tu Nam's side." Lam Trong Ko reassured him. "No news is good news," to Trong Ka, agreed and added, "Yeah, exactly." So Tin Ha looked up at the pitch-black sky, where a gate stood wide open, and thoughts began to race through his mind. So the void gate sent a wave of A-rank anomalies and then stopped the teleportation. Why? I wonder if there is a pattern to the timing and the types of creatures it teleports. Interested, to Trong Ka pointed up and said, "My friend, it seems you've discovered something interesting." So Tin Ha immediately told Tolan, "You're responsible for recording the time of each anomaly teleportation, including their ranks." Tolan received the order through her earpiece and replied, "Got it." Not long after that, from the void gate, countless entirely different anomalies appeared. They were like merged liquids, with gelatinous bodies, and many terrifying flickering eyes, falling from the sky like rain, creating a horrifying and chilling sight that made Tutrongsa, despite having survived many battles, stare in shock with his mouth agape and exclaim, "Damn, what the hell is this thing?" The hurried sounds of footsteps echoed through the corridors of Anlak. In his arms, Nam Tu Thang held Sothian's small body tightly. Her breathing was weak and labored, her face as pale as paper. Tiu Nam and the others in the room all stood up abruptly. The atmosphere suddenly became suffocating. Tiu Nam arranged for treatment, her voice urgent. "Sothian is injured. Quickly lay her on the bed. I'll go get the newly formulated healing medicine first." Nam Tu Tang gently placed Sothian on the pure, white bed. The little girl lay motionless. The small face of the 9-year-old child looked incredibly fragile and pitiful at that moment. Tiu Nam stepped closer, her eyes full of worry as she looked down at her young friend. Someone brought a vial and poured the medicine into So Tien's mouth. Tiu Nam spoke softly to Nam Tu Tang regarding the girl's condition. "This medicine is quite mild. It will still take some time for her to wake up. However, her internal injuries are severe. Even if she regains consciousness, she won't be able to use her abilities for a while." Suddenly, the communicator beeped. Delan placed her hand on her earpiece, her face tensing up, as she reported the situation to Nam Tu Thang. "Captain, a new S-rank anomaly has appeared at the Void Gate. Abilities remain unknown. Captain Sotin Ha asked me to relay a message. Please believe that they can handle this on their own. If they cannot even overcome this hurdle, then they are no longer worthy of being your comrades. Furthermore, Captain, you have an even more vital mission. News just came in, the United States has fallen." Nam Tu Tang looked up, his expression grave as he fell into a pensive silence. Ultimately, he chose to trust the people on Sotin Ha's side. He decided to head to defense line number 5, then spoke through his earpiece. Then he decided to head to defensive line number 5. After that, he spoke through the headset. "I'm heading there now." Talan frowned upon hearing that, trying to report the situation in as much detail as possible. "Millions of rebel ability users are following the S-rank. The Sky Ripper advancing toward defense line number 5. Estimated arrival is in 5 hours. On the screen, the image of a giant scorpion appeared, its body encased in a rugged hard shell. It was aggressively moving deeper into the war zone, each of its steps making the ground tremble, with an aura of ultimate destruction. Nam Tu Tang stood by Sothian's hospital bed, gazing intently at the little girl, then said in a low voice, "After the battle with the Sonic Bat King, my previously stored origin stones are basically exhausted. Without origin stones to anchor the forbidden formation, neither the undead nor the beast taming can be performed. Only Asura can be used, but it's too weak in this great summer. There are very few origin stones left. If we want to replenish them, we can only collect them outside the border. Without spatial teleportation, I'm afraid it cannot be completed in a short time." Hearing this, a girl stepped forward holding a medicine bottle and suggested with a bit of hesitation, "Last night I also researched a type of medicine that can make a person burst with physical strength for a short period. It's just that..." Tiu Nam didn't wait for her to finish and quickly turned to intervene. "No! This kind of medicine essentially borrows life energy. If one were uninjured, it could still be used for emergencies, but given her current condition, that borrowing would be irreversible." Nam Tu Tang also frowned and refused. "Yeah, I can't do that to a 9-year-old child. For now, I can only summon the falcon to fly ahead first, and take it one step at a time." The girl nodded in understanding upon hearing that. "I'm sorry, I'll go think of other ways." No one knew when So Tian had woken up. The little girl had heard the entire conversation about the newly formulated medicine. With her remaining strength, she slowly sat up and said, "Let me." Nam Tu Tang quickly turned around, his voice filled with surprise and joy. "So Tian, you're awake?" He slowly helped the little girl back onto the bed and tried to dissuade her. Sutian, be good. You need to rest now. Everything you just heard was just a dream. Sutian firmly replied to Nam. I won't lie. I'm not a child who can be comforted just by being told to be good. Seeing the girl stubbornly ignoring her own condition, Nam Tutang said in a low, stern voice, Sutian, I am ordering you. You are not allowed to act on your own whim. Sutian looked up at him with trembling eyes and replied to Nam, have you forgotten? I was once stubborn enough to pretend to be mute and stubborn enough to follow you. She looked straight into his eyes and continued, I have always been a stubborn child. How could I suddenly stop being stubborn, Nam? Brother Nam. Actually, you know best this is just what war is like. Sutian immediately took advantage of the moment. When Nam Tuthang was not paying attention, she hooked her finger, and instantly, a tiny pill inside a glass bottle was pulled by an invisible force and flew straight toward her, landing neatly in her soft palm. As soon as the pill reached her hand, Sutian immediately put it in her mouth and swallowed it whole, leaving Nam Tuthang no time to react. He could only blink in shock and cry out Sutian's name. Shortly thereafter, the pill took effect. Sutian's entire body seemed possessed as she levitated off the bed. Her small frame was enveloped by a layer of fiery red spiritual energy. Sutian's eyes, once clear and bright, suddenly turned a terrifying blank white, as if all life force had been drained away, leaving only two stark white sockets without pupils. Strange sounds kept wailing from her mouth. Nam Tutang looked at her expressionless face, which seemed as though her soul had been sucked out. Panicked, he supported her and called out Sutian's name. Suddenly, Sutian's hand pushed hard against his face, and she leaped down from the hospital bed. Shedding the weak appearance caused by her severe injuries earlier, she was now as strong as an ox, turning to speak to Nam Tuthang. Brother Nam, I'm full of energy again. In my entire life, I've never felt this powerful. Brother Nam, it would be a waste not to use this strength, so let's head out. Nam Tutang looked at the girl recovering her strength so rapidly and felt somewhat worried, asking Sutian, are you really okay? Sutian happily reassured him, of course. Forget about going to another country. Right now, I could even take you off the blue planet without any problem. To be safe. Nam Tutang turned to ask Tiu Nam for a favor. Is there any more of this medicine? Please prepare some more for me. Tiu Nam replied reluctantly. If you all insist on doing this, then take plenty of healing medicine with you. At least it can mitigate some of the side effects. The other two girls immediately split up to prepare. Understood. I'll go get them. Trungveen brought over 2 steaming bowls and said softly, if you must go, please finish your porridge before leaving. I just cooled it down, it's not hot anymore. Nam Tutang took them and handed 1 bowl to Sutian, then politely replied, thank you. Trungveen replied, no need to thank me. The situation grew more tense elsewhere. At the same time at the Void Gate, Su Tingha watched the S-Class anomalies, swarming in and muttered, I won't let Nam Tuthang win and rush over. So this S-Class monster is up to us. Trong Ka looked up and replied, no problem. Since it appeared, other than expanding, it hasn't shown its true power yet. I will use guilt to probe what it's made of. After speaking to Trong Ka unleashed a horde of monsters. They growled fiercely, ready to plunge into battle. Trong Ka controlled each one, with threads of spiritual energy. Certainly, as if they were just puppets in his hands, then shouted a loud command, his voice echoing through the space, signaling his monster army to advance. All demon puppets stand up for me. The giant horde of demon puppets immediately obeyed to Trong Ka's decisive command, gripping weapons in their hands, and simultaneously charged straight at the grotesquely shaped anomalies. Within the vast space, amidst smoke, fire, and ruins, resounding shouts immediately rang out, filled with their frenzy. Kill a high-level anomaly with a massive body, like a moving mountain, slowly opened its wide mouth and spat out a stream of liquid that emitted a terrifying hissing sound when it hit the ground. These strands of slime had a special stickiness, like molten glue, clinging so tightly to the puppets' bodies that they could not move, causing them to exclaim in doubt, is this damn thing corrosive? The thick, dark purple liquid boiled with small bubbles and emitted a stench as pungent as burning metal. A terrifying sizzling sound rang out as the purple acid began to corrode the thick, steel-hard bones of the demon puppets, making them roar in pain. Trong Ka cried out in astonishment. Can even my puppets be corroded? Su Tingha quickly rushed in with lightning speed, using his bare hands to sever the control threads, linking the demon puppets to Trong Ka while constantly warning him, danger. You must cut the threads first. Trong Ka was so stunned that he couldn't react or take action in time, only able to hesitantly say, sorry, I was a bit distracted. Su Tingha turned to tell the group, they are already corrosive, so we must find a way to stop it from spreading and moving first. Police Chief Tu tilted his head and said, look at this corrosive effect. My sword can't even restrain them. It's the same for those wood element brothers. Old Dan, try out your water system power. Lam Trong, not understanding, pointed at himself and asked again, "Old Dan, were you calling me?" But then Lam Trong did not brush the matter aside. Stepping to one side, he said the situation was urgent. "I will come back and talk to you later." Having said that, he shouted aloud, launching a strike to block that bizarre anomaly. Great boundless seawater cube. Immediately after, a giant ice cube rose up from deep within the ground. It was as tough and solid as a frozen fortress. Its shiny surface reflected the surrounding light. The entire plot of land trembled and shifted under its terrifying power. A powerful shockwave spread everywhere, like invisible ripples, making the surrounding air feel as if it were being torn apart. Lam Trong's voice echoed through the space, with a decisive and powerful sound like a thunderclap. That strange anomaly, with a constantly shifting shape, like a massive liquid, slowly approached the giant ice block, then extended a tentacle to bore a hole into the massive slab of ice. Lam Trong's group witnessed this scene, crying out in a tone full of insecurity and panic. The anomaly quickly infiltrated the inside of the ice block, with terrifying speed, then took it over completely like a giant parasite, turning the transparent block of ice into one filled with that dangerous corrosive substance. The two Tan brothers immediately launched a defensive move in an emergency. The woodroot shield increased in thickness 10 more 50 more 100. Tan 2 anxiously said to his older brother, "Brother, this probably won't hold for more than a few seconds." Their massive plant wood shield stood erect like a giant wall, resiliently blocking every attack of ice shards. The corrosive substance from the anomaly pelted down like hail. The entire space was filled with echoing explosions, so ear-splitting that it made their ears ring, as the shield layer was continuously eroded. Bit by bit, Tanan let out a great shout. He continuously launched moves to increase the thickness, repairing the defense. So Tin Ha, even in such a dangerous situation, still maintained his composure. He turned his head and asked Lam Trong Kong. Currently, Lam Trong Kong's water cube, though also being corroded, has not yet disappeared, and has completely controlled its spread. Next, we just need to find a way to attack to see what its weakness is. Water can restrain its expansion and movement, so what about fire? Lam Trong Kong replied in a low voice, his voice carrying a sense of deep regret and helplessness. "We don't have anyone from the fire element." The two Tan brothers were still standing firm, defending like two immovable boulders. Their hands constantly released spiritual energy to construct the shields. Hearing this, they said, "We can create flammable plants. We just need a spark to ignite them." So Tin Ha nodded and added, "My sword energy can create sparks. Let's coordinate with each other." Without further hesitation, so Tin Ha stood firm on the gnarled tree trunk and swung his sword decisively. The glowing sword slashes, dazzling like small bolts of lightning, immediately wrapped around those flammable plant stems, creating a brilliant stream of light. He skillfully controlled each slash to tightly bind the rough tree trunk. So Tin Ha shouted, "Sword energy collision ignite!" Before long, the sword energy trail transformed into a tube, covering the long, winding tree trunk. It immediately erupted in a fierce blaze like a giant torch. It carried a heat that scorched everything in its path as it sped straight toward the anomaly with terrifying speed, leaving behind a trail of long smoke. The scorching flames flared up violently, incinerating the body of the anomaly, producing terrifying sizzling sounds and a pungent burnt smell. The smell was intense, but they had not yet determined the true capability of that strange anomaly. So as they looked at it, detaching the part of its body consumed by fire to escape in a bizarre fashion, like a snake shedding its skin, everyone exclaimed in astonishment, "Can it split and regenerate?" A massive explosion occurred immediately after, like a clap of thunder, forcing So Tin Ha to recoil backward violently. His clothes were singed by the fire, stained with black soot and trailing wisps of smoke as he fell through the air. Someone saw this and shouted, "Danger!" Immediately, several strands of spiritual energy were launched, like spider silk, catching the falling So Tin Ha and pulling him back in the nick of time. To Tronka hurriedly pulled the strands back with urgent movements, his face full of anxiety and drenched in sweat. Lam Trong Kong quickly ran over to check on him. "So Tin Ha, are you okay?" He replied softly, "I'm fine." The two Tan brothers stood trembling in front like two shields. Finally, their hands never stopped releasing spiritual energy to build the protective barriers. They felt they couldn't hold out much longer, speaking in a tone full of despair and fear. "Our shield repair speed is far slower than the corrosion speed. The shield is about to be completely eaten away." So Tin Ha let out a weary breath, his chest heaving with exhaustion as he turned to ask, "Lam Trong Kong, can you control this black rain?" Lam Trong Kong shook his head and replied, "I can't control it, because they are inherently fissionable entities, not water. But I still have control over the parts of the water that are currently being corroded." So Tin Ha turned to ask to Tronka, "Fire element attacks can detonate the main body. helping to delay the regeneration somewhat, but only from a distance. If we can penetrate the corrosive layer, locate the internal core and ignite it, it might just turn the tide and win the battle. Tutronka mused, muttering, penetrate via the space element. Nam-Tusan has the space bubbles left behind by Sothian. Suddenly Nam-Tusan appeared unexpectedly, her entire body nestled within the space bubble, crystal clear as Tutronka had just mentioned. It reflected a hazy jade-green light. She headed straight toward that strange anomaly and spoke with a voice full of determination, tinged with a bit of daring. I wonder if this space bubble can penetrate through it. Well, life or death is up to fate. Might as well give it a try. Nam-Tusan was protected by a golden orb. In front of her was an ugly green monster let out a roar. I'm in the space bubble, has no problem. The group below immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Great. As soon as she landed, she asked with concern, so Tinha, you're injured. Let me treat you first. Not fearing the pain, he urged her. No rush, the shield on this side is about to give way. Try your holy light. Can it resist the corrosion? Tusan agreed, raising her hand to channel spiritual energy. All right, holy light shield. A massive golden shield blocked the area in front of them, stopping the green projectiles from hitting them. It seems it can hold them back, but probably not for long. At the same time, with my current power, I can only release a large-scale holy light, twice at most. Lam Trong-kung looked up and noted, holding out for a moment is fine, twice is enough. Tingha added, she will open the holy light barrier first, replacing the Wood brothers, to protect everyone. Hearing this, Nam-Tusan used more spiritual energy, making the shield in front grow even larger, under the protection of the holy light shield. So, Tingha stepped inside her protective circle, while giving orders to the group. Next, I will go first. Using the sword to slice it open, and find the core. Tan-an and Tan-tue create some explosives. Tutronka use a large puppet to grab and wrap the explosives, and throw them accurately into the center. They responded in unison, understood. As the two of them climbed even higher, he smiled to comfort Tucson. Don't be nervous. In a moment, you just need to coordinate your strikes with my sword intent. That will do. She spoke without even looking at the opponent. Reaching a certain height, both of them raised a hand high and shouted, prepare the myriad sword domain. Enveloped in holy light, surrounding the many-eyed monster, were dazzling beams of golden light. Its entire body writhed as these rays pierced through its flesh, but it could not hold out for long. The monster's body was torn apart, revealing a purple spherical object. Found the core. Suddenly he saw the person beside him press a hand to their head and frown. Su Xinghe cried out in alarm. Nan Zishan forced a reply. I'm fine, just exhausted. Don't worry about me. Seeing the situation turning grim, he quickly shouted down to Tu Chang'e, hurry, it will heal very soon. The other person started and replied, understood. At his signal, a swarm of terrifying skeletal-headed creatures appeared. From above, Xinghe shouted again at the puppets. Wooden brothers released the explosive seeds. Tu Chang'e followed his instructions. Bodhi explosive seeds, embedded in the puppets which had cords wrapped around their necks, leaped toward the spherical object. Their bodies gradually began to melt. As their bodies crumbled into fragments, tiny leaf-like objects appeared all around. It's done, Su Xinghe detonate. Hearing the voice from below, he thrust his palm forward and roared, domain field sword intent collision. Flames erupted everywhere. The flames reached the spherical object in an instant. It exploded right there in midair. The remaining fragments of the monster fell away. With the job finished, Xinghe and Zishan flew down. He urged, everyone get into the bubbles quickly. The entire water cube is about to explode. Let's break out. As soon as he finished speaking, an explosion erupted around them. They remained safe within the protective barrier. Nan Zishan nonchalantly asked the others, how long has it been since you guys took a bath? A girl asking such a sensitive question made him flustered as well, so he brought up his family upbringing to reply. We are very strict. I've always liked being clean. If you don't believe me, try smelling me. Seeing the suspicious look and the twitching nose of the long-haired guy, Lin Changkong spoke irritably. Tu Shangj, where exactly are you sniffing? What do you mean I just look like a middle-aged man? It's not that I am a middle-aged man. Why are you guys looking at me? I come from the East Sea, a water-type genius. Even if you thought with your toes, it couldn't possibly be me. In the current tense situation, Hantu nervously spoke up to confess, it's probably me because they say soil is the most precious thing, so I'm a bit reluctant to wash the mud off my body. Hearing that, Tanan couldn't help but feel helpless in his heart. My silly little sister doesn't need to go this far, does she? Tu Changj was amused, not knowing whether to praise or criticize, remarking that she was indeed worthy of being his sister. Dead-eyed Xinghe finally spoke up. Speaking of which, we are out of danger now. Do we still need to huddle here and talk? Hearing this, Nan Zishan quickly made the protective barrier disappear. Good point. Changkong flopped onto the ground and said he was exhausted. After the barrier dissolved, Nanzashan approached Tantua, sniffed her, and then declared, "It is indeed the smell of soil, but it's not the smell I caught earlier." The girl awkwardly pulled her head back slightly. "Oh, so maybe I don't need to take a bath after all?" He laughed and covered his face with his hand. "My dear sister, I don't think that's what they meant." Tu Chang's proudly spread both arms wide. "Feel free to smell the fragrance of my body. Even ghosts would praise it." While a big guy like Chang Kong was acting all coy like a young maiden, looking absolutely disgusting. "Don't come so close, I'm still pure. I'm shy." After sniffing, she concluded immediately that it wasn't either of them. Behind them, Su Xinghe frowned irritably and said, "Of course, after eliminating every impossibility, whatever remains, however improbable, must be the truth. Miss Doctor, do you still have the strength to heal me?" She awkwardly held out both hands in front of her. Anxiously, she asked, "Does it hurt?" Seeing that she was so gullible, he didn't have the heart to continue and said, "I was just kidding. Go back and rest for a bit. It won't be too late to start the treatment then." In the middle of that romantic atmosphere, Tu Chang's jokingly interrupted, "Ouch, how could I not be in pain? It hurts like crazy. If you don't heal me, I'm going to die." Being teased by him, Su Xinghe cursed in embarrassment. "Shut up! No one would mistake you for a mute if you stayed quiet." He laughed and waved his hand. "For my brother's happiness, I'm perfectly content to be a mute dog. Speaking of which, you guys should head back to rest and recover first." Lin Changkong spoke up, offering to help. "Although I don't exactly like the look of you, I still have enough strength to accompany you." Hearing that he didn't miss the chance to tease the other guy back. Old Dan is still the most loyal brother, unlike some people who ditch their friends for a pretty face. Meanwhile, in Antarctica, Su Thian looked at the piles of penguin carcasses. She said sadly, "This is the first time I've ever seen penguins, yet it's under these circumstances." Nam Tu Tang, clutching his sword, understood what the little girl was thinking. "Wait until we win, I'll summon all their souls back." "To keep you company, okay?" Su Thian asked in disbelief. "Is that really possible?" His tone was brimming with confidence. "Of course it is. Whether it's Thang or the penguins." The little girl's brow furrowed slightly as she nodded. "Mm-hmm." Down below were razor-sharp shards of freezing ice. A fall would mean instant death. "These are the very last primordial stones on Blue Star," Tu Thang said with a touch of excitement. "Once we've gathered these, we should have the upper hand. In this war, right?" The little girl smiled and agreed, "Mm-hmm." A red magic circle appeared before them. It was drawing in the primordial stones from below. Primordial stones remaining 100 quintillion. Touching his index and middle fingers together, a green aura gradually began to emanate from Nam Tu Thang. Great Antarctic dust. Warriors who have excelled since ancient times, awaken. Go to the 5th defensive line of Huaxia to provide reinforcements. Fight for humanity once again, for Blue Star. After he placed his palm on the ground, a series of penguin spirits gradually appeared. Standing beside him, Su Thian curiously asked, "Brother Nam, on our way here, you summoned all the fallen souls of the soldiers from the destroyed nations, but why won't you summon the heroic spirits of the fallen soldiers of Great Xia? Why is that?" He calmly answered the child's question. "Because of selfishness. My own selfishness regarding Huaxia. I hope that after this foreign war, the human world will never have another civil war. No more racial wars or international hegemonies, where people can live and work in peace and enjoy prosperous days." Despite being a child, the little girl spoke quite profoundly. "Brother Nam, you are an idealist. Your ideal is very difficult, but very beautiful. I really want to see the day you're talking about. By then I'll have many penguin friends, won't I?" He looked forward and replied confidently, "You will. Let's stop talking." Nam Tu Tang spoke up, shifting the subject. "Let's go. We should go test the Void Slayer. Then teleport." Inside the magic circle, a massive scorpion appeared waiting for the two of them. "I guess so. Let's go." But as they stepped through the magic circle, on the other side, there was a crowd of people floating in the air, and a scorpion with a flaming tail stood waiting. Witnessing this scene, Nam Tu Tang still spoke calmly. "You guys have certainly chosen the right place. It's spacious and has good feng shui, very suitable for burying that thing. Unexpectedly, it could speak human language. You must be Nam Tu Duan, the legendary gentleman. I, Void Slayer, have long admired you." Hearing it speak, Tu Tang was quite intrigued and said, "The moment you opened your mouth, you truly managed to surprise me. Not only do you speak the most perfect Blue Star language, but you are also the most polite outsider I have ever known. Unlike other alien races, who either cannot communicate or just keep screaming insects. Insects this and insects that while fighting and killing. Even the succubi are no match for you." The Void Slayer explained politely, previously the two demons could rely on illusions to capture hundreds of thousands of Buddha evil beings. I fully understand that, but I kept wondering, what exactly happened on your side? Only after meeting you do I finally understand. Faced with the other's gentle attitude, He smiled and extended his hand. You flatter me. Up in the sky, a guy dressed like a cat who looked utterly repulsive spoke up. Since you understand now, then why don't you surrender obediently? Avoid any more stubborn and meaningless resistance. For the future of Blue Star, the United States as the highest-ranking nation with the most influential voice on Blue Star. We are making the best choice on behalf of all humanity. He was Captain America. John, this hideous-looking guy, raised Thor's hammer and shouted, grandly, only a great America can make Blue Star glorious. Once again, the crowd behind him echoed, Long live America! Long live America! After listening to this, Su Thian spat in disgust and cursed. A disgusting mistake. Tu Thang put his hands on his hips, amused. You've already surrendered. Yet you're still putting on such a big show. What a waste of talent not to win an Oscar. Faced with their condescending attitude and excessive overconfidence, John cursed irritably, You won't surrender and you're still laughing. Let's see if my hammer smashes your face in. The Scorpion, being silent until now, finally spoke up. John, if you want to fight, then fight. There is no need for so many words in this battle. I need to see your value. If you lose, it proves that your lot is worthless. He politely raised a hand to his forehead and replied clearly, Yes, Commander. Thor's hammer crackled with sparks of electricity. Prepare to die, Nam Tu Dun. Seeing that he was the only one coming to attack, Tu Thang said disdainfully. Just you, and only at the level of an old god. You're not even worth my notice. Why don't all of you just come at me together? John ignored him and continued the assault with the thunder hammer. Su Thian was protected by a purple shield. Electric bolts from the hammer flickered into existence. All around, yet Tu Thang's expression remained perfectly calm. With only this much energy, You actually dare to call yourself the god of thunder? Provoked and annoyed, John screamed at the top of his lungs. Enough talk, Thunder Dragon. He suddenly posed a question. Speaking of dragons, have you ever seen a dragon from my long Huaxia? Immediately afterward, he drew his sword, which had become surrounded by arcs of lightning at some unknown point. Today I'll give you lot quite an eye-opening experience. Forbidden lightning elemental spell stacked. As soon as the words left his mouth, a magnificent golden dragon manifested in the sky. Thunder God Dragon! It swallowed, the tiny blue dragon whole, making John scream in agony. My lightning dragon! He froze before the massive golden dragon looming over him. This is impossible. Unable to counter or dodge, John had to prioritize his own defense. Lightning shield, but the dragon's lightning bolts sent his entire body flying 10 meters back. In disbelief, John howled, just like any foolish enemy, deluded by the idea of being the strongest. No, it's impossible, I am the greatest one. The moment those words were uttered, his entire body was electrocuted until only charred bones remained. His flesh had been completely disintegrated. Su Thian, witnessing this ridiculous fight from above, mockingly said, Is this some kind of delusion of grandeur? By the way, the letter B on his head probably stands for Big Noob. Great, huh? In Huaxia, this word isn't exactly a compliment. The Void Slayer spoke up without a hint of sadness. Your captain is dead, and has proven his own uselessness. As for the rest of you, when it comes to worthless things, I don't mind doing the cleaning myself. They fell silent, no one said a word. The Vice Captain of America. Johnny was the first to regain his composure. He was dressed like a total pervert. O great warriors, follow me and fight. Avenge our captain, forbidden earth spell kill. Avenge the captain. Facing their determined vengeance, his entire body radiated a pale blue spiritual energy. He chuckled and said to the veteran, You really won't shed a tear until you see the coffin, will you? But this spirit is actually quite good. After all of you will eventually become my soldiers. Today I'll use you as a sacrifice for my new technique. Just as he called out the move, a tornado appeared out of nowhere. Forbidden wind elemental spell stacked wind blades. Forbidden sound elemental spell stacked sonic waves. They were knocked back by the powerful winds. Nam Tu Tang called out another technique name, Heaven Shaker 8 Desolation's Wail. This move caused the crowd intense pain, forcing them to cover their ears and heads. Johnny struggled to swing both arms and shouted, Great Earth Shield! Massive solid slabs of rock appeared before him. Tu Thang smiled slightly and praised him. Not a bad tombstone you've made there. But burying yourself alive like that, isn't it a bit too cruel? How about I help you rest in peace? He stood atop the dragon's head. Earth Dragon Technique Sonic Guidance. Obeying its master's command, the golden dragon shattered the massive wall. Standing directly behind it, he bore the brunt of the impact and screamed, No! In agony, he managed to gasp out, How can you do this, no? At that moment, the man drew his last breath. Yet he still didn't forget to answer. If you want to be great again, it's simple. Tu Thang placed his palm on the ground and shouted, Ghost Summon! All of you rise. Fight for Blue Star and for Huaxia. Go reinforce Huaxia's 5th defensive line. The souls of the deceased appeared. Strengthen the defensive line. Fight for Blue Star. Fight for Blue Star. The Void Slayer, silent until now, finally spoke up. Mr. Nam Tu Duan, you are indeed very valuable. But unfortunately, I know you would rather die than submit. Therefore, we have no choice but to have a great battle. Hearing this, he couldn't help but offer praise once more. I must say, you really are the most intelligent alien I have ever met. Far more intelligent than the succubi. I at least admire you for that. But an enemy is an enemy. Human world hell / massive currents of sand appeared around the Scorpion King as a shield. But I still want to try. Nam Tu Duan, why don't the two of us place a bet on a duel? If I win, you work for me. And if you win, I work for you. His souls were being defeated. But Tu Thang wasn't angry. Instead, he found it amusing. This bet is quite interesting. However, if you win, I die. And as for whether I take you in if I win, I'll first have to see your value. Having set the terms of the wager, he unleashed another move. Dragon Fist Reverse Wind. The two powers collided. The Void Slayer's tail ignited with sparks. Then let it be as you say. Fireballs flew toward Tu Thang. He quickly summoned a magic circle. The whites of his eyes turned black. Frost formation 50x multiplication. Fire and ice collided, creating a massive explosion. The fireball struck the protective barrier. Seeing that this method failed, the Void Slayer created another fireball even stronger and hotter. It hurled the lava-like object forward. Sensing that the object was unusual, Nam Tu Tang used one hand to create a magic circle and shouted, Frost formation 100x multiplication. Shards of ice erupted from the ground. Even in the heat of battle, the Scorpion spoke softly. Mr. Nam, I'm afraid relying on such a petty formation won't be enough to hold me back. Heavenly Fire Mercy's End. A swarm of magma orbs materialized. Tu Thang gritted his teeth slightly. If that's the case, then I have no choice but to use an ultimate move that I have never revealed before. A red aura of energy radiated from his entire body. He raised his sword high into the air, stacked Forbidden Curse Astral Origin. The orbs began to drift toward him. Nam Tu Tang remained fearless. He calmly spoke the name of the technique, Star Transference. The projectiles were gradually redirected out into space, and head toward a certain direction. Go stay away from Blue Star and return to the cosmos. The Void Slayer was quite surprised to witness this, yet its tone remained as composed as ever. You can actually control the stars. To think you've never used this move to protect Blue Star before? He taunted it. Listen, Void Slayer, that Dragon Wind Punch. Your meteor magma bullets are useless. Whatever other tricks you have, just bring them all out. Nam Tu Tang executed a beautiful sword strike, but the Scorpion used its tail to block it. As the Asura Dragon Slayer retreated, it whispered, If possible, I truly do not wish to fight you. Hearing that, Nam Tu Tang skidded across the ground, frowning as he pierced through the succubus's inner thoughts. But you won't get down on your knees and surrender, will you? So save the talk for after we've finished the fight. Another dragon appeared, except this time it was bright red. Stacked Forbidden Curse, Molten Lava Colossus Dragon. He directed the dragon to charge at the Scorpion. Kill! The Void Slayer blocked the attack with its tail. For the first time since the start, the Scorpion raised its voice and said, Our current power levels are equal. Victory has yet to be decided. He landed right on top of the creature's body. The Scorpion coldly raised its blade. Then I shall add another strike of the Asura Hell Slash. The Void Slayer did not give up. It created a shockwave to force Tu Thang away so that its plan wouldn't be ruined. Seeing the surrounding ground shatter, he asked curiously, This looks like a power that triggers earthquakes. Its reaction just now seemed a bit frantic regarding its back. Furthermore, the range of motion. For its tail is usually over the back, but now it's only being restricted by my Molten Dragon. So in short, its fatal weakness is right there on its back. As he landed on the ground, he whispered to himself, Once the weakness is found, there's always a way. Stacked Forbidden Curse. The red currents of air vanished, replaced by purple earth energy. 10,000 Earths returned to the source. Blue lightning from the lightning element sparked at his fingertips. Above them, massive dark clouds suddenly appeared without warning. 10,000 heavenly thunder tribulations. But before those powers could strike its body, the Void Slayer shouted loudly, Stop, I surrender! Its mouth opened as wide as it could go, as if fearing the opponent wouldn't hear. I am willing to submit to you and serve you for a lifetime. Upon hearing this, Nam Tu Thang gave a satisfied chuckle. But how can I trust an alien like you? Especially when you are so intelligent. How will you prove your value and loyalty? To me, blue sparks of electricity hovered right over the Scorpion's weak spot. He threatened it, Remember this. If your answer does not satisfy me, then these 10,000 heavenly thunder tribulations could strike down at any moment. Even facing imminent death, this Void Slayer still spoke with utmost politeness. Mr. Nam, I understand your point. although proving this is indeed very difficult. If you are willing to take the gamble, could you first withdraw your molten dragon? I need to use my tail to prove it to you. I swear this is absolutely not a deception. Standing from a distance, he said, enough about betting. Even if it's a conspiracy, it amounts to nothing. After all, even if we do this again, you still won't be able to defeat me. Hearing that it didn't feel reassured, I thank you for your composure and wisdom. As it spoke, the scorpion pulled out something that looked like a pouch containing a virus inside. Sir, this is my greatest weakness. Namtu stared at it and asked curiously, what is this? The scorpion explained gently, they are my descendants, and also the seeds for the continuation of our Scorpio civilization. As a token of my loyalty, I entrust these last seeds to your safekeeping. His eyes remained fixed intently on the scorpion's offspring. Entrust them to my safekeeping. It replied exactly. Tuthang brandished his sword again, saying skeptically, how do I know these are your descendants, and not some weapon of yours? The Void Slayer tried to move the pouch out of harm's way. How do I know that you aren't asking me to help you nurture a larger invasion plot? His blade slashed at its hand, sending the pouch flying. Its arm fell away, as black blood splattered out. I did not deploy my armor, allowing you to strike at will. Do you believe me now? He turned his head to look at it and asked, I can believe half of it now, but you must tell me why. The monster explained calmly, because my race is essentially like yours. We were all invaded and destroyed. Deep down, I am a rebel just like you. Seeing you is like seeing my past self. Hearing this, though he was laughing, Tuthang's mouth didn't curl up at all. That's a fresh way of putting it. Invaders calling themselves rebels. Can you do anything just to survive? The scorpion continued. Does this reason seem unbelievable to you? Perhaps it is because you do not yet fully understand the truth behind the so-called invasion of the myriad races. The truth of the myriad races invasion, what truth? All of this is merely a game played by a high-level civilization in the universe known as the deities. The so-called myriad races are actually just slaves who were invaded by the deities and driven from their planets to participate. And Blue Star is the primary battlefield chosen by the deities for this game. The conflict humanity currently faces is nothing more than a battlefield cleanup before the final showdown of the myriad races. So now you understand why there are many types of mindless alien races that humans call vermin. But having heard something else, he asked back in confusion. In their eyes, humans aren't even qualified to participate, but are just ants to be cleared away. Before the duel begins, Namtu commanded the scorpion, tell me about how your race and your planet were invaded by the deities. It submissively obeyed. Our Scorpio race originally lived on planet N68. We were the rulers of that planet. Through thousands of years of evolution development and countless wars, both internal and external, we finally achieved a civilization of peace and tolerance. But that civilization did not last long. Before the deities arrived at our planet, they ordered us to participate in the myriad races duel. We did not comply. Our warriors launched a large-scale attack against them. However, we paid a heavy price for our arrogance and ignorance. The deities' power was on an entirely different level. Comrades and loved ones perished one by one. The deities seemed to possess the power to command the cosmic elements. The entire war, in less than half an hour by Blue Star time, we were utterly defeated. The tragic part is that the remnants of my race refused to compromise even to the point of extinction. They would rather die than live as slaves, the scorpion said in a low voice. Only I can be considered a traitor to the Scorpio race. It's not that I didn't want to resist, but I didn't want to watch blind resistance lead to the total annihilation of our civilization. As the sole survivor of my kind, I was transported to Blue Star to join this hunting game. Namtu eyes turned bloodshot as he said sternly, an entire race wiped out, and in less than half an hour. I really want to know why you chose to place all your trust in me, especially since right from the beginning, your attitude toward me already seemed to show signs of this. The scorpion explained calmly, that is because I felt an aura similar to the deities coming from you. He asked back in disbelief, how is that possible? It replied slowly, though it is weak as a small spark, it shares the same essence at its source, particularly during our battle. Your control over the elements revealed it. Hearing this, Namtu was stunned for a moment. Then he began to analyze it. Before my death in my previous life, my 5 major talents succeeded in a strange way. Combined with my reincarnation, could it all be connected to the deities? If so, what exactly is their purpose? The scorpion added, furthermore, I sense something within you. That resembles my race's civilization. I can feel it on you. Instead of being killed by you in this game, I would rather submit to you and take one final gamble. Namtu-Tang agreed. What you say is quite logical. Then he suddenly asked in a cold voice, so now tell me, what value can you bring to me? It began to list them out. First, regarding strength. I can crush any alien race below S rank, and at the very least I can hold my own against other S rank races. Second, the Void Gate. I know its teleportation mechanism, and how to destroy it. Namtu-Tang's face brightened with joy as he offered a word of praise. Not bad, but I have one condition. From now on, you must follow my orders, until this war is won. If your gamble pays off this time, I will let you return to your planet after the victory to continue your civilization. The scorpion bowed humbly and respectfully before its savior. Thank you, sir. Just then, Sothien approached. Namtu-Tang called out to remind Sothien, it's time to head back. The girl replied, I'm coming. Sothien looked at the scorpion and hesitated, stopping in her tracks. Huh? Why is it still alive, and what's with that posture? Seeing her doubt, he spoke up to introduce it. Let me reintroduce you. This is Lao Leet. From now on, he will be a member of our squad. The girl held her head in bewilderment. Huh? Namtu-Tang gave a wry smile. Teleport back to the Void Gate first, on the way. I'll explain everything to you slowly. The scorpion obeyed the command and opened a spatial portal. Understood, spatial teleportation. However, the portal suddenly failed to stabilize. Sothien said in a panic, it's no use. He's too big to be teleported back. In a single trip, it replied sheepishly, oh, my apologies. Actually, I can shrink. Or transform into a form similar to yours? It's just that after I transform, I will lose my combat abilities. Losing patience, he snapped, cut the talk. If you can transform, do it quickly. We don't need you to fight right now anyway. The scorpion politely replied, yes, sir. Then it began to transform into a female humanoid figure. But its half-human, half-monster appearance was an eyesore. The scorpion even spoke up to ask for an opinion. Sir, is this acceptable? Sothien was fuming at the sight of it. Her fists were clenched so tight they were practically smoking. I don't know why, but I suddenly have a strong urge to hit someone. The blue veins on Namtu-Tang's forehead bulged, and even red veins appeared as he covered his face, unable to look. For some reason, his fists had also tightened. Suppressing his anger, he threatened Lao Leet in a cold voice. Change to a male image, something that fits Blue Star's aesthetic. Otherwise, we might actually take action. It agreed, and another transformation occurred. But this time, its long, lanky tail grew out from the front instead. Sir, is this okay? This vulgar appearance was even more horrific than the last, leaving both Sothien and Namtu-Tang completely speechless. Losing all patience, the two of them lunged forward and rained blows upon it. Do you have a misunderstanding of human aesthetics? What is the meaning of putting your tail in the front? After a round of instruction, the scorpion finally managed to move the tail to the back. My apologies, sirs. I still have much to learn about adjusting to your aesthetics. He breathed a sigh of relief. After the fix, it was much easier on the eyes. The girl stepped forward, handed the scorpion a piece of cloth, and said, wrap this around your waist. Don't embarrass us. It accepted the gift gratefully. Many thanks, sirs. At the Void Gate battlefield, Lam Trong-Kung and To Trong-Ka had been observing the gate for a long time. There was still no sign of movement. Lam Trong-Kung asked tentatively, by the way, the Void Gate? It's been several hours without any activity, hasn't it? He replied, so Tin-Ha was right. The alien teleportation likely follows a pattern. Suddenly, the scorpion stepped out from another portal and finished his sentence. That is correct, there is a pattern. The two of them jumped up and immediately entered a combat stance. Who is that? It doesn't look human. Namtu-Tang and Sothien stepped out from behind. He chuckled and introduced their new companion. An S-rank alien, the Scorpion Voidwalker. You can all call him Lao Leet. The other two stared with wide eyes. What? Lao Leet pointed at the Void Gate and explained, the Void Gate only activates and opens whenever the sun rises. For now, the aliens being teleported in large numbers are still A-rank and below. As for S-rank aliens, only a few are teleported at noon. Therefore, there is no need for everyone to stand guard here at night. Namtu-Tang folded his arms and asked, what is the way to close the Void Gate? It calmly continued its explanation. Within the Void Gate, every race has its own teleportation path, a teleportation transit space, and a corresponding teleportation hub. We must cross through the path, reach the transit space, kill the aliens there, and destroy the teleportation hub. Only then can we prevent further teleportations of that race. Namtu-Tang was momentarily stunned upon hearing this. Once destroyed, can it not be rebuilt? It replied, of course it can be rebuilt. But the game rules do not allow it. If a teleportation hub is destroyed, it means it's game over for that race. The deities will then proceed to eliminate that race. Everyone began to discuss the matter among themselves. Lam Trong-Kung spoke up. How do these deities even exist? Can we truly win this? He said seriously. Whether we can win or not, we'll have to take it one step at a time. Sensing the tense atmosphere, Tutrong Ka put his arms around the two of them in a friendly manner. Forget those damn deities. Hey, Lao Liet, didn't you say it already? The next wave of aliens won't be teleported until sunrise tomorrow. This means we can go back to the haven now, to eat and sleep. Nam Tu Tang smiled in agreement. Brother Tu has a point. Before leaving, he turned to remind So Thien to head back first, to check on everyone's situation, and to call for Talan and Tru Kanyi. The girl whispered a command and teleported to the haven. Everyone was having a meal when the three of them, Lao Liet, Nam Tu Tang and So Thien, appeared. All eyes were immediately drawn to them. Tutrong Ka was the first to speak. An enemy turning into a teammate. This development is truly unexpected. Tulan followed up warmly. Having a new friend is a good thing. Everyone please eat first, Lao Liet. Please don't be a stranger, make yourself at home. Lao Liet paused for a few seconds upon hearing that. Make yourself at home. Got it. After agreeing, it proceeded to vacuum up all 8 plates of food into its mouth. Before Nam Tu Thang could even process what happened, the faces of Tolan and Tutrong Ka were filled with absolute shock. Lao Liet finished eating and left the room looking like a battlefield, leaving everyone stunned. It then added a comment that was like pouring fuel on a fire. Everyone was I being too polite. In that case, I'll have another portion. The whole group swarmed in to give it another round of discipline. Nam Tu San couldn't help but burst out laughing. It probably doesn't understand that when people say, don't be polite with him, it's just a courtesy. Tutrong Ka stood by, laughing gleefully, not forgetting to throw a few sarcastic jabs at Lao Liet. The profound Chinese culture still has much for him to learn. After sorting things out, everyone mercilessly kicked Lao Liet out of the house. In pain but still naive, it didn't understand why it was being beaten. As expected, our cultural races are very similar. If you're too polite, you get hit. If I had known, I should have just asked for 10 tables. Having lost their meal, everyone gathered in the garden. We'll just have to make another meal. Let's have a barbecue. Everyone showed off their skills, and it all came together quickly. The siblings Tan An and Tan Tue quickly used their abilities to get to work. Grilled eggplant peppers and chives appeared in stacks. Trong Kong was not to be outdone. He used water to clean the newly harvested fruits. It was a bit of a waste of his water cleanses all talent. So Tin Ha and Tutrong Ka quickly joined in. So Tin Ha, you chop the chunks, I'll do the slices. Nam Tu Tang put a large pig on the grill. Then I'll be in charge of roasting the pig's head. Lao Liet approached, scratching its head and suggesting, I must perform well this time. He looked at it, hesitated for a moment, and finally raised a hand in refusal. He told Lao Liet, wait until we finish eating, then you can have the leftovers. If it's not enough, tomorrow when you're on the battlefield, you can't come home until you've eaten your fill. At least it was polite and obedient. Understood, sirs. In no time, the meal was ready. Everyone began the feast once again. Nam Tu Tang said to Lao Liet, tomorrow we enter the Void Gate. While we have the chance, let's all share our thoughts. First, Lao Liet, you're in charge of dealing with the aliens as they teleport in. Any issues with that? It agreed without hesitation. No problem. He turned his gaze toward the others and continued, if another S-rank alien is teleported tomorrow, who can take charge? Tutrong Ka spoke up. There are plenty of corpses outside. With my skills and Lao Liet, we should be able to hold our own. I suggest adding my sister to the team as well, Brother Thuong. So Tin Ha took the opportunity to tease him. Wouldn't that mean you'd have to be separated from her? Huh, Tutrong Ka tried to play it off. Tutrong Ka, you're sounding more sour than pickled cabbage. Lam Trong Kong was still munching away completely unfazed. Talan raised her hand to volunteer. Captain, Kanyi and I also want to go to the battlefield to train. Trio Kanyi added, that's right. Now that we know the pattern, we don't need to stay at the scouting post anymore. By going to the battlefield, we might be able to grow a bit faster. Nam Tu Tang happily assigned the tasks. Very well. Tomorrow you two will team up with To Trong Sa, So Thien, So Tin Ha. Lao Dan and the Wood Element brothers will follow me into the Void Gate. So Tin Ha raised his hand. Besides these arrangements, I suggest we take the experiences and lessons from the battlefield over the last 2 days, along with our own combat strength and techniques, and summarize them. Let's offer suggestions to one another, to see where we can improve and refine ourselves. Tutrong Ka spoke first. The Wood Element brothers' moves are currently too one-dimensional. I feel you could expand and develop them into poison systems, root detonation systems, or earth element combinations. Tanan asked excitedly. Would you like me to continue with the next part? Brother Lao Dan's water system. Is it possible to develop it into ice or erosion systems? The black-haired girl also spoke up. I can create specialized acids and coolants, based on everyone's needs. Xiao Nam added, my regeneration medicine is also nearly finished being researched. It will likely be helpful to everyone. Talan excitedly boasted, I'm also researching food formulas. The Void Gate battlefield the following day. The monster horde swarmed out like a storm. Everyone had fully gathered, Nam Tu-Tang said in a serious tone. The void gate is open, everyone into your positions. Prepare for battle. So Thean, teleport us through. The little girl strictly obeyed the command spatial link. Teleporting, everyone moved through Sothien's path. Follow me, let's charge inside. Landing in another space. Sothien felt a bit lightheaded, so dizzy. Nam Tu-Tang immediately reminded her, steady your mind, adjust your breathing. After everyone had stabilized, he ordered them to move on. Is everyone all right? Lam Trong Kong observed the surroundings and commented, looking at the state of this passage, the racial ranks are likely arranged in order. By color intensity, the darker the color, the higher the rank and the further back they are in this passage. Nam Tu-Tang stepped toward the portal, to another space and spoke, go to the low-level alien teleportation passage first. Check the situation before we talk. Lam Trong Kong was suspicious. This passage is completely different from the outside. To Trong Ka replied, it could be based on the biological environment of the races themselves. On the other side of the wall, two lizard-like monsters were gossiping with each other. When this gate opens again, will the two of us also have to go to the battlefield? Probably not. I heard our planet's main teleportation force will arrive tomorrow. As the words fell, the wall exploded. The two lizards didn't have time to react. Before they were struck, crying out in panic, Nam Tu-Tang went into combat stance and took the lead. This must be the teleportation transit station, right? It's spacious enough. That teleportation node is probably inside that stone fortress. Another lizard spotted the group. They immediately shrieked. Invading ants, kill them. Kill, kill. He immediately unleashed his power and a red whirlwind appeared. The stacked forbidden curse wind blade swept everything away. Then it exploded. For the Jinhai tribe, it was game over. A section of this planet had been shattered by Nam Tu-Tang's move. Lam Trong Kong's jaw dropped in shock. Killing everyone in one hit. So Tin Ha was speechless. Perhaps we shouldn't have come. So Thean stammered, completely dazed. Who am I? Where am I? What am I here for? He looked at the notification panel appearing before him. This time, using the forbidden curse didn't consume any origin stones. Origin stones remaining 98,864 quintillion. Is it because the spiritual energy in the void gate is so abundant that origin stones aren't needed? Suddenly his hand trembled. A glowing red crack appeared on it. Is this spiritual energy? Nam Tu-Tang looked at his hand with suspicion. Could this be the price to pay for using powers inside the void gate? If so, what is the ultimate consequence? So Tin Ha asked him with concern, Nam Tu-Duan, what's wrong with you? He replied casually, oh, it's nothing. Nam Tu-Tang turned back to everyone and said, let's go. We need to shut down the teleportation hubs. The faster we teleport, the safer Huaxia will be. They replied in unison, got it. So Tin Ha still watched him silently. Something is definitely off with his expression. If he doesn't want to talk right now, I'll just have to wait until we get back to ask him. Everyone began to split up to carry out the mission. Running quickly, Nam Tu-Tang didn't forget to instruct them. Each person take one gate. I'll handle the S-rank ones. You all deal with the ones below S-rank first. So Thean observed the situation for the fight. They shouted back in unison, understood. Observing the gates in front of him, he whispered, the dark yellow area ahead must be the S-rank aliens. Nam Tu-Tang suddenly noticed a strange skull marking on one of the gates. This marking, it's a succubus. Is it only those at S-rank or above that are worthy of having a crest? Every door with a golden light had a crest representing their race, such as a bat. The ones in front of him were all S-rank aliens that had once appeared on the battlefield. The spider crest of the Void Ripper was dim. Was it because, except for Old Leet, all the others had been completely wiped out? He didn't hesitate any longer, and stepped quickly through the door in front of him. I'll eliminate these familiar faces first and then figure out the rest. As Nam Tu-Tang ran through the portal, he wondered, there's still residual psychic power. Oh, is it a psychic-type path? He couldn't help but feel curious. But is this teleportation gate one way? If the gods don't open the door, will the aliens inside not be able to come out? Yet we can easily charge in there. Why would the gods do such a thing? If it's just for amusement, why not release them all at once? Nam Tu-Tang truly didn't want to accept the conclusion. Are the gods really doing this just for fun? His destination was an alien dimension, where monsters were soaking in hot springs. In front of the gate, one of the monsters spoke up. Today is the day our teleportation opens again, isn't it? I wonder how things have been since the last time. You went out there. Then another one replied, it shouldn't be a problem. Those outside are all inferior races. Our power and intelligence are in existence. That is absolutely overwhelming. Finally, Nam Tu-Tang appeared. The monsters were stunned. What's going on? It's not time yet. Is this a counterattack from the weaklings? How is that possible? The monsters spoke with utter disdain. He swung his sword, sending them back to the dust. One of them screamed an order. All units prepare for battle launch psychic attacks. They shot a mass of white liquid at Nam Tu Thang. He paused for a moment. The swarm is quite impressive. And then he opened his shield. His entire body was enveloped in a defensive layer. Full mental defense activated. The alien monsters began to morph and lunged at him. A131. A132 use a honey trap attack, others provide support. Those space monsters actually knew how to use seduction tactics. 2 monsters transformed into beautiful women and clung to him. Handsome, you're tired, aren't you? Let me help you relax your body, my lord. Nam Tu Tang looked skeptical. Is this blood mist an aphrodisiac or an illusion? They pressed close to him, acting affectionately and intimately. Come here quickly. Come here, surrender to corruption, forget the battle. Forget all the suffering. Just focus on the pleasure. He closed his eyes and accepted. Fine, here I come. Then with another sword strike, he decisively sent the 2 disrespectful monsters straight to their graves. Go to hell. Feeling insulted, Nam Tu Thang cursed angrily. Just how much do you look down on humans? To use such a pathetic trick. Another monster panicked upon seeing its comrades fall. The intelligence was wrong, it's not working at all. They tried a different tactic. Octopus-like tentacles sprouted from their heads, attempting a thought link. He saw those tentacles approaching his head and swung his sword to parry the blow. Don't even dream about it. Nam Tu Thang prepared for a finishing move. All of you die. But one monster's tentacle managed to touch his head. It gloated, I've found the important person. Then they immediately transformed into his comrades. Everyone transform? With bloodshot eyes, Nam Tu Thang laughed with pure disdain. Without hesitation, he raised his sword once more. In your opinion, why is an important person important? With such low IQ, aren't you ashamed to look down on humans? Earthly hell. / The move seemed to tear through space itself. Every creature was torn apart before his blade. The tragic wails of the monsters echoed around. He remained undaunted. Keep destroying them for me. After settling things with the aliens, Nam Tu Tang shouldered his sword with a smug expression. As expected, practice makes perfect. It's much simpler than last time. The Sonic Bat King was next. Monsters dropped from out of nowhere, appearing to direct sonic waves. He quickly summoned a golden dragon and ordered, Sonic Forbidden Curse Dragon's Roar Countershock. Wherever the dragon flew, the bats were sliced in half instantly. Nam Tu Tang looked at the battlefield with satisfaction. It's done. Then his hand throbbed with pain. Nam Tu Tang raised his hand to look. It was that mark again. He wondered, earlier when I fought the succubus, I only used Asura power, and this curse didn't appear. Because Asura power naturally doesn't consume origin stones. So now it seems, this is indeed the price for bypassing the origin stones. Then Nam Tu Tang told himself, unfortunately my origin stone reserves, even without considering the need to deal with the external battlefield, would likely be insufficient for the Void Gate. Whatever. In any case, the current price is nothing. No matter what the final cost is, I must win this war first and then deal with the Blood Ghost next. Outside, So Thien was still closely observing everyone. The little girl looked at the info board with boredom. It seems everyone is progressing very smoothly. There's nothing for me to do. So Ting Ha check. Lam Trong Kong check. The Mokdo brothers check. Nam Tu Doing check. If I'd known, I would have brought some roasted eggplant for entertainment. Then the quiet atmosphere was suddenly shattered by a violent explosion. Coming out of nowhere, it left So Thien bewildered. This is... Then, the girl panicked. It seemed her space was being locked down. She couldn't move. Right in front of her was a dragon, a giant blue one, with an overwhelming aura emerging from the recent explosion. Its breath swirled like a gale, forcing the very air to retreat. That red dragon opened its mouth and let out a massive roar, causing So Thien to collapse instantly. It seemed the girl was absolutely terrified of such a dragon. Shouting for help, Nam Tu Tang quickly charged at the dragon from behind. He shouted loudly, So Thien. He leaped into the air and chanted an incantation. Immediately, a source of energy erupted from his hand. Lightning Element Forbidden Curse. The dragon, struck by his move, let out continuous screams of pain. He didn't stop there, continuing to use incantations against it. Heavenly Tribulation Lightning Prison Shadow. Tan Tweet save her. Upon hearing the protagonist's command, Tan An and Tan Tuyet immediately used their magical artifacts to pull So Thien toward the spatial gate. Finally, the two of them succeeded in pulling the girl out of the spatial gate toward themselves. Tan Tuyet stepped forward quickly to catch So Thien. At last, she successfully caught the little girl in her arms. So Thien must have been so terrified that she started crying. Tan An and Tan Tweet came over to comfort the child. I almost got eaten. It's okay, it's okay. After all, little girl, you are just a child in the end. When she heard Tan An teasing her, So Thien immediately retorted through her tears, I wasn't scared. You guys are just pieces of wood, of course you aren't scared. Why should I be scared? I was just... Right, the little lady isn't scared at all. On this side, the dragon let out a massive roar from the sky. The lightning strikes instantly ceased when they heard its roar. All of time and space in this area was now frozen solid. Namtu Tang seemed surprised by this development. The lightning attacks have stopped. Earlier Sothin's spatial bubble had also shattered. The dragon seized the opportunity and immediately flew away from the area. The protagonist had already deduced its recent actions. Could it be that this dragon's breath has the power to freeze time and space? It has already escaped. I must inform Boss so immediately. At Void Gate 01, the scorpion was using its tail to launch fireballs. Merciless heavenly fire. The fireballs it launched blew the monsters here to pieces. Boss. So and the others sat outside, drinking water, while watching the scorpion's performance. They couldn't help but admire the scorpion's power. This S-rank Laulette is certainly no joke. He completely crushes those of lower rank. Indeed, today I've seen what it truly means to be a gatekeeper, and who is unable to pass. Beside them, Boss So burst out laughing with pride. Don't just look at how much he eats. That food is still worth the price. We haven't even made a move yet, but this wave will be wiped clean. Laulette transformed back into human form and gave a thumbs up to Boss So, bashfully accepting the compliments. Those compliments. Everyone flatters me too much, it's just a small matter. When Boss So saw him transform back into a human, he immediately scolded Laulette. Who told you to transform back? Keep fighting for me. Don't let a few compliments make you arrogant. Sorry. At this moment, Namtu Thang used his divine sense to relay news to Boss So, not forgetting to warn him. Boss So, there is an S-rank firmament dragon about to emerge. Its dragon's breath can temporarily freeze time and space. Everyone must be careful. On this side, Boss So received the news from Namtu Thang. His expression became serious. Understood. That dragon had quickly flown toward Boss So's location. It gathered an energy orb, preparing to attack this side. Laulette had also used his firepower to attack it. The big one is here. However, Laulette's orbs were frozen by the dragon's ability to manipulate time and space. This caused Laulette's orbs to immediately halt midair. That dragon's breath was now aimed at Laulette. Boss So immediately warned him. Laulette, watch out for the dragon's breath. The dragon had already spat an energy orb from its mouth toward Laulette. It cursed Laulette in resentment. Traitor, die, it's too late. When Laulette was hit by the dragon's breath orb, he was burnt to a crisp. Boss So immediately unleashed a move to subdue the dragon. Immobilize heavenly silk. Boss So quickly set up an inescapable net, creating a web to block the dragon's breath. His silk threads immediately wrapped tightly around the dragon's body, constricting to slice through it. However, Boss So's technique against the dragon was ineffective. It quickly shattered the silk threads and escaped. The dragon's breath finished freezing everything. Even the heavenly silk was frozen and unable to move. The dragon wanted to attack Laulette once again, but Boss So used his silk threads to wrap around Laulette instead. Then I'll just take Laulette first. Fortunately, Boss So quickly pulled Laulette away from the dragon's attack. Just in time, Laulette, Namtu Tang, quickly moved to heal Laulette. Holy light healing. It seemed the dragon's breath wouldn't let Laulette go. It immediately prepared to pursue him. Where do you think you're going, traitor? Boss So quickly stepped out to block it, intending to protect Laulette. Laulette is our comrade now. You stupid dragon, if you want to kill him, you'll have to go through me first. Seeing the affection everyone had for him, Laulette couldn't help but be moved. Tears began to fall as he became speechless. Oh, you guys, comrades? While healing him, Namtu Thang couldn't help but tease with a body that big. You're crying like this over just a minor wound. Trio Kanyi used her ability along with Boss So. Lan used all of her abilities to find the dragon's weakness and neutralize its moves. Finally, Talan discovered its weakness. Based on her intuition, its ability to freeze time and space is similar to a body-binding technique. Each breath lasts for 10 seconds, during which it cannot use other abilities simultaneously. Boss So, be careful. The dragon's breath is coming. The dragon spat a massive amount of fire at Tool Trongka, but he quickly evaded the attack. Not only that, he even taunted the dragon back. Don't think we are afraid of you. Is that body-binding technique really so strong? When your ancestors were playing this trick, you weren't even born yet. His words were a direct insult to the dragon. It roared out in rage. Shut up! The dragon commanded its horde of monsters. All of you rise. The monsters began falling incessantly. Puppet shield transformation. Talan sensed something was wrong and immediately warned to Truongta. Watch out for its claws. Knowing the dragon's move in advance, Truongka was able to dodge its claws. Talan continued to foresee the next move. The dragon was preparing to launch, and alerted Tutrongka again. Tail, watch out for the tail. But it was too late. Tutrongka was struck by the dragon's move. Lan and Triokanyi were immediately worried when Tutrongka was hit. They blamed themselves, this won't do. Relaying information is too slow. Predictions are useless if they can't keep up with the speed. There's one more way, let me try it. Lan's energy source immediately radiated outwards. She shouted, linked senses, shared perception. Triokanyi also pushed herself to the limit, to the point where blood flowed from her eyes, yet she still did not stop. Open the eye of prediction to the max hurry. We can only hold out for 10 seconds. On this side, boss, so immediately gave Lao Liet an order. Lao Liet, take cover. Lao Liet accepted the command and immediately obeyed. Understood. Lao Liet quickly launched fireballs toward the dragon's breath. Merciless heavenly fire. The dragon once again used its freezing move on time and space. Dragon breath freeze. Boss So had been waiting for this moment for a long time. He immediately seized the opportunity to use his technique. Now, inescapable net, kill it for me. Boss So's silk threads formed a net, trapping the dragon entirely within the inescapable net. Kill! He pulled the silk threads tight and ordered it to be minced into pieces. Boss So's silk threads immediately constricted around the dragon's body. Using the yin-yang eye, Boss So discovered an inverted scale on the dragon's head. Does the inverted scale on its forehead have resurrection powers? Luckily, I can predict things now. The dragon's breath was now held fast by Boss So's silk threads. He used the threads to strike at the dragon's head. Don't even think about it, Boss So quickly yanked the dragon's inverted scale off its head. Strike the vital point and the great dragon becomes a mere worm. He successfully retrieved its inverted scale. Holding it in his hand, he declared to the dragon, this inverted scale belongs to me. Having lost that inverted scale, the dragon became useless. Taking advantage of the situation, Boss So finished it off immediately. His silk threads tightened, slicing it into many pieces. It's done. Just as the mission was completed, Lan and Triokanyi immediately lost all their strength and collapsed. Fortunately, Boss So quickly caught both of them. He anxiously called out their names. Lan, Triokanyi. Only then did Lao Liet run over eagerly, volunteering to take responsibility. I can also take charge of carrying one person. But before Lao Liet could even celebrate, then Nam Tusan appeared to treat the two girls. Hug my foot. Opening a treatment ward is enough, got it. Despite their injuries, Lan and Triokanyi were very happy, because they were able to be useful to everyone. Kanyi, finally. We are no longer the burdens of the team. I've never felt like a burden. At least we should be of some use. After finishing their treatment, Tutrongka clasped his hands to thank the two of them. This time it was truly thanks to you two that the tide turned. Our team cannot afford to lose anyone. He also brought out a bottle of medicine to give them. This is quick recovery medicine provided by Tran Lien Y. Hearing Tutrongka's words of gratitude, Triokanyi teased him. It's rare to hear a kind word from you. I thought a dog's mouth could never spit out ivory. When Tutrongka heard her say that, he didn't know if she was scolding him or if he should be praising himself. After taking the medicine that Tutrongka gave them, Lan and Triokanyi immediately recovered their strength. They couldn't help but praise the effectiveness of the drug. This medicine is incredible. It's a full heal. When Tutrongka knew Triokanyi had recovered, he stared at her with the sinister look and questioned her. Full health now, right? What are you doing? Let go. Let go. He grabbed Triokanyi's hair and lifted her up, starting to settle the score with her. Just now, witch brat. Said I don't speak kindly, huh? You jerk. Let this lady go right now. It was Tutrongka's turn to tease her back. Calling yourself an old lady sounds about right. The child elder of Tian Shan. Who are you calling an old hag? Believe me, I'll kill you. How dare you call me an old hag again? Do you believe I'll kill you? Namtusan and Tolan stood aside, watching the two of them act like fools, and couldn't help but burst out laughing. These two are truly childish. Lao Liet behind them spoke up to remind them of the past, leaving them both with dark, embarrassed faces. Everyone says that. Don't you think it's just like when we were kids? Thinking about those sunsets on our home planet, when we used to chase each other around. It feels like my youth has long since passed. Fine. Tan-An and Tan-Tue were still facing off against a horde of monsters. Tan-An wanted to hear Tan-Tue's opinion. This is the last B-class alien teleportation station. How about we try out our new moves? Sure, let me go first. Tan-Tue placed her hands on the ground. Roots began to sprout from her palms. Abyssal wood summoning. An ancient tree was rapidly conjured by her. Heaven-shattering shock. Next, Tan-An also began to use his new ultimate move. My turn, Earth Root Annihilation. Vines burst through the ground from below, surging upward. Earthquake Ocean Collapse. Those vines tightly entwined the monsters. Once the monsters were bound, they immediately exploded. Tantue couldn't help but praise him. Brother, your new move is truly powerful. For this, I also have to thank Trong Ka for his previous suggestion. Tantue looked at him inquisitively, wondering if he felt the same way she did. Do you feel that since entering here, the rate at which we've grown stronger is much faster? It's likely because the spiritual energy here is much denser than outside. Tanan handed Tantu a pill and advised her, next is the A-class alien zone. Recover your stamina first, got it. While we have the chance, try to develop a few more new techniques. Nam Vien Son was also doing his best today fighting against those fire phoenixes. He pulled out a bottle of freezing potion and immediately splashed it toward them. Deep freeze, his technique. Quickly managed to freeze one fire phoenix. The other fire phoenixes gathered their power, forming a sphere to attack him. Nam Vien Son, while splashing the freezing potion in his hand, also launched several ice spikes at the group of phoenixes. Your Majesty, fire the... But that fire phoenix was immediately hit by his ice arrow. They shrieked loudly in pain. Finally, he unleashed his ultimate move, causing the flock of phoenixes to freeze instantly. He looked at the freezing potion in his hand and couldn't help but exclaim, I must say Hyeonam's freezing potion is truly useful. With this thing, it's as if I now possess both water and ice, elements at once. In another land, Tingha was fighting against giant monsters. He unleashed a move to protect himself. Blade Chi domain with the Blade Chi shield protecting me. He immediately dashed past the monsters, not forgetting to mock them. With a mechanism like this, fighting them is just a waste of time. Finding a way to get straight to the point might be much faster. Those monsters seemed to have realized the issue. They quickly turned back to block Tingha's path. Not good, protect the tower. Tingha didn't expect to be discovered by them so quickly. I've been spotted. He immediately created multiple clones of himself, using the Mirage Sword Chi domain technique. The two monsters were now dazed, unable to distinguish between real and fake. Can't tell which is real, kill them all. But Tingha had already distracted them. He quickly jumped onto the tower, to the utter shock of the two monsters. Who says the user must stay inside their own domain? He used his sword to shatter the monster's tower, not forgetting to taunt them. You lost because your thinking is too narrow. On this side, Nam Tu Thang was pulling So Tien out of the spatial vortex. After receiving the news, So Tien immediately reported back to Nam Tu Thang. Brother Nam Tu Trong. Ka has finished settling the external battlefield. My brother has also wiping out all the way to the A-class aliens. Progress is indeed fast. Once Tu Trong Ka and his group have finished resting, we will teleport in to destroy the Long Duke Thuong Kung teleportation station. Nam Tu Thang quickly ran toward the portal of the S-class anomaly. He didn't forget to instruct So Tien. I've never seen this type of S-class alien before. Let me go in and scout first. Don't enter unless I call for you. He stepped through the time portal and entered the interior. He used his sword to slash through the gate in front of him. But what stood before the male lead now left him in stunned amazement. This is... He clutched his fists. Before him was a swarm of giant jellyfish. Tu Thang stared at them and wondered, these look like jellyfish, an entire swarm. How can such a large group exist without any word of them spreading outside? Could they be a single unified entity? Just as he finished speaking, one of them ferociously attacked him. Tu Thang quickly dodged it. He exclaimed in surprise, that's quite a fast reaction. A rapid barrage of attacks followed, forcing him to evade swiftly. Throughout the ordeal, his face remained incredibly calm. So you're the non-intelligent type that can't talk. Suddenly, Tu Thang spun around and slashed directly at the jellyfish's tentacle with a glowing red, killing aura surrounding him. Asura massacre. As the strike ended, the wound on the jellyfish's tentacle emitted an eerie blue mist. Tu Thang looked down at his sword, his eyes showing clear shock. When that liquid got onto the sword, as soon as he threw it to the ground, the sword quickly rusted and crumbled into pieces. At this moment, he backed away with a wary and investigative gaze. Tu Thang realized, so besides lightning, there's also corrosive toxins. This is going to be tough. Without hesitation, he immediately turned his head and shouted, So Tien spatial bubble. The young boy rushed forward, releasing a massive surge of energy and then landing here. After that, Tu Thang's body began to hover. Surrounding him were ethereal blue glows. Looking toward the jellyfish swarm, Tu Thang couldn't help but be surprised. Even after being cut apart, they can still heal. It seems using a blade won't work. I can only use formation arrays and forbidden spells. Right after speaking, he manifested a blue formation array, called the Frost Ice Formation. A seal briefly appeared on the back of his hand, as a wave of icy energy began to spread. When the energy was released toward the jellyfish, they were instantly frozen solid. This left Tu Thang slightly dazed. They're frozen. But immediately after, the jellyfish escaped the ice with a thunderous explosion. Thang immediately understood that ice wasn't the answer. He quickly switched to another plan. This time he chose a forbidden fire spell. Molten Flame Pool Dragon. The dragon charged straight at the jellyfish without fear, surrounded by a circle of blazing fire. Just as the dragon attacked, the jellyfish emitted a purple toxic gas, causing Thang to panic. It's over. Fire attacks will only increase the smoke's toxicity. Watching the barrier in front of him crack, Thang cried out in surprise. Even spatial bubbles can be corroded. Aware of the situation, Thang ordered Sothine to reinforce it. The boy's face tightened, his eyes filled with determination. Understood. As soon as he replied, the spatial bubble surrounding them transformed. It directly repelled the toxins on the old surface. Once he felt safe, Thang quickly used a forbidden spell, Dual Sonic Alignment. Looking at the jellyfish's indifferent demeanor, Thang was astonished. Realizing, can they even absorb sound waves? In front of him, the jellyfish began to move. Every attack was directed toward them. Now waves of toxins were continuously launched at the spatial bubble. This made Thang feel increasingly uneasy. If this continues, I fear Sothine won't be able to hold out much longer. I must find the pattern and resolve this quickly. Thang stood up straight. He raised his hand high, gathering a powerful electrical current, then shouted, Sothine, triple heavenly thunder tribulation, let's give them a taste of their own medicine. But in just a moment the jellyfish had absorbed it all. Thang asked in surprise. Even lightning is absorbed. Determined not to give up, he opened his palm, creating a brilliant golden orb aimed at them and said, then let's try using shockwaves to blow them up. Contrary to his calculations, the jellyfish only grew larger and larger. Thang was momentarily stunned. They still won't explode, they're actually getting stronger. Nearby, Sothine's body had begun to tremble. He gritted his teeth, exerting all his strength, and said, Brother Nam, the corrosive toxin is too strong, I can't hold on much longer. Thang was no exception. He clutched his wrist, his brow furrowed as he replied, My arm is also suffering from increasing backlash. It's getting serious. Suddenly his eyes turned cold. As he glanced towards the jellyfish swarm, he lowered his voice. If direct impact won't make them explode, then what if I try to suck it back out? With those words, he immediately took action. Waves of aura swirled around his body. Thang spoke in a low voice. Forbidden spell, as he pointed directly at the arrogant jellyfish swarm ahead. His voice rang out with determination. Lightning element extraction. As soon as the words were spoken, a massive surge of electricity flowed directly into his wrist. This caused Thang to cry out in pain. After a moment, once they condensed into a sphere in his palm, he gritted his teeth to control it and said, Forbidden spell lightning element compression. Sothine, coordinate the teleportation. His mouth was full of blood. Sothine replied with determined eyes, understood. Immediately afterward, the orb left his hand and quickly moved in another direction. Then Thang violently swung the orb and shouted, Energy this massive cannot be wasted. Transfer it to the enemies over here. Sothine passed through the spatial gate, carrying the orb straight toward the opposite gate. At that moment in the space on the other side, the dragon was laughing with sheer delight. Ha ha, my kin has finally appeared. In the entire universe, devouring all things, I shall surely be king. As it finished speaking, it suddenly spat out a small spark. The dragon was momentarily dazed. It narrowed its eyes, wondering if that was just an ant. Right after those words, its body lost control and instantly exploded. That flame erupted violently in the midst of space. Sothine was also hit by its powerful force, causing him to fall face down on the ground next to the carcass. The dragon. He groaned. Brother Nam, I can't take it anymore. Thang looked at him in a panic. The spatial bubble around him also vanished. Thang shouted Sothine's name. In front of him, the jellyfish returned to their original form. They lost the terrifying appearance they had before. This made him realize immediately. Without lightning, how can there be poison? At that moment, Thang created a massive pillar of power, launching it straight into the sky called Forbidden Spell Hurricane Guard. Looking at the jellyfish, he made a silent resolve. The reverse lightning forbidden spell worked, so a reverse water forbidden spell must have a similar effect. Forbidden Spell Water Element Extraction, Chapter 52. Thang stood tall before the jellyfish swarm. His voice rang out commandingly. Forbidden Spell Water Element Siphoning. In his eyes, a deep cold intensity was clear. Step by step, with a decisive word, he compressed the power. Upon Thang's command, the forbidden spell surged around the jellyfish. They were continuously drained of their water element, tinting the space with a chilling blue hue. In his palm, an orb gradually took shape, accompanied by thunderous explosions. The sight filled Thang with great satisfaction. He smiled subtly with triumph. Then he lightly pushed the orb in his hand and said, Go move forward. From the gate on the dragon's side, a powerful torrent of water rushed out like a flood, leaving it with no time to dodge. Without stopping, Thang continued with his next move. Earth Element Forbidden Spell. Immediately, a golden dragon emerged from beneath the ground. It let out a powerful roar, burying everything deep within the earth. At this moment, glowing red patterns began to appear on his neck. Sensing their appearance, Tuthang said with a hint of worry, "The more I use forbidden spells, the more these cursed patterns spread. The burning sensation is also getting more intense." Right after that, he rushed to Sothian's side, who was lying prostrate on the ground. With a worried tone, "It feels like exhaustion is setting in. I'm sure the others aren't doing much better. Heavens, it must be getting dark soon." Sothian was still unconscious. Tuthang knelt down, his eyes gentle as he supported him on his shoulder and said, "Be good, Sothian, take the recovery medicine. Once you've taken it, we're going home." Sothian struggled to open his eyes to look at him. He asked curiously, "Brother Nam, did we win?" Tuthang replied happily, "We won." Then he pointed his finger upward. A spark of light appeared, transmitting his voice. Then he spoke clearly. "Everyone assemble at the corridor to return to the shelter." As soon as he spoke from behind the spatial gate, several people stepped out with sighs of relief. "We finally destroyed the nest of the sky medicine dragon. Our coordination was actually quite good, wasn't it?" Trongka appeared with an excited face. While holding Kanyi in his arms, he said, "Did you hear Nam Tuthang's words? Today we finally get it to clock out." Tusan, standing behind, chuckled upon hearing that. She whispered, "When we get back, we absolutely must demand overtime pay." Laolit stood to one side with a dazed expression. Pointing at himself, he asked, "So am I not eligible to demand it too?" His words made Trongka laugh as he replied, "Not bad, Laolit. You've even picked up the Chinese style of humor." In a flash, the sky turned dark. Night stars twinkled against the mysterious black backdrop. Rolls of gauze fluttered erratically in the air. Tunam said urgently, "Understood. Nam, hurry up and prepare the healing medicine and bandages." She hurriedly replied, "Okay." "It's only been one day. Why are the injuries this terrible?" A while later at the dining table, Tunam said in a low voice, "Fortunately, the injuries aren't too serious. Apply the medicine and get some sleep. You should be fine by tomorrow morning. Everyone must be hungry. Eating a lot will also help you recover faster." Trongvin, wearing an apron, spoke up with a smile. "That doesn't include you, Lao Liet." Hearing that, he could only give a forced smile and reply, "Understood." Before the meal, she had told him that having him at the table was just to add to the lively atmosphere. At that moment, her eyes glinted with hidden meaning. Trongvin whispered, "That's right, your main course is outside. This room can't hold it. Wait a bit until things settle down. Then you can go out and eat your fill." Outside the door, a plump pig with beautiful reddish-brown skin and a rich mouth-watering aroma was spinning over a wood fire. Laolit, with sparkling eyes and a longing expression, replied, "Yes. I'm so touched sitting to one side," Trongkong said with an excited face. "Hey, Trongka! You're really underperforming. Today I alone took down 27 enemies, below grade A of the alien races." Hearing this, the other man felt a bit annoyed. Trongka didn't miss the chance to be sarcastic. "Oh, that's just great. You led a whole group of people, yet you barely entered one gate, and came back all battered like this." Bao Liu, sitting nearby, couldn't help but chime in. In a situation like this, wouldn't people normally say something like, "We just took down an S grade, right?" The other two turned to look at him with confused expressions. No one managed to respond in time. But beside them, Trung Ka, munching on a chicken leg, burst into hearty laughter. "Look at that. Even Lao Liet knows how to console you now." Trung Kong's face darkened completely. He replied angrily, "Following you around, he hasn't learned anything decent." Meanwhile, Tin Ha picked up a mouthful of food with her chopsticks, then turned to inform Tu Thang. This time upon entering the Void Gate, everyone's abilities have increased significantly. The alien races below S rank have also been almost completely wiped out. Over at Great Sia's fifth line of defense, news has arrived that they are gradually closing in. Delan also spoke in a low, persuasive voice. "Victory is already in sight. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. If anything happens, don't hide it from everyone." Tu Thang frowned. He replied with a bit of irritation, "First, let's not spoil everyone's appetite. We'll talk after we eat." A while later at the clinic, Tu Thang took off his outer shirt, revealing his body covered in strange patterns. He frowned slightly and said, "Don't say anything yet. Take a look, everyone." "Do you know what this is, Nam?" was the first to speak anxiously. "It looks like some kind of tattoo, doesn't it?" Tu Nam immediately added, "It's a curse sigil born from using forbidden spells inside the Void Gate." "I see." Hearing this, his gaze darkened. Tu Thang gave a soft grunt of acknowledgement. With a look mixed with worry and astonishment, Tu Nam stepped closer. She took his arm, observed it intently, and asked, "Does it hurt when I press here?" Tu Thang immediately replied, "No, only after using a forbidden spell. When the curse manifests, is there a burning sensation?" She quickly pricked the pattern with a needle and drew a sample of blood. Tu Nam said, "We need to take this sample for testing." He agreed casually, "All right." Before leaving, Nam didn't forget to look back and instruct, "Tucson, try using your holy light healing on him to see what happens. We'll be right back." Outside, Tingha frowned slightly and asked, "How is the situation?" Nam replied hurriedly, "I don't know yet." Inside the room, Tucson created an orb surrounding the two of them. She used the technique clear light purification, her hand glowing with a soft green light, pointing directly at the massive patterns on his upper arm. In an instant, a look of shock appeared in Tucson's eyes. She exclaimed, "It's not working." Refusing to give up, she resolved to increase the power of her enhanced healing. Suddenly, a phantom flew out. Both of their eyes showed clear astonishment. Tucson asked, dazed, "What is—" Before she could regain her composure, a demon with sharp fangs and claws lunged at her, pushing her back. Tuthang hurriedly shouted, "Sister." Fortunately, Tinha managed to catch her in time. He worriedly called out Tucson, seeing the blood on her lips. He asked urgently, "Are you okay?" Tucson replied weakly, "I'm fine." At this point, Tuthang felt a bit angry. Looking at the pattern on his arm, he barked, "Was that the curse reacting against the light healing just now?" Tucson stood up, wiped the blood from her mouth, and replied, "Yes. This curse is a living entity, and it's aggressive. We've never seen anything like this before." Just then, hurried footsteps echoed from outside. Tunam and Hunam held up a test tube in their hands, speaking loudly in unison. According to the tests, aside from the skin, pigmentation, there are no abnormalities at all. Tucson's face froze. She blurted out in disbelief, "No abnormalities. How can that be? I was clearly attacked by it just now. There must at least be some kind of parasite, right?" This caused Tionam to frown. She said, perplexed, "This is truly bizarre. To clarify this, we must continue further testing." Tuthang said somewhat helplessly, "Do whatever testing you need to do." With his consent, Tionam poured a tube of medicine onto Tuthang's arm and said, "First, let's try using a pigment-removing drug." A moment later, he lifted his arm, observed it closely, and said, "I don't feel anything at all. The curse shows no signs of weakening either. It seems this method isn't working." Tionam, feeling discouraged, turned to the side and said, "The gentle methods aren't working. We have no choice but to try Hionam's trick." She understood immediately, bringing over a vial that was emitting mysterious purple vapors. "This is a corrosive toxin previously extracted from the alien races." Hionam frowned slightly. She worriedly revealed, "Even though you can recover from the corrosion, but the process will be as painful as being torn apart. Do you need anesthesia?" Tuthang smiled. He confidently replied, "How much are you underestimating me? Don't waste time. Just do it now." Immediately, the vial of medicine was poured directly onto the patterns on his arm. Plumes of purple vapor began to rise. Tuthang frowned. He clenched his teeth, enduring the spreading pain. Tunam stepped forward, staring intently at the wound. After a moment of observation, she said with a hint of disappointment, "Other than corroding the flesh, the toxin has absolutely no effect on the sigil. It seems this method isn't effective either." Hionam also approached. She used a tool to gently pull back the layer of skin, then exclaimed in shock, "Look, the seal is still there on the corroded flesh." Seeing the black lines winding deep into the tissue, she felt somewhat worried. "It's not just the flesh, it's even on the bone." Tunam strained her eyes to look at his arm. She said with some disappointment, "If that's the case, erasing the sigil would be no different from cutting off the entire arm." At this point, Tuthang was also a bit disappointed. "Never mind. In any case, for now, it seems, this curse hasn't caused any serious harm yet." Just then, Tucson said worriedly, "Brother, let me heal the corrosion wounds for you first." With that, she immediately used her green light to funnel energy into the wound on his arm. Suddenly, her voice faltered. "This is—" Before her eyes, purple mist gradually spread around the wound. Tucson blurted out in a daze, "Wait a second. Does this gas have the ability to regenerate?" Hearing that, Tuthang's mood suddenly became excited. He clenched his fist, a premonition rising in his heart. Could it be that this wasn't a curse at all, but a new kind of power I've acquired? If that's true, wouldn't the more I use forbidden spells, the stronger the regenerative ability of my entire body become? Truanka breathed a sigh of relief. Turning to the others, he said, "Turns out it was just a false alarm. All right, everyone, disperse." In response to him was only silence, carrying the worried expression of Tinha. At this time on a mountain, a group of people were joining forces to create something. It was the two brothers Tanan and Tantue. They worked together, continuously generating an aura, green with the techniques warm home, little wooden hut, and rising from the earth. As the burst of power was released, a lovely wooden house appeared before them. On the sign in front of the door, there was even the innocent face of old Lu. Seeing it, he couldn't help but say excitedly, "Back then on my home planet, my job was building houses for others. I worked in construction. I never expected that now someone would build a house for me. This truly is a friendship that transcends species." The two brothers, with eager faces, pointed simultaneously toward the main door and said, "It's done, old Lou. Go inside and see if you're satisfied." He immediately replied, "Okay." Stepping inside, there appeared first a bed with neatly arranged pillows and blankets set beside a window drenched in the light of the night moon. From behind, one of the two brothers explained in a low voice, "This style is different from ours, but it's a gift from everyone's heart to you." Tantu reached out and flipped a switch nearby. Immediately, the space lit up. On the ceiling was a projection of scorpions of all sizes. Tanan took a step forward. To the astonished old Lu, he said, "As for this projection, it's a gift for you from So Tien." Old Lu began to tremble. Tears began to glisten and roll down his dark, weathered skin. In an instant, that stream of tears washed over both of them. "Thank you, everyone. I am truly very satisfied." Drifting in that stream of tears, Tainan blurted out in bewilderment, "Is there a need to be this emotional?" At this time, in a small house, the figures of Tin Ha and a young boy appeared. He held out a handful of rings in front of the boy and said, "Tien Yi, the rings you asked me to make are all finished. I made them according to each person's finger size. Inside each ring, this corresponding name is engraved." Tien Yi was very sharp-eyed. The boy picked up a ring that stood out from the rest and cleverly said, "This ring is different. It's for Sister Nam, isn't it? Big brother, you're in trouble now. You've fallen into the trap of love." Tingha helplessly rubbed his head with a gentle gaze. "You really are too smart for your own good. Hurry up. When you're done, go to sleep early." Tien Yi smiled and replied, "All right." After that, the boy's expression became serious. He held up a ring and spoke clearly. "Space transfer." Once finished, Tien Yi immediately put it on his hand, his eyes constantly admiring it. "With these space storage rings, next time we enter the Void Gate, it will be much more convenient for carrying supplies. It will also be easier for everyone to collect high-grade materials, to bring back for research." Those words made Tin Ha smile. He praised him in a low voice. "That's right, Tien Yi. You are the best in our family." At this moment, Trong Ka, sitting to one side, spoke up softly. "So, Tin Ha, when you're done with your work, come over here and give me a hand." Hearing this, he turned and rubbed Tien Yi's head, instructing him, "Tien Yi, let me go check on the situation. Go to sleep first." The boy obediently replied, "Yes." "Good night, brother. Over here." Trong Ka was busy tinkering with a pile of stones in his hands. He looked up at Tin Ha and said, "The alloy saber that Tu Thang used before is already broken on the inside. It's a good thing. This time I brought back 3 pieces of the reverse scale from the sky-burning dragon. I wonder if we can use them to forge a new one for him." Tingha listened and found it quite interesting. He said, "They look sturdy enough. Let's check the hardness first." Truong Ka turned slightly and continued, "You control the scale. I'll use sword chi to test it." Truong Ka turned slightly and continued, "You control the scale. I'll use sword chi to test it." As soon as the words were spoken, Truong Ka immediately tied red strings around the stone fragments. His voice rang out with a challenging tone. Opposite him, Tinha leisurely used his sword chi domain technique. The moment the two streams of power collided, the space fell momentarily silent. Right then, an excited voice spoke up. "The hardness is quite decent." Tinha looked at the piece, his mouth agape in surprise. Trongka, however, remained very sharp. He quickly realized it was the deceleration effect of the sky-burning dragon. Trongka picked up the 2 fragments, and with deep, focused eyes, he said, "The reverse scale inherently possesses deceleration capabilities. Forging it into a weapon will certainly be extremely useful." He continued his work. Trongka placed the pieces inside a pot containing piping hot lava. Next, he struck the blade with the hammer blow by blow while it was still hot. Once finished, he plunged the sword straight into a bucket of cold water. When it was completed, Truongka immediately said with pride, "It looks truly magnificent. Let's call it the reverse scale Madao." While he was sound asleep, voice suddenly rang out, "Tomorrow morning give Nam Tu Thang a surprise." His mind came to a halt before the canopy of a giant tree. Gazing at the tree before him, Tu Thang stood tall in front of it and asked, "A god? What are you exactly? What is your purpose?" A gloomy voice replied, "My past is your present. My present is your future." Branches suddenly lunged forward, continuously coaxing him. "Come quickly, become me so that I may be set free." By the time Tu Thang could realize it, the branches had already coiled around his body. "What do you mean by that?" The tree responded coldly, "Just keep moving forward. Do not look back. The answer lies straight ahead." Chapter 54. At this time, aside from the intricate patterns tangled across the flesh, his body also had to endure the constricting force of each branch. In an instant, Tu Thang was swallowed by the tree trapped deep within its trunk. His face could not hide his utter shock. Just as the words faded, the tree trunk was split in 2. Wisps of ethereal white smoke spread far and wide. Standing beside him, Tu Thang spoke with great anxiety and urgency. "Don't go tell me the truth. That shock jolted him out of the dream. As soon as he woke up, Tu Thang clutched his head, his eyes filled with terror. He was panting heavily. Sitting by his bed, Tin Ha asked with concern, "Nam Tu Thang, are you all right?" Tu Thang raised his hand and replied with a look of relief, "I'm fine, I just had a nightmare." Ting Ha then comforted him in a low voice. "Everything is going in the right direction. Don't worry too much. Getting good rest is what's important now." That concern made Tu Thang let out a cheerful laugh. "I understand, I'm going back to sleep." As everything fell into silence, Tu Thang muttered with a hint of bashfulness, "But I hope it's all dreamlike." The next morning, as the bright sun shone down upon the ground, Team stood before the orb in an eerie silence. Tu Thang glanced to his side. He lowered his voice to instruct Lao Lit. "Lao Lit, you stand guard outside." "Lao Lit, stay on watch out here so no fish slips through the net." Lao Lit replied without a moment's hesitation. "Understood, Captain. I'll ensure the mission is completed." After finishing his instructions, he stepped toward the purple orb and said, "The rest of you follow me inside and strike." Standing behind him, they shouted in unison, "Understood, Captain!" As they drew closer, they were met with 3 gates of 3 different colors. Seeing this, Tu Thang warned them, "Judging by the colors of these gates, the S-rank aliens we must kill today are likely very powerful. We will split into groups to take action. If there is any danger, report it immediately. Once you've finished, do not linger. Everyone gather at the corridor." With just a passing glance, he had skillfully deduced the characteristics within each door and divided them into groups based on their abilities. Looking at the sign on the dark blue door, "I fear it is related to a virus. Tin Ha, you take Tanan Tantue and Nam Tusan. This place is likely suitable for you all." They quickly ran inside as he instructed. Glancing back at the yellow door, Tu Thang spoke again. "The sign on the dark yellow door looks like a bee. I suspect it requires cooperation through perception. Truong Ka, you take Lam Trong Kong Tolan and Trio Ka Nyi into this door." He quickly rushed forward along with those whose names were called. "No problem. I've loved raiding hornet nests since I was a kid." When only one door remained, Tu Thang said to the boy behind him, "So Thien, follow me into the dark red door." As soon as they entered, a dark tunnel appeared before them, along with a tightly sealed door. Seeing it, Tu Thang grew suspicious. This tunnel looks as if it has been corroded by some kind of energy. As he and Thien rushed forward, his mind was filled with a dozen thoughts. Could there be some kind of alien inside, with corrosive powers? Without further ado, Tu Thang drew the saber at his side. With a sharp gaze, he said, "It's time to test the new blade they gave me." Finishing his sentence, he delivered a powerful forward strike with the reverse-scale Madao technique. The wall was quickly demolished, sending rocks and dust flying everywhere. Tu Thang continued with the Shura Dragon Slash. Suddenly, a flash of sparks obscured his vision. From the outside, only his saber strikes were visible. Tu Thang was slightly startled. "This is..." Before him, a vast space opened up, and Tu Thang immediately noticed something strange. "Eh? There's no one here." At that moment, So Thien's face suddenly turned grim. His eyes revealed a look of utter terror. "Big brother Nam, look up there." Following the boy's gaze, Tu Thang's jaw dropped as he cursed, "Damn it! That head is massive. To think that it could reach this place through a teleportation node. It's the Thung Tung Ma Tung." Sensing the presence of the 2 humans, it lowered its head to look down. From the center of its giant eye, a crimson beam of light radiated. The demon statue spoke with an air of indignation. "I haven't even manifested yet, and you ants have already broken in." Those words infuriated Tu Thang. He swung his saber toward it and shouted, "Cut the nonsense!" He launched a direct assault, executing a new technique. A massive skull manifested directly in front of the demon statue. Shura reverse-scale demonic slayer. The demon statue refused to be outdone. Its eye glowed intensely. As the light's intensity peaked, it whispered, "Thung Tung." As a massive surge of power surged downward, the demon statue followed up with the annihilation move. That eye contained a truly terrifying power. With a single strike, the reverse-scale demonic slayer was completely shattered. Then its gaze focused narrowly on the target below. Tu Thang struggled desperately to fend off the destructive force looming over his head. Suddenly, his body lost all strength. The sleeve of his right arm was torn to shreds. He fell freely toward where So Thien stood. Looking at his blackened and withered arm, Tu Thang immediately realized, "Is this a decay-inducing ability?" Shifting his gaze to the saber in his hand, he was slightly surprised. He thought to himself, "My reverse-scale saber is unharmed. Could it be because its attribute, its freezing speed, neutralized the effect?" In the midst of these questions, his arm suddenly began to heal. It was thanks to the aura flowing within the intricate patterns. Tu Thang realized with astonishment, "Has my regeneration ability started working again?" After the probing exchanges, Tu Thang turned back to So Thien and said, "Thung Tung's red light is fired from its head. So Thien, get me up there." The boy immediately complied. So Thien transferred a surge of power to him with a teleportation technique. Once he reached the eye of Thuong Tang, he decisively swung his saber, slashing directly at that eye. Hell on earth slash! A dragon with a chilling blue hue appeared. It breathed upon the eye of Thuong Tang with this time freeze technique. Thuong Tang seemed very calm watching it all unfold. It simply emitted a lethal beam of light and mocked ridiculous. As that light was fired once again, Tu Thang also quickly countered with his blue energy, locked in a direct clash. It seemed the dragon could no longer hold its ground. Tu Thang wasn't idle either. He gritted his teeth and said, "Is time freeze limited? Can it not be stopped?" Subsequently, he was blasted back through the air by the massive source of light. Below, So Thien quickly moved to save him. Big Brother Nam teleport. At that moment, the giant eye aimed itself at the boy. Thuong Tang called out in a dark voice, "Little bug." The words had just left its mouth when it immediately fired the deadly light at him, the boy. So Thien couldn't react in time. He was instantly sent flying as Thuong Tang roared, "Die!" Seeing this, Tu Thang called out in panic, "So Thien!" Hearing that urgent call, So Thien immediately generated an energy sphere. Her forehead was beaded with sweat from the effort. A voice echoed in her ear, "Spatial transfer." Suddenly, a wave of firepower swept through, shattering everything. So Thien gasped in bewilderment. Her hair began to get messy. Stray strands of hair refused to stay in place, standing up all at once beside the little girl. The eye was spitting a fierce flame directly at him. It didn't hesitate to mock him further. With such mediocre spatial abilities, how can you hope to resist the Thuong Tang divine power? Seeing the dire situation, Tu Thang hurriedly cast an earth element forbidden spell. The flame shot straight into the mountain ahead. Searing sparks scattered everywhere, along with So Thien's small body. A loud voice echoed all around, "Great Earth Shield!" The monster grew even more enraged. It locked onto its target, muttering under its breath, "Under Thuong Tang all things shall return to the void." As soon as the words were spoken, massive boulders began to fall. The rushing flames also became increasingly frenzied. Tu Thang refused to yield. Seeing So Thien in danger, he decisively chose to double the power of the forbidden spell. This caused the patterns on his arm to become denser and spread further. Tu Thang noticed this as well. Realizing that the incoming force showed no sign of stopping, he shouted a warning to So Thien, "Quick, run for it, hide behind the barrier." The little girl spoke weakly, "But Big Brother Nam." Tu Thang urgently reassured her, "Don't worry about me. I won't die. You staying here is just a burden." So Thien's face froze for a moment. Tears began to fall silently. She softly replied, "Okay." With a tear-stained face, she quietly created a small sphere, then whispered in a hurt tone, "So I am just a burden." Not long after, So Thien departed. Seeing this, Tu Thang breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, the kid is gone. However, the monster's eyes glowed brighter. It mocked him in a low voice, "Dull ant." Faced with such arrogance, Tu Thang pointed his sword at its face and said, "Many aliens have called me an ant before, but I'm still here, while they have all turned to dust." As he spoke, he doubled the power of the forbidden spell with a growl. Behind his small frame, a dragon of colossal size appeared. Tu Thang raised his sword high and shouted, "Frozen heavens, frosty earth." Immediately, the dragon coiled around the stone monster. Under his command, reverse scale dragon breath time freeze. The moment he finished speaking, the dragon's mouth aimed directly at the monster's eye. Bone-chilling waves of cold radiated from its mouth. In an instant, the entirety of the colossal monster was completely frozen solid. Within the thick layer of ice, the monster struggled to activate its eyes, using the technique, Universal Divine Radiance. Melt. As the command fell, the cold ice began to disintegrate. Momentarily, the ice before its eyes shattered into pieces. Immediately after, the monster forcefully broke free from his freezing bind, refusing to give up. Tu Thang stood upon a wooden log, gliding lightly over the crest of a wave. He calmly uttered the forbidden spell, "Lone wood becomes a vessel." In response to that move, the monster spat out searing hot flares. Heavenly net earthly snare. But Tu Thang skillfully evaded them all. He stared intently at the monster and taunted, "Changed your tactics already. This beam must be stronger than the previous light ray. Right, if I get hit, I'd surely be a goner." Suddenly he realized something. "Light! Wait a minute. If it were truly light, the speed should be much faster. The energy he's firing must just be Thuong Tang particles. If I use true light, then light itself will not be affected." Thinking this, Tu Thang immediately used reverse-scale dragon breath. Shielded by gusts of whirlwind coiling around him, the monster saw this and used a praying mantis kicking a carriage move. Tu Thang resolutely pointed his blade at it and shouted, "Light element forbidden spell." The monster suddenly faltered. The light in its eyes vanished. Tu Thang lunged toward its head with the skill, unity of man and sword. Two streams of light converged around his body. Tu Thang gathered his strength, thrusting his sword tip into its blood-red eyes. Reverse scale dragon breath time freeze. He attacked continuously with overwhelming strikes. Double forbidden spell heavenly light surge. Inside the small monsters wailed in agony. The moment he stepped inside that machine, his terrifying power made them scream out piteously. When it was over, Tu Thang gasped in shock. So this is your true face. What I was fighting before wasn't just a single individual, but an entire swarm. As they escaped to the outside, they joined forces and rushed at him, shouting in unison. Killed Tu Thang quickly pulled himself together. He roared stacked frost array. In an instant, monsters were frozen mid-air, their faces twisted in panic. If these things were placed in a museum later, they would surely cause quite a shock. Looking at their furious expressions behind the ice, he added, actually, never mind, they don't look like they'd be easy to preserve. With that, he punched through the ice blocks without hesitation. Tu Thang then held his fist out in front of him and said coldly, storage ring collect, bring them all back for research. Next, he lunged backward to get away from the empty carcass that was collapsing. Seeing this, he breathed a sigh of relief. It seems this pillar doesn't need my attention anymore. Looking at the cave entrance ahead, he flashed an excited smile. I should go out and check on Sothien first. I spoke quite harshly earlier. I wonder if that little girl is mad at me. Just then, Kan Yi cried out with a panicked face, Captain, come here quickly. Talon is about to reach his limit. Tu Thang blurted out in worry, what? A moment later, Truong, K and his team stepped through the golden gate. Everyone's face bore a serious expression. Before them stood a towering colossal beehive. One of them exclaimed in amazement, damn, this beehive is truly massive. Truong Ka looked at it with an excited air and said, I'll try to probe it to see how far it goes. With that, he released from both palms dozens of glowing red threads, 10,000 ghost threads. Following his command, the threads quickly wrapped around the hive. Cut for me! Sharp incisions sliced into the outer shell of the hive. Debris scattered in all directions. Seeing that there were only minor scratches, Truong Ka exclaimed in admiration, whoa! This beehive is completely different from the ones on our blue planet. It's incredibly tough. Once he had a basic grasp of the hive's power, Truong Ka began to intensify his attacks and shifted his formation. A new wave of attacks erupted again, aiming directly at the beehive. He shouted loudly, 1,000 threads wind motion. After attacking for a while, it still stood towering before him. Seeing this, Truong Ka clicked his tongue in amazement. Meanwhile, Talan warned with fearful eyes, this is not good. A massive surge of power is bursting out. Kan Yi also responded tensely after hearing that. It's probably the bee swarm. Truong Kong looked around for a moment and then countered, what bee swarm? There's nothing there. How come I don't see anything at all? Kan Yi continued to observe intently. She replied with a grave voice, they must be invisible. Let's focus on defense first. Hearing that, Truong Kong immediately created a massive block of ice surrounding the four of them. Immeasurable great ocean. Aqua cube. Looking at the water ripples above his head, he asked with curiosity, are these water splashes from them colliding with it? Talan cried out in worry, we can't see the enemy, how are we supposed to fight? Truong Ka turned back to the girl behind him and asked insistently, Kan Yi, can you see them? She replied bluntly, no, we can only rely on intuition. At this moment, Truong Kong's water wall was being destroyed by the bee swarm. He gasped in alarm. This is bad. They're rushing in. Everyone put forth their full power. Talan knitted his brows and shouted, sensory link, sense sharing. Right then, the trigram on Kan Yi's forehead also turned red. She raised her voice and said, intuition eye fully open. Immediately, the eyes of Truong Ka and Truong Kong became bloodshot. After taking a quick look around, they couldn't help but frown in panic. At this moment, Truong Ka continued to unleash red silk threads. Truong Ka said with full determination, since we can't see them, let's fight using our intuition. In midair, very quickly, several hornets were taken down by his silk threads. Fiery red spots exploded across the sky. At that moment, Talan was attacked by an invisible bee. Kan Yi shouted Talan's name in panic. The wound on her shoulder began to emit mystical purple smoke carrying a deadly poison. Sensing the tense situation, Truong Ka quickly instructed the veteran, since water cannot block them, use ice. He immediately obeyed, understood. A second later, Truong Kong leaped into the air. He swept his hand to create a beautiful arc and shouted, freeze, right after he spoke. Truong Kong excitedly pointed at the frozen bees and exclaimed, the energy impact force has disappeared. Now, I can see the invisible bees inside the ice layer. They are afraid of ice. Beside him, Truong Ka said joyfully, at least we've restrained them a bit. This makes things much easier to handle. You create a path with the ice layer, and I'll go into the hive with you to kill the queen bee. Nearby, the land's body was losing all its strength. She slowly collapsed in exhaustion and weakly said, these bees are extremely venomous. Kan Yi quickly caught Tolan's body. She screamed in panic. First, find a way to save Talan. Hearing this, the two of them rushed over. Holding Talan in her arms, Kanyi slowly poured the potion into her mouth. She observed the spread of the toxin. Relying on medicine alone might not be enough. Just then, Trong Kong suggested an idea. I can freeze her, but that will cause frostbite. Seeing the situation was unfavorable, Trong Ka gave an order. Send a distress message to the male camp. Have So Thien take her to Namtusan. Kanyi let out a sigh and decisively agreed, okay, I will send it right now. Before leaving, Talan gripped Trong Kong's collar tightly. With a solemn face, she instructed, Lam Trong Kong, freeze my wound first. I can still endure this frostbite. It's very dangerous for everyone to enter the beehive. My sensory ability is still needed. After hearing that, he hesitated a bit. But Trong Ka. Beside them, he placed a hand on his shoulder and said sternly, don't dawdle, do as she says. Before doing so, Trong Ka pointed at Tolan and advised, Talan, don't push yourself too hard. Victory is indeed important, but survival is equally vital. She gave a forced smile and replied, don't worry. I understand. Moments later, with a tense expression, Trong Kong applied the medicine while slowly freezing the wound on her hand. Frozen solstice. A moment later, Trong Ka heard the sounds of impacts against the outer ice layer and realized it was another swarm. He turned and shouted, Old man, get ready to move! Trong Kong stared intently at the bees and used the technique Immeasurable Ocean. The entire giant beehive was covered in a thick layer of ice by the technique 1,000-mile freeze. Not stopping there, Trong Kong continued his attack with Glacial Surge. As soon as a path of ice was opened, Trong Ka immediately dashed forward. Advance! Strike fast, win fast. Meanwhile, Talan looked tensely at the pill in her hand. Kanyi pleaded with Lan, sister, if you use a power-boosting pill now, you will be completely overloaded. Talan's face suddenly darkened. She looked ahead with an unwilling gaze and said, Kanyi, we cannot let up, otherwise we truly will become a burden. Hearing this, Kanyi also picked up a pill. She stared at Tolan, then spoke with determination. Then I will go with you. At least let us share the power we have. Step it up a bit. With weary eyes, Talan softly replied, all right. Just as she put the pill into her mouth, a massive power surged from both their bodies, along with a bone-piercing pain. Trong Kong, amidst the chaos of battle, still keenly noticed that both his senses and prophetic vision had grown stronger. Wait, what did we just do? Seeing him distracted, Trong Ka immediately reminded him, why are you still asking? Attack now, don't let them down. At the same time, Tu Thang rushed out of the gate in a hurry. He ran straight toward the little girl sitting nearby, then shouted, So Thien! Hurry, Talan and the others are in danger. The little girl curled up and replied, I'm just a burden. What can I even do? These words made Tu Thang freeze instantly. He thought to himself, as expected, she's angry. After all, she's just a child. After thinking, he approached and stroked her head to comfort her. So Thien, I only wanted to protect you. I hope you understand. Those comforting words made So Thien burst into heavy tears. Of course I know you want to protect me, but that only proves what you said was right. Only useless people, only burdens need others to protect them. Tu Thang with gentle eyes leaned down and said to her, I'm sorry, So Thien. I was wrong, you are very strong. You are definitely not a burden. We protect each other. Even if there is a burden, we are each other's burden. You see? Now you need to protect others, don't you? After hearing this, So Thien wiped her tears. The little girl waved her hand, creating a purple aura, and said, That's more like it. Since you've admitted your fault, I'll forgive you this time. Don't let it happen again. Then she shouted, Teleport! Immediately after, the two of them charged in with excitement. As soon as he saw the people inside, Tu Thang shouted excitedly, Talantrio Kanyi? We're here. Countless demonic creatures descended upon the earth. Earth became the battlefield of myriad races. In the early period, humanity also had awakened ones with special abilities, but their numbers were too few. The strength of humanity simply vanished like the wind. Humanity relied on firearms and nuclear weapons, barely managing to establish 10 grueling lines of defense to resist the attacks of the myriad races. Among humanity's 15 lines of defense, 2 have naturally collapsed. Humanity's situation grew more and more severe. In a state of desperation, humanity had to risk their lives to resist the attacks of the myriad races. According to statistics, since humanity began the war with the myriad races, in the Eastern Human Alliance alone, the number of soldiers killed in action is as high as over 1 million. Today, with the depletion of firearms and the increasing number of superpowered individuals, various nations began transitioning to superpowered cores to support the fighting. To reclaim their homeland and for the survival of humanity, people must continue to expand the scale of their cores and participate in the war. Thus, among the 15 myriad races, the largest military conscription in Chinese history has begun. At this time in the Eastern Alliance, Ngeep City on the northern border, a series of fallen heroes were honored. Named Tran Quoc Hai, 19 years old, died in the battle of the first defensive line. In the battlefield of myriad races, a level 2 lightning attribute user faced a rotting giant and died in a bloody battle, leaving behind only half a hand. Tuliet, 22 years old, died at the 9th line of defense. In the War of Myriad Races, a level 3 fire attribute user, carrying a massive amount of explosives, used his own ability to detonate them, blowing up the bridge of Myriad Races. His body was never recovered. A man was standing and speaking before thousands of people. Behind me is the casualty list, sent back from the front line last month. The one speaking was the former mayor. He was continuously expressing his thoughts. They are our friends and our family, our brothers and sisters. When mentioning those who had passed away, even the former mayor himself burst into tears over the sacrifice of their heroism. They are also the heroes of this Ngeep city and of China. A relative of those who had fallen also burst into tears upon hearing these words. A few months ago, the 9th defensive line had fallen, and even the soldiers, who had not yet stepped onto the battlefield, also wept, mourning for them. If the myriad races continue to attack the defensive lines, our Ngeep city will be the first to bear the brunt of it. We have no path for retreat. Now, the Eastern Alliance is about to gather millions of superpowered individuals to fight against the myriad races. The former mayor spoke up, asking directly about the true desire of the people standing here. As the descendants of Ngeep City, what should we do? Naturally, how could those living in the midst of war ever run away? They all shouted in unison, "Protect our country, protect our land, enlist." A few people, then everyone joined in a thunderous roar. Enlist, enlist. Young men in the prime of their youth did not spare their lives, lining up in massive numbers to charge into the battlefield. I want to register for the army. I want to go to the front lines to destroy the enemy. Others were moved to tears, heartbroken but eager to head to the front. But among them there was one person who didn't think that way. Kill all the aliens, tear them apart, chop them up. Hands gripped enlistment papers as the cheers rang out incessantly. I want to register. Stamps were pressed down one after another. The names of the soldiers were called out without pause. I also want to go to the front lines. Xuanvu enlisted. Next, Thak Kyo enlisted. Next. The registrar immediately called for the next man. That person finished reading the resume, then asked the young man who stood with a somber face, name Nam Tu Tang, from Ngeep City. Age 20, innate talent not yet awakened. Currently studying in the Department of Architecture at the University of Industry, Ngeep City branch. Do you choose to join the army and go to the front line? Another question was put forward. Student, will you go to the front line to destroy the enemy? Unlike the others, he immediately replied no. This response caused the person checking the records to freeze in place, rendered speechless. What? Nam Tu Thang immediately said. I choose to stay and become a logistics soldier. Hearing this, the others began to stir restlessly, scolding him. No way, right? Did he say he won't go to the front line? Those who stay in logistics are women, children, and the elderly. Isn't this just being afraid of death? Disgusting. He seems to be a student from our school. How embarrassing. The registrar then tried to lecture and reform the mindset of Nam Tu Tang. Nam Tu Tang, you have good health and excellent grades. Now is the time when the front line needs people. Are you choosing to retreat when your homeland and country are facing a life or death crisis? Have you forgotten the humiliation of being slaughtered by the myriad races? Of our friends and compatriots being killed? Nam Tu Tang firmly replied, I have never forgotten, but this is my choice. The others couldn't help but feel outraged at his decision, hurling insults. Are you still the same Nam Tu Thang, who once dared to single-handedly save classmates from a pack of mutant beasts? Is that really you? Nam Tu Tang, while the country is at risk. Have you turned tail? Look at what I'll do to you. Right at that moment, a voice rang out to stop the quarrel. Silence. The former mayor stepped forward and said, joining the army is not compulsory. It depends on individual will and responsibility. He stepped forward and picked up the paper, also agreed with Nam Tu Thang's decision, and then said with regret, for you to stay behind in the rear with such potential is truly a pity. He then told him to take his application form and leave. The rest of the people continued to hurl insults, but Nam Tu Tang probably didn't pay much attention. You coward! How can someone like you be in Ngeep City? Get lost. It's because of people like you that humanity has fallen into its current state. If the front line falls, do you think you'll live any longer? Even after he had walked away, there were still people standing behind him, pointing and cursing at his weak and submissive appearance. The next day, military helicopters arrived and hovered in the sky. Long lines of soldiers and equipment continuously streamed toward the battlefield. They shouted out loud, "No one is left behind. We stand with our compatriots." The young soldiers, full of passion, repeated the slogan, "Sure victory, sure victory, sure victory." Those remaining in the rear also cheered, "Protect the country, the supreme will. Protect the country, the supreme will." While everyone was gathered together, there was someone silently observing from afar. Then a phone made a notification sound. The person opened the phone to check, exhaling a puff of mist because the weather was very cold. On the phone was the latest news of the day. Top headlines first. Battlefield of the myriad races. What is the outcome of the largest raid by the Great Eastern Alliance? Second. Ngeep City freshman refuses to enlist. Third. The 10th defensive line of the United States has collapsed twice. Guangzhou is besieged again with heavy casualties. And the most prominent one was the second news item. Second Ngeep City freshman refuses to enlist. There were many unpleasant comments about Nam Tu Thang, but he only watched intently, without showing any real expression. Unbeknownst to them, the reason for staying in Ngeep City. That choice again. Staying behind, I only know that he made a mistaken choice. Once the defensive line is breached, Ngeep City will suffer all the consequences. Even deep in the mainland, no one will be able to run away. Open Wonder 21 other comments. The logistics department is currently operating very well. I don't need the youth to stay behind at all. Staying behind is just the youth shirking their responsibility. Our generation? Why has the author taken a liking to hibernation? This time there is a possibility of the strongest counterattack occurring from the Great Eastern Alliance, aiming to reclaim the defensive line. After 15 years, I hope the young people of the Eastern Alliance will not back down. Currently, Western countries have lost. The remaining countries are all uniting and resisting frantically. Our East has never been inferior to anyone. Coward, the heroes on the front line are carrying the burden for you. Nam Tu Tang stared as if reminiscing about the past. Yes, they are all heroes. These battles are like a moth, flying into the flames. Nam Tu Tang couldn't help but recall the moment humans fought desperately against the myriad races. Even though humans had gathered millions of troops, they still underestimated the strength of the myriad races. He remembered that in the past he was no different from them. In several previous lives, he was just like them. I enlisted very early and went to the front line to fight. Nam Tu Tang then spoke to himself in an inner monologue. Eventually, I also joined the combat command team, became a high-level commander, and achieved quite a bit. While humanity was gradually retreating, I spent my whole life researching the 5 great talents, and finally planted 5 talent sprouts into the body. These 5 talent sprouts only need to be maximized. Merging them into one can turn the tide of the game. The unexpected thing was that before I could complete it, humanity perished, and so did I. Nam Tu Tang silently knelt down. He had fought to the last minute against the myriad races, but it yielded no results. He also died in the supreme battle of the myriad races. Coughing up blood, Nam Tu Tang said, "I am not resigned to this. If only I could have leveled up my talent earlier." Nam Tu Tang collapsed with unavoidable regret. Then I could have protected humanity. Alone on the bench with snow filling the sky, he said, "Perhaps due to obsession or fate, I have been reborn." Everything seemed to fall into another space. Before Nam Tu Tang now stood a 5-branched tree. He said, "The talent tree I planted in my body has actually been brought back to the present by me." He then briefly explained the Beast Sovereign tree ability. Beast Sovereign Summoning, driving wild beasts, an ability to strengthen bloodlines. The elemental tree ability condenses water, fire, wind, and thunder. Various elemental spells consume points. The more elements gathered, the stronger the forbidden spells. The Asura tree ability. The more you kill, the stronger the berserk state of the host. Ultimate killing intent after transforming into an Asura, flaying 10,000 enemies. Formation Guard tree ability. Various formations stack power continuously. Infinite strength. The Undead tree ability will awaken the undead beneath the earth at its location. The more that is consumed, the stronger the summons. Nam Tu Tang continued, "Although upgrading these 5 types of talent requires a vast amount of origin stones and time," he thought, "but as long as I can level up all 5 talents, to the maximum I can become infinitely powerful. Even if all 10 defensive lines collapse, even if I am alone, I can still resist the myriad races and protect humanity." Looking at the tree, Nam Tu Tang had an inner monologue. "Right now, even if I go to the battlefield, I cannot kill many aliens, let alone collect enough origin stones to level up. The talents will quickly be destroyed." Nam Tu Tang's face showed determination as he said, "If I want to quickly obtain a large amount of origin stones, the best way is to go to the testing grounds, where there are countless mutated exotic beasts. After passing the trial, I can continuously provide origin stones for the heavenly beast. Having just decided to level up, he immediately went to the rear trial arena. Touching the wall of Ngeep City, he said, "Now I must quickly earn origin stones to upgrade my talent." Inside the arena, only the elderly and women remained. They worked while talking. I didn't expect the testing grounds, prepared in the early years of the myriad races, to train ability users to still be useful. At a time like this, the children are all away. After all, no one will come to the training ground for trials anymore. They worked while telling each other. It would be perfect if we could clear all the beasts here and turn them into food rations for the soldiers on the front lines. Then we could consider that we've contributed to the country. Then a girl on crutches walked up and said, "Aunt Vuong, take it slow, don't get hurt." Though tired, the women still spoke optimistically. "Tulu, it's fine. This small injury is nothing. We only fear a shortage of food for the front lines. I don't know if we can complete the mission this month. Or not, indeed, it's a pity we are all old. We can't even lift our tools anymore. Those exotic beasts are so fierce that we can only process them one by one." Tulu looked at her leg sadly and said, "If only I could help too." Suddenly someone arrived and said, "Hello, I'm here to train at the testing grounds." Namtu Tang rubbed his neck awkwardly, asking, "You're short on manpower, aren't you? I can help you deal with these exotic beasts." Hearing this, Tulu said happily, "That's great, we were just worrying about that." Tulu quickly turned away and said, "Let me get a uniform for you." Namtu Tang replied, "Sorry to trouble you." Aunt Vuong watched them go and said, "Another young man has come for trials, eh?" Suddenly she realized something. "Wait a minute, isn't he?" Then the sixth lady reached into her pocket and said, "I remember now." Aunt Vuong pulled up a news report on her phone and said, "He is the one who refused to go to the front lines." Namtu Tang, look at this. The other person saw it and said in surprise, "Oh, is it really him? He refused to go to the front lines. So what is he doing here for trials?" Aunt Vuong grumbled, "Who knows? Maybe he wants to make up for his sins, hiding here in the rear, and living a cowardly life, that's why." The remaining person also said, "Forget about him, we're short on people anyway. Those exotic beasts are fierce too. Let him do it. Let's see how long this coward who dares not go to the battlefield can last." The sword scraped against the metal floor, sending off sparks. Tulu held the sword, stepped forward to hand it to Nam Tu Thang, and warned him, "This is an alloy blade specifically for dealing with exotic beasts. The exotic beasts are very fierce, be careful." Nam Tu Tang, equipped with armor, carefully held the sword in his hand and said, "I understand, thank you." He then calmly walked into the trial room. While Tulu stood watching, she couldn't help but think, "Great, at this rate we can work a bit faster." Blushing, she thought, "This person doesn't say much, but he is really handsome." Then Aunt Vuong chimed in, interrupting her mood, telling Tulu not to be foolish. No matter how good he is still a coward. He is Nam Tu Thang, the one who refused to go to the front lines, Tulu said in surprise. "What, he is Nam Tu Thang?" Aunt Vuong, disliking Nam Tu Tang, said disdainfully, "A coward like him. Where would he find the courage to deal with exotic beasts?" On this side, Nam Tu Tang had entered the trial room. The door slowly closed as a voice from outside said, "He'll probably come rushing back out in a moment." The trial room system then displayed information. "You have selected the A-rank trial. No previous trial records found for you? Please confirm." Checking whether you have unlocked the A-rank trial, Nam Tu Tang replied immediately, "Confirm opening the trial." He stood in the middle of the arena as soon as he finished speaking. The system announced, "A rank trial has been opened. Please prepare yourself mentally." Mutated beasts with long, skeletal bird-like forms swarmed out as the gates opened. A momentous question was posed. The long night is approaching. Humanity has no way out. For the future of mankind, are you willing to shroud yourself in darkness and become a shadow? At the center stood Nam Tu Thang, as the horde of exotic beasts constantly charged forward. Continuing the final point of the previous question, he closed his eyes and took a deep breath. "Even if I must bear the disgrace, I must not hesitate." Then he suddenly opened his eyes. Nam Tu Tang valiantly entered his combat state and answered decisively without a moment's delay, "I am willing." Standing amidst the horde of exotic beasts rushing in, Nam Tu Tang still calmly said, "Next, let's start with the beast Tamer talent." Nam Tu Tang heroically fought off the alien races alone, and the reason for the appearance of these mutated beasts was also made clear. After the invasion of the myriad races, many animals mutated and leveled up due to the influx of spiritual energy. After a period of fighting, Nam Tu Thang was covered in grime. In his past life, he not only had to fight the myriad races at the front lines, but also had to deal with mutated beasts. Facing this rank of skeleton bird, he had muscle memory. Nam Tu Tang charged forward to attack and said, "The weakness of the skeleton bird." He aimed right at their weak points, then slashed in a circle to eliminate them. Behind the head after a mutated beast was slashed, glowing bead fell from its body. Nam Tu Tang saw exactly what it was, extracting the origin stone. Behind Nam Tu Tang's back, the ability tree appeared again. He couldn't help but remark, "The talent upgrade mechanism is likely the same as in my previous life. Killing one skeleton bird will yield one origin stone, and at the same time, the talent can increase the number of tameable beasts." His system also updated with new information. Talent tree quantity. Tameable beasts, 1 ranked. Tameable beasts, 0 unranked. Beast tamer level 01800. After checking his wounds, Nam Tu Tang concluded, this level of injury is still bearable. Once again, the horde of mutated beasts attacked Nam Tu Tang, but he remained calm, judging that if, every time they attacked, he could ensure that his vital points were avoided, then in a short time, dealing with them should be no problem. A terrifying mutated beast let out a roar, but it was quickly decapitated by Nam Tu Tang. One after another, others took the place of the fallen. He was now forced to fight off an entire swarm. Nam Tu Tang braced his hand against the ground for leverage, then gained momentum to kick away the head of a mutated beast. Upon landing, he immediately gripped his sword and declared, clearing the obstacles ahead. Nam Tu Tang charged forward with his sword. Wherever he went, the heads of mutated beasts went flying. New information was rapidly updated. Talent tree quantity. Tameable beasts, 5. Ranked. Tameable beasts, 0 unranked. Mutated beast tamer level 05800. Nam Tu Tang couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, as everything was proceeding as expected. Phew, just as I predicted, the efficiency has increased. Suddenly a chilling sound erupted, catching Nam Tu Tang's attention. The silhouette of a mutated beast many times larger gradually emerged. Without hesitation, it lunged to attack Nam Tu Tang. As for him, he already knew what this monstrosity was. Their leader, the Skeleton Bird King. While blocking the leader's attack, Nam Tu Tang assessed the situation based on his physical condition. It's a bit difficult to deal with it right now. The leader's strength was immense, even shattering the wall. Fortunately, Nam Tu Tang dodged in time and said, I can't take it head on. Amidst the chaos, he firmly stated that he needed to aim for the vital points. Nam Tu Tang agilely used his sword to attack the leader's weak points. However, things were perhaps more difficult than he expected, and he couldn't help but exclaim, this hardness is even higher than in my memories of my past life. The skeleton bird leader was not scratched in the slightest, but perhaps Nam Tu Tang also had some kind of plan. So he quickly leaped off the ground, holding his sword and charging forward while shouting again. Outside, the sound signaling the lunch break rang out. Yet there were still 2 women who didn't want to leave at all. Lunch break has arrived, lunch break has arrived. Tiulu had no choice but to go and speak to them. Sister Vuong. Sister Lai, why isn't everyone going to the cafeteria to eat? Aunt Vuong replied. Tiulu don't mind me today. On the contrary, I want to see how long he can keep pretending in there. Sister Lai also said that he would definitely try to leave quietly later. Right now at the front lines, they've already fought up to the 8th defensive line. Our Ngeep City is on the 5th line, which is no different from the front lines. Aunt Vuong, taking a stance ready for a confrontation, said, how can we easily let him fish in troubled waters here? If he dares to run, we will catch him. Tiulu still tried to advise them, but the A-rank trial doesn't seem to be any simpler than the front lines. The announcement voice rang out once again. Announcement, announcement, trainee Nam Tu Tang. The first floor of the A-rank trial has ended. Aunt Vuong was overjoyed as if she'd won a prize and spoke without noticing the pale faces of the other 2. See, how long has it even been? Have you ever seen a trial end? This quickly. That guy definitely couldn't handle it and gave up halfway through. Sister Lai replied, stuttering. Go. Now the few of us should go. When Aunt Vuong wasn't paying attention, she bumped into someone. She glanced back, and she, along with Sister Lai, almost fell over backward at what appeared before their eyes. Nam Tu Tang stepped out after finishing the fight, and he was far from unharmed. His clothes were in tatters as the announcement voice spoke. Trainee Nam Tu Tang kill count 2,000. The record for the first floor of the trial tower has been refreshed. Aunt Vuong couldn't help but blurt out, why have you ended up in such a state? Did you pass the A-rank trial? Nam Tu Tang calmly replied, I didn't just pass, I surpassed it. Then he walked past and told them, you can start processing the corpses of those monsters now. Tiulu replied, okay, right away. But when she looked back, his words were no longer clear. Arrangements will be made for processing. Looking at the heap of mutated beasts before her, Aunt Vuong said, this is way too many. After returning, Nam Tu Tang thought while taking a shower, the speed was sufficient. The required experience has more than doubled after the upgrade. The ability information was also updated. Talent tree quantity. Tameable beasts, 2,000 ranked. Tameable beasts, 1 unranked. Mutated tamer level 2, 2,000, 2,000. Covered in wounds, Nam Tu Tang stood under the shower head, thinking it seems that reaching level 3 as a beast tamer cannot be done by staying on the first floor. Just then the loudspeaker above announced, Battle report incoming. He remained there listening to the news. Our next wave of attacks is about to begin. Hearing this, Nam Tu Thang said, so, the level 7 ability user, Son of Thunder's Punishment, and the level 6 ability user, Flame Giant, have arrived at the front lines. In my past life, the Son of Thunder's Punishment and the Flame Giant were defeated shortly after, entering the battlefield. The situation at the front lines became even more brutal, and the casualties were even more tragic. The time before the 8th defensive line collapses is running out. Turning off the water, he said. To speed up the deployment, I must race against time. There's no time for rest. I must go to the 2nd floor of the trial tower now. Others were working incessantly, yet they still couldn't stop gossiping about Nam Tu Thang. I didn't expect that Nam Tu Thang to actually pass the trial, but to get injured like that, he will definitely need to rest for a very long time. An older woman who looked quite kind said, but he really is very reckless. This is an A-rank trial after all. Hardly anyone has been able to pass it before. Despite witnessing it with her own eyes, Aunt Vuong still stubbornly refused to believe in him. Doing so much at once is useless. It's better to take it one step at a time. While pushing the cart, she said, being so heavily injured, who knows how long he'll need to rest. He might even have to report a disability and never come back. At that moment, someone pushing a cart noticed that Nam Tu Thang was standing right in front of them. They faked a cough to hide their embarrassment and said, ahem ahem. He's back, keep your voice down. Aunt Vuong, true to her stubborn nature, said. Aunt Vuong said defiantly, so what if he's back? She asked him as he walked past, hey, isn't your work on the 1st floor done already? What else do you want to do? He replied, I want to go to the 2nd floor to continue the trial. Aunt Vuong thought, go to the 2nd floor. She panicked and tried to stop him. Your injuries are so severe, yet you're still going to the 2nd floor. What are you trying to prove? Tulu also said, Mr. Nam, the 2nd floor is crawling with large mutated beasts. Wait until your wounds heal better and we'll find some people to help you. The others also tried to hold him back. That's right. Those bull tigers are like tanks. They are not easy to deal with. Nam Tu Thang did not stop because of those words. He continued walking toward the door and said, thank you, but I'm used to being alone. Aunt Vuong shouted after him. If you're really that capable, why aren't you at the front lines? What are you pretending for here? Tulu thought worriedly. Strange, someone like Mr. Nam doesn't seem like the type to fear death and hide in the rear. Nam Tu Thang stepped inside, then took a deep breath to steady himself. Standing before a new pack of mutated beasts, with the door closing behind him, he calmly held his sword as the system announced, you have initiated the 2nd floor trial, A-rank trial. Nam Tu Thang raised his sword to attack and said, the 2nd floor and the 1st floor are indeed different. The sense of oppression is much stronger. He aimed straight at the 7 mutated beasts and delivered a long, deep red slash. Afterward, 3 eyes appeared hidden within the shroud of smoke. Taking advantage of a moment of inattention, the mutated beast rammed forcefully into his back. Nam Tu Thang immediately used the momentum to flip himself around. Nam Tu Thang was sent tumbling to the ground by the forceful impact. He immediately thought of a way out. My physical size has no advantage. I can't face them with brute force. The pack of mutated beasts was now full of aggressive energy provoking him. Nam Tu Thang thought with annoyance. Even these beasts dare to provoke me. Nam Tu Thang focused his strength. A red aura surrounded him before the next attack. He calmly said, but I am not the type of person to take action without prior preparation. Nam Tu Thang fell silent, preparing for the next battle. A mutated beast lunged forward to attack Nam Tu Thang, but he leaped up just in time to dodge, taking the high ground advantage. Nam Tu Thang unleashed his strikes, carving sword paths onto the beasts. He stabbed one of them directly in the head, then ripped a long gash from the entry point. Blood from the mutated beast splattered everywhere. The others were struck with terror upon seeing this. With their hair standing on end, Nam Tu Thang focused his ability into his palm. Walking slowly, he said, so these are level 2 mutated beasts in the taming hierarchy. Then I'll just tame them before finishing them off. A circular red light emanated from his hand. Then he said, beast taming talent. In an instant, the pack of beasts was enveloped in red light. They roared continuously. Then, under Nam Tu Thang's power, the mutated beasts collapsed one by one. But they were not dead. Instead, they trembled before his presence. Approaching them, he said, next time behave yourselves. Nam Tu Thang raised his sword with a terrifying look and said, continuing to level up, jumping straight to level 3. 3 days later, at the Ngeep Tang branch of the rear training ground, the workers were toiling tirelessly while talking amongst themselves. Come and lend a hand, get over here. Nam Tu Thang sat down to rest after the battle, while the others were working tirelessly. As he spoke, move this meat as soon as possible, we can't. Leave it here. Phew, that's enough for today. The new ability information has been updated. Number of domesticable animals, 12,000. Trackable animal level 6. Mutated beast tamer rank, level 6, 2,000. 12,000. Namtu Tang sat thinking and said, in just 3 days this time, over 10,000 mutated beasts have been killed. The efficiency is much higher than before. If my beast-taming talent has reached level 6, it looks like I can head into the wilderness tonight. Namtu Tang thought while spreading out the map. Even for a level 5 ability user going in there alone, would not make for an easy escape. With the threat of powerful ability users and firearms, they rarely take the initiative to attack the city. He spoke, but taming them remains a crucial part of my plan to deal with the 10,000 races. An old man came up to him and asked, Mr. Nam, do we need to work overtime to transport goods again today? To send supplies to the front lines? We can work overtime whenever you need. Namtu Tang sat up and replied, no need, I have to leave a bit early today. The old man responded, all right then. Auntie Vuong watched Namtu Tang leave while sneering, did you see that? Only a few days and he can't hold out anymore. Another uncle heard this and cut in annoyed, even though he chose to stay. But in our trial tower right now, isn't it because of him that the work progress has sped up so much? I actually think this kid isn't bad at all. Auntie Vuong spoke again. I don't want you. Why are you interrupting? You're crazy. The two argued behind him, while Namtu Tang ignored them and moved on. I think you're the crazy one. Spending every day not doing your own work, just to watch others for what? Tiu Lu stood watching him, then blushed and walked over to start a conversation. Mr. Nam. About that. The progress at the trial tower has caught up. Mr. Nam, you should take a temporary break for a while. You've worked hard lately. You've done an excellent job. Namtu Tang spoke softly. Thanks, I have some business to attend to, so I'll head out first. Tiu Lu smiled back and replied, oh, okay then. Go back and get some rest, I won't keep you any longer. At this moment, outside the city gates, a long line of vehicles kept streaming in one after another. People inside the cars leaned their heads out, shouting, everyone move aside. Don't block the way. Many people also ran out. Towards the cars, one of them said, these are all wounded returning from the front lines. They must be rushed to the hospital immediately. Namtu Tang also came to look and said, so many wounded people. Being sent to Ngip 10 defense line. Number 5, it seems the front line. Someone pointed at the sky and cried out. Look quickly, rocket missiles. 2 missiles soared across the sky, causing those who witnessed it to cheer incessantly. It looks like we've gained the upper hand, but someone else saw it differently and said, that's not right, it's not about having the upper hand. The battle at the front line is dire. They urgently need long-range support from the rear. Namtu Tang also looked up and thought, the day the defense line collapses is not far off. Namtu Tang put on a mask. Then he prepared a sword to wear on his back. Namtu Tang, fully equipped, decided to head outside, thinking to himself as he walked, there's no more time to waste. In the wasteland outside the city gates, snow was falling heavily. But there were a few military vehicles that were unable to move. Someone inside the vehicle said, hey, why did you stop the car? It's very dangerous right now. One of them got out to check and said, damn it, it's broken. Let me see what the problem is. Of all times, this car just had to break down now. Tu Nam poked her head out and said, maybe we should leave the car here and come back tomorrow morning. There are mutated wolves around here lately. Safety comes first. The other person didn't object and agreed, that works. I'll grab the gear first and hitch a ride back to the city with the others. Someone in the convoy saw a figure running behind them. That person was sprinting at an incredible speed, swiftly passing the military vehicles. Seeing this, Tu Nam couldn't help but exclaim, who is that? Why are they outside the city alone after dark? She turned to look at Namtu Tang, who was running ahead. The area ahead is inhabited by mutated wolves. It's very dangerous. A black-haired girl inside said instead, Sister, the director has called to urge us many times already. The number of wounded in the city is increasing, and there are even more wounded at the front lines. Ngip Tang Hospital is waiting for our medicine. Even so, Tu Nam couldn't help but feel worried, so she spoke up again. But up ahead, even in a car, you can't see clearly enough to pass through smoothly. If we just ignore them, that person will be in great danger. The black-haired girl continued, this area is a den for packs of giant mutated wolves. If they attack, this medical team with its supplies and equipment will have no way to defend itself. The 10,000 races. Lately, we've seen many fools who don't know the value of their lives, sister. We can't worry about everyone. Tu Nam found this quite reasonable, so she returned to her work. Fine, let's not talk about it anymore. Let's go. But before they could move, there was a loud scream from outside, making Tu Nam turn around. Peering out, she saw one of the soldiers had fallen, tumbling to the ground. Ah, help. Help me! Through the rearview mirror, Tu Nam could clearly see the attacker was a mutated wolf. The black-haired girl grabbed her weapon and shouted loudly, quick, get the car. There is a giant steel wolf behind us. But just as they were about to run, the mutated wolf plunged toward the front of the car, shattering the windshield. The black-haired girl pointed her gun at the mutated wolf and shouted to Tu Nam, "Drive quick, someone opened fire." Standing in the distance, Nam Tu Thang couldn't help but look back upon hearing the loud noise. He whispered, "Gunshots. They are coming from the medical and pharmaceutical supply team's side." Even so, he couldn't go to their rescue, because he was now surrounded by a pack of mutated wolves. He muttered to himself, "It's not just an attack over there. There are wolves lurking on this side, too." Nam Tu Tang looked at the wolf pack and thought, "But this works out well for me. It saves me quite a bit of power." In an instant, Nam Tu Thang was in the center of the wolf pack. Yet he calmly reflected, as the concentration of spiritual energy increases, these beasts are getting smarter. On the car's side, they had already come under attack. The glass was being punctured as if hit by grenades. The wolves outside continued their relentless assault. The black-haired girl told Tu Nam to be careful while she reloaded. Tu Nam gripped the wheel firmly and said, "I'm fine." The black-haired girl held her gun ready for combat and instructed, "In a moment, no matter how many mutated wolves are killed or driven back, you must take the opportunity to drive away." Tu Nam quickly replied, "Got it, leave it to me." Things weren't going smoothly for Nam Tu Thang either. He had to face the danger alone, struggling against an entire pack of mutated wolves. At that moment, a giant wolf appeared at the rear, acting as the commander. One look and Nam Tu Thang knew exactly what its role was. "So the Wolf King is on my side." He immediately made a decision. "It seems that as long as I deal with these wolves, the medical team will be able to hold out." The giant wolf showed no hesitation and slowly stepped forward. As the wolf lunged to attack, Nam Tu Tang gripped his sword tightly, ready to counterattack as he spoke. "Since the boss has shown its face, it is time for our battle to begin." A spark of light appeared from nowhere, and the area around Nam Tu Thang glowed brilliantly. The surrounding dirt and sand instantly flew in all directions. The system popped up and announced the beast taming talent. Abilities began to sprout around Nam Tu Thang. Their roots also burst from the ground to attack the wolf pack. Massive roots stabbed upward from beneath the earth, sending the wolf pack into a panic. The roots seemed sentient, whipping the wolves without missing a single strike. Seeing this, the Wolf King's eyes turned red with rage. It let out a thunderous, majestic roar. Hearing the command of their leader, the wolves immediately attacked in a coordinated formation. The wolves continuously dodged the strikes from the tree roots, finally landing close to where Nam Tu Thang stood. At this moment, the Wolf King, along with its subordinates, had also closed in on Nam Tu Thang's position. Right now, Nam Tu Thang looked like nothing less than a monster. Channeling his power, he said, "To capture the rider, one must first shoot the horse. To eliminate the bandits, one must first eliminate their king." The wolves seemed to have witnessed something that filled them with sheer terror. The cause of that terror was Nam Tu Thang, who was now standing atop a colossal root that had surged unexpectedly from the ground. That root swiftly crushed the wolf pack into pulp. Nam Tu Tang used the momentum from the root to leap high into the air. Soaring upward, he landed directly above, the Wolf King concentrating his power into his palm. As he said, "I must prioritize taming their leader first." The Wolf King wouldn't back down, letting out a roar in response. Nam Tu Tang landed on its head and pressed his hand down firmly. Shouting, "Steel Wolf King!" He placed his hand on its shaggy fur and commanded, "Tame." Once again, the taming light enveloped the Wolf King. Affected by the skill, the Wolf King's expression became dazed and euphoric. The wolf pack was also influenced, bowing their heads before Nam Tu Thang. From a distance, the initial tree could be seen clearly. It now looked like a massive ancient tree. In another location, bullets were being fired incessantly from gun barrels. The black-haired girl fired while telling the driver, "Drive faster." Tu Nam shouted while flooring the accelerator, "All right, let's go!" But after revving the engine for a while, there was still no sound at all, leaving the two girls frozen in shock. Tu Nam spoke up. Why won't our car start?" The black-haired girl uttered a sentence that perfectly fit the situation. "We're dead outside." The mutated wolf kept using its body to slam into the car. The interior was almost shattered due to the excessive force. Finally, the wolf managed to break the glass layer, poking its head inside and growling. Now the car was completely surrounded by 3 mutated wolves. But surprisingly, the black-haired girl witnessed something very strange. What is this? Am I seeing things? How can these mutated wolves be this cute? The mutated wolf now looked no different from a pet dog, looking quite silly. As if receiving some signal, it let go of the car. All 5 mutated wolves moved away from the car, heading back to their own territory. The 2 girls watched in amazement. At this moment, those mutated wolves from just now also quickly merged back with their pack. The wolf pack quickly bowed their heads to show respect to their king, and their king was none other than Nam Tu Thang. Standing heroically on a rock ledge, looking at his subordinates. Nam stood on the roof of the car, looking in the direction the wolf pack left, and exclaimed that giant mutated wolf pack is so massive. Are they tamed? The black-haired girl also said in surprise. A single person taming 10,000 wolves. What kind of beast tamer level is that? Too formidable. New information about the ability was also quickly updated. Number of tamed beasts? Steel Great Wolf. 1,000 creatures daily taming quota. 1,000 of 1,000 beast level. Trackable level 7. Mutated beast tamer rank. Level 7 27,000 of 27,000. If you want to exceed the limit and continue taming, you must spend origin stones. Please choose yes or no, Nam Tutang said while scrolling through the system. Currently, origin stones are precious and rare. There's no need to waste origin stones on taming beasts. With a cheerful expression, he said, I didn't expect to have the look of a pet owner so soon. Nam Tutang patted his subordinate's head and instructed them. You guys are actually quite well behaved. Disperse for now and wait until I call for you. As he gave the orders, the Wolf King nodded in obedience. Remember, you are not allowed to attack humans, Nam Tutang stated. There are 3 uninhabited areas near Ngepthan, and many more deserted places a bit further away. I must conquer and tame all of these mutated beasts. He stood watching the sunrise while saying, for the greater good. I must find a way to gather a grand army. An army of tens of millions of mutated beasts. He continued, and there's the medical and herbal team. Their supply routes must also be protected, he said. Nam Tutang checked a message on his phone and said, yeah. Is it news from the factory? Upon seeing the message, he said emergency meeting. The message on the phone read, Mr. Nam, an emergency meeting needs to be held at the training ground. You must come here for a moment. He thought, has something happened? Meanwhile, at the Ngepten branch training ground, a group of workers was gathering, listening to someone berate them. The Ngepten branch of yours is truly disappointing. They were being scolded by their superior, and could only stand there listening, unable to do anything. I think that, if you force such a fast pace, surely, it will put more pressure on the people at the front. Lam Hutai looked at them and said, I can't believe that even with a few high-level mutated beasts, you still can't handle them. The former mayor stepped forward to defend the city commander. This is also our first time dealing with mutated beasts, of level 4 and above. Furthermore, the support staff at the factory right now are all elderly. For these high-level mutated beasts, we need a little more time to get used to them. Lam Hutai repeated time. He pointed at the former mayor and said, the current situation is critical. The front line is about to run out of food. Lam Hutai pointed his finger and shouted at the entire support rear. There aren't many mutated beasts. If we want to ensure the supply for the front line, then we must start with these stronger mutated beasts. The former mayor responded submissively. Understood. We in Ngepten will send people as soon as possible. To continue overcoming these difficulties, Lam Hutai stood before the workers and scolded them. I don't see any need for that. I have reviewed this entire Ngepten branch a long time ago. It's completely useless. Still trying, are you? Do you intend to delay military supplies to the front line and make the whole of Ngepten suffer together? Xiao Liu also stepped forward and said, Commander, these mutated beasts, their level is close to level 4 mutated beasts, which was already beyond Ngepten's ability to handle. For us, but he wouldn't listen and only said, it is your city that has slowed down progress. And the first deserters also came from your city. Lam Hutai said with contempt, you people in Ngepten are truly an irresponsible bunch, unable to bear any heavy responsibility at all. At this moment, Aunt Wang could no longer stand it, and spoke up to reprimand him. What did you say? I've had enough of you? Is being an official that great? Who are you calling irresponsible? My husband and my 3 sons all died on the battlefront to protect the country. Is that irresponsible? Auntie pointed at Lam Hutai and shouted loudly, we work 24/7, just to speed up the food supply process. On what grounds do you say? All our efforts are in vain. Lam Hutai uttered an insult. Bitch! One of Lam Hutai's soldiers used his ability preparing to attack. Then said, you dare to be insolent to the commander? Aunt Wang shouted back without fear. What do you want to do? That man's fist was enveloped in special energy. Quickly launched an attack, but was stopped by Nam Tu-Thang, who appeared like a god, striking the man right on the chin. The soldier quickly lost consciousness. To the utter astonishment of Lam Hutai, one of the people there said, Commander, an argument doesn't mean you need to resort to violence. Xiao Liu called out to Mr. Nam, blushing. The workers couldn't hide their joy upon seeing him. Comrade Tu Nam has arrived. The former mayor had not anticipated this situation, and couldn't help but wonder, is this the same Nam Tu-Thang? Why is he here after all? To be able to defeat the ability user following the commander with a single punch. Could it be that he has awakened an ability? Lam Hutai asked, who are you? He pointed his gun at him while saying, "Committing a crime against a superior in Giptan. Do you people intend to rebel?" Seeing him, Nam Tu Thang seemed to recognize him, so it turned out to be him. He recalled that in the past, he had known information about this person, knowing beforehand that he enriched himself through war. After spending 12 years on the battlefield against various races, he became a traitor wanted worldwide, eventually leading to Lam Hu Tai's execution for draining the supply lines dry. It made him think, in his previous life, this guy resold military supplies on the front lines, supplies sent from the rear to the front, which caused no small amount of damage. When discovered, he must certainly be targeting Ngiptan's processing speed, wanting to use Ngiptan's efforts to slaughter more high-level mutated beasts, to sell materials and enrich himself. Nam Tu Tang stood before Lam Hu Tai's gun barrel, while still calmly calculating. It seems his appearance here was not unexpected. He thought to himself to plan a way to handle this. I need to find a way to deal with him first, but before dealing with him, I need to exhaust all current resources. On the surface, I should remain still. Then said to Lam Hu Tai, "Sir, there are no traitors here seeking to incite a rebellion." Seeing someone backing them up, the workers couldn't help but start shouting out, "These workers are not irresponsible people. Damn it, you're pointing a gun at us! We still haven't processed enough for the myriad races battlefield. Why did the 3 sons of my aunt enlist a few days ago and all head to the front line?" The workers continuously told stories of their relatives' sacrifices. My second uncle's son just passed away last month. My father was exhausted from working overtime at the branch, so tired that he barely has half a life left. I just want to ask you officials, what more do you want from us? Lam Hu Tai was put in a difficult position and thought, this is not going to end well. I thought they were all old, weak, and disabled, but I didn't expect them to be like this. Suddenly he realized something. Wait! He looks familiar. Then Lam Hu Tai shouted, "That's right. You are that Ngiptang deserter Nam Tu Tang. So a scholar like you is hiding here, refusing to enlist, and even daring to attack a superior and injure a soldier. I could shoot you right now." Nam Tu Tang stood in front of one of the soldiers and said, "I don't care. However, before this, I have slaughtered and processed tens of thousands of mutated beasts in the trial grounds. If I die, the supply progress will slow down even more." The former mayor thought in surprise. What it turns out, Nam Tu Thang is also known as the Butcher. Nam Tu Tang Ten said, "Mutated beasts of this level are already able to use their powers to interfere with the mental state of humans. No one could handle them in the trial arenas of other regions, which is why you lot came to Ngiptan to try your luck, didn't you? I really want to take on this task, but since the commander wants me dead, then there is nothing I can do." Lam Hu Tai hesitated for a moment, lost in thought. That kid, a deserter, who was already familiar with mutated beasts, had actually struck back at him. He considered the situation and whispered to himself, judging the reactions of everyone present. What he said didn't seem like a lie. It's better to just go along with it. Lam Hu Tai smiled as if his plan had succeeded. If he's volunteered, it suits me perfectly. Lam Hu Tai immediately set a condition. Very well, I hope what you say is the truth. Let's make a formal military pledge. Tomorrow I will send 5,000 mutated beasts, level 4 to the Ngiptang trial grounds. If you can complete the processing within a week, I will spare you. He added further. But if you fail to complete it, then at that time I will settle both new and old scores. The former mayor said worriedly, "Let's go." Reminding Nam Tu Thang about the military pledge. "Are you serious? If you don't finish, you might..." Xiao Liu also said, "Mr. Nam alone. Can you really do it?" "We can all help." But Nam Tu Tang reassured them. He said, "Rest assured, I will definitely complete it. It's just that I'll have to trouble everyone." He then thought of the mutated beasts about to be brought here. Among the level 4 mutated beasts, they were a very powerful species, with high defense and strong mental interference abilities. This made him sink deeper into thought. They are not just supplies, but extremely valuable ones. Scum like Lam Hu Tai will do anything to make a fortune. But thanks to him, these monsters are the best materials for me to upgrade my Shura talent. Nam Tu Tang also made a decision. First, I must destroy all the monsters in this man's hands, upgrade my talent, then uproot Lam Hu Tai and his group of scum. On the following day, at the site where the mutated beasts were being transported, one of the 2 transporters assured him, "Your 5,000 mutated beasts, level 4, have been delivered to the Ngiptan inspection station. Now sign for them." The workers here also quickly took inventory to ensure the goods were correct. The fat transporter took out a notebook and read the following. Proclaiming the military pledge, logistics soldier of the Ngiptan branch, Nam Tu Tang accepts the mission to process 5,000 mutated beasts. Level 4. The fat man read every single word of the pledge clearly. It must be completed within 1 week. Nam Tu is a logistics employee under wartime regulations. Quartermaster Chief Lam Hu Tai has the right to discipline you. The man also added, You are suspected of disobeying orders, inciting workers to rebel and attacking superiors. If there is any delay, you will be charged with multiple crimes. No reporting required. Your sentence will be executed immediately. The fat man mimicked the motion of firing a gun, while laughing and saying, "Execution by firing squad, haha." Xiao Lu was shocked to hear that. "What execution?" The fat man then said, "Yesterday when making the military pledge, didn't you agree very readily? What's wrong, are you scared now?" He also added, "But when that time comes, it is my responsibility to personally deal with Nam Tu Thang." The fat man put on a threatening look again, then handed the pledge to Nam Tu Thang. "I believe I will enjoy that process very much." He quickly took the pledge, and gave the fat man a threatening look in return, saying, "You're just a messenger. Talking too much nonsense." Following behind, Fuang Man saw this and cursed, "Motherfucker." But the fat man waved it off and said, "It's fine, we must show some tolerance for the dead." Nam Tu Tang, the dead man. "Please begin your performance. I'm waiting for you here." The former mayor and Xiao Lu were fully armored, preparing to work alongside Nam Tu Thang. Xiao Lu also said, "Mr. Nam, these aren't like the low-level ones from before. To counter these high-level mutated beasts, anesthetic smoke bombs must be used. Must use a large dosage." The former mayor also said, "The main components of this smoke are drugs. Most of the anesthetics were transferred to field hospitals on the front lines. The reserves in the rear are not much. Whether the current dosage is sufficient or not is still uncertain. Comrade Xiaonam, please be extremely careful." But he just hummed to brush it off. Fuang Man just now looked up at them walking away and said, "These mutated beasts can all launch mental attacks normally. Even in the trial arena, there was no time to avoid them. Why does he look so confident then, unless he is of the mental system?" But the fat man asserted that it wasn't the case. "I have used mental power to test that kid. He didn't react at all to my mental power. The mental power of level 4 mutated beasts is very strong. Even I cannot stay near them for a long time. We just need to wait for Nam Tu Thang to be executed." He put on a twisted expression. "Thinking of the scene where Nam Tu Thang goes mad," he said. "But by the time he comes out, he will surely have gone insane, unable to remain conscious, to feel the fear as death arrives." "What a pity," the fat man then said. "But then again, the boss is truly stingy. Isn't it just because he disliked that I took a larger share? It's a waste of time to trust a traitor," he said, "after I deal with that kid. These things will still belong to me. The boss sent you here to monitor. You should know how to report to the boss, right?" The soldier following him also said, "Please rest assured, sir. I will honestly report everything that happens here." At the same time, Nam Tu Tang was struggling against the mutated beasts and couldn't help but say, "Truly worthy of being level 4 mutated beasts. Even though their bodies are paralyzed, their mental power is still very strong." But those red eyes kept staring relentlessly at Nam Tu Thang. He also glanced over and judged that they weren't bad at all. In front of Nam Tu Thang, a giant rabbit skeleton now appeared. He immediately exclaimed, "To think it could condense such an illusion." So realistic like this, the skeleton roared, preparing to attack. Unexpectedly from that red skeleton, a massive skeletal body truly manifested. Even Nam Tu Tang was stunned. Surprised to witness it, he was quickly grabbed by its giant hand, as a flash of light gleamed from afar. Then Nam Tu Tang's sword flew in, shattering the skull. Nam Tu Tang gained momentum and leaped up. He placed his hand on the skeleton's head and shouted, "Get lost! It's just an illusion." After destroying a mutated beast, Nam Tu Thang said, "As long as your spirit cannot control me, in my eyes you are just stationary targets. To upgrade the talent, Asura still needs more killing intent." He then provoked them. "Hurry up and show your true skills." At this moment, Nam Tu Thang noticed something. Beneath his feet, he was now being grabbed by patches of darkness, but instead he praised, "Now this is more like it." While Nam Tu Thang was fighting against the shadows, a figure appeared. He didn't expect those shadows to emit a voice. "You are too tired, let everything go. Humans must learn to live more comfortably." The voice hypnotized him, making him recall the past. "Think about the price you have paid. Think about those who have fallen." He told them to shut up, but they continued. "Is all of this worth it? The myriad races are so powerful. How can you seek revenge against them?" The shadows kept whispering in his ear, wanting Nam Tu Thang to give up. "Protecting humanity is even more ridiculous. Haven't you already seen the future of humanity?" But unexpectedly, he had already grabbed them and said, "Instead of fighting destiny, why not? Why don't you just be quiet for a bit?" Nam Tu Tang decisively pulled out the shadows that were constantly invading his head. He then used his ability to make the tree appear and said, "I will naturally settle my grudge with the myriad races. The fate of humanity will be decided by us humans ourselves." The tree enveloped Nam Tu Tang as he slowly absorbed all that killing intent, causing them to ask in surprise, "How can you withstand all of this killing intent?" He shouted, "Do you want to turn into a madman controlled by killing intent?" Give it up, red lights. Appeared around Nam Tu Thang once more. He pointed his finger and said, as long as I activate the Asura talent and Asura state, I can double my physical attributes and my mental strength. And this killing intent is the fastest shortcut to upgrade my talent. When Nam Tu Thang opened his palm, that red light kept spreading into the surroundings. Nam Tu Thang activated his Asura talent and told them, obediently turn into my power. The branches quickly absorbed the killing, intent spreading around, which was then rapidly absorbed by Nam Tu Thang. He was also affected, causing his eyes to turn black. Nam Tu Thang let out a scream of pain. At this time, in a luxurious house, two people were constantly responding to each other. What, the other party is still demanding the goods? Where can we find that much stock right now? Stop being foolish. Do you know how much money those materials can earn? Right now, for now, try to use your words to calm them down. I will keep thinking of a way. The bunny-eared girl, while pouring wine for Lam Hu Tai, said, sir, it's already the apocalypse. Why are you still working so hard? Why not play with me for a while? Lam Hu Tai stared at the wine glass, thinking intensely. The demand for goods is becoming increasingly urgent. It seems that not only Hua Nation, but other countries are also even less optimistic. I must take advantage of the time I can still make a profit to scrape up more. Otherwise, the mutated beasts I've spent so long preparing will all go to waste. He thought of those subordinates, of no consequence, and downed the entire glass of wine in one gulp. But those capable subordinates have a huge appetite, tearing into me painfully, while also having to carefully deal with the investigators, undercover on the front lines. What a nuisance. The bunny-eared girl put the wine bottle away, while Lam Hu Tai was still sitting there thinking. Suddenly his phone lit up. Damn it, where? Can I find a stable place to process these high-level mutated beasts? And he quickly answered the call. Hello. The voice on the other end said, sir, the mission at the Ngip Tang branch assigned to them, under their military orders, Lam Hu Tai said without any expectation. This bunch of useless people indeed can't be relied upon. How was that leader Nam Tu Thang handled? But unexpectedly, the voice on the other end said otherwise. No, sir. We just returned from another place today, the Ngip Tang branch. It's only been 4 days since we left, but they have basically completed the mission now. The people there reported, sir, the level of these high-grade mutated beasts was almost at level 4. It was originally beyond the resolution capability of Ngip Tun. Lam Hu Tai interrupted. What did you say completed? Fuang Man stood before the pile of mutated beast carcasses, while reporting, yes, sir. The mission to process 5,000 level 4 mutated beasts is confirmed completed. All were completed by the butcher named Nam Tu Thang. Hearing this, he happily embraced the girl beside him and laughed. Ha 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 ha! What is the condition of that kid surnamed Nam? Is he still alive? The voice on the other end continued. It seems he's exhausted, but there shouldn't be anything to worry about. His mind is still conscious. Lam Hu Tai's voice echoed from the phone. Good, keep an eye on that kid for me. Aside from killing mutated beasts, if he shows any other strange behavior, then you know what needs to be done, right? The message was clear. Meanwhile, the fat man who disliked him thought this kid actually managed to complete the mission for real. Looking at Nam Tu Thang being cared for by everyone, the fat man couldn't help but wonder. Last time before leaving, he had clearly checked him. That guy had absolutely no talent, or any mental type special power at all. How on earth did he do it? The system had also updated the information. Talent tree content Ashura grade. Current progress, 5,500 talent points. Unlocked Demon Alloy Blade. Description. Skill. Adds 1 level of slashing. Attribute to the weapon, ignoring defense to a certain extent. Duration is 5 seconds. He looked at the info panel and thought, these past few days my body and spirit have improved a lot. Although I haven't broken through to level 6 yet, I have mastered the first skill of the Asura talent. Nam Tu Thang sat back in his chair having his sweat wiped away, thinking that later he could tame more high-level mutated beasts deep within the wilderness to speed up his progression. Governor Vuong finally spoke a few words of praise to Nam Tu Thang. Comrade Little Nam, you have truly made us proud. Otherwise, Ngip Tang would really be looked down upon by certain people. The person behind also agreed, that's right. While everyone was talking animatedly, the fat man walked over irritably. It's clearly because they couldn't do it that they needed us, yet they act as if they're so great or something. Nam Tu Thang whispered in his heart. I almost forgot about them. It seems my completion of the mission has made someone unhappy. Improving the Asura level has also made my sensory abilities much stronger. This guy turns out to be a mental-type special ability user. The fat man walking past thought with extreme rage, cutting off my source of wealth. These subordinates even dare to mock me. This kid is not normal. I must investigate him more thoroughly. Fuang Man realized his intention and wanted to stop him. Hey, did you forget? As long as the mission can be completed, then no means are off limits, right? Breaking the boss's rules. You know the boss's methods, Fuangman warned while using his ability. Even if there is something shady, we must wait until the boss is done with him before eliminating him. The mental energy of the demonic creatures is still lingering too much. If you risk making a move, you'll be affected. The fat man was now fuming with rage and said, "Shut up. When the time comes, I'll report to the boss myself." He used his ability to continuously force his spirit to invade Nam Tu Tang, unaware that he was playing with fire. Nam Tu Tang sensed it, stepped forward, looked at him and thought to himself, "A technique of a mental type ability user. You want to attack my spirit? Pity you chose the wrong person." Nam Tu Tang wanted to take this chance to test a new move. It's a perfect opportunity to test the power of the Asura talent. When the fat man was counterattacked, he shuddered. By the time he realized it, he was in a pitch-black space and said, "I must have entered his mental system. But why is it like this?" He glanced around and thought, after invading a mental system, one should see a mental entity. Why is it so dark that I can't see anything at all? Suddenly, a sound made the fat man jump. "Hey!" The voice echoed amidst mysterious red lights. In front of the fat man appeared the giant face of Nam Tu Tang, in spirit form, causing him to panic. A mental entity condensed from killing intent, he said in terror. "You also have a mental type ability. What level of ability user are you? I clearly investigated you already. Why in such a short period of time? Could you achieve this?" The fat man grew more and more frantic, asking who he really was. At this moment, the killing intent once again bound the fat man's feet. Nam Tu Tang's mental energy laughed savagely, then said, "Who I am doesn't matter. Didn't you want to probe my mental world?" The fat man was quickly attacked by the killing intent, making him scream, "Please spare my life. Is this level of energy killing intent?" "No, let me go forgive." Nam Tu Tang's mental energy smiled and said, "I'll give you a look until you're satisfied." The fat man was attacked by the killing intent until he coughed up blood. At this time on the outside, the others could clearly witness the killing intent that had just attacked the fat man. The fat man had lost his sanity, raving like a lunatic. "These are mine. The money is mine too. No one can take even a bit of my stuff away." He danced around like a fool and shouted, "That idiot Lam Hutai! I can do all of this by myself, right? I can do it all by myself." A female worker saw this and thought, "What's going on? Is the pressure of being a leader that high?" Meanwhile, Aunt Vuong thought the problem was her fault. "No way. I only said 2 things and he already can't take it. Could I be partially responsible?" Vuong Man saw it and said, "He was affected by the lingering mental power. Driven mad." The fat man continued to dance and sing. "Die, whoever touches my money will die." Vuong Man couldn't take it anymore, so he used his ability and said, "Talking anymore will ruin the boss's plans." The fat man was quickly decapitated by his own ally. The witnesses were left with their mouths wide open in shock. Vuong Man, with hands covered in his ally's blood, still spoke calmly. "I apologize for making a scene. He was affected by the creature's mental power. It might have led to everyone getting hurt, so I had no choice but to deal with him." Then that man continued to walk forward. He stood in front of Nam Tu Tang and thought, passed out. It seems his mind really was disturbed. Vuong Man cursed inwardly. That fool harmed himself and even affected this kid. This guy is probably useless now. I'll just have to go back and report first. Then he ignored him, walked on and said to the people behind, "Someone will come to handle the situation here. Everyone just focus on your work." Nam Tu Tang now wore a triumphant smile. While that man wasn't paying attention, the system updated with new information. Current Asura level 6 experience 5,500, 5,500. Now Nam Tu Tang was slowly opening his eyes. Before him were his co-workers, standing all around. Tiu Lu spoke up. "You're finally awake, Mr. Nam." Someone else called out to the rest. "Mr. Nam is awake, everyone come over here quickly." Mr. Nam is awake. Nam Tu Tang sat up, rubbing his head with his hand and asked, "Exactly how long have I been asleep?" Tiu Lu immediately replied, "Comrade Tiu Nam, you've been asleep for more than 2 days." Aunt Vuong told everyone there, "Comrade Tiu Nam is awake. Everyone don't worry anymore, go back to work. If you don't work hard, things won't get done." She caringly advised him, "Since you're awake, Tiu Nam, eat something." "All right." Nam Tu Tang asked, "Did Lam Hutai bring more mutant beasts again?" Aunt Vuong sighed and replied, "Half of the people at the substation have been moved elsewhere to work, and the frontline troops have just doubled." Hearing her story made him feel bewildered. The campaign for the 9th defense line has ended. Humanity was completely crushed at the 8th defense line. Aunt Vuong added, "The combat situations is incredibly tragic. Whether on the ground or in the sky, our army is no match for the mutant beasts of the Van race." As she spoke, she couldn't hide her worry. The son of Loi Fat, a level 7 superpower user, there was much hope, but his arm was broken and he's only half alive. A level 6 ability user, the fire giant, has already sacrificed his life for the country. Nam Tu Tang listened and fell into silent thought. Although he knew long ago that they would lose the battle, he didn't expect the time of defeat to be so much earlier than in his previous life. Aunt Vuong suddenly said, "That's right, Comrade Tu Nam. The matter of the dead supervisor, the high-level leadership, finalized it 2 days ago. The supervisor's death was caused by a creature's mental disturbance. At the Ngiptheng training ground station, none of us bear any responsibility." She took on a serious expression and said, "Compared to that, there is something even more important." Nam Tu Tang broke into a cold sweat and asked, "What else is there?" Then she turned and called for Tu Lu. Tu Lu hobbled forward on crutches and called out, "Mr. Nam." She happily announced, "All staff members, including those who went out for support, have unanimously elected you as the station master of the training ground substation here in Ngiptheng." Then she handed him a piece of paper. "This is the appointment letter from higher leadership." Nam Tu Tang was still dazed and didn't understand. He reached out his hand and said, "This." Aunt Vuong quickly interjected, "Comrade Tu Nam, this is because everyone recognizes your merit. As for me, your Aunt Vuong, I have offended many in the past. I hope you will be more forgiving from now on." "That's right. We can't call you Comrade Tu Nam anymore. We must call you Station Master Tu Nam." "No, that's still not right. It should be Station Master Nam." Tu Lu was the first to call out, "Station Master Nam." The others heard and followed suit. "Right, Station Master Nam. Let's all work hard together." She then said, "But the missions ordered by leadership are also heavier than before. Many workers at the station, we are short by half. The amount of military supplies required to boost production has also doubled." Recalling those who fell due to overwork, Tu Lu immediately asked him, "If everyone goes without eating, drinking, or sleeping, after a month, how many people in our station will still be alive, station? Master, tell us, how should we handle this?" Hearing this, he fell into silent thought. The ability tree appeared along with the system panel. There cannot be any change in the worker's efficiency. The only person who can work diligently is myself with level 7 beast taming talent and level 6 Asura talent. By properly using the beast taming skill and the slash attribute skill, efficiency will double. This way, even if the staff works normal hours, the timeline for the new tasks will not be affected. Nam Tu Tang thought to himself, as for the original plan, to drain Lam Hu Tai's resources dry and then finish him off. Now that I have the station master status, there is more room to operate. Tu Lu wanted to demand an explanation since the mission was so unreasonable. She felt a formal complaint to leadership was necessary, but Nam Tu Tang stopped her. "It's okay, Sister Lu, I've already thought of a way." But Tu Lu and the others were surprised. Watching him step down, she immediately tried to stop him. "Station master, I know the pressure of just taking office is immense, but your body has only just recovered." Aunt Vuong also added, "You can't be so reckless with your life." However, he ignored them and walked straight down. Nam Tu Tang stood before everyone and spoke loudly. "I know you all are worried about me, but please believe me, I will definitely be able to complete the mission." The other workers heard this and reacted in support. "We believe in the station master. We follow the station master's arrangements. All right, let's start pushing the progress." While everyone was not paying attention, figure flashed past the doorway. Nam Tu Tang saw it and knew immediately that this was no simple matter. With that kind of movement speed, it certainly wasn't a staff member from the station. He quickly ran out into the hallway to find out who it was. He determined the direction and gave chase. It must be this way, but when he rushed outside, there was no one to be seen. Where did they go? Suddenly, a gun barrel was pointed straight at Nam Tu Tang's head. The person said, "You have quite some nerve chasing me out here." A sexy blonde woman held the gun to his head and commanded, "From now on, don't make any sudden moves. Answer every question I ask." As for him, he was still thinking in surprise. When did she get behind me? This person is a master. Trung Vientian asked, "You guys took orders from Lam Hu Tai. What is the quantity of the next shipment? Will they deliver it, or will you go pick it up?" Nam Tu Tang didn't answer, but asked back, "Those things, shouldn't you be asking Lam Hu Tai's side instead?" Trung Vien asked, "Aren't you all in league together? Furthermore, hurry up and answer my questions honestly." Nam Tu Tang seized the moment to use his murderous intent. "She's distracted, now's the time." He used his Asura talent to counterattack. Nam Tu Tang raised his hand preparing to resist, but anticipating this, Trung Vien fired the gun. However, he quickly used his hand to block it. Being called an accomplice of the man he hated, Nam Tu Tang said in extreme anger, "Who said I am an accomplice of Lam Hu Tai? Could it be that you've got the wrong person?" Trung Vien asked in some confusion. "Is that so, then why are you helping him?" He replied, "I'm not helping him with anything. This is simply an assignment from higher-ups. Given to our Ngip station, nothing more," Nam Tu Tang said while putting his hands in his pockets. "Whether he is a corrupt scumbag or even a traitor, ultimately, he is currently still our superior officer." Trung Vien also remarked, "I didn't expect that his treacherous behavior You clearly know the situation well, she said before making a proposal for cooperation. Since that's the case, why don't you and I work together? Together we can take down Lam Hu Tai. I am Trong Vien, from the 2nd Intelligence Unit of the Supply Team. Defense line number 8. Nam Tu Tang looked at the hand extended before his eyes, without knowing how to react. Then he quickly replied, I refuse, I decline. Hearing this, Trong Vien asked, does that mean you choose to help a villain? Nam Tu Tang said no. Lam Hu Tai will definitely be dealt with, but not right now and not with you. He continued, because you haven't considered at all the consequences of removing Lam Hu Tai. Trong Vien didn't seem to fully understand, so she asked, what do you mean? Nam Tu Tang quickly explained, to get rid of Lam Hu Tai, there are only 2 paths you can take right now, assassination or internal reporting. As Trong Vien listened to him describe everything in such detail, she became bewildered. If you choose assassination and the target is not alone, how can you ensure that they all remain silent? And don't forget your status. What would happen to you if the assassination failed? Nam Tu Tang added, regarding internal disciplinary measures, the investigation time would be prolonged. But right now, just as humanity is facing defeat, rumors of internal fighting at a supply source will be interpreted by outsiders as internal chaos. He also said that would definitely cause an adverse chain reaction, ultimately leading the entire rear into turmoil. He then imagined the scene of workers leaving one by one, saying to each other, let's go. This year we can only look out for ourselves. Run for your lives, run for your lives. Trong Vien sighed and asked, then what do you think is the best way to handle this? But his answer caused Trong Vien to break out in a cold sweat. I'll do it. She pointed at him and shouted, huh, you'll do it. Trong Vien said while poking him, stop it, don't think I don't know who you are. Aren't you just a level 5 digger? Why can't I even deal with the likes of you? Nam Tu Tang didn't answer immediately, but instead activated his ability. His eyes turned black as he channeled his power. He spoke, didn't we just have a brief exchange? I might not have been sure a week ago, but now how much of the chance do you think you have to defeat me? Trong Vien looked at the power before her eyes in terror. She thought I was right. His reaction just now was indeed somewhat impossible. Furthermore, a week ago, then she suddenly realized something. Wait a minute, Trong Vien recalled the words Nam Tu Tang had said before. Whether it's the logistics department or the special supply task force, all that matters is arranging for enough mutated beasts to be stationed at Ngip Thane, isn't it? I chose to stay in the rear, to become a source of logistical support. It made her think he was no ordinary person. Could it be? Does he have an evolution ability that constantly strengthens himself? Nam Tu Tang then withdrew his power. All right, everything that needs to be said and could be said, I've told you all. You are a smart woman, don't act on impulse. As he left, he added, trash like Lam Hu Tai, I will handle him. Trong Vien was quite intimidated, but she tried to save face by acting tough, saying, hump, since you've requested it. So earnestly, I will reluctantly agree to work with you. But this mission only allows for success. Failure is not an option. Understood, Nam Tu Tang responded. This is our deal. I am a man of my word. However, after I deal with Lam Hu Tai, I will need to rely on you for the mutated beasts I require. Trong Vien was a bit surprised and asked, what you need even more. Exactly how many mutated beasts do you want? With your current strength, you wouldn't even be considered weak on the front lines. The more worried she became, the more she questioned him. You keep getting stronger, yet you hide yourself away. You won't harm humanity, will you? Whose side are you really on? Nam Tu Tang answered with great conviction. You're overthinking it. Of course I stand on the side of humanity. And if we want to drive out all the alien races? Then he turned around and made a final assertion. I'm still not strong enough. Nam Tu Tang finally said his goodbyes and left. I've said just about everything. Goodbye. Trong Vien watched him go, feeling helpless. To be honest, he's a man who makes people uneasy. But his eyes didn't look like they were lying. She had no choice but to trust him. A few days later, they were back at the mutated beast transport hub. Previously, one of the people there spoke up. Last time, Station Master Nam was fine, and the mission was completed very well. Haha, giving the assignment to Ngip Tan again this time. I hope everyone will keep up the good work. Zhao Lu, holding the information sheet, couldn't help but say, last time was only a rank 4 mutated beast. This time it's nearly rank 5. Aunt Vuong replied, the difficulty has increased. Zhao Lu turned to Nam Tu Tang and said, Station Master, when we dealt with the rank 4 beast last time, you were covered in injuries. What should we do now? But he replied, it's fine. We can take this mission. Lam Hu Tai heard this and couldn't help but laugh heartily. While Nam Tu Tang was busy signing the confirmation, he said, Station Master Nam is always so straightforward. Ha ha ha, Lam Hu Tai thought to himself. This Nam Tu Tang is not only better than that fat guy, but more importantly, he's a free citizen. No kickbacks. And even those stubborn people in the intelligence unit of the special force have become very obedient. Lately, no one has been going around causing trouble. This feels great. He imagined the scene of money flowing in like water and said to himself, on top of that, with the war going poorly, military supply orders have doubled compared to before. This is a God-given opportunity to make a fortune. He placed his hand on Nam Tu Thang's shoulder and began to speak flowery words. All right, if you need any help, just say the word. The next series of missions must be completed well. I, Lam, am willing to personally award medals to all of you. Nam Tu Tang didn't respond but went to give instructions to his team. Sister Aunt Vuong, everyone get into position and start working. The workers there continued to work, while chatting animatedly. Take this batch to the first floor of the trial tower. Hey, look closely. Take this rank 5 mutated beast to the second floor. Lam Hu Tai continued. The work environment in Gip Tan here really puts one's mind at ease, all right? I won't disturb you all any longer. See you later. Meanwhile, Nam Tu Tang couldn't help but think to himself, looking at the man's treasures. Lam Hu Tai, you've hoarded all of this. Nam Tu Tang activated his power, his eyes turning black as he said, it's all just nourishment for me. To level up my talent, Nam Tu Tang drew his alloy evil blade, preparing for another battle with the mutated beasts. Standing before the mutated creatures, he shouted, skill activate! The blade was swiftly unsheathed. Nam Tu Tang lunged toward the swarm of mutated beasts. As he attacked, the sounds of impact echoed, and system notifications rang out continuously. Asura slay points, plus 1.5. Asura slay points, plus 1.5. Asura slay points, plus 1.5. Nam Tu Tang's gaze now resembled that of a monster. The system continued to announce, Asura slay points, plus 1.5. Nam Tu Tang leapt gracefully to strike. New information continued to update. Current Asura level 6, 67200. Current Asura level 6, 67200. Current Asura level 6, 24/7/200. The scene shifts to the alien races with giant spiked armor, battling against the remaining soldiers. This was news from March 20th. The Eagle Nation's 8th defense line struggled for 4 hours. 800,000 soldiers died in battle. 50,000 awakened were killed, the front line collapsed. As for Nam Tu Tang, he was still using the alloy violence blade combined with Asura violent slay to fight the snake-like mutated beasts. The alien races attacked another fortress. On March 22nd, the North Glacial 8th Defense Line collapsed. 10 different alien species entered the North Glacial region. 600,000 soldiers died in battle. The two moves, Alloy Violence Blade and Asura, Violent Slay, are being used by Nam Tu Thang to attack other types of mutated beasts. The alien races attacked another location. Even though only one soldier survived, he still stood up to fight, shouting, kill. The event took place on March 24th. The 8th Defense Line of South Ice River encountered the cruel Steel Tribe. In just 1 short hour, 500,000 soldiers were all killed. The combination of Alloy Violence Blade and Asura Violent Slay was used again by Nam Tu Thang in battle. Elsewhere, soldiers were being attacked by alien races, driving them to the brink of insanity. Kill all alien races. The incident occurred on March 26th. The 8th Defense Line of France and the 8th Defense Line of Kawashiki completely collapsed in just half an hour. Nam Tu Tang's body was overflowing with murderous intent. After a period of fighting, he shouted, that's enough! A beam of light like a flame appeared once more. Nam Tu Tang fully unleashed his killing intent with Asura's return, summoning a giant ancient tree to fight against the mutated beasts. Nam Tu Tang used the maximum level of Asura, causing even his physical appearance to change significantly. As soon as he finished speaking, an endless wave of murderous intent spread out. Earthly hell mode. The mutated beasts trembled in fear before this power. Nam Tu Tang said, in that case, let's test this out on you. He pointed his blade toward the mutated beasts. Power condensed at the tip of the blade, and then he fired a massive blast of energy into the middle of the swarm. It caused the ground to shatter into pieces, and they were caught in the blast, flying in all directions. As the move ended, the ground was left completely deformed, making him marvel in amazement. So this is the maximum power compared to the previous level. The difference is truly exponential. Nam Tu Tang then said, Asura state deactivate. Standing there, he spoke, the origin stones harvested over these few days are enough to be used for taming monsters once again. As for Lam Hu Tai, he has the money but won't have the life to spend it. When Nam Tu Thang received a new news bulletin, currently the 8th Defense Lines only remain in the Eastern Alliance. The US and Russia are still struggling to hold on. To maintain the Eastern Alliance, social conscription has been launched once again. The mandatory age has been lowered to 16. He thought silently, the defeat is happening too fast. Even if the Asura talent is powerful, it is still only the strength of one person. I must quickly arrange a new plan. Aunt Vuong turned around and was startled by what she saw. She said, Manager Nam, have you finished so quickly? Lam Hu Tai stepped forward and said, Manager Nam's efficiency has increased again. He happily asked, I am very satisfied. Tell me what position do you want? Nam Tu Tang's reply made him jump. I want you. Lam Hu Tai asked again to be sure. What do you mean? As for Fuang Man, no one knew what he was thinking, but he was breaking into a cold sweat. This time Nam Tu Tang finally clarified. I want you to go to the North Desolate Gobi at night, and bring back a pack of steel giant wolves. Kill these beasts quickly. Hearing this, Lam Hu Tai said with delight, Oh, Manager Nam is quite ambitious. So decisive, and you have a great eye for opportunity. I like you. Nam Tu Tang nodded solemnly and said, Thank you. Then I shall trouble you, Manager Lam. This startled him. Oh, don't worry. Lam Hu Tai thought to himself, You brat, if you dare play me, I'll kill you. But in Nam Tu Tang's heart, he thought differently. External enemies are invading, and yet there are vermin like you in the rear. Death is too good for you. Night has fallen. The moon has risen high over the North Desolate Gobi. On this full moon night, Nam Tu Tang stood amidst the snow and said, If I remember correctly, with the awakening of high-level ability users, the alien races will also quickly launch an assassination plan. Next, I must act more discreetly. Standing above, he gave orders to the wolf pack below. Little wolf, lead the surrounding pack here to me. The wolf pack quickly howled, responding to Nam Tu Tang's command. On the mountain range, countless red eyes began to appear. New information was rapidly updated by the system. Beast Tamer level 7. Number of tamed beasts. Over 1,000 level 5 steel giant wolves. Origin stones for taming 100,000 units. Beast level, trainable to level 6. Amount required for the next upgrade, 270,000. Beast Tamer level 7. Number of trained beasts. Level 5 steel. Giant wolves. Over 1,000. Origin stones for taming 100,000. Beast level, trainable to level 6. Amount required for the next upgrade, 270,000. He looked at it and said, The number of origin stones needed to level up. The Beast Tamer has also started to increase exponentially. At the same time, in the middle of the wilderness, 3 vehicles were driving through the snow. The driver reported to Lam Hu Tai, who was cuddling a girl in the back seat. Manager up ahead. We've detected a pack of about 1,000 mutated wolves. They are within teleportation range. He replied, Very good. Lam Hu Tai, still holding the girl, said, Head over there and teleport directly into the nano warehouse. Once it's done, we'll head back immediately. Suddenly there was a commotion outside. That caught his attention. What's that noise? Fuang Man, who was driving, saw it and was speechless. Before his eyes was a swarm of mutated beasts charging toward them. Fuang Man cried out, A beast tide of steel giant wolves. Seeing this, Lam Hu Tai said in a panic, How did this happen? Why was there no warning beforehand? Quickly have someone teleport me to safety. But Fuang Man replied, Teleportation is only possible within a 1-kilometer range. With a beast tide like this, it must span at least several kilometers. Our only option is to charge straight ahead. If we can break through where the pack is thinnest, we might have a chance to survive. Lam Hu Tai gave the order, and Fuang Man revved the engine to speed off. Then stop talking nonsense and drive fast. The 3 vehicles split into 3 different directions and sped away. Nam Tu Tang, standing behind and observing everything, said perfect timing. He looked up and said, A full moon night. As soon as the words left his mouth, Nam Tu Tang vanished. He blocked the path of the lead vehicle. Lam Hu Tai had just ordered the wolf pack. Tame wolves, kill those 2 insects, don't let them escape. Nam Tu Tang shouted, then channeled a flow of energy into the ground, activating his beast taming talent. Those energy flows surged downward, targeting the wolf pack that was chasing the vehicles. Then he commanded, Tame. The wolves were quickly overtaken, surrounded by that red power. The system continued to update new information. Beast. Tamer. Level 7. Number of beasts. Tamed level 5. Steel giant wolves over 10. Is in units. Origin stones. Available for taming. Taming level 6 possible. Quantity required for the next promotion. 170,000, 270,000. The people inside the car, seeing that the wolf pack was no longer chasing them, said, Those wolves have stopped. There might be a beast tamer up ahead. Lam Hu Tai was overjoyed and exclaimed, That's wonderful. Fuang Man added, But in Nyep Tan, I've never heard of such a powerful beast tamer appearing before. But Lam Hu Tai did not care about that, only replying it could be a hidden expert. Let's go and introduce ourselves first. Who knows? It might be beneficial for us. Nam Tu Tang continued to use that surge of power to control the new wolf pack. 100,000 steel giant wolves hear my command. The wolves howled, following his words obediently. Crush those vehicles. For me, leave not a single one intact. The wolf pack, which had just halted, launched their attack once again. The people in the car couldn't help but cry out. Manager, that beast tamer seems to have failed. We're surrounded by the beast tide. Lam Hu Tai panicked. Quick, suppress them with firepower. The surrounding vehicles. They immediately opened fire on the wolf pack to provide cover for the vehicle in the middle. But those men were quickly overrun and were slaughtered by the wolf pack. Fuangman shouted while using his ability, "Manager, it's dangerous." Lam Hutai cried out in panic, "Get us to safety quickly." But before they could escape, a wolf rammed its head directly into his vehicle, causing the car to flip over. However, Lam Hutai was fortunately saved by Fuangman using his supernatural power. The wolves growled, preparing to attack, but they were blocked by a barrier. Fuangman was furious, cursing the beasts while unleashing his ability. "You guys should taste the power of a level 5 ability user." He unleashed his ability and shouted, "Nano Cage, teleport." But the wolves were barely affected. Meanwhile, Lam Hutai cowered behind, unable to do anything but nag. "Hurry up, they're coming again." Exhausted from using his ability, Fuangman said, "The nano cage is limited. At this rate, teleporting is not a long-term solution." A stream of black energy kept flying towards that purple light. Nam Tu Tang suddenly appeared behind the two of them and said, "I've finally been waiting for you. You're much slower than I predicted." Fuangman spun around in shock and asked, "Who are you?" Seeing the face of the newcomer, they cried out, "Nam Tu Tang." Lam Hutai asked blankly, "Was that beast Tamer just now you? Do you want to kill me?" He replied without hesitation, "That's right." Lam Hutai said in terror, "If you dare touch me, I guarantee that not only you, but your entire family will suffer a miserable death." Nam Tu Tang calmly responded, then lunged forward to choke Lam Hutai. "I fully believe you. Unfortunately, you won't have the chance." Lam Hutai choked out a command to Fuangman. Fuangman immediately used his power to come to his aid. "Manager, don't be afraid, I'll get you out of here." But Nam Tu Tang quickly utilized the Asura Dragon Slayer. The system immediately displayed the information. Asura Dragon Slayer, a killing move that condenses the Asura's spirit, transforming murderous intent into a dragon, defends against all basic mental attacks, and controls space. Using only one hand, Nam Tu Tang swiftly blocked Fuangman's attack. Nam Tu Tang gripped the opponent's hand tightly, rendering Fuangman unable to move. "I can't teleport, how is this possible? Could you be a high-tier ability user?" Fuangman's hand was crushed by Nam Tu Tang, and he let out a scream of agony. "No, this can't be." Nam Tu Tang effortlessly held both master and servant in his grasp, then used his power to make Fuangman vanish into thin air. Once Fuangman had disappeared, Lam Hutai was so terrified he could only gasp a single sound. But Nam Tu Tang only said one thing before letting go. "I'm truly sorry." As Lam Hutai plummeted down the cliff, he kept screaming, "Nam Tu Tang, a mere deserter! How could you? Why would—" Down below, the wolves were waiting to feast on his flesh. The prey was none other than Lam Hutai. He only had time for one last scream, before nothing remained but a pool of blood among the pack. Standing above, Nam Tu Tang called down, "Farewell, Lam Hutai." Meanwhile, in the city, at the Supernatural Ability Investigation Bureau, a girl taking a bath looked out the window and said, "Another aura this powerful. And the location is Ngip again." This girl was a level 5 sensory ability user. To Lan, she continued, "It seems my intuition from a few days ago was correct. Ngip definitely. A powerful ability user has appeared." Without a moment's delay, Talan got up wanting to report it immediately. "I must report this to the Investigation Bureau, right away." In the midst of a freezing blizzard, the vehicles came to a stop in a vast white wasteland. A warm, deep voice echoed, "The door is open, don't worry. You can come out now." As the door swung open, a pack of wolves quickly jumped down. Their sharp, cold gazes were directed towards the man who stood waiting. Suddenly, the wolf pack seemed to turn into friendly pet puppies, crowding around him and nuzzling their heads against his legs. The man chuckled softly, gentle reminding them, "Hey, stop licking me. I said that's enough, stop it." But one stubborn wolf still stuck out its long tongue, preparing to lick him again. The man's eyes momentarily grew sharp, glowing with a powerful red hue. "Sit still immediately." His words were decisive, as cold as a command issued from the peak of an iceberg. The wolf pack started in surprise. Sweating, they obediently flattened their ears and shut their mouths tight, instantly forming a straight line. Looking at that sight, the man could only sigh and offer a helpless smile. "Incredible. I really can't do anything with you guys." The man looked down at the wolf pack, his eyes filled with satisfaction. His voice was gentle but full of encouragement. "You all did very well this time." He slowly walked to each wolf, smiling as he spoke. "The reward is a head pat. Don't be impatient, one by one." The wolves sat there, their tails wagging excitedly, their eyes bright with anticipation, exuding total obedience and immense joy. When their master patted their heads, the wolf pack could not hide their look of contentment. Suddenly, the man jumped onto a nearby vehicle, his expression turning solemn. "Next, you will have a new mission." A majestic voice rang out, "Head toward the northern Desolation Desert. Help me hunt for source stones. The moon was high in the sky now, its silver light shining down on his figure, enhancing his aura of resilience amidst the fierce, snowy winds. The wolf pack howled in unison, ready for their new task. The scene shifts to the Ngip slaughterhouse. Snow was still falling heavily, covering the ground. Trongvien stepped forward, his voice heavy. Nam Tu Tang. Lamhu just received some news. Yesterday his teammates were entirely wiped out by beasts in the northern Desolation Desert. But the man only lowered his head calmly, nibbling on a bun, as if he hadn't heard a word. Trongvien refused to let it go, continuing to press him. Was this your doing? Still maintaining his indifferent demeanor, he shrugged slightly. I only told him that I was planning to hunt some mutant beasts. Trongvien's eyes widened in surprise. You have the ability to control beasts too. Nam Tu Tang raised a finger to his lips, softly cautioning her. Shh, it's a secret that cannot be revealed. His words left Trongvien even more bewildered. A moment later, after digesting the story, she waved her hand and changed the subject. This morning, I turned over all the evidence of Lamhu's embezzlement. His assets will be seized very soon. Nam Tu Tang took a final bite of his bun and said flatly, Oh, good. Trongvien smiled gracefully and extended an invitation. Anyway, it's all thanks to you this time. Let's have a drink together tonight. But he just kept chewing and refused bluntly. Forget the drink. As for everything else, I'm not interested. Suddenly his footsteps halted. Turning his head back to Trongvien, he flashed a sly smile. His voice was deep and full of hidden meaning. But if you really want to thank me, perhaps we can find another way. Trongvien felt a bit uneasy, forcing a strained smile. What kind of way Nam Tu Tang didn't miss the opportunity, giving her an iconic thumbs up. His eyes were filled with amusement. I want to turn this place into the largest slaughterhouse in Ngip Tang, one that can handle 10 times as many mutant livestock, or even 100 times more than existing slaughterhouses. The bold proposal made her sigh helplessly, before reluctantly agreeing. Fine then. The front lines are currently short on supplies. Higher-ups will likely be pleased with this request. I'll handle it. The scene shifts to the next day, at the fourth workshop within the slaughterhouse. Inside were countless carcasses of mutant animals, floating on the surface of the water. Nam Tu Tang, having finished his work, held a sword in his hand. With a sharp and contemplative gaze, he thought about transforming this slaughterhouse. Slaughtering mutant poultry to collect 10 source stones is truly too easy. A blood-red aura of death gradually spread around him like shadows creeping behind mountains of animal carcasses. He looked down at his hands and whispered to himself, with the capture of these giant steel wolves, the wave of beasts will soon be overwhelmed. 2 days later, the system displayed a notification: Level 7 Beast Tamer. Number of tamed giant steel wolves, 10,000. Number of beast taming source stones, 190,000. Next level progress, 17,270,000. Scene shifts to the northern Desolation Desert. Nam Tu Tang's powerful voice echoed. The rise and fall of the world is the responsibility of every individual. Today, I of the Nam Tu Battalion invite you all to hold the northern desolation and protect Planet Blue. System notification: Level 8, Beast Tamer. Number of Level 5. Giant steel wolves, 50,000. Beast taming source stones, 150,000. Next level progress, 24,540,000. The scenery unfolded before a vast desert, with 50,000 giant steel wolves, and the moon gradually turned blood red. A cold light shone everywhere, carrying a grim omen of the coming brutality. Suddenly, from the distance, countless giant bulls with glowing red eyes charged like a hurricane, aiming straight for Nam Tu Tang. Without a moment's hesitation, Nam Tu Tang remained calm, raising his right hand. Sharp red energy surged from it. With a stern gaze, his voice rang out decisively and with absolute authority. Level 6 Tibetan bulls submit. Instantly, power radiated from him, creating a powerful shockwave that surged through the massive Tibetan bulls. The charging legs of the bulls came to a screeching halt, amidst clouds of rising dust. On their bodies, strange streaks of light began to appear, the marks of their subjugation. One by one, the Tibetan bulls obediently prostrated themselves before Nam Tu Tang. He raised his hand high, his voice loud and decisive. You will garrison the White Bone Plain. Collect source stones for me. Do not harm humans. Do not attack the city, and always be ready when summoned. Upon hearing the order, the bulls quickly dispersed to carry out their newly assigned mission. Immediately after, the system panel let out a ding, announcing clearly, Level 8 Beast Tamer. Tamed creatures. Giant iron wolves, 50,000. Level 6. Tibetan bulls, 50,000. Beast taming source stones, 100,000. Next level progress, 74,540,000. The scene shifts to the northern Desolation Desert, where the formations are arranged, with 50,000 Level 5 giant iron wolves, and the White Bone Plain, guarded by 50,000 Level 6 Tibetan bulls. The next scene is at the Lietsuyen Canyon. Nam Tu Tang walks silently through the battlefield, calculating carefully in his mind. 100,000 source stones remaining. Enough to tame a group of mutant apes. Level 7 from this canyon. He thought, his eyes shining with determination. The presence of these creatures was clearly different, exuding a much more powerful aura than the wolves and bulls. Suddenly the sky seemed to split in half. A blood-red moon appeared faintly, casting a cold and fierce glow over the space. Suddenly a giant ape, with aggressive eyes, lunged down from above, its claws extended. Nam Tu Tang glanced up, silently impressed. As expected, the speed is incredible, and the aura is strong. Before the ape could reach him, he immediately released a powerful energy, shouting, "Submit!" Nam Tu Tang quickly swung his hand, delivering a powerful slap to the giant monster, sending it tumbling to the ground. He took a breath. His heart filled with relief, he whispered softly, "Luckily it's still within the taming level range." But before he could regain his composure, a series of figures lunged down from the sky. The wind whistled violently past his ears. Nam Tu Tang looked up in alarm, his eyes gleaming with surprise and vigilance. "What's happening?" he asked himself, his body tensing, ready for any situation. A heavy weight suddenly appeared on his back, an unsettling sense of pressure. He spun around, his eyes flashing as he saw the giant mutant that had just been defeated, now roaring with its mouth wide open, exuding a threatening aura. "Impossible," Nam Tu Tang muttered, disbelief written clearly on his face. Taming failed, but Nam Tu Tang became even more excited, his fighting spirit boiling, as he continued to unleash even more formidable power. "Then I'll beat you into submission," he cried out, his eyes gleaming with determination. He lunged forward, thrusting his sword into the four-eyed monster, knocking it backward. Saliva sprayed from its mouth, and his roar echoed, "Asura Violent Slayer!" His sword strike hit the ground, causing a massive explosion. Earth and rocks were sent flying everywhere. The system notification appeared. Level 8 Beast Tamer skill activated. A ring of energy radiated from Nam Tu Tang's hand, stronger than ever before. A brilliant red light descended, enveloping the sky, turning everything into a blur filled with blood-curdling cries. Suddenly dozens of other ferocious apes appeared, baring their teeth with excitement. Hearing those shrieks, Nam Tu Tang mused, so the taming failed because of it. But he wouldn't let the apes take control of the situation. He quickly leaped back to dodge their savage assault. So many level 7 ferocious apes like this? Killing them would be a waste of energy and potential. I must deal with the boss standing behind them first. With that thought, he transformed into a streak of red light, soaring straight into the sky. Under the astonished gaze of the apes, high in midair, his hand gripped a rope tightly, his entire body exuding murderous intent. He looked down at the ape below and gave a cold, faint smile. Combat power NDT0, but suddenly, another ape appeared behind him, clinging to the rope. Nam Tu Tang shook his head, appearing unconcerned. "Too bad your brain isn't very good." He twisted his body, causing both apes to collide with each other, and tumble to the ground. The ape slipped from the rope in panic, before gnashing its teeth in fury. Meanwhile, Nam Tu Tang calmly held the blade in his hand. He smirked. This blade is actually quite useful. But before he could rest, another ape lunged forward, intending to ambush him from behind. He immediately leaped, making the pounce miss by a hair's breadth. "Landing softly," he said coldly. "It seems you all still greatly underestimate your new master, don't you?" Nam Tu Tang dashed off, at a speed exceeding the naked eye, quickly moving to a more advantageous position. As he stopped, he raised his voice with great majesty. "Come out." From the shadows, a giant entity emerged, bringing with it a thick, pitch-black shroud of night and two glowing blood-red eyes that sent a chill down the spine. Its voice rang out deep and bone-chillingly cold. "It is time for a new ruler here." Facing that entity, Nam Tu Tang seemed dwarfed in comparison, but his gaze remained sharp, carefully observing the terrifying size before him. He let out a mocking laugh. "The size is a bit excessive, don't you think?" Pressure from the grade 9 Ape King or higher caused the air to feel as if it were freezing solid. If not for the Asura power within him, he might have been forced to his knees by the crushing gravity and aura. He quickly released his own pressure to fight back, exerting every ounce of his strength. Facing the giant Ape King, as it reached out with its massive hand to grab him, Nam Tu Tang used his sword to parry. Even though the resistance made his arms sting with pain, it was too fast, he thought to himself. The Ape King opened its mouth wide, intending to swallow him whole. Nam Tu Tang withdrew his sword just in the nick of time. A thought flashed through his mind. "You want to eat me? But I'm not that easy to swallow." From his blade, a powerful aura erupted, without diminishing. He activated the power of the Asura explosive core, shaking the Ape King, and forcing it to retreat to dodge his strike. Despite that, its pitch-black claws still swept close to Nam Tu Tang's body. Suddenly, the Ape King lunged into the air, causing a powerful shockwave that made the earth tremble. Its punch shattered the ground, creating a massive crater. A moment later, Nam Tu Thang crawled out of the crater, coughing from the dust while catching his breath. But the glowing, furious eyes of the Ape King had returned, promising that the battle was far from over. Nam Tu Thang began to feel a surge of anger, exploding within his heart. Even as the pain throbbed from his wounds, he hissed through his teeth, his gaze cold and sharp. It seems if I don't teach these dogs a lesson, they'll think I'm easy prey. His voice dropped, full of authority, then he chanted Asura's earthly hell. A crimson aura erupted from his body, becoming denser and more terrifying by the second. With a swift movement, he cast off his cloak, revealing his powerful physique, his eyes burning with murderous intent. He made a grand declaration, activating a violent surge of spiritual energy that swirled around him, forming a vortex of power that spread everywhere. Scene shift to the Bureau of Paranormal Investigation and Measurement. The weary voice of a staff member rang out. "I'm telling you, sis, is that hunch of yours actually right? It's past 3 a.m. now. If it's like this every day, how am I ever going to grow up?" The speaker was a girl with pink hair tied in pigtails, looking bored with her arms crossed as she stared at the person opposite her. The blonde girl was intently observing something, softly responding to the powerful murderous intent from before. My intuition can't be wrong. This person was Tulan and awakened, with the ability to sense high-level auras. She continued with a stern look. Our superiors have asked us to guard Ngipthun for a few days. Just bear with it for a bit. Then she turned back and reminded him in a soft voice, "And we are the same age. Why do you keep calling me sister, even if you haven't finished puberty yet? You can't act like a child forever, right?" The pink-haired girl didn't care much and gave a cold snort. "Just look at those 2 bulky things on your chest. Me not calling you an old lady is already being very polite." The atmosphere suddenly grew tense as the moon emerged from behind a thick fog. Talan's face turned serious as she whispered, "Shh, it's here." She scanned the surroundings tensely and quickly gave an order. "Prepare for tracking immediately. Southwest of Ngip Tanglitsuin Canyon." The pink-haired girl Triokanyi nodded instantly. She pressed her hands together, creating a circle of spiritual energy. As she chanted, "The world is boundless. All things have a place. Observe the light, understand the time." Triokanyi, a level 5 aura sensing awakened, opened her eyes. Her pupils transformed into Bagua symbols, emitting an eerie light. Back to Nam Tu Thang. He used the Hell on Earth technique to suppress the apes, creating a brilliant red pillar of light that shot straight into the sky. His power spread forcefully, creating a massive shockwave. Nam Tu Thang delivered a powerful sword strike, leaving the Ape King only enough time to gape and roar out in agony. A fatal blow from his sword sent it crashing backward onto the ground. Nam Tu Thang was now completely transformed, as if he had become a true demon. His eyes were glowing red, cold, and bloodthirsty, while his teeth grew sharp and jagged, gleaming with ferocity. A sense of euphoria rose from the depths of his soul, causing him to lunge forward with the speed of a raging storm, like a blood-red hurricane sweeping away everything in its path. On this side, Triokanyi suddenly fell backward, her eyes losing their focus. Talan rushed over in a panic, catching her friend in her arms. Her voice rang out with worry. "Kanyi, wake up, what did you see?" Triokanyi's pupils slowly returned to their normal state, but her face was pale, bloodless, and ghostly. Tears mixed with sweat rolled down her cheeks. Her body trembled uncontrollably. With a look of sheer terror, she gasped in disbelief. "So terrifying, he is an Asura demon." Meanwhile, Nam Tu Thang had just unleashed a powerful slash, his eyes gleaming with overwhelming authority. He came to a halt, looking down at the Ape King kneeling in defeat before him, and spoke in a cold yet oppressive tone. "Have you yielded yet?" His entire body still radiated a powerful aura that made the surrounding air feel suffocating. The Ape King, despite its massive body, now appeared frail and broken. Blood trickled from the corner of its mouth. Its eyes were rolled back, and sweat poured profusely from its forehead, showing signs of extreme fear and exhaustion. It sat motionless, its eyes flickering with lingering horror. Nam Tu Thang remained standing there, holding his sword steadily in his hand. He continued, his voice challenging. "If you don't submit, we can keep fighting. But this time, I won't guarantee that I'll go easy on you." The Ape King coughed dryly, spitting out another mouthful of blood. But within those dimming eyes, there was still a flicker of determination. Nam Tu Thang looked at it. His bloodshot eyes gradually softened, and he remarked quietly, "Your spirit is also NDT. It would be a pity to let you die like this." His voice lowered, shifting from arrogance to an invitation. "How about becoming my comrade in arms, and ruling over the myriad races together?" Hearing this, the Ape King's eyes suddenly lit up. It fell into a deep silence, looking at the small but courageous human before it. Between two beings who were once life-and-death rivals, a moment of contemplative silence suddenly emerged. The Ape King slowly raised its massive fist and stopped right in front of Nam Tu Thang. He smiled and also raised his own fist, firmly bumping it against the Ape King's giant fist. The excitement in his voice was clear. A man of resolve. At this moment, the aura surrounding Nam Tu Thang vanished. His face returned to normal. With a gentle movement, he sheathed his sword and spoke with a commanding voice. Millions of violent apes, hear my command from now on. The violent ape king will lead you to occupy the Lietsuyen Valley and secure the source stones. However, you must not attack the city, nor harm any humans. The glowing eyes of the creatures, under his command, hung on his every word, always ready to carry out his orders. The moonlight shone through the mountain pass, creating a scene full of mystery and tension. Meanwhile, the system notified him of the status and development of his forces. Level 8. Priest Level 5. Giant Iron Wolf. 500,000 Level 6 Tibetan Yaks. 50,000 Level 7 Violent Apes. 1,000 Level 0 Source Stone Sentinels. Level 7 Sentinel. Deployment 174 of 540,000. Northern Wilderness Desert. 500,000 Level 5. Giant Iron Wolves. 500,000 Level 6 Tibetan Yaks. 1,000 Level 7 Violent Apes at Lietsuyen Canyon. At the Bureau of Paranormal Investigation during the night, Talan was leaning back in her chair, exhausted. Yet her mind wouldn't stop racing over yesterday's events. She said, Ka-ni. After last night, I still sense a massive abnormal energy. It's not right. But unfortunately, Trio Ka-ni, while regulating her energy to recover, replied, the pity is that thinking back now, that ability can only be used once every 24 hours. What's more, it only lasted for 3 seconds. You couldn't have even used up all of that energy. Talan turned her head, speaking with a look of helplessness. You know that's not what I meant. I was just thinking about the possibility that those two abnormal energy sources from before actually belonged to one person. Hearing that Trio Ka-ni was startled. No way! You know how long we've been investigating. The 10th ranked Awakened in the East had always been a spot reserved for those mysterious clans that weren't made public. Talan continued, but Asura was ranked 10th as soon as he arrived. This is already a terrifying amount of individual energy. Trio Ka-ni suddenly realized the truth and sighed. That's true, maybe I'm overthinking it, all right. Hurry up and publish the list. The system notifications continued to appear. The rankings on the Awakened leaderboard, which drew a lot of attention, were updated as follows. Ranks 1 to 9 to be announced. Rank 10, Mysterious Man in Black ability, Asura level unknown. Rank 11, Lam Bang Ngung ability, Elemental level 8. Rank 12, Sothene ability space level 8. The next morning, a shocking piece of news was widely released. A mysterious man dressed in black had appeared at the Lietsuyen Canyon in Yaptan, and his destructive power immediately earned him the 10th spot in the power rankings of the Eastern Alliance. This instantly set off a wave of heated discussion. A user named Stan Don't Kneel from the East commented, the top 10 rankings on the final list have finally started to be revealed. A few years ago, we only heard about several people with Asura abilities appearing in the West. I didn't expect the East to have one now as well. The Asura ability is truly terrifying. It seeks enlightenment through slaughter, but it often drives the user into madness. I only hope this person isn't from Ngipthan, because all the real men of Ngipthan are already at the front lines. Another person added, I'd rather be a mad ghost than a man from Nam Tu camp. Those people always think they're the best. The comments grew increasingly harsh, reflecting deep anxiety that someone with such immense power could pose a danger to the entire region. At a slaughterhouse, Tulu was handing the towel to Nam Tu Tang, reminding him to wipe his face, and informing him that his phone was still ringing. Nam Tu Tang took the towel, but before he could wipe his face, an unexpected notification appeared on the screen before him. The alert stated that Mikwuk and Maukwuk had both been defeated. Defense line number 8 was breached. The woman, a television news editor, continued speaking to protect the homeland. The Eastern Alliance's defense line number 5 has been fully activated. The veteran recall policy. Nam Tu Tang, breaking into a nervous sweat, thought to himself, in this life not only is the rate of defeat faster, but also the fact that the veteran mobilization has been implemented, even earlier. He felt a sense of dread. An uneasy feeling clouded his mind. Meanwhile, his phone suddenly lit up, notifying him of a message from his mother. The text from his mother read, Hey, stinky brat, if you're free this evening, come home for a meal. Your mother and I miss you. Nam Tu Tang felt a bit relieved and decided to go home. Back at his house, Nam Vin Son was busy cooking and said softly, I'm sorry to the reporters, but tonight my family, my son and daughter, will be coming home. I have to prepare a few dishes to welcome them. I've kept you all waiting too long. Removing his apron, he smiled and continued, If you don't mind when they arrive, we can all have dinner together. A woman holding a microphone sitting in the back replied politely, You are being too kind, sir. Actually, we only wanted to discuss the issue of the veteran recall. Nam Vinson lowered his voice, his expression becoming serious. I'm finished here. Go ahead and ask Fuang Lei. The Eastern Alliance reporter began to speak, with a live camera crew behind her. Greetings, Mr. Nam Vinson. We heard that when you received the information regarding the veteran recall policy, you immediately signed up to participate. What were your thoughts at that time? Nam Vinson answered solemnly. Duty is there, it cannot be refused. Fuang Lei continued her questioning. Then what about your son? Nam Tu Tang once publicly refused to enlist. How do you feel about that decision? Hearing this, the expression on Nam Vinson's face flickered with slight discomfort. At that moment, 3 people walked through the door. The woman in the lead, carrying several bags of groceries, spoke up, Dai Hung, I just got to the complex gate, and happened to run into Tio Tang and Tio San. When she saw the scene in the room, she was surprised. Is an interview going on? Nam Vinson turned happily to his wife and children. You're all back. Please have a seat at the table. I'll be over as soon as I finish answering a few more questions. She replied, all right, then please continue. Nam Vinson turned back to Fuang Lei and said, Miss Reporter, as you can see, this is my family. It's been months since we've all been together. He introduced his wife. My wife is a volunteer at the factory. The woman who just entered the kitchen was Tan Tuyet Mai, the protagonist's mother. Next, he introduced his daughter. My daughter is a rescue medic and an awakened. She is Tiu Tang's older sister named Nam Tu San. He then shifted his gaze to Nam Tu Thang, who was sitting silently at the dining table, and continued, My son might not go to the battlefield, but he is working hard at the slaughterhouse, providing essential supplies for the front lines. In my heart, he is a good child. Nam Vinson looked at his son with pride, adding, no matter what he does, as long as it does not violate any morals, I will always support his choices. His words left Fuang Lei momentarily stunned. Meanwhile, Nam Tu Thang remained silent, lost in thought. This silly dad is full of surprises. Fuang Lei spoke up loudly. Mr. Nam Tu Thang, defense line number 8 of the Eastern Alliance has fallen. We heard that many of your classmates have perished on the battlefield. Could you share your thoughts on this? This took Nam Vinson by surprise. He immediately shouted, Enough, stop pressuring him. He then turned to Fuang Lei, his voice cold. Miss Reporter, when I registered for the veteran recall, I was originally assigned to defense line number 6, but I proactively requested to go to line number 7. Is that enough of a contribution for you? His fierce attitude left Fuang Lei speechless. She fell into a panicked silence. Nam Vinson continued to yell, Even if my son doesn't go to the front lines, slaughtering magical beasts is also dangerous work. We provide the most supplies for the front lines. Is that not a merit? You people don't report on things like that. You just sit in the rear all day writing. What is the purpose of the media then? At this point, Nam Tu Tang's sister, spoke up in annoyance. If that's not enough, there's me too. I've just submitted my application to volunteer as a medic at defense line. No, 7. Nam Tu Tang's mother wouldn't back down either, saying loudly, If that still isn't enough, I'll go in my son's place. The room suddenly fell into a heavy silence. After a while, Nam Vinson spoke softly. I'm sorry for the trouble, let's go. Nam Tu Tang's hands clenched into tight fists. His face darkened. He called out, Dad. Nam Tu Tang stood up, looked at everyone, and said coldly, I'm going with you all. His mother looked at him with worry, her voice low and anxious. Tu Tang, it's so late already. Where else do you plan on going? His sister couldn't hide her concern, either, her eyes following him closely. Nam Tu Tang only bowed his head and replied calmly, Everyone please go ahead and eat. There is some business at my factory that needs to be settled. Tan Tweet Mai spoke up with an uneasy look. What's the matter? Can't it wait until after dinner? Nam Vinson sat still and sighed. He let out a helpless remark, let him go. The boy has his own responsibilities. At least we got to see each other. As Nam Tu Tang walked toward the door and heard that, he could only remain silent. The scene shifts to a primeval forest where light can hardly penetrate. The entire space is shrouded in darkness, filled only with the primal colors of the wild. Nam Tu Tang, sword in hand, delivers razor-sharp strikes while running along a narrow path. He says soberly, There is still time tonight. He turns back to look at the scattered war elephants, and a thought flashes through his mind. Stopping in the middle of a clearing, he shouts, Stop hiding! Come out! Immediately, a colossal war elephant appears. Its sheer power makes the ground tremble, sending debris flying everywhere. Its long, powerful trunk lashes down, easily toppling a large tree. Without hesitation, Nam Tu Thang draws his sword with lightning speed, unleashing a slash of sword energy. A powerful strike cuts through the tree trunk and simultaneously severs the war elephant's trunk, causing it to cry out in pain as tears stream down. The elephant rears up, trying to resist, but Nam Tu Tang has already leaped onto its head. He says coldly, I must make the most of my time today. Powerful energy radiates from his hands, forming a red vortex of aura surrounding the war elephant. The elephant's eyes begin to glow red as it feels the taming power of Nam Tu Thang. He places his sword on the elephant's forehead, ordering, "Go and tell all your kind. Anyone who does not submit will be struck down without mercy." The war elephant breaks into a terrified sweat, but it is powerless against his strength. It immediately runs deep into the forest, carrying out the order without a moment's hesitation. A moment later, colossal war elephants emerge, dozens of them charging forward like a thundering waterfall. Suddenly, a shout rang out from the midst of the elephants, sending them into a panic. Their eyes widened as they tried to protect themselves. Nam Tu Tang now stood firmly before them, a powerful aura radiating from his body, making the very air seem to vibrate. He spoke loudly with total authority. 1,000,000 war elephants! Hear my command! He raised his hand, brimming with power. His facial features also began to change, becoming sharp and cold. Guard the primeval forest, collect 10 origin stones. Always be ready. Immediately, a system notification rang out. Beast Tamer level 8. Tamed beasts. 3,000. Taming rank level 7. Taming origin stones 0. Amount required for next upgrade 2.74, 5.4 million. The notification continued to display critical information about the regions and the number of beast species he had tamed. Northern Desert 50,000 level 5 giant iron wolves. Level 5 giants. Whitebone Plain 50,000 level 6 Tibetan yaks. Litsuan Canyon 1 level 7 berserk apes. Primeval Forest 100,000 level 7 war elephants. 4. Formation Masters. Active Formations. Formation Origin Stone Points 1. Ability Rank 1. Ability. Upgrade Points earned 10,000. Current Level 1 formations include Shield Formation, Killing Intent Formation Sword, Chi Formation. Note: each formation requires a base consumption of 10 Origin Stones, can be stacked infinitely to increase formation power. After reading the notification, Nam Tu Thang exclaimed, "The formation talent tree has finally lit up. I need to upgrade quickly. Gotta head back to the slaughterhouse to get some origin stones first." Behind him, countless tamed war elephants stood tall. He turned and led them back toward the slaughterhouse in Nagip Tan, where unrecognizable corpses lay waiting. The system notification continued. Available origin stones 100,000 points. Formations available to deploy 10,000. Reading this, Nam Tu Thang reached out and tapped the screen. "This is enough for an upgrade. Let's try the sword chi formation first." The skeletal remains of various beasts appeared scattered across the ground. Ready for the change? Nam Tu Tang closed his eyes. He began to chant, "Heavenly stems and earthly branches, move all things, let the swords arise." Following his chant, countless sword auras appeared in the air, forming a powerful vortex, swirling in midair. He shouted, "Sword key formation!" With superb taming and controlling power, the sword auras grew in number every second, creating a formidable cyclone. Each sword aura lunged down through the air, aiming at the skeletal remains below. However, strangely enough, no matter how strong the sword aura was, the skeleton showed no movement at all, lying there as if completely lifeless. Nam Tu Tang grew impatient, unable to accept the weakness of the formation. Level 1 sword key. The damage output was far too low compared to his expectations. He couldn't just stop there. Determined to increase the power, he immediately channeled his spiritual energy, his eyes emitting a purple light, as he activated a new formation. He shouted with a powerful voice, then stacked 2,000 sword chi formations. With that shout, countless glowing sword auras overlapped simultaneously, creating a heavy, powerful pressure that spread throughout the space. Threads of spiritual energy formed a circle under his feet. Nam Tu Tang exerted himself to maintain it. He knew that, once formations were set up in all workshops, the workload at the slaughterhouse would be significantly reduced in the future. While Nam Tu Tang was diligently setting up formations, at workshop number 2, a cold voice, filled with killing intent, rang out, bullying the weak. 2,000 killing intent formations activated. But Nam Tu Tang couldn't stop, continuing to push his power further. Each formation was put into operation one after another. An hour later, the system notification sounded. Formation Master System Upgrade. The Formation Master has deployed 10,000 formations. Ability rank upgraded to level 2. A usable formation. Blazing Scorching Formation. 10x Augmentation. Elemental Sword. Chi Formation. The system continued to explain. Note: each formation consumes 200 origin stones, can be stacked infinitely. Next level reached after deploying 50,000 formations. Origin stones used for a successful upgrade. Nam Tu Tang felt a distinct change. However, he didn't have much time to relax. The sun began to emerge after a dark night. The first light shone upon the space, making everything clearer. Nam Tu Tang was currently sitting on the rooftop of a tall building, eating a bun while lost in thought. It's dawn time to say goodbye to everyone. Heading to the front line now. At the same time, Xiao Liu appeared from behind, cheerfully calling out, "Good morning, Auntie Wang and Auntie Truong. As she hobbled in on crutches, she wondered why the door was open. Didn't Manager Nam slaughter beasts all night again? Ms. Lai sighed and replied, sigh. That kid probably went home for dinner last night, and then came straight back to work. How can his body stand it at this rate? Auntie Wong couldn't hold back anymore and said irritably, isn't it because of those tactless reporters reporting the news? Ms. Lai asked in surprise, what news? Auntie Wong pointed to her phone screen and replied, haven't you all seen it yet? I watched the live stream all night. The dark circles under her eyes reflected Auntie Wong's sleepless night. On the phone screen, the content of the news about Nam Tu-duan was attracting a lot of attention. The news stated Nam Tu-duan's father answers the call, braving the sun and wind at defense line number 7. In the past, Mulan enlisted for her father. Today, Nam Tu's father enlists for his son. The post received 4,509 likes. Auntie Wong saw the online comments and declared angrily, the son slaughters countless beasts, while the keyboard warriors type away for days. If you don't like it, do it yourself. I really can't stand it when people see Nam Tu-duan as being so cowardly. If I were him, I would rather die in battle. 684 people liked this comment. Immediately, Auntie Wong indignantly retorted, then why don't you go die in battle instead of talking so much nonsense here, rationality and passion talking in a defiant way? It's very clear. His family spoiled him excessively. Useless son, heroic father. To 813 people liked this comment. Auntie Wong continued to criticize. Their family shows mutual love and support. Unlike an orphan like you, Xiao Liu. After reading this news, she couldn't suppress her frustration. She began to type frantically on the keyboard. She was beyond angry. These people are going too far. Ms. Lai looked at Xiao Liu with concern and sighed. The manager, suddenly a voice rang out, causing the three of them to turn around in surprise. Nam Tu Tang appeared from behind. Speaking up, just in time, I want to hand things over to everyone. Xiao Liu asked in surprise and confusion, hand over? Manager, could it be that you want to? Nam Tu Tang held the letter delivered by the man. A sense of unease surged in his heart. He took the letter and began to read. His heart grew heavier by the moment. The letter said, Tu-duan, my son, by the time you receive this letter, your father and sister will have already set off for the battlefield. I know telling you these things now won't matter. It will only make you more upset and agitated. So I'll put it another way. Dignity and honor are shared from the family, to the country and even to all of humanity. Even though I am a god-tier chef, I am also a soldier. Kid, don't look down on your father anymore. The same goes for your sister. Although I don't know what hidden plans you're harboring, I know it must be something big, because since you were little, you have never been one to back down when facing trouble. It's up to you, ha 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 ha. Stinky brat. That name Asuna on the leaderboard is you, right? Did you think that by wearing a mask, your father wouldn't be able to recognize you? How long have you been enduring this? Is it because of us that you can't hold back anymore? Don't pay too much attention to the voices from the outside world. In truth, most people are multifaceted. My son, when one person is disgraced, the whole family is destroyed. Keep persevering. Don't let all your efforts become meaningless. Your mother will remain in the city. I will protect her in your father's stead. Sincerely, Nam Sun Hung. Nam Tu Tang fell silent. He didn't know what to say after finishing the letter. He could feel his father's affection, his steadfastness and deep love, but there was also a lump in his throat when he thought about the battlefield that awaited. Xiao Liu, standing nearby, saw Nam Tu Tang's expression and encouraged the manager. Don't feel pressured. Ms. Lai also comforted him. That's right, manager. Right now, the person in charge of the slaughterhouse operations for all the neighboring cities. Around here is you, isn't it? If the supply chain to the front line is cut, wouldn't everything be doomed? Ms. Lai also gently advised. Exactly, you have to stay strong. Everyone believes in you. Auntie Wong, standing to one side, couldn't help but speak up aggressively. That's right. With Auntie Wong here, who online would dare speak against you, Auntie Wong will strike back at them. Nam Tu Tang turned his head. His eyes held a hint of sadness, but he forced a smile. Thank you, everyone. I'm fine. I'm just reflecting on what everyone said. Wasn't it just 2 days ago that you said you wanted to rebuild defense line number 5? Xiao Liu replied in surprise. Nam Tu Tang smiled slightly and replied, rest assured, it won't affect the work at the slaughterhouse. The scene shifted to the outside, in front of a large statue. Countless people and vehicles gathered there. Nam Tu Tang stood in the crowd, his eyes contemplative. Father, I remember everything you said. My father once said that I would go to the battlefield, but beyond being able to eliminate a few alien races, I wouldn't be able to achieve any great benefit for the overall situation. I wouldn't be able to protect my mother, nor could I help my family. Even if there is a victory, without a clear plan, humanity will ultimately be defeated. I wouldn't be able to protect anyone. The myriad races are non-carbon-based life forms. Origin stones cannot be obtained from them. This means it is difficult to level up on the battlefield. Furthermore, the enemies are growing stronger, and humanity can only struggle to protect itself. Without preparation, there is only failure. Nam Tu Tang walked down the cold winter road, telling himself that to achieve victory, he could only focus on building defense line number 5. That would be the final battlefield for humanity and the myriad races. Father, I swear I will definitely not let everyone down. 3 days later, at the ongoing construction site, a voice rang out. Chief Engineer Nam really is an amazing talent in the architectural industry. A man wearing blue clothes and a yellow safety helmet said happily, "Backup defense line number 5. According to your design plan, is a steel wall 30 mil high and 10 mil thick, extending 300 kilometers to the northwest, connecting 200 cities. Even tanks couldn't penetrate it. That is the achievement of the veteran architect Engineer Lai." Nam Tu Tang nodded, smiled, and replied, "Engineer Lai, everyone has worked very hard. However, this steel wall is just for show. It fundamentally cannot stop the alien races. In fact, the key point lies in the formations," he said with a sharp gaze. "To deploy the formations, a massive amount of origin stones is required. Immediately from the sky, red origin stones fell down like rain." Nam Tu Tang stood there observing everything with determination. System notification available origin stones. 35,000 stones. Formations can be deployed. Level 2, formations 1.75 million stones. Level 1, formations 3.5 million stones. Location between Geep City and the defense line. Backup number 5, a silhouette, is the most ideal place to deploy the formations. Heavenly surge, earthly fire. Harsh sky, solar origin. Nam Tu Tang spoke softly while simultaneously casting the magic formations. An energy orb gradually formed in his hand. A halo of light radiated outward. Blazing Inferno Incineration Formation. 500,000 formations stacked per kilometer, arranged into a dense network, spreading across the ground. Each formation acted like a protective shell, linking together to create a massive defense system. These formations, from the Blazing Inferno Incineration Formation to the Elemental Sword Chi Formation, stacked upon one another like the thin layers of a suit of armor, protecting humanity from peril. Nam Tu Tang stood on the strange rock that had just emerged from the ground, his gaze unwavering. His lips moved as he continued, "Sun and moon in the sky, yin and yang slaughter." With every incantation he uttered, another new formation was activated, step by step forming a durable barrier between humanity and the enemy. One by one, layers of formations were stacked upon each other. Elemental Sword Key Formation, 500,000 formations stacked per kilometer. Deploying Blazing Inferno Incineration Formation, 500,000 stacked per kilometer. Continue, stacking another 500,000 Elemental Sword Chi formations per kilometer. Next is the Blazing Inferno Incineration Formation once more. In this manner, the formations continuously overlapped. An extremely solid defense system was being built, right before his eyes. The system notification rang out. Formation Master has deployed 500,000 formations. Ability upgraded to level 3. Activating formation. Tranquil Earth Thorn Formation combined with Bronze Bone Formation. Formation range increased by 200 times. Note: each formation consumes 30 origin stones. Infinite stacking is possible. Next upgrade. Deploying formations to reach 5,000 origin stones. Available 25,000. Nam Tu Tang finished reading the notification. With determination, he stepped down from the platform. He continued speaking. Currently, level 2 formations have been deployed over a 10-kilometer radius. This formation is enough to stop low-level alien races. For the time being, there is no need to use origin stones for level 3 formations, as it might delay the leveling up process. It won't be too late to use them in the second wave. Tonight I will set up a defensive formation line, covering 35 kilometers around Geep City with 125 million stacked level 2 formations. The scene shifts to the next day. At the construction site, Engineer Lai frantically makes a phone call. "This isn't good, Chief Engineer Nam." Nam Tu Tang calmly asked, "What's the matter, Engineer Lai?" Engineer Lai worriedly pointed at the phone screen. "Look at this." Breaking news appeared on the screen. Geep City has just initiated a backup plan for Defense Line number 5. Results from the Western battlefield have confirmed that it is impossible to withstand the assault. Comment Nam Tu Duan, that useless person who wastes money and resources. Stop it immediately. Don't do it anymore. Only an offense is the best defense. Let's go to the city hall to protest and stop this. Engineer Lai said in a panic. "Chief Engineer Nam, public opinion is very bad right now. If things really get out of hand," Nam Tu Tang calmly replied, "Don't worry, Engineer Lai. Just continue the construction as usual. I will think of a plan to strengthen it." Engineer Lai breathed a sigh of relief. "All right, I'll follow your lead." Nam Tu Tang thought for a moment, and his eyes lit up. This defense line was originally intended to lure the alien races into a trap. Let them break through so they drop their guard, entering the defensive formations without even knowing it. At that point, they will have no chance to counterattack. Namtu-Tang pondered for a while, then suddenly hit upon a new idea to make the defense line more practical, not just a simple deception for the enemy. He quickly reached out and took the folder from Engineer Lai's hand, recording his thoughts. He thought to himself, although nature has its limitations, the elemental forbidden curse talent has not been fully lit up yet, but I can set up some formations in advance, just in case they are needed. After a moment of note-taking, he handed the documents back to Engineer Lai and said, Engineer Lai, we can open a canal in front and behind the steel city wall. Channel water from the front and crude oil from the back. Read the contents inside and take a look. Engineer Lai looked at the documents. His face briefly showed astonishment, and then he asked, You mean... Namtu-Tang smiled deviously with a sharp gaze. That's right. When all the alien races attack, the steel wall will be electrified and connected to the water canal. We will shock the first wave to death. Then when the stronger ones break through the steel wall, we will ignite the crude oil and create another wave of fire. After listening, Engineer Lai's face lit up with joy. He clapped and cheered, This plan is brilliant. I'll quickly head to the city hall. They must be in a hurry too. While saying that, he quickly ran off. Namtu-Tang stood there looking into the distance, thinking to himself, Once my elemental forbidden curse talent glows, the purpose of this defense line might be more than just this. At this moment, the system notification rang out, Available Origin Stones 90,000. Namtu-Tang smiled to himself. The Origin Stones obtained from 2 days of slaughter and hunting were enough to upgrade to level 4. Without hesitation, he immediately moved to a mountain and began to release his spiritual power. Streams of red power radiated out, and the formations were deployed. Bien City, Cow City, Cam City, 75-kilometer defense line. 375 million level 2 formations stacked. The system notified once again. Formation Master has deployed 5,000 formations. Ability upgraded to level 4. Activating formation. Lightning Strike. Slash formation and Undead. Strengthening formation. Formation range increased by 40 times. Note: each formation will consume 50 Origin Stones. Infinite stacking is possible. Next upgrade. Deploy formations to reach 25,000. Available Origin Stones. 15,000. Namtu-Tang gently placed his hand on the ground, releasing spiritual power as he thought to himself, I'm afraid the next upgrade won't be completed for a while. Suddenly from behind, there were figures soaring through the air. He turned around and recognized a familiar aura. It was an elite from the alien race. Not only that, there was also the aura of a human prodigy. This isn't good, he cried out inwardly. Immediately, he hurriedly jumped down the cliff and ran off in distress. He feared that the alien race was assassinating the human prodigy. The scene changes to a hidden residence deep in the mountains. Snow fell in gusts covering an old building. The landscape was desolate and cold. In this quiet space, a silhouette appeared beside a large rock. As the figure moved, a sudden explosion echoed in front of an old man. The dust cleared gradually, and the old man spoke up to ask, Tingha, why did you end your seclusion 2 years early? Didn't we agree you'd stay until the 52nd Myriad Race War? The figure before him was a young man with a powerful aura. This was the patriarch of the So family. So Shuangheng stared at the person who had just appeared. The young man was So Tinha, the 307th great prodigy of the So family. Leisurely stepping out from a cave, he replied, I sensed a massive domain qi in the northwest border region. I had an epiphany in my heart, so I broke through and then ended my seclusion. So Shuangheng frowned in disbelief upon hearing this. The northwest border region is very poor in spiritual energy. How is that possible? So Tinha explained calmly. That is precisely why it is so suspicious. He continued with a look of determination. Therefore, great uncle, I have decided to personally make a trip to the northwest. Hearing this, So Shuangheng worriedly advised, but I've heard that the alien races are hunting down ancient prodigies. He feared that Tinha would be in danger. So Tinha was completely fearless, shrugging his shoulders as he replied composedly. In this apocalyptic era, how can one possibly avoid danger? If I can receive guidance from a master, then this trip will be well worth it. With light steps, So Tinha leaped into the air, flying by utilizing his domain, soaring toward the northwest. Scene changes 1 hour later. So Tinha approached a mountain shrouded in thick mist. He raised his head to look, unable to help but admire the glowing red formations, shining up from below. This formation is truly magnificent. Could it be the work of a single person? I've never heard of anyone who possesses such mastery over formations. As expected, there is a hidden master in this northwest region. Suddenly, So Tinha's eyes sharpened. It seemed as if he had sensed something. At that moment behind him, a bizarre monster, covered in sharp protrusions, was charging forward. What is this? So Tinha exclaimed. That was Myriad Demon number 3578, the Steel Executioner, a dangerous alien creature. It lunged toward him, swinging its sharp claws through the air. However, So Tinha quickly dodged, watching the monster while asking, "Is it an alien?" He hurriedly circled around and landed on the ground, staying away from where the steel executioner was attacking. So Tinha was in a perilous situation. Suddenly, from beneath the ground, more alien monsters continued to emerge, catching him completely off guard. At this moment, he thought in a panic, "These auras, they are all elite aliens. I've just ended my seclusion and I'm already being targeted. The alien race truly holds a deep grudge against the ancient families. The Great Clan, a three-eyed monster with a long, mutated tongue, Myriad Demon number 1324, the rotting giant leader, stepped forward. It had discovered the 10th-ranked prodigy and was preparing to eliminate him. At the same time, the steel executioner continued its relentless assault, leaving So Tinha trapped between the two monsters. The situation was extremely critical. However, in that moment, he thought to himself, "They're not even afraid of my domain." There was no time to hesitate, so Tinha hurriedly pressed his hands together, forming a domain hand seal. Sword rise, immediately. Surge of energy radiated from around him, launching a powerful attack against the elite aliens closing in. Blue spirit blaze, so Tinha roared, "How dare you cross me? I will not stop until you are annihilated." He activated his full power, each sword strike like a flash of lightning, fiercely attacking the steel executioner. Yet even so, the opponent's power remained incredibly formidable. The scene shifted to another location. Amidst the cliffs, Nam Tu Thang was running like mad, muttering under his breath, "This world has changed too much. The collapse of the defense layers is accelerating. Father has already gone to the 7th defense line. I fear there are variables with the prodigies. In my past life, the ancient prodigies and the elders of humanity did not emerge until the 12th year of the Myriad race era. Only then was humanity led deeper into the interior, rekindling hope. It was thanks to the combat power of those ancient prodigies that humanity wasn't completely wiped out, surviving for another 8 years. Not until the 200th year of the Myriad race was humanity finally exterminated. The Myriad races sent assassins to Blue Planet early on, secretly searching for the ancient prodigies. They simply wait for them to emerge to immediately hunt them down, thinking about current events, while maintaining a high-speed sprint. In this world, besides my own strategic plans, they are also indispensable. I cannot let them fall into danger this early. Meanwhile, back with So Tinha, the situation was becoming increasingly tense. He was facing off against the steel executioner, whose sharp pincers were parrying the powerful energy from his sword strikes. The rotting giant also deflected one of his moves. His sword forced So Tinha to cough up blood, gasping for air. How cursed, to deal with 2 elite aliens at once. I'm still not strong enough, he thought to himself during the fight. And then, a sudden strike from the steel executioner swung toward him, combined with a powerful punch from the rotting giant, forming a devastating attack combo. So Tinha couldn't dodge in time and was sent flying. His whole body felt weak, unable to continue defending. So Tinha coughed up a mouthful of blood. He felt a deep sense of unwilling resentment. Coughed. Was it possible that he had just emerged, only to lose his life right here? The 2 elite aliens continued their relentless charge, forcing him to hurriedly sit up, determined not to give up. It can't end like this. So Tinha thought to himself, then quickly bit down on his own finger. As blood trickled out, he said coldly, "Even if I must die, I will take one of you down with me." Immediately afterward, his entire body suddenly vanished into the air, accompanied by an echoing shout, "Run quickly!" A large explosion erupted in the forest. Nam Tu Thang had just managed to rescue So Tinha from that spot in time. He hurriedly leaned So Tinha against a tree, looking back at the thick rising smoke. So Tinha struggled to ask, "Are you the senior master that I sensed earlier?" Nam Tu Thang did not answer directly, instead asking about something else. "Are you all right? Can you still fight?" Hearing this, So Tinha stood up and replied firmly, "With Senior's assistance, I can still keep fighting." Nam Tu Thang praised, "Good then. I will lead the attack on the steel executioner. You keep the rotting giant in check from a distance. They are top-tier assassins, you must be extremely careful." So Tinha flew off responding, "Understood, Senior." Nam Tu Thang continued toward the steel executioner as a notification appeared. Unidentified ability detected, designated for elimination. He thought as he formed a hand seal. Steel executioner. "Long time no see. I just happened to need you as a sacrifice for my formation. Azure Spike. Earth formation. Level 3. Activate." Instantly, countless sharp mountain peaks rose from beneath the earth, surrounding the steel executioner. Nam Tu Thang snorted coldly and said, "As expected, a level 3 formation is not enough for you. In that case," he shouted loudly, "increase the Azure Spike Earth formation by 50,000, and add another 50,000 layers of the Glacial Frost formation After speaking, he slammed his palm onto the ground. From there, incredibly sharp surges of power erupted. Once again, from beneath the earth, small razor-sharp mountain peaks emerged, stabbing straight up to attack the steel executioner. The monster couldn't react in time. It was struck and found itself unable to maneuver. Meanwhile, against the rotting giant Ting-ha was still trying to lure it away from the danger zone. But when he looked back, he froze and exclaimed, "Isn't this the formation from the sandbox? And it's many times more powerful. I never expected it to be this strong." He continued to observe, wondering, but why set up a hidden formation in the north-west without letting anyone know? His combat techniques are also unlike any other ancient clan. Who on earth is he? What is his purpose for being here? By now, the sharp mountain peaks had transformed into cold, hard pillars of ice. The steel executioner was now frozen solid, suspended in midair. So Ting-ha couldn't help but marvel at the sight. It's actually been completely frozen. However, a single moment of distraction almost caused Ting-ha to be blindsided by the rotting giant. Nam-tu-tang looked up and warned, "Careful! Don't get distracted." The rotting giant frantically slammed the ground, causing Ting-ha to be violently smashed into the earth. The impact of his landing created a massive explosion, sending dirt and rocks flying in all directions. Nam-tu-tang, his eyes now glowing red, swung a powerful fist. Asura Berserker did not hesitate. He punched the rotting giant directly, unleashing a powerful strike. Ting-ha, still lying in the crater from the impact, thought in panic, Asura. Could he be the mysterious Asura? Ranked 10th on the previous leaderboard, Nam-tu-tang was calculating in his mind, thinking to himself, it's rare to have a real combat opportunity like this. Instead of killing it with one blade strike, it's better to use it to hone the experience of this prodigy. That talent is truly exceptional, but unfortunately he hasn't matured yet. If only I could speed it up. Suddenly he paused his train of thought. Wait, besides the field of external formation enhancement. Could it possibly be performed inside the body as well? Ting-ha, now exhausted, spoke with difficulty. "Forgive me, senior, for being a burden to you." Nam-tu-tang interrupted him and said coldly, "Don't move." Then, using his hand, he drew a mysterious symbol on Ting-ha's forehead. He asked in confusion, "Senior, this is a tenfold formation enhancement." Nam-tu-tang replied. Once the drawing was finished, Ting-ha's eyes rolled back until they were white. His face twisted in agony, and a cry of intense pain echoed out. "Ah!" Ting-ha screamed in pain, but Nam-tu-tang stood by encouraging him. "Hold on." Just then, a system notification appeared, warning the body cannot withstand a tenfold formation enhancement. If forced, the practitioner may explode and die. Ting-ha lay limp on the ground, completely drained of strength. Nam-tu-tang slowly withdrew his power, looked at Ting-ha and sighed. As expected, body-based formation enhancement has its limits. However, a 10x boost should be enough to save your life. The rotting giant remained motionless, following Nam-tu-tang's powerful punch, while he continued to look down at Ting-ha lying on the ground. With a look of disappointment, he thought to himself, even though I wanted him to train a little, with his current condition, I'm afraid today I can only start with myself. As he spoke, he massaged his wrists, preparing to continue. Suddenly, a massive explosion occurred in the sky, causing Nam-tu-tang to look up in shock, exclaiming, "What, this is Ting-ha?" He had now unconsciously stood up and was floating in midair. With hands partially joined, his mouth muttered, "Sword domain activate," around the rotting giant. Ting-ha's power began to take effect, causing it to feel a surge of crushing weight, sending the monster into a panic. At the same time, the steel executioner broke free, as the massive block of ice shattered. It swung its sword downward from the air, aiming directly at Nam-tu-tang. Nam-tu-tang immediately clasped his hands to form a seal and said, "This is the soul guiding cleaving formation level 4. Instantly, a powerful aura pressed down on the steel executioner, knocking it backward through the air. Green streaks of energy erupted violently from its body, but it couldn't resist Nam-tu-tang's power. Meanwhile, the rotting giant was also defeated by Ting-ha's powerful display of combat. Nam-tu-tang looked at Ting-ha and praised, "Not bad. Combat power needs to be like this to be worth it." Ting-ha immediately dropped to one knee, bowed his head and said in a grateful voice, "I Ting-ha, thank you, senior, for saving my life, and for the gift of enlightenment. From this day forward, all members of the So family are willing to follow senior's guidance." Nam-tu-tang was somewhat surprised by Ting-ha's attitude, but replied, "Get up first." Ting-ha continued without hesitation, saying, "Senior, so you are the mysterious Asura who just deployed a hidden formation, while also wearing a mask. You must have matters of great importance that require secrecy. Perhaps the time is not yet ripe, so you cannot let the world know yet. You might be using formation arts to hide yourself, to prevent those aliens from investigating you. As everyone knows in this world, there is only one thing that is most important, and that is to resist the alien tribes. Senior, you're setting up of this formation here? Is it because you want to prepare the final battlefield? Right at this very spot, isn't it? Hearing this, Nam Tu Thang looked at So Tin Ha in surprise. Unbelievable. This prodigy not only possesses extraordinary talent, but also has an exceptional intellect. He thought to himself, unable to hide his astonishment at So Tin Ha's sharpness and wisdom. Seeing Nam Tu Thang remain silent for a moment, So Tin Ha continued, "Based on your expression, Senior, I must have guessed correctly. May I ask, does your identity start with the letter N?" Upon hearing this, Nam Tu Thang's surprise turned to sheer terror, his eyes widening in shock. In his mind, he cursed, "Holy shit!" Seeing this reaction, So Tin Ha became even more certain, combined with the unusual behavior of a certain individual who constantly appears on the most wanted lists, and looking at the scope of your actions, it's actually not hard to figure out. The Asura who lives by slaying the righteous, known to the world as the Butcher. So Tin Ha continued in a calm voice, regarding the formations at Defense Line 5 recently. Someone just submitted an application a few days ago, to avoid prying eyes. I won't go into details, Senior. After speaking, So Tin Ha added a humble remark. Of course, these are all just my speculations, based on intuition. If I have guessed wrong, please do not take offense, Senior. Nam Tu Thang looked at So Tin Ha, his gaze filled with astonishment, as if looking at a monster. He thought to himself, it's like this kid has a camera installed in my head. Furthermore, his eloquence is impeccable. Before these prodigies emerge, aren't they all supposed to be in secluded cultivation? How on earth does he know so much? Seeing that Nam Tu Thang did not refute anything, So Tin Ha continued humbly. Actually, even though I've been in seclusion for 15 years, I still went online and watched television as well. Nam Tu Thang at this moment, feeling unable to refute him any further, he could only sigh and reply, fine. You win. So Tin Ha tapped his chest and said in a sincere tone, Senior, I So Tin Ha will lead the So family to support Defense Line 7. Firstly, because it is my desire, and secondly, to make it easier for you to gain time, to prepare for your great cause. Nam Tu Thang listened and looked at him in silence, thinking highly of him in his heart. He thought, it turns out such a person truly exists in this world. Incredibly intelligent, one could call him a soulmate. After a moment of silence, Nam Tu Thang patted So Tin Ha on the shoulder and replied, Thank you, Tin Ha, I truly do need time. However, the front lines are 10,000 times more dangerous than here. I hope you can survive along with me. So Tin Ha suddenly interrupted, raising a finger to his lips. Shh! I understand your words. I will definitely live, and I will certainly protect everyone's lives. Nam Tu Thang remained silent, thinking to himself, is he a sister Khan? Then he spoke again. Tin Ha, take me to the So family for a visit. Before you head to the front lines, let me help you set up an enhancement formation first. So Tin Ha replied, thank you, Senior. While the two were moving through the air, So Tin Ha spoke up again. Oh, right, Senior. Actually, I also have a younger sister. Although she is mute, she possesses spatial teleportation powers that are quite formidable. After the enhancement, I will have her stay by your side. I hope she will be of some use. Just then a notification window unexpectedly appeared. The latest information caught both of their attention. Prodigy of the So family. So Tin Ha has emerged, successfully counter-killed alien assassins. 10 plus Class C rotting giant corpses. Ranked up to number 9 on the ability leaderboard. Mysterious formation master. Counter-killed 10 plus alien assassins, including a Class B steel executioner. Advanced to number 8 on the ability leaderboard. So, Tin Ha led the So family to participate in supporting Defense Line 7. The scene on the busy street became a stir as passers-by recognized the presence of the prodigies. Whispers and chatter echoed everywhere. Oh my God. Are these the ancient prodigies from the legends? Soldiers ride in vehicles. Higher-ranking officers take planes, but they are actually flying directly. At this rate, they might even reach the front lines before the final wave. A veteran's right. Another person spoke up. This scene is something I've only seen in novels, about the era of 10,000 races. With the prodigies going to war, they will surely be able to push those alien tribes back. This was the Butcher Square in Ngeep City. Meanwhile, So Tin Ha stood before Nam Tu Thang and said seriously, Senior, I am leaving my sister So Tien in your care. I am certain that she will be able to assist you. At this moment, Nam Tu Thang was munching on a bun, left speechless. He felt a bit surprised. Inwardly, he thought, he said she's his sister and she really is just a little girl. He asked back with some surprise, So Tin Ha, are you sure you want me to babysit her for you? Just as he asked, the cute little girl with her hair in a bun stood before him, sucking on a lollipop, looking at him with sparkling eyes. She was indeed So Tin Ha's younger sister. Suddenly from the side, So Tien noticed two people glancing sideways and disparaging Nam Tu Thang. They looked at the prodigy and then looked at him, feeling it was such bad luck. One person said, and he even has the nerve to be here tempting a child. Exactly, Others have talent when talent is needed, and courage when courage is needed. As for him, what does he have? Hearing this, So Thien's face scowled, and she pointed a finger toward the two elderly people who were talking. From the finger that was holding her lollipop, a stream of dark energy erupted. A moment later, the elderly couple was pulled toward Nam Tu Thang. He looked at them, his face blank with confusion at the sudden change. Suddenly, a shrill scream rang out. "Quick, someone help! 2 people have fallen into the manure pit." Nam Tu Thang was startled, thinking to himself, was that So Thien? He quickly recalled the leaderboard list and found the girl's name. No. 11, Lam Bang level 8, elemental ice ability. No. 12, So Thien level 8 spatial ability. Nam Tu Thang immediately became hospitable. He hurried to shake hands with the little girl, politely saying, "So Thien, it's a pleasure to meet you." The little girl also happily shook his hand back, responding briefly, Nam Tu Thang thought to himself. With her by my side, I can save quite a bit of travel time. Not only can I take over all slaughterhouse duties at Defense Line 5, but this way, when I summon my undead, I won't even need to find a profession to use as a cover anymore. His gaze suddenly paused as he recalled previous images, then looked at the system panel appearing before him. Undead Summoning System. Undead Rank Level 0 Novice. Upgrade requirement 100,000 undead. Available summoning source stones. The 500,000 number of summons. Oh, he smiled inwardly. The 4,000th undead summoning talent it has finally activated. Nam Tu Thang felt immense joy, ready to take on the challenges ahead. The scene in the alley became lively when a loud voice rang out, "What you said you wanted to. Take over the slaughtering work for all 200 cities." Along the 5th defense line, Trong Vien could not believe his ears. He struggled to continue. How is this even possible? Not to mention how massive the workload is. The distance between them is truly vast. Nam Tu Thang remained standing silently against the wall, in no hurry to answer. Nam Tu Thang was still standing silently, leaning against the wall, not in a hurry to answer. Then he raised a finger as a reminder. "Shh, I already have a solution for these issues. You just need to ask the management to register for me, that's all." Trong Vien listened and gently replied, "There's certainly no problem with the application. Besides, the massive number of slaughterers in the cities is indeed creating a lot of pressure." Feeling satisfied with the answer, Nam Tu Thang turned around to leave, waving his hand as he said, "Then I must thank you. I have things to do, so I'll be going now." Trong Vien stood there frowning as she observed, and followed Nam Tu Thang with her gaze. She thought, it seems, his ability is much stronger than before. He doesn't look like someone who fears death at all. But why? Would he rather fight fiercely in the rear, then rush to the front lines? As for Nam Tu Thang, he was currently calculating in his head. With the large amount of source stones from the slaughterhouses, plus So Thien's teleportation ability, I believe my next upgrades and deployments will be much faster than before. Finishing his thought, he turned to So Thien. "Let's go, So Thien." The girl was happily sucking her lollipop. She raised her finger, emitting dark energy in response. As the scene shifted to a wasteland, Nam Tu Thang and So Thien appeared together in the midst of a wolf pack. The girl stroked the thick fur of a wolf, while Nam Tu Thang looked with satisfaction at the source stones the wolves had brought back. He praised them warmly. "Well done. Keep up the good work." The system announced 99,500,000 source stones. Undead Summon 0 ability rank level 1 novice. Ability upgrade requirements. 100,000 undead. Exchangeable source stones. 500,000 summoned undead 1. Nam Tu Thang looked at the system notification, saw that he had enough stones, and smiled. He thought to himself, it's time for the first undead summoning. He turned to So Thien and called out, "So Thien, let's go." To the Qin Mountains, about 100 kilometers from here. The little girl suddenly turned around, reluctant to leave the wolf's warm fur. But then she still raised her dark finger. One after another, the two of them vanished into thin air, leaving the wolf pack in confusion. A moment later, they reappeared on a jagged cliff. Nam Tu Thang exclaimed in surprise, "Huh? This isn't the Qin Mountains. Did you teleport to the wrong place, kid?" Nam Tu Thang looked down at the girl and thought, it turns out that teleportation distance is still limited. Even after the boost, the range of a single teleportation is only within 100 km. So Thien was still focused on the teleportation. A while later, the two of them finally appeared at a mountain range called the Qin Mountains. Nam Tu Thang immediately reminded So Thien, "Listen, go find a safe place first." But when he looked down, the little girl's small figure had already vanished. He couldn't help but feel speechless. She's certainly smarter than her older brother. He let out a sigh, then became serious again with his work, summoning the undead. From the ground, an undead rose up behind Nam Tu Thang. Awakened soul of great Qin. Just as he finished speaking, a red aura erupted beneath his feet. Blue energy from the surroundings began to gather toward his red circle. Namtu Tang looked over in total shock, feeling that something was wrong. At that moment, an undead appeared, holding a sword and shouting loudly, "How bold! Who dares to disturb my soul?" The system quickly notified, summoning Undead King of Qin Ying Zheng. Undead rank level 10. Current level insufficient to summon. Namtu Tang quickly grabbed his sword hilt, thinking anxiously in his heart. He has been dead for thousands of years, and yet he still possesses such an aura. Is this an Emperor rank undead? I don't know if it's even possible to reason with him anymore. He took a deep breath, then drew his sword, while politely saying, "Senior, a great calamity is upon us. This junior wishes to borrow your army King Ying Zheng of Qin." At this moment, tightening his grip on his sword, he shouted loudly, "Bastard! My soldiers, how could they be so easily controlled by a little brat like you?" As he spoke, he unsheathed his blade. Then he delivered a powerful slash and continued to shout, "If you want to use my troops, then you must first show me what kind of ability you have." The man Thang quickly leapt backward to evade. With his eyes now contorted, he replied, "If that is how it must be, then this junior must apologize for the offense." He screamed, "Asura's great unveiling." King Ying Zheng of Qin said arrogantly, "I have unified the 6 kingdoms. Is there anything I haven't seen before? A wet behind-the-ears boy like you dares to show off your meager skills before me, like teaching a fish how to swim." Then, the sword auras of the man and the spirit collided, creating a powerful wave of pressure. Thang was now breaking into a cold sweat, but still responded firmly, "Whether you've seen it or not, we'll have to fight to find out." King Ying Zheng of Qin grew even more enraged, shouting, "Impudent brat, such arrogance!" Undaunted Thang continued with Asura Dragon Slayer. He once again delivered a powerful sword strike down toward King Ying Zheng of Qin. King Ying Zheng of Qin sneered, "You dare to call this Dragon Slayer? Let me show you what a real Dragon Slayer is." As soon as he finished speaking, he conjured a giant image of a true dragon behind his back and said proudly, "Supreme True Dragon Decimation, a true dragon." The giant maw lunged toward Thang. Thang quickly yelled out, "Asura Demon Slayer." Immediately, countless powerful alien masters appeared behind him. However, these entities were quickly crushed by a single bite from the true dragon. Namtu Tang gritted his teeth in anxiety. As expected of an Emperor-class spirit? Asura Eye. Suddenly, giant skeleton emerged from the ground. Its body emitted terrifying bursts of dark energy. The skeleton lunged down toward the true dragon. Rocks and dust billowed up violently. King Ying Zheng of Qin continued to be dismissive. Nothing more than cheap tricks." Namtu Tang smiled confidently. "Heh, is that so?" Moments later, the true dragon had been infected by the red aura of the giant skeleton. King Ying Zheng of Qin cried out in shock. How can this be possible? Seizing this opportunity, Namtu Tang delivered an incredibly powerful downward slash, saying, "Senior, please forgive my offense." King Ying Zheng of Qin was struck by the sword slash and could not help but feel the pain, crying out, "Ah!" Namtu Tang swung his sword again, preparing for another strike. King Ying Zheng of Qin hurriedly waved his hand to stop him, shouting, "Wait, stop! Stop at once. If we continue fighting, the Imperial Mausoleum will be destroyed." Hearing this, Namtu Tang sheathed his sword and replied, "Thank you, Senior." King Ying Zheng of Qin sighed and said, "Fine. You have won. However, I have been in a deep slumber for many years. Before I lend you my army," man and spirit stood face to face. He continued, "First, tell me the full story behind all of this." After the explanation, King Ying Zheng of Qin finally took out an object, handed it to Namtu Tang, and said, "When this generation is in trouble, there is no reason for us predecessors not to offer our help. This is the Tiger Tally. Combined with your power, summoning the Qin generals will become much easier." Namtu Tang received it with both hands, saying, "Thank you, Senior." At that moment, from the Tiger Tally, wisps of blue spiritual energy began to radiate. He continued, "Soldiers of the Qin dynasty, heed my command. Foreign enemies have invaded. Please let us protect our homeland together." These strands of spiritual energy became increasingly powerful, radiating into the surroundings and forming a vast space. A chant echoed out, "Great wind, great wind." In front of Namtu Tang, countless glowing human figures began to rise from the ground. The system also quickly announced, "Summoning ability class undead spirits. Summoning level 3,000 undead spirits. 10,000 kin soldiers. Undead characteristics. Undead spirits are immortal and can reincarnate infinitely. Extinction conditions. Class spirit. N will die if killed, and consecutive times within 1 minute, leading to permanent extinction." The system continued. Ability upgrade requirements. Summon 40,000 undead. Current source stones 89.5 million. At this moment, round-colored beads appeared around Namtu Tang, forming a circle. Each bead carried a character metal, wood, water, fire, earth, light, dark, wind, thunder, spirit. He said joyfully, the elemental forbidden curse talent tree. It's finally complete. A notification panel appeared. Elemental forbidden curse level 1 primary. Talent condenses all 10 elemental forbidden curses. The higher the level, the stronger the power. Channeling the force of heaven and earth power is doubled. Consumption. One forbidden curse costs 10,000 source stones, but can be cast infinitely. Upgrade use 100 forbidden spells. Within the forest, there were now countless creatures flying across the sky. Namtu Tang thought to himself in panic. Oh no, the foreign aura is assassinating the ancient prodigies, and it's happening in two opposite directions. If I have to rescue them both at the same time, I'm afraid I won't be able to do it alone. Suddenly, King Ying Zheng of Qin shouted out, Wang Jian Meng Tian. Immediately, two undead generals appeared. They replied in unison, at your command. King Ying Zheng of Qin ordered, I command you to go and exterminate the alien races. Seeing this, Nam Tu Thang spoke up. Then I ask the seniors to head east, while I take care of the west. Then he shouted an order, so Thean teleport us! The scenery shifted instantly to a wilderness, 200 km east of the Qin Mausoleum. Their countless alien powerhouses were charging forward in waves. Shouts echoed, meow meow, I just want to go to the Qin Mausoleum to see who caused those undead spirits. To make such a massive commotion, a young man was struggling against the alien creatures, trying to use his meager power threads to fend them off. This young man was none other than Tu Truong Ka, a prodigy of the To family and a prominent ghost master. His thin red threads wrapped around the alien monsters. While manipulating them, Tu Truong Ka shouted, I'll kill all you bastards! But the alien creatures, far from being afraid, only lunged forward more aggressively. Tu Truong Ka had to leap to the side, to evade saying in helplessness, Not enough people! Hey, you guys! Meow, why don't you cooperate with me a bit? Suddenly, an arm of an alien was snared by a red thread. Tu Truong Ka said, Don't be scared. He's your brother, so he won't kill you. Now two aliens stood facing each other. The red-headed alien did not hesitate, swinging a blade at the green-colored alien. Tu Truong Ka cried out in shock, You old bastards. These aliens really have no humanity at all. Faced with your own brother and you just slash away like that. The green alien did not waver, immediately launching a counter-strike against the red-headed one. Tu Truong Ka shook his head in worry. Never mind, your hide is thick. No need to fear being cut. Show off your skills. Go on, slash him and let me see. The two aliens clashed fiercely. Tu Truong Ka stayed back to support the green alien. Suddenly another alien attacked from behind. Targeting Tu Truong Ka, he quickly swung his red thread to evade. Meanwhile, the green alien lunged at the red-headed alien. Suddenly, a terrifying burst of power from the red-headed alien struck and sent Tu Truong Ka flying. He cried out in panic, Damn it, I only have 2 hands, how can I fight off 4 of them? The sharp blade of the red-headed alien swung up, creating a violent wave of energy. Tu Truong Ka gritted his teeth. Anger surged within him as he thought, At worst, we'll all die together, you bastards. You all, don't even think about gaining anything from me. Suddenly a sword flashed through the air, blocking the alien's sharp blade. Tu Truong Ka looked up, completely stunned, to see a familiar figure. King Ying Sheng of Qin had appeared, standing protectively in front of him. He spoke softly. Descendant, I have accepted a request to come and save you. Tu Truong Ka gasped in shock, Qin Shu Huang. King Ying Zheng of Qin raised his sword, releasing a powerful aura and commanded, Stand up at once. Let us end this fight quickly, Tu Truong Ka. Though still dazed by the sudden appearance of the King of Qin, he replied gratefully. I'm still a bit shocked, but thank you very much, Senior. King Ying Zheng of Qin looked at the desperate alien horde, charging at them and sighed. He remarked, So these are the aliens, disturbing the homeland of my descendants. In that case, kill them without mercy. Immediately after, a general appeared from behind, shattering an alien with a single powerful strike. Other generals also joined the fray simultaneously, efficiently dispatching each and every alien. The scene shifts to the sky. Massive numbers of aliens were currently swarming toward the forest. In the wilderness 200 km west of the Qin Mausoleum, 2 people were standing back to back. The boy anxiously reminded his companion, In a moment I'll pin down the alien. Hurry and take the chance to escape. This young man was Tan An, the prodigy of the Tan family, a void summoner. The girl standing beside him was his younger sister. Tan Tu was also a void summoner. She firmly replied, Brother, if we go together. If we die together. Before them, a swarm of alien creatures was lunging forward. Tan An said anxiously, Tutui, please listen to me. He placed his hands on the ground and shouted, Void summon! A forest of ancient trees rose from the earth. Their roots wrapped around the legs of the alien swarm, keeping them pinned down. Tan An hurriedly turned back and shouted to his sister, Hurry, run now. But it was too late. A red-headed alien suddenly broke free from the barrier and charged. Tanan continued to summon more vines from the ground to block the alien horde. Suddenly, a spray of blood splattered onto Tanan's face, leaving him stunned. Tantiuk had stepped in to shield him from a blow, taking a slash across her back. Tanan cried out in panic, "Tutui!" witnessing his sister being injured. Tanan roared in agony, his eyes filled with tears as he shouted, "How dare you hurt my sister!" Tanan suddenly unleashed a surge of power that swirled into a vortex, sweeping away several Iron Slayer 6 fake monsters. Tantu reassured him, saying, "Brother, I'm fine. Watch out above." Tanan looked up and saw 2 aliens diving down, leaving both siblings in a state of shock. Suddenly, a familiar sword chi slashed across, interrupting the alien attack, and saving both Tan-An and Tan-Tue. A male voice rang out, "Sothien, first teleport. This whole alien swarm 1 kilometer away." Immediately, the alien swarm in front of the siblings vanished. A man stood before them, reassuring them, "Don't move, and don't say anything." Tan-An was still confused. He whispered, "What is this?" Namtu Tang didn't explain further. He just held out his hand and channeled spiritual energy into the siblings, saying, "I'll help you both increase your power tenfold." Due to receiving such a powerful surge of spiritual energy, both siblings felt the pain and screamed out, "Ar, ar! Ah, 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 ah!" After it was finished, Namtu Tang said, "Next it is up to the 2 of you to kill half of this alien swarm." Afterwards, he created a sphere of spiritual energy in his hand and continued, "As for the other half, let me test the power of the forbidden curse first." Namtu Tang swung his arm forcefully, shouting, "Thunder elemental forbidden curse." The sphere of spiritual energy shot out like a bolt of lightning. Simultaneously, a strange cloud gathered in the sky, filled with lightning with a red pillar of spiritual energy in the center. The aliens had no time to react before being struck by the sudden lightning bolts. The system panel displayed a notification, "Elemental Forbidden Curse Master, Level 2. Consumption. Each forbidden curse costs 20,000 primal stones. Can be stacked infinitely. Level up, use 200 forbidden curses." Tanan then spoke up, "Benefactor, didn't you say you'd let us handle half of them?" Tantu also added, "Please leave the rest to us." Namtu Tang turned back and said, "I'm sorry. I was a bit careless just now." He marveled to himself, "I didn't expect the power of the forbidden curse to be so overwhelming." Suddenly, a warning shout rang out, "Careful! There's still one that slipped through the net." Tanan and Tantu turned around to see an alien charging at them from behind. The 2 siblings, Tanan and Tantu, quickly joined forces, fighting together with great skill. Tanan created an alloy vine slayer, while Tantue used the Hellebis slayer. Powerful vines pierced through the body of the rotten giant. Viscous black blood flowed from its wounds. Meanwhile, although the steel slayer was sturdier and was not pierced through, it was still bound tightly by the powerful vines. After evaluating them, Nam Tu Thang spoke up. "I have seen your combat prowess. Leave this remaining Amma Island soldier to me." With a swift motion, the man clenched his fist and invoked the Earth Elemental Forbidden Curse. This spiritual energy sphere immediately stacked 50 times, and from beneath the ground a twisted earthen pillar rose up. At the top of the towering pillar was the remaining alien. Namtu Tang softly uttered, "Earth Burial." Both the earthen pillar and the alien vanished in an instant, leaving behind in the air flashes of electricity and a cloud of dust on the ground. As the smoke cleared, Namtu Tang still stood firm, completely unfazed. So Thean, hiding behind a rock, witnessed this scene, and couldn't help but compare it to electrocuring a mosquito. She felt speechless at the overwhelming power of Namtu Thang. Tan-An and Tantu also watched with their mouths agape, unable to believe their eyes. Tantu spoke up, "Brother, I just thought of an idiom." Tan-An added, "I thought of one too." Both of them simultaneously spoke a phrase, earth-shattering. The mulberry fields turned into the sea. They weren't in sync at all, but they couldn't help but marvel at Namtu Tang's terrifying strength. After dealing with the aliens, Namtu Tang turned and asked, "I know what you plan to do next." Tan-An and Tantu immediately knelt on one knee and replied, "On behalf of the Tan family, we thank our benefactor for saving our lives." Seeing this gesture, Namtu Tang felt helpless and thought to himself, "Does every ancient family really have to perform such a formal ceremony?" Tan-An cupped his hands and said passionately, "Benefactor, you saved both of our lives. Whatever commands you have, we will surely fulfill them." Tantu agreed, "That's right, Benefactor." Both of them made him feel quite overwhelmed. Namtu Tang looked at the siblings, pointed at himself, and asked, "Follow my commands, eh? Then do you even know who I am?" Tanan and Tantue at that moment put on a blank expression. Tanan replied, "Well, we're not quite sure." Tantu also said shyly, "Apologies, Benefactor. We really should have asked for your esteemed name. Would have been more appropriate." Namtu Tang now felt relieved and said, "I didn't mean it that way. It's better that you don't know." To himself he thought, "I must have been overthinking it." boosting and intelligence quotient. Really are unrelated after all. Not every prodigy can be like that, so Tin Ha guy. Everyone standing around was astonished, especially when Nam Tu Thang burst into loud laughter. Ha 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 ha! Young friend, you truly have a temperament similar to mine. You could definitely be my lifelong friend. These words made everyone turn their heads to look. The group from the Tan King camp also took notice, including Tu Trong Ka. The person walking beside him asked, Elder Brother Tui Huang, is this masked man? The person you were talking about? Big Brother Tui Huang replied cheerfully, it is indeed him. Hearing that, Tu Trong Ka said, Brother, thank you for saving me. I should have performed a grand ceremony as well, but honestly, I'm not used to that kind of thing. I, Tu Trong Ka, owe you a favor. However, I don't like owing favors to anyone. Speak, what do you want me to do? Nam Tu Tang glanced at him and thought to himself, finally a prodigy who isn't completely normal has arrived. Then, he spoke bluntly without hesitation. Very well. I have 2 requests for all of you. First, lead me to your clan. Collective boosting. While Tu Trong Ka was still confused, the 2 siblings from the Tan King camp quickly cupped their hands and replied, thank you, benefactor. Tu Trong Ka, still not understanding, asked again, boosting. Boosting what exactly? Moreover, your expressions look like you've just joined a cult. Nam Tu Tang immediately replied, pointing his finger at the boy's forehead to transfer spiritual energy. It is this. A 10-fold boost. Tu Trong Ka could not endure it. A scream of pain rang out. Ah, he collapsed to the ground in agony, causing Nam Tu Tang to continue like a villain. And there's also this. Tanan hastily spoke up loudly. Does our benefactor have any other instructions? Just say the word. Even if we must go through boiling water or scorching fire, we will not hesitate. Nam Tu Tang looked at them and thought for a moment. Then he asked himself in his mind, should I tell these 2 to go first? They were both prodigies from the inner continent. Unlike that Tin Ha fellow, the battlefield from his past life, a year from now would not affect their clans. He continued to think. Furthermore, I am currently stationed in the rear. But if I demand that they go to the front lines to fight, would this be considered an ethical kidnapping? Finally, he replied, ah, right. Take good care of yourselves. Tu Trong Ka let out an excited smile from behind and said, by the way, you really are a dishonest person. I'm not talking about the fact that you have to wear a mask, but is it really that hard? To tell us your true thoughts. He began to analyze. You can summon spirits to protect the homeland. Are we really just a burden here? Moreover, do you think you'll become an eternal hero by acting from the shadows? Tu Trong Ka spoke while closing in on Nam Tu Tang, leaving Nam Tu Tang momentarily speechless. Suddenly, Tan Tu stepped forward and retorted, Tu Trong Ka, shut up. I won't allow you to speak so rudely to our benefactor like that. Nam Tu Tang raised his hand to stop her and replied gently, he isn't wrong. Then he put his hands in his pockets and leisurely continued, I need you to lead your clans to defensive line number 7. Try to buy me a few more days. As for those slanders just now, on the battlefield of all races, it won't be as naive as the assassination just now. If you truly are prodigies, then try your best to survive and reach the 5th defensive line. Meet me there. He paused for a moment before continuing. At that time, I will show you my true face. The Tan siblings immediately placed their hands over their chests as a gesture of guarantee. Understood, benefactor, the Tan family will certainly not fail our mission. Tu Trong Ka also spoke up, yeah, this is a bit better. Nam Tu Tang handed a tiger tally to Tu Trong Ka and said, I entrust these 10 million Chin troops to you. Tu Trong Ka happily accepted it. Received. After that, he bowed respectfully to thank everyone. Tanan hurriedly waved his hands. There's no need for that, benefactor. Meanwhile, Tu Trong Ka cheekily raised his hand and said, you may rise. The Chin King camp spirit watched this scene with satisfaction, thinking to himself, the descendants of Yan and Huang are thriving endlessly. The system panel displayed notifications to Trong Cha, prodigy of an inner continent clan, and the twin prodigies of the Tan family, Tanang and Tan Tue, have led their entire families to the 7th defensive line. A series of subsequent notifications appeared. The prodigy of the Zhug family has emerged and was assassinated by aliens. The prodigy of the Northwest Lin family has emerged and was assassinated by aliens. The prodigy of the Southwest Xiao family has emerged and was assassinated by aliens. Nam Tu Tang and So Tien, along with several other kings, gathered and couldn't stop lamenting. Damn it, what kind of world is this? Prodigies are killed as soon as they emerge. Exactly, they are our future. The front lines are tense right now. Yet talents in the rear are still being slaughtered. They are considered the powerful ones, the strongest of humanity. Who can possibly protect them now? Nam Tu Tang received the news and couldn't help but frown, thinking to himself, the prodigies of this era have all appeared earlier than expected. This isn't a viable solution after all. even if I run around to rescue them non-stop. There is no guarantee that everyone can be saved. He turned to So Thien and said, instead of trying to keep the soup from boiling over, it is better to just pull the firewood out from under the pot. So Thien smiled brightly. Her shimmering eyes looked up at him. Nam Tu Tang continued, let's go to the northern wasteland. We will wait for the 5 great prodigies to emerge together, to lure out all the assassins of the various races. Spiritual energy began to manifest beneath his feet, and So Thien was ready to take him anywhere. With a face full of confidence and determination, Nam Tu Tang said, watch me sweep you all up in one go. Under the silent night sky, only Nam Tu Tang's resounding voice echoed. So Thien, first let's head near the Han tomb complex. Darkness enveloped everything, with only a call breaking the silence. Tu Tang grandly proclaimed, I am your great Han predecessor now awakened. The great era has arrived. If any descendant dares to insult a true scholar, they shall suffer punishment. He struck the ground forcefully. From the point of impact, glowing red lightning erupted, shaking the entire region. The earth cracked open as if an ancient power was emerging. Nam Tu Tang continued to call out the names of the predecessors. Predecessor Wu Di, predecessor Wei Qing, predecessor Huo Qubing. Whoever dares to offend the heavens and earth, we shall never let them be. The space grew even heavier, blending the murky night with streaks of red lightning, tinting the atmosphere with a mystical and terrifying hue. Suddenly, a large notification panel appeared. Undead summoning strength, level 3. Summon quantity: 10 million Qin troops, 20 million Han troops. Undead trait, capable of infinite regeneration. Elimination condition: if defeated N consecutive times within 1 minute, the N-level undead will perish. Soul summoning ability, upgrade condition: 400,000 available undead soul stones, 11.305 trillion. Nam Tu Tang's voice continued to resonate, powerful as thunder. 20 million Han troops, heed my command. March toward the northern wasteland desert and fight the alien races. The time for the 5 great prodigies to emerge has come. The power within him seemed to burst forth, as the surrounding heavens and earth flashed brilliantly. Shura stepped forward, reaching his max-level state. His body exuded a terrifying power. His hair billowed in the wind as the ground shook relentlessly. At the investigation and survey site, ability user, Triu Kanyi sensed a violent fluctuation. It's him! The mysterious Shura, she exclaimed in shock. This aura is much stronger than before. I fear he has fallen into a demonic state. Beside her, Tu Lan spoke anxiously. We must quickly report this to the military. He is in the northern wasteland desert. Deep within the desert, Nam Tu Tang did not stop. He deployed his troops and formed a battle array, aligning front, back, left, and right according to the heavenly stems and earthly branches. Using thunder as the catalyst, and ice and fire as the power source, the entire sky exploded in a flash of lightning. Tu Tang shouted aloud. Specks of fire appeared in his hands, their power cracking the ground wide open. From the shimmering red hues, the formation array became clear, arranging thousands of troops and horses to blockade 100 miles. The formation expanded majestic and overwhelming. Watching from a distance, Talon's sharp eyes flashed as she detected a surge of power. Another formation was rising from a new direction. Stunned by this abnormality, she muttered, wait a minute. Could that be the power of the mage, who once made it onto the mysterious formation rankings? Triu Kanyi clutched her head in frustration, disappointed to realize she had completely depleted her energy, leaving her unable to sense anything that was happening. What a pity, she sighed, her eyes filled with regret. Meanwhile, Nam Tu Tang's formation was nearing completion. He bellowed powerfully, souls of the great Han! Summon the spirits of Han to slay the aliens and display our Han might. From the void, Wei Qing, Emperor Wu of Han, and Huo Qubing appeared leading tens of thousands of cavalry. The mighty army, like a bursting dam, charged straight into the battlefield, determined to let nothing stand in their way. Observing from afar, Talan peered through her binoculars, unable to hide her shock at the scene unfolding before her. With a look of deep unease, she gasped, what on earth is happening? Beside her, Xiaoni's eyes were wide with equal amazement. Are those undead? I have never felt an aura like this before. What kind of undead could be this powerful? Talan, her heart still in turmoil, spoke with a trembling voice. Besides the mysterious Shura and a mysterious formation grandmaster, now there's another prodigy who can summon the undead. The energy this time is many times stronger than anything we have ever measured. It completely surpasses the standard 10-level ranking. Talan stood frozen, stunned by the revelation. God level, she managed to utter with difficulty. Triu Kanyi's face turned pale, her eyes wide. God level? You mean there are 3 God level? Ability users gathering at the northern wasteland desert. The two looked at each other, a sense of urgency filling the air. We must quickly report this to the Supreme Military Command. On the mainland, in the middle of the desert, Nam Tu Thang stood proud and defiant. His arms were spread wide, his glowing red eyes intensified, and his hair stood on end like a sword's edge. A forbidden spell was activated from his hands. The light element stacked hundreds of times, creating a Taiji halo that set the night sky ablaze. In a distant city, the sky suddenly lit up as bright as day, leaving the citizens utterly confused. Is it dawn already? One resident muttered while checking their watch. That's not right, it's only 10 p.m. They buzzed with chatter, trying to find an explanation. Could it be because of monsters? Another person hurried to check the news. The loudspeaker blared with an emergency announcement. Breaking news! 4 god-level prodigies of great mystery are currently gathering in the northern wasteland. Military fighter jets are being deployed to investigate. This information left the public in shock, sparking heated discussions. God-level prodigies. I've never even heard of such a rank. Another person sighed with emotion. Perhaps this is the greatest hope for our East. Everyone sensed the gravity of the event, seeing that even the land army had to get involved. This event had created a massive wave, a significant shockwave. At the heart of the mainland, the first line of defense entered a state of emergency. Military helicopters tore through the night sky, streaking across the city, toward the northwest border of the northern wasteland desert. The officer sitting in front gave orders with great urgency. Hurry up, fly at full speed. We only have 1 hour to get there. A pilot replied anxiously. Sir, at our fastest, it will still take an hour. The officer snapped, no more excuses. Go at maximum speed immediately. At the same time, at the epicenter of the desert, Nam Tu Tang continued the authoritative summoning ritual. From both of his hands, countless undead materialized. 500,000 steel giant wolves, 500,000 molten steel yaks, 1,000,000 violent apes, and 1,000,000 war elephants. As each flash of red lightning struck, the earth trembled as the colossal creatures appeared. Their eyes blazed with fire, ready to obey his command. At the communication lines, shocking news was being transmitted. The Northwest is in turmoil due to 4 massive beast tides. They seem to be under the control of a 5th god-level beast-taming prodigy. The announcement left the citizens utterly stunned. Some sighed deeply, others scratched their heads, contemplating. Another major incident in the northern wasteland, one person said blankly. 5 god-level prodigies appearing at once. Memories of previous beast tide attacks made everyone even more anxious. Since when did our city stop being attacked by beast tides? Now what is going on with all this? In another corner at a pharmaceutical factory, Tu Tiu Nam talked with Tran Lien Wai. Did you see the news? She asked, her eyes full of worry. Do you remember the wolf pack that raided the northern wasteland last time? Tran Lien Yi was pensive. How could I forget the one who controlled 10,000 wolves? Could it be him again this time? To think, his power is even more terrifying than we imagined. Meanwhile, at the logistics center, Trong Noan held his phone, stunned while reading the news, recalling his encounter with Nam Tu Thang. The beast Tamer, could it really be him? His mind couldn't help but waver as the image of Nam Tu Thang flashed before him. The scene shifts to the Lamb family of the East Sea, where a strange phenomenon appeared in the sky, a red sphere swirling incessantly, causing the water below to ripple violently. The prodigy, Lam Trung Kung, riding atop his vehicle, glided swiftly across the water's surface. Beast tamer? Nam Tu Tang, I must see this with my own eyes, he thought to himself, determined to find him. At the Chu Cat family's estate in the interior, the prodigy Chu Cat Vien, riding his beast, charged toward the northwest. Is an elemental forbidden spell really this powerful? This could be our family's greatest opportunity. He urged his mount forward, his eyes burning with the fire of ambition. Near the northern wasteland desert, major families like Hien Vien, Huang Ngu, and Tu all headed simultaneously toward Nam Tu Thang's position. But their journey was certainly not going to be easy. Nam Tu Tang, sensing the arrival of many great powers, let out a dangerous smile. Only the alien races could make all these prodigies gather here. He whispered, his eyes glowing red with resolve. Perfect, I've been waiting to increase the pressure on them. Meanwhile, on the ground, the Huang family prodigy, Huang Hien, was struggling to fend off a swarm of mutant beasts in giant form. Will I, Huang Hien, really lose my life here? No, I won't accept this. While his mind was full of conflict, he shouted out defiantly, Come at me, you mongrels! Do you not know who you are facing? Suddenly, the undead beasts stopped all at once, receiving a mysterious signal, then turned and left, leaving Huang Hien in a state of stunned disbelief. What is this? Have they run away? Huang Hien's surprise was merely the beginning. Across the entire battlefield, a massive wave of undead beasts also suddenly ceased their assault, regrouping into a formidable legion. Under the command of Nam Tu Thang, with a cold gaze and a voice of absolute authority, he ordered, The time has come. Undead beast tide, move forward. Together we shall begin the slaughter. Seeing that the moment was ripe, Namtutang did not hesitate, swinging his sword in a powerful arc that set the sky ablaze in red, unleashing a massive wave of explosive energy that decimated everything in its path. The Shura funeral strike instantly brought down the Colossus, cleaving it into two halves. Blood and light erupted like a crimson cyclone. Immediately after, he continued to unleash an even more devastating technique, Shura Hell on Earth. His strike created a terrifying earthquake that shook the vast surrounding lands. Sand and stone were whipped into a storm, burying everything in its wake. The image of Namtutang standing amidst the battlefield turned into one of pure madness. His hair fell wild, with a frigid expression and eyes glowing red with wrath, resembling an uncontrollable god of war. Beside him, the beast tide and the undead began to spiral into a frenzy, tearing into each other, to create a scene of chaos that no one could have predicted. They lunged at one another, their insane howls echoing through the desert and causing everyone to shudder in fear. Suddenly, from above, a white warhorse, carrying a general reminiscent of Emperor Wu of Han, appeared. Namtutang looked up, standing upon the billowing white clouds, to observe the battle. Even though the beast tide and undead under his command grew stronger, the chaos and the helplessness against the alien races were weighing heavily upon him. Under his vigilant observation, the carcasses of beasts piled up like mountains, while the undead also continuously slaughtered one another, making him realize the need to reorganize his forces to avoid useless losses. Namtutang immediately issued an order. Beast tide and undead, hear my command. I will be the center to attract enemy fire. All of you, scatter and form a surrounding circle. Target the alien races for a full sweep. The beast tide will attack the steel assassins and the giant demons, while the undead immune to toxins focus on confronting the venomous apes and the rotting giants. Right after the command, he slammed his fist into the ground, creating a pillar of glowing red light that shot straight into the sky, causing a massive explosion that made the earth tremble. As the battle reached its peak tension, Namtutang turned and said to Sothien, his comrade standing behind him, Sothien, coordinate your attacks with me. If anyone escapes the formation and charges toward the city walls, you must act immediately. Responding to Namtutang's words, Sothien smiled, holding a lollipop in his hand, yet not forgetting to cast spells full of magical power. The sudden emergence of magic made the beast tide turn their heads to look, creating a situation that made Namtutang break into a cold sweat from confusion. For a moment, the atmosphere became more tense than ever. Namtutang quickly regained his focus, unleashing a wind forbidden spell, a special technique, swirling with crimson fire, forming a powerful energy vortex that hurled the massive beast high into the sky. As it crashed back to the ground, smaller beasts lunged forward to tear it apart and share the spoils, creating a brutal sight, tragic and full of tension. Sothien, with a mischievous look, danced through the battlefield, laughing loudly, ha ha ha! The giant demon looked so pathetic. Namtutang looked at him both admiringly and as a reminder. Well done, Sothien. But next time when transporting, we need to be a little more careful, however. The surrounding situation was not very favorable, as Namtutang was surrounded by hideous giant demons. He let out a faint, calm smirk. I suppose I should get used to this situation. With those words, Namtutang lunged back into the fray, utilizing a lightning forbidden spell with 50 layers of stacked power, striking down every giant monster before him. The prodigies are coming, and the government won't be far behind either. I must settle this quickly. He deployed the earth-shattering repulsion forbidden spell. Red circles large and small encompassed him, like shockwaves, repelling and crushing the monsters that could no longer stand their ground. A horrific explosion followed, shaking both the heavens and the earth. From afar, an unfamiliar voice rang out, "Who is that?" To think someone can wield the art of the night to such a peak level. The speaker was the prodigy Gia-Cat Vien. However, in an instant, he was drawn to a great light in the distance, streaking down like a falling meteor. The red light flickered incessantly, striking Gia-Cat Vien's head like a sledgehammer, causing indescribable pain. Namtutang appeared immediately, intensifying his control power. Bolts of lightning coiled around Gia-Cat Vien, forcing him to clutch his head and scream in agony, his eyes rolling back. It was an utterly terrifying scene. After the power surge and relocation were complete, Vien regained consciousness and asked hesitantly, "Senior, please stop, may I ask your great name? In the future, I, Gia-Cat, shall not forget to repay this debt." Namtutang turned his head, his voice cold. "We are in the northern wilderness desert. I have left information for you and the army. If you wish to repay me, follow my instructions." Having said that, he vanished as quick as a flash. Gia-Cat Vien looked up, but Namtutang's silhouette was already gone. He understood that this senior did not wish to reveal his identity, and shouted out to everyone, "Listen up, we will follow the senior's words. Head toward the northern wilderness and check the intel on the high hill. Each helicopter hovered incessantly in the sky. At an open clearing, several helicopters touched down. The commander-in-chief of the internal forces, Tu Duong, stood amidst the freezing snow and asked, "Is this surely the place? Why is it empty? There are no prodigies or alien races to be seen." A soldier standing behind immediately replied, "Sir, inspections confirmed this is the location. But I also do not understand why it is so deserted." Before he could finish his sentence, the ground suddenly shook. It cracked and then burst open as giant alien beasts began to emerge from beneath the earth, threatening everyone. Jia Katvin appeared just in time, using a forbidden spell to bury all the alien assassins underground. When the commander-in-chief asked about the event, Jia Katvin explained in detail to clarify everything. However, upon hearing more questions about the 5 mysterious great prodigies, he quickly denied it. "No, we were only on our way to the prodigy formation. That person always wore a mask and could not be identified." Meanwhile, Jia Katvin continued to reflect. After helping us with the buff, he disappeared. Those around him also affirmed the same thing. The person in yellow added, "The same goes for us." And the Hien Vien family emphasized, "The senior only left information for us." In the distance, Lam Trong discovered a stone tablet with inscriptions and shouted out, drawing everyone's attention. The commander-in-chief quickly issued an order to photograph the tablet, while simultaneously requesting his subordinates to inform the general, the military, and the patriarchs of the ancient clans to gather at the 5th defense line for an emergency meeting. Nam Tu Tang watched from a distance, whispering, "I'm sorry, everyone. Now is not yet the time to appear. If I want the military's help, I am forced to choose this way." He told himself that, although there aren't many alien assassins left internally, revealing information about the 5 great prodigies now would be premature. Concentration will surely provoke a violent counterattack. Moreover, doubt in the hearts of people is always a great risk during wartime. Being exposed could cause the plan to fail, and the risk of disintegration would rapidly increase. Cutting through his train of thought, Nam Tu Tang called out, "So Thien go back to the slaughterhouse," after saying that he fell back into contemplation. Currently, his fake identity as a weakling was the best layer of camouflage. Both ordinary people and alien races would find it difficult to trace the real plan he was secretly carrying out. At that very moment, a new report arrived. The prodigy Hien Hong led a team of clansmen to support the 7th defense line. Meanwhile, Lam Trong could not participate, as he wanted to prevent an attack from the eastern sea beasts. Therefore, he was unable to join. Comments erupted all around, such as, "Why did so many prodigies suddenly appear internally, all choosing to support the 7th defense line simultaneously? Or does it have anything to do with the emergence of the 5 god-tier great prodigies last night?" No. Many people expressed curiosity and discussed why the 5 great prodigies' identities had not been announced yet, guessing that this was to protect them, the trump cards that could change the course of the war. In the military meeting room of the 5th defense line, the meeting was tense, as the commander-in-chief presented strategic plans and crucial issues. Strategic locations were mentioned, including the source of the volcano, the heavenly water, the steel forest, and the burning veins. Regarding the adjustment of the 7th Defensive Front, the commander-in-chief emphasized the urgency of discussing information and opinions from all units on the deployment. Next, the patriarch of the Hien Vien clan, Hien Vien Nulong, gave a brief assessment. "I believe this is a large-scale battlefield layout. The god-tier prodigies might want to concentrate on the decisive battle at the 5th defense line." This remark highlighted the intention to concentrate resources for the final battle. Here, he also explained the source of the volcano, a place with artificial volcanoes and crude oil sufficient to create massive destructive power. The heavenly water is an artificial canal linked to the eastern sea, while the steel forest is an area created by mutated steel trees, and the burning vein refers to a vast reserve of raw spirit stones. Continuing, the general of the 2nd defense line, Fuang Fiu, commented on the carvings on the stone. "These blade marks are very similar to the engraving style of Tula, but so." Chu also reminded that Tula could descend into madness at any time, which makes the plan risky. The general of the 3rd defense line, Lai Fai, agreed and thought it was too reckless to rely on a few vague messages to exhaust the nation's entire strength and resources. Everyone was concerned about making a decision too heavily based on information from prodigies whose identities had not yet been verified. Amidst the debate, the commander-in-chief coughed slightly, asking everyone to listen to his opinion. The patriarch of the Jia Cat clan, Jia Cat Tenming, also spoke up in support. "While it's true these carvings could be by Tula, the other prodigies must certainly have been present there. Otherwise, they would not have left news. After buffing our clansmen, considering the requirements for volcanoes, canals, and steel, this could be necessary for a grand formation, or a forbidden spell. borrowing the power of heaven and earth to achieve great things. Hienvian Yulong continued to speak. After listening to the debated opinions, he emphasized, the 5 great prodigies chose not to reveal themselves, precisely because they are thinking of the big picture. Brother Giacat is absolutely right. Since the front line has suffered consecutive defeats, we need to exert even more effort and take a bolder gamble. I have a premonition that this will be the most brilliant decision of the East and our ancient clans. We unanimously support the words of Hienvian Yulong, creating a wave of consensus in the meeting room, showing determination to concentrate resources on the final battle. Tu Duong, with a resolute demeanor, continued. In less than an hour, the 5 great prodigies have wiped out thousands of level 10 alien assassin races. This is an unprecedented miracle, unmatched by anyone in this world. For our shared bloodline, for our people, we must bet everything to seize this opportunity. His words filled all the leaders with soaring morale, and the commander-in-chief's face also clearly showed determination, signifying an uncompromising fighting spirit. Immediately after those loudspeakers blared, announcing the launch of major national projects. The Tu Hua Artificial Volcano Project, the Canal Plan, the Steel Forest, and the Spirit Stone Mountain would officially commence. These decisions sparked many conflicting opinions and questions from everywhere. Many people could not help but feel bewildered, wondering if this was an act of madness or a necessary move. Currently, manpower and resources were extremely scarce, yet a decision was made to carry out such colossal projects. Standing from above, Nam Tu Tang observed everyone and felt a sense of satisfaction. The decision was made quickly, demonstrating the nation's strength and faith in the final battle. Finally, he smiled and said to himself, "Congratulations, you have made the right bet. I will not fail this trust." Shortly after, Li Kong, a chief engineer, stepped up to Nam Tu Thang and remarked, "These projects have many points in common with the plan we are implementing. It seems the higher-ups highly value our ideas." However, the story becomes dramatic when the sky, on the horizon, above the 7th Defense Line battlefield, suddenly birthed a mysterious red vortex, causing a stir throughout the area. Nam Tu Tang and Lai Kong were both panicked, realizing that it was the void gate of the alien race. The gate had been opened 2 years earlier than Nam Tu Tang's prediction. This terrifying truth left him stunned and feeling a terrible burden, weighing heavily on his shoulders, worrying about the fate of comrades like So Tin Ha and his loved ones. The situation became increasingly tense, as the void gate continued to expand, signaling a fierce wave of attacks from the alien race about to swarm the 7th Defense Line. Before them was a brutal and alarming prospect, making everyone understand that the front line would face a large-scale and unprecedentedly catastrophic attack. Aware of this urgency, Nam Tu Thang immediately planned a way to send reinforcements, aiming to quickly accompany So Thin on the rescue journey, determined to protect the defense line. With great haste, Nam Tu Tang called for supporting forces, including 20,000 souls of Dai Han and a beast tide of 3,000 to assemble, however with a distance of thousands of kilometers, from their current location to defense line number 7. Teleporting the entire force to the front line quickly was an immense challenge. Meanwhile, he turned his gaze, full of hope and trust, towards So Tien, earnestly asking her, "Is there any way to teleport us and the beast tide to the front line?" Yet So Thien's condition did not seem very promising. She showed clear signs of weakness. Her face was pale, her hands were trembling, and the lollipop that was her habit suddenly shattered in her mouth. Blood trickled from the corner of her lips. Seeing this, Nam Tu Thang, filled with anxiety, shouted, "So Thien, if you're not in good condition, don't force it anymore. This distance is too far. We cannot let your body be further exhausted." Despite hearing Nam Tu Thang's warning, but So Thien refused to give up. She struggled to stand up with eyes full of resilience, affirming to herself and her teammates, "I can do it." Despite her weakening health and the incessant flow of blood, So Thien's will and determination to fight remained unshakable. This was the moment she gathered all her energy, ignoring all dangers to fight for her ideals, protecting her homeland and comrades. In this deeply moving moment, her determination spread like a powerful flame, igniting courage and faith within everyone fighting by her side. At defense line number 7, the battlefield turned tense and brutal as the great void gate widened, creating a path for countless alien races to attack. The rushing crimson sky signaled the beginning of an uncompromising battle. Blinding white snowstorms covered the area, making the atmosphere heavier and harsher than ever before. Warriors stood resilient and ready. Everyone understood that this battle would decide the fate of the entire defense line. The commander of defense line number 7 spoke up loudly, boosting the morale of the entire army. "Defend it for me even if you must die." His bold words served as a rallying cry for the brave warriors. The prodigies charged forward, followed by ability corps and infantry units, preparing for supporting shellfire. The battle was not just one of weapons, but also of faith and determination. Old Trong and Nam Sun Hung stood by the cannons, conversing amidst the dire situation. Old Trong expressed his anxiety by saying, "Our nuclear warheads are essentially exhausted. Even artillery shells are becoming scarcer. Is there any point in continuing the fight like this?" Nam Sun Hung, a veteran warrior, immediately countered Old Truong. "Don't speak such discouraged words. Look at the prodigies below. Last time we were in a state of despair, but the prodigies saved us and even brought an army of 10 million souls. It was not easy for us to secure a single victory. Now we are in a similar situation once again. We must believe that when the carriage reaches the mountain, there will be a way." Even so, Old Nam and Old Vuong could not help but feel anxiety and despair as they watched the prodigies preparing for battle. As powerful as they are, the prodigies are still only human. They too can get tired, wounded, and die, Old Vuong exclaimed with great unease. However, their resilience remained unshakable. Old Nam reassured his old friend, "We must maintain our spirit. We must support them until the very last minute. Even if we have to sacrifice ourselves, we will have no regrets." Finally, the moment of engagement arrived, and the entire battlefield seemed to explode. Both sides lunged at each other in relentless combat. So Tinha, one of the most prominent prodigies, began to unleash his true power. With his sword domain activated, he created 10,000 swords, piercing the heart. Sharp sword tips appeared in the air, whistling down like a torrential rain. Swords plunged directly into the swarm of alien beasts. Massive explosions from the impacts created a scene of incredible violence, making the entire battlefield even more chaotic and dangerous. On the battlefield, Trong Ka was fighting giant alien beasts. Each beast was massive and lethal, like an unpredictable threat. He did not hesitate to curse out loud. "Damn it! Guardian aliens, go forth for me, let it be dog eat dog." Trong Ka displayed an indomitable spirit, even though he was surrounded. He remained determined to charge forward without retreating. Qin Shi Huang, his companion, was equally impressive. With a single wave of his hand, countless monsters fell. Under the majesty of Great Qin, he was not only an outstanding ruler, but also an incredibly powerful warrior, who struck fear into every enemy. Meanwhile, the two brothers, Tanan and Tan Tui, were being besieged by thousands of alien beasts. They surrounded them in a circle, as if to allow the two brothers no way out. So Tinha also fought without stopping, attacking and defending continuously. Giant beasts blocked every direction, making the space feel as if it were shrinking. Suddenly, Old Nam shouted, 4 o'clock direction, 3375 and fire." A flash of light flickered, perhaps from a heavy cannon preparing to fire. The shell whistled through the air and exploded among the alien beasts, sending earth and stone flying, shaking the entire sky. The thunderous explosion brought about a major shift in the battlefield situation. Old Nam continued to command 8 o'clock direction 2978 minute. Cannon fire continued to ring out, preventing the infiltration of new alien groups. Each shell screeched, creating powerful explosions, helping to halt the onslaught of the alien swarm. Just when it seemed everything was under control, a massive shadow suddenly appeared. The previous alien beasts were already 10 times larger than a human, but this monster was far more colossal. It could be hundreds of times larger. The commander could not hide his shock. A question echoed in his mind. "What is that?" An alien species never seen before. This alien beast had a gargantuan body, with several steel chains wrapped around its frame. It wore only a simple loincloth. But the most terrifying part were the 2 buffalo horns, as large as mountains growing from its head, and in its hand it held a massive, ferocious-looking blade. The monster ran along the battlefield, causing the prodigies and everyone else to scatter in panic, utterly unable to cope. Trong Ka was riding his warhorse, drenched in a cold sweat. Seeing the colossal alien beast before him, he could not restrain his amazement. "Damn it, what on earth is this? It's as tall as a city wall." Trong Ka could not believe his eyes. Before him was a gargantuan entity, far exceeding any imagination of monsters he had ever encountered. The giant monster, with its brutal strength, swung a strike down onto the ground, making the earth tremble, creating a massive fissure, blocking the escape route for everyone. The people around could not help but fall into a panic, screaming in extreme terror, not knowing what to do. Qin Shi Huang, seeing the critical situation, immediately turned back and issued a command. "Baiki protect Trong Ka." Baiki did not hesitate for a second, and acted instantly, showing absolute loyalty to his orders. The monster did not stop. It persistently pursued Trong Ka with every one of its footsteps, sending clouds of dust swirling into the air, as if the very ground were being shaken by it. Trong Ka, with astonishing composure, shouted, "I'm fine. This monster is no joke. Go quickly and help Senior Tui Huang." At the same time, Qin Shi Huang was fighting, aided by the prodigies and soldiers. He cried out, "We must fight, follow me!" The warriors charged forward in unison. A ruthless battle ensued between the monster and the army. The monster began to counterattack with terrifying power. Its attacks were incredibly brutal. It seemed no one could stand their ground. But suddenly, the monster stopped as if it had realized something. It discovered a crucial clue. This realization made it even angrier. The monster roared, deciding to fight with all its might. Qin Shi Huang did not flinch. He stood tall and proud before the monster, with a powerful aura, like a legendary figure of great Qin. Departed souls, my great Qin has survived 100 battles. We are prepared to die on the battlefield. A blue circle enveloped them, acting as an invisible shield to protect everyone. He continued to shout, living again today. What reason is there to fear mighty great Qin? With extraordinary power, Qin Shi Huang moved as fast as lightning, appearing right behind the monster. He raised his weapon, preparing to strike. However, the giant monster seemed to sense the danger as well, and turned around just in time to retaliate. Meanwhile, Fuang Mun and the commander were enduring serious injuries. Covered in blood, clothes in tatters, they still stood firm holding their weapons, ordering the supernatural legion to resist the alien race with all their might. The soldiers continued to charge forward, facing the low-level alien race, fighting without rest. The commander held his blade, preparing to rejoin the battle, ordering the prodigies, follow me to capture the king. Everyone attacked simultaneously for a decisive battle against the alien swarm. At another location about 200 kilometers away from defense line number 7, Nam Tu Tang was carrying So Thien on his back. So Thien was exhausted and weary, unable to continue any longer. Nam Tu Tang was worried, seeing that she could almost no longer endure it. So Thien, can you still hold on? So Thien's face was pale and riddled with wounds. Sweat poured down as she struggled to answer. Just 200 kilometers more. My brother is there. Though her mouth bled incessantly, she remained resilient, determined to complete the task, refusing to give up. Tutrongka and Qin Shi Huang were still valiant, charging through the battlefield, constantly confronting the attacking alien beasts. Tutrongka saw the critical situation, turned back and spoke to Qin Shi Huang. Senior Tui Huang, lead the undead army to protect the other races. Leave this matter to us. Hearing this, Qin Shi Huang agreed and nodded. Undead, follow me. He ordered immediately, transferring command. Tutrongka forged straight ahead. His hands gripped a weapon, creating fiery red threads, rushing quickly toward the ferocious beast. The threads began to extend, tightly binding the parts of the alien beast, causing it to be restrained, creating an opportunity for other warriors to attack. Give me at least 30 seconds of control. Tutrongka screamed, while the threads continued to tighten. On the other side, So Tinha was still fighting back resiliently, his momentum undiminished as the sword domain arose. He continuously unleashed a series of powerful strikes, attacking from all 4 sides, blocking any enemy who dared to approach. However, his opponent was not easily defeated, still resiliently holding their ground. Tanan was in no better shape, drenched in sweat. Wave after wave of enemy attacks forced him to use every ounce of his strength to fight back. Aloe vines wrapped tightly around his body, combining with Tantue to unleash powerful techniques. Stranglehold, Lone Wood, Forest Siege, Tantu shouted, and together with Tan An formed a tight formation, leaving the opponent no chance to attack. In midair, the commander soared up alone, aiming straight for the giant monster. Kirin fire. The blade in his hand created a brilliant trail of fire, flashing straight down to the ground, creating a massive inferno that surrounded the beast. No matter how powerful the monster is, it will be hard to escape our combined strengths. The commander spoke sternly without a hint of fear. The giant monster used 2 massive blades, swinging them up before slashing straight down to the earth. The 2 blades, with edges sharp as razors, produced a harsh clashing sound as they plunged deep into the ground, causing a powerful reverberation. The surrounding flames flared up violently, fueled by the sheer force of the twin blades' strike, causing the fire to spread further, swept by the powerful wind. Tanan, hovering in midair, called out to his younger sister, Tuitue, "Don't get distracted. Keep fighting." The commander could not stop either. Despite the intense heat from the scorching flames, he remained determined not to give up. "Stay focused, charge," he roared, refusing to let fear take control. A giant, unyielding beast began to unleash a super-powerful move, spinning around to create massive tornadoes, sweeping everything inside. The powerful vortex sucked nearby warriors into its center, sending them flying as they screamed in panic. The whirlwind grew stronger and stronger. The number of casualties rose rapidly. "We must be careful. This tornado could be life-threatening." Everyone cried out in terror. In the sky, a rescue helicopter appeared, signaling that help was on the way. "Everyone stay back, I will destroy it immediately." Nam Sun Hung's voice echoed from the helicopter, bringing hope to the surrounded soldiers, though severely injured. So Tinha still tried to look up. Recognizing the familiar voice, "Junior Nam Sun Hung is here, he might be able to save us," he thought to himself. A burning hope flickered endlessly in his heart. Rewind to 3 minutes ago. Nam Sun Hung looked at Old Trong with a steady gaze and said, "Old Trong, give me a hand." You use the auxiliary fortress? Old Trong asked in surprise. The battle is like this. What else do you want to do? Nam Sun Hung replied in a low voice. This alien race is no small matter. In our warehouse, there is still a mini-nuclear bomb carrier. In case we have to face the prodigies, we need to prepare in advance. Old Truong broke into a cold sweat in worry. Old Nam, we only use that as a last resort. If it's not a desperate situation, we cannot use it. But Nam Sun Hung replied firmly, now is the last resort. It doesn't matter if we die. But if the Prodigy Legion is wiped out, everything is over. All the country's hopes are placed on them. Seeing Nam Sun Hung so determined, Old Trong felt the passion in his heart. Surgeon finally agreed, fine, I'll listen to you. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, a helicopter arrived. Facing the giant alien beast, Nam Sun Hung looked at the beast, his voice full of hatred. You alien bastard! Today you will taste the precision and flexibility of human explosives. Tactical, flexible explosion. His words rang out as if he were prepared for the end. Below, So Tin Ha looked up at the helicopter, eyes wide and mouth agape. No, it can't be, he shouted in despair. Commander! Despite being surrounded by the inferno, his voice remained loud and firm. Don't just stand there, focus all your efforts on supporting the control. Don't let him sacrifice himself in vain. Inside the helicopter, Nam Sun Hung sat alone, his hands on the controls, yet his heart was filled with emotion. Son, the next battle will have to depend on your young generation. He spoke to himself, as if wanting to send a message to his son. I'll take the first step. After speaking, Nam Sun Hung prepared to press the red button to self-destruct the helicopter, intending to use his own death to destroy the alien beast, sacrificing himself for the country. But right at that moment, a familiar voice rang out from the ground. Wood element curse. A giant vine emerged from the ground, wrapping around the helicopter, preventing it from moving. Nam Tu Tang appeared just in time, saving the situation. He held So Thien tightly and said to So Tin Ha, pull that small aircraft back for me, stay calm and be gentle. Nam Sun Hung heard his son's voice and could not believe his ears. He looked through the glass window and saw a masked young man holding a young girl in his arms as he swept past. Is this my son? Nam Sun Hung thought to himself, stunned and deeply moved. The prodigies on the battlefield all looked up, recognizing Nam Tu Thang's appearance. It's him, our benefactor, they whispered. As they felt a surge of pride and honor, his presence brought with it a powerful aura. Nam Tu Tang landed right in front of the giant alien beast. He gently set So Thien down, so Tin Ha could take care of her. He immediately shut down all satellite communication devices. So Tin Ha received his sister, quickly following Nam Tu Thang's orders. So Tin Ha promptly agreed. Yes. Then proceeded according to instructions. The commander couldn't help but ask who he was, and why he requested to shut off satellite communications. Little So Ha then replied, Commander Vuong Do, as he says first. Afterward you will understand who he is. At the military command center of the internal defense line, the commander-in-chief is exerting all his effort to direct the war. Why has the signal for the 7th defense line been cut off? Dispatch someone to investigate immediately. The commander-in-chief ordered in an urgent voice. Yes, Commander-in-chief. The officers responded quickly. Unable to hide his worry, the commander-in-chief continued. That giant alien just stirred up a massive tornado. The prodigies are likely facing a grim fate. Could it be that the 7th defense line has already fallen? His voice was saturated with anxiety, because failure at this defense line could mean a total catastrophe. Meanwhile, at the battle between Nam Tu Thang and the alien beast, he was unleashing powerful attacks. Nam Tu Tang let out a roar. His eyes blazed like the raging fire. Asura strike fully unleashed an explosive and extreme technique, creating a massive blast that shattered the air. The reverberation was so loud it seemed to tear through the frame. Everyone around was wide-eyed, unable to believe his incredible power. Nam Tu Tang gripped a building pillar. His power surged visibly, causing the surrounding walls to crack apart. He stood there like an unyielding and valiant boulder, a grade A bloodline alien, the Blade Giant. The beast's strength was by no means small. Nam Tu Tang's body began to transform. His shirt was torn away, revealing toned abdominal muscles. His hair stood on end and his eyes turned fire red, emitting a powerful light. All around him, red lightning bolts flickered intensely, like a symbol of an awakened innate power. Nam Tu Tang had completely transformed, from an ordinary human into a mighty warrior, imbued with superhuman strength. His voice rang out sharp and authoritative. Long time no see. The green-haired man with the bandaged head stood motionless, staring at the scene before him. He could not believe his eyes. Could it be that this person is the mysterious Asura from the previous legends? He muttered, then recalled the moment that person first emerged. It is clearly using a forbidden curse to unlock power. No, that's not right. It's impossible. Could he be a rare dual-element user? He wondered, unable to comprehend the current situation. Tense and dripping with sweat, the man asked again, is he truly a dual-element user? But immediately, Tronka replied, his voice full of alertness and vigilance. Humph! Right now it seems this person has more than just dual elements. What do you mean? The man asked again in shock and haste. Tatronka only shook his head slightly with a look of surprise, still disbelieving what was unfolding before his eyes. At that moment the blade giant, a colossal creature with a massive body full of murderous aura, turned its head toward Nam Tu Thang. Blue currents of energy suddenly appeared everywhere, making the atmosphere even more heavy. The man looked at the scene, thinking to himself, the blade giant, is no longer a mere physical creature, but is now surrounded by spirits, formed by those blue currents. The man nodded and spoke loudly. So it really meant this. At this time, Emperor Wu of Han rode his horse at the head of the army, ordering, "Army of Han spirits, follow me to slay the enemy." He pointed his sword forward and shouted, "Army of Qin spirits, kill with all your might. We absolutely cannot do less than the Han army on the battlefield." Nam Tu Tang stood on high ground, signaling to his warriors, "All soldiers, prodigies, take this time to heal and rest. Leave these outsiders to us to deal with." So Tinha carried a woman, turning to leave while saying, "Let's retreat first. Trust him, he can do it." At the same time, the blade giant swung its sword toward Nam Tu Thang, teeth clenched. Such an extraordinary prodigy. Show no mercy, kill him. Nam Tu Tang leaned over to dodge its slash. The giant blade swept past him, leaving only a slight scratch. Nam Tu Tang smiled triumphantly, "Asura slaughter." He immediately swung his hand as fast as lightning. The blade giant's arms were severed into multiple parts, each piece falling to the ground, continuously without stopping. Nam Tu Tang unleashed powerful techniques. Asura Dragon Slay and Asura Demon Slay, every strike accurately hitting the blade giant, causing the colossal creature to lose body parts repeatedly. Finally, the Asura technique, Hell on Earth, was unleashed by Nam Tu Thang with full power, severing the blade giant into tiny fragments. Its various parts crashed to the ground. The onlookers could not hide their shock at the scene. The blade giant, even with the 5 of us combined, we couldn't kill it. How could he settle it so quickly? The pieces of the blade giant slowly retracted, starting to restore its form. Another person in this crowd said in alarm, "He is strong, but the blade giant is even more so." Everyone began to realize that the blade giant was transforming, regenerating and potentially becoming stronger than before. Nam Tu Tang turned back to look. A giant sphere appeared, its shape constantly shifting, turning into a globe, with a mass of eyes and swords pointing outward. Nam Tu Tang looked at it and sneered, "Just as I thought, this is an extreme state. Its weakness is easily spotted now. In its strongest form, all core energy is concentrated at the center. The sphere is very hard to move." The blade giant began to spin, creating a violent whirlwind. Nam Sun shouted a warning, "Be careful, kid! It's turning into a tornado." Nam Tu Tang did not hesitate, releasing a forbidden curse. Wind, element 50-fold, stacked tornado. A giant red blade appeared from his hand, and he continued casting the lightning element forbidden curse, 50-fold stack. Nam Tu Tang charged into the eye of the storm, using the Asura move. The red blade swung up, slicing through the enemy's body. Its heart, filled with dark energy, seemed exhausted and was about to flee, but Nam Tu Tang blocked it, saying coldly, "Where do you think you're going?" He cast the wood element forbidden curse once more. Red earth shot up from beneath, aiming straight for the enemy's heart. The Asura move unleashed terrifying power once again, striking the enemy like a violent storm. A glowing red sword streak slashed through the air, forming a cross shape, leaving the people below in shock and screaming. "Unbelievable! Is he really this strong?" They could not believe their eyes. Tananten spoke up. "Our benefactor's forbidden curse is more than just wood element." Witnessing this terrifying power, Nam Sun trembled as sweat poured down, saying, "I am truly afraid." A voice rang out, followed by a command. The undead beasts of the Soul River swarmed, covering an area of 1 kilometer by 30 kilometers. Standing amidst the ruins, Nam Tu Thang spoke calmly. "Time to set the formation." He placed his hand on the ground and began to execute the technique. 1.5 million-fold stacked sword chi element. The formation extended 30 kli. Red circles began to spread to the surroundings. He continued to cast the spell. 1.5 million-fold stacked thorn element. The formation extended 30 km. Then he stacked another 1.5 million, freezing bone frost. The formation extended 30 km. Finally, 1.5 million-fold stacked thunder strike. The slash formation extended 30 km. Earth element forbidden curse immediately created a section of land, rising up from beneath Nam Tu Thang's feet. A giant dragon emerged from the earth. He said, "Heaven and earth, mysterious and yellow, I am the ancient king." Standing atop the undead Nam Tu Thang, continued to unleash his techniques. The red circles widened further, 3,000,000-fold stacked undead buff. The formation covered an area of 300 km. The surrounding undead began to recover. He spoke firmly with the tone of finality and unprecedented resolve. The soldiers cheered loudly, shouting, "Long live the Flame Emperor!" Meanwhile, the system interface displayed a new notification. Formation Master level up, level 5. Special ability. Formation unlocked. Great Beast. Decimation formation. 50x amplification. Note: each formation consumes 60 origin stones. Can be stacked infinitely. Next level requirements. Deploy 50,000 formations. Namtu Tang grinned like he'd won the lottery and said, "This level up came at the perfect time." Laughing out loud, he unleashed the move. 3,000. Great Beast. Decimation formations. The system screen flashed a warning. Insufficient origin stone reserves. Unable to sustain the formation. Remaining origin stones. 36,000. Namtu Tang's excitement vanished as his face fell and he muttered, "Not enough origin stones. I guess things really are moving too fast, huh?" Namtu Tang felt a surge of frustration rising within his heart. But he restrained himself and said coldly, "Well then first, and should we save some energy?" A moment later he gave a sinister smile at his opponent, and then commanded, "Activate the amplification formation 10x per unit for the 3,000 beast tide." Immediately the formation became exponentially more powerful. Its range of influence continued to expand, forcing the surrounding beasts to endure agonizing pain. Without any way to resist, they could only roar in madness as earth and stones flew everywhere, creating a scene of violent chaos. Feeling that this was still not enough, Namtu Tang sped through the air, saying as he flew, "There are still 6,000 origin stones left. I can still set up an amplification formation on the city walls." Then he raised his hand and made a decision to play his final trump card. Immediately after, a massive amount of energy radiated from his body, causing the surrounding space to vibrate violently. Namtu Tang remained calm and said coldly, "Extend it 30 kilometers along the city walls." On the other side, everyone standing there witnessing it couldn't help but feel the vibration, powerful tremors that Namtu Tang created. They looked up at the sky, unable to believe their eyes, and exclaimed, "Our benefactor is standing on the city wall, setting up a supermassive amplification formation." The sensation of the rising energy is truly terrifying. Tronka also looked up at the magic formations in the sky, and coldly said to the group beside him, "Yeah, he wants to leave a trump card for our 7th defensive line." A one-eyed soldier standing nearby looked at him with worried eyes and said, "Now I finally understand who he is. Finally understand why he cut off communication. A godlike satellite combining 5 talents into one. Forget about the alien races. Even humanity would consider him an alien." Hearing that, Tronka's expression changed. He frowned and said, "That's right. Humanity has always been strange like that, always hoping for a savior deity, but when a deity actually manifests, their hearts easily harbor terror and fear." Tanan heard this and also spoke up. "Our benefactor held nothing back this time, not just because the situation was urgent." While he was speaking, Tan Tue, standing nearby, added, "It's also because we are at the front line, so he trusts us more than those in the interior." Hearing the two of them, Tronka nodded and replied, "He said to leave it to him, so let's leave it to him." Afterward, Namtu Tang turned back to look at the sky and continued, "There are only 3 hours left until dawn. Let's make the most of this time to heal and rest. Don't let his kindness go to waste." At this moment in the quiet space, Namtu Tang was using his hands to gather energy, slowly descending to the ground and saying calmly, "Out of origin stones, but I still have vitality." He flashed a cunning, confident smile and said, "Just relying on the Asura, it's enough to wipe out this entire alien race this time." Then Namtu Tang waved his hand. Instantly, all the aliens standing around were sliced in half. He began a brutal massacre of them. Leaving the space in a haunting silence, due to his sheer ruthlessness, Namsun Hung stood in a corner observing, silently assessing the situation. "Kid, I thought you were arrogant," he whispered. A nearby soldier heard him and spoke up to explain. "He has every right to be arrogant. After all, he did save your life." "But you dare to call such a genius a kid? Isn't that a bit much?" But as the battle continued, the man continued, "If I don't call him a kid, should I call him an old man?" Namsun Hung heard this, chuckled, and replied, "Ha ha ha, you have a point." The battle scenes raged on. But elsewhere in a hospital ward, Namtu-san was standing by a patient, reassuring the family. "She's just exhausted. Her life is not in danger." With her years of professional experience, she comforted the patient's relative. "I'm here and my brother is outside. You don't need to worry, dawn is almost here. Let's go back and sleep for a bit." It's been nearly 2 days without a wink of sleep. Despite Namtu-san's reassurance, Sun Tingha still felt restless and uneasy. He thought for a moment and said, "Although it's great that he's here, he shouldn't be wasting his time and energy here. At the end of the day, it's just because we are too powerless. Seeing Sun Tinha looking self-conscious, Nam Tu-san placed a hand on his shoulder and advised, "Have you ever heard the story of the genius who defied fate? Actually, never mind. I can't sway you anyway. You'll have to figure it out yourself." Then she turned to leave, saying as she walked, "I'm going to take care of the other patients now." Sun Tinha replied coolly, "Go ahead." But after she had taken a few steps, Nam Tu-san turned back and said with sincerity, "I believe that. Deep down, she will be very grateful to you." Seeing her sincerity, Sun Tinha turned slightly and replied, "I know." At that moment, So Thien, who was lying on the hospital bed, suddenly woke up. As soon as she opened her eyes, she caught Sun Tinha's attention. Waking up, she weakly called out, "Brother, Sun Tinha." Her voice was full of love and concern. Sun Tinha hurriedly asked, "Thien Nhi, are you awake?" But So Thien didn't answer his question. Instead, she was only worried about the battle outside. She asked, "Brother, how long have I been unconscious? How is the battle going? Are they still fighting out there now?" "Brother, his skills require a lot of origin stones to activate. We arrived in such a hurry. I'm afraid that..." Hearing this, Sun Tinha's eyes widened in surprise. He looked at So Thien and asked back, "Origin stones." Thinking of something important, he hurriedly instructed her, "Thien Nhi, you stay lying here. I need to go out for a bit." Meanwhile, outside, Nam Tu Tang had finished off the alien swarm. Their corpses lay scattered all around him. He panted with exhaustion but said calmly, "Phew, I've been killing all night. This wave is pretty much cleared out, right?" While talking to himself, Nam Tu Tang was surprised to hear footsteps behind him. Sun Tinha appeared and said, "Thien Nhi has woken up. You guys can leave now." Nam Tu Tang turned around blankly and asked, "So Thien Nhi?" Sun Tinha began his analysis. "There's a decimation formation in front, and behind that formation is an undead beast tide. Most of it has been well arranged by you, but there's nothing here that you need. So go back to your own battlefield as soon as possible. That is the true future of humanity." Having said that, Sun Tinha pointed behind him and said to Nam Tu Tang, "We will do our best to buy time, and also do our best to reunite with you. The city wall's amplification formation is our final trump card. Once it falls, we will retreat." Seeing Sun Tinha's determination and sincerity, Nam Tu Tang turned back and said, "You've always been that kind of person. Your words are always so proper and perfect. Don't you ever get tired of it?" Sun Tinha replied with a resolute expression, "If it makes things easier for everyone to hear, then I am more than happy to do it." Seeing Sun Tinha like that, Nam Tu Tang didn't say anything more. He only gave a gentle and sincere thanks. "Thank you, brother." Suddenly Sun Tinha thought of something and said to Nam Tu Tang, "Oh, right before I leave, a veteran asked me to bring you a message." Sun Tinha recalled Nam Sun Hung's words and recounted them to Nam Tu Tang. "Kid, our future is still long. Let's meet again when the war ends. By then, I'll cook some of my specialty dishes for you." Nam Tu Tang replied softly, "I know." Just when it seemed the conversation was over, Sun Tinha pulled out a small scrap of paper and said, "Oh, there's one more thing." This note was actually written by Nam Tu San. Nam Tu Tang took the paper and read it with an air of helplessness, thinking to himself, "It's Tu San, that bratty girl." Meanwhile, at the slaughterhouse, Nam Tu Tang was standing in the storage archive, observing and lamenting. The remaining origin stones are only 80 million, relying solely on the slaughterhouse formation. To harvest origin stones is providing too little yield. We must neutralize the next wave of beasts as soon as possible. He thought to himself, a serious expression evident on his face. Furthermore, the spirits summoned earlier are also at the front line, so we must quickly reinforce them. Although arrangements have been made at the front line, the counterattacks from the alien races will only get stronger. I'm afraid it won't last much longer. The 6th defensive line is practically useless now. I must complete the deployment of the 5th defensive line before the 7th defensive line collapses. Elsewhere, Tiu Lu was chatting with Aunt Vuong, and Aunt Vuong said anxiously, "Tell me, this year is truly strange." Last night, while the 7th defensive satellite was broadcasting, it was so heart-pounding, then it was suddenly cut off. Hearing that, Tiu Lu recounted, "This morning I suddenly felt better again. A massive number of aliens have died. Ha ha." Ms. Lai, standing nearby, joined the gossip. "No way, right. I even suspect it's not a ghost market." Aunt Vuong explained. "A ghost market? Who died, not us. Those who died were all aliens. If it's a market, it must be a celestial market." Listening to Aunt Vuong's explanation, Ms. Li agreed. True. It should be called a celestial market." The conversation between the two made Tiu Lu listen intently. Then Tiu Lu suddenly spoke up. "There are even weirder things than that. Many plants in our northwest region seem to be mutating recently." Aunt Vuong immediately chimed in. "Even the grass by the road has become lush and sharp." Aunt Vuong excitedly continued, "Not just flowers and trees. I also feel like recently I have awakened something and I feel more productive. Many others also began to voice their opinions. What she said is true. I also feel like I have endless energy. While Tulu's group was still debating animatedly, Namtutang quietly approached. His mind was deep in thought. He noticed that, after the Void Gate was opened, Blue Star's spiritual energy was becoming increasingly dense. Although the invasion speed of the myriad races was increasing rapidly, it felt as though the awakening on Blue Star was also occurring at a breakneck pace. He paused for a moment in thought and concluded, this might not necessarily be a bad thing. Thinking so, he raised his hand to wave at Tulu's group. She smiled friendly, reminding the manager, did you go through another night of slaughter? You still need to pay attention to your health. Namtutang smiled softly and replied, don't worry, I'm planning to go home and rest for a bit now. The surrounding scenery gradually darkened. A bright, clear moon had risen high, casting its cold light upon the ground. Amidst the freezing winter air, Namtutang decided to go meet Sothian. He said, Sothian, let's go to Starfall Valley for a trip to tame the flock of mutated giant eagles. The level 7 mutated giant eagles. The giant eagle is a colossal bird with a ferocious appearance and plumage as black as a storm. Its mystical purple eyes make it look even more malevolent. This bird is a mutated eagle, a terrifying storm-stalking beast. With its razor-sharp talons, it has caused many innocent civilians to cry out in terror. When facing it, this valley could not be held, so the retreat order was issued. He braced as the mutated giant eagle dove toward the ground at a horrific speed. Its legs extended to snatch the panicking Huang Giap. Its crushing grip made it impossible for Huang Giap to escape. One arm was clamped tightly in the sharp talons, while with the other arm, he put all his strength into a great crimson fist strike. But the punch had no effect on the giant bird. He thought in surprise, I am a level 5 Esper. Why can't I even injure it? Huang Giap struggled, trying to break free from the mutated giant eagle's talons. In agony, he screamed, help save me! However, seeing his teammates fleeing for their lives, he shouted angrily, damn it! Don't you have a shred of loyalty left? But none of them looked back, instead continuing to run away. Suddenly, a teleportation portal appeared right above the head of the mutated giant eagle, causing Huang Giap to widen his eyes in surprise. This is before he could understand what was happening. Namtutang and Sothian stepped out from the portal. Without a moment's hesitation, Namtutang immediately struck the giant bird's head. He gripped the body of the mutated giant eagle, beginning the taming process while muttering tame. A brilliant red glow enveloped the entire area. Namtutang commanded, Giant Eagle, hear my order, do not attack the city. Do not harm humans. Station yourselves at Starfall Valley. Collect 10 origin stones and be ready at any moment. A system notification panel immediately appeared, displaying the level and the number of tamed beasts belonging to Namtutang. Level 9. Beast Tamer. Number of tamed beasts, 130 million. Taming capability up to level 8. Amount required for next normal level, 50 million. Looking at the panel, Namtutang thought to himself, finally something has reached the max level. Huang Giap, having just been freed from the talons of the mutated giant eagle, said joyfully, Senior, you are the legendary Northwest God tier. Beast taming prodigy. Aren't you? But seeing the eagle's feet still gripping tight, Namtutang replied in surprise, Oh, I almost forgot you, Giant Eagle, release him for me. Before he could celebrate, Huang Giap was dropped toward the ground. Panicking, he could only scream, No way! At this moment, Huang Giap was once again facing heaven's door. He yelled, Help! Seeing this, Namtutang barked out, You stupid eagle! You're so big, yet you have no brain. Do you think he has wings? The mutated giant eagle didn't react immediately. Namtutang angrily flicked its head, shouting, What are you standing there dazed for? Go save him quickly! Obeying the command, the eagle immediately dove down, snatched Huang Giap and carried him back up high. After landing safely, Namtutang asked anxiously, Are you okay? Is your injury serious? Huang Giap sighed in relief and bowed his head in gratitude. Phew, thank you for saving my life, Senior. I am not injured at all. Namtutang jumped down from the giant eagle and asked, Who are you? The beasts here are very fierce. Besides, what are you doing here alone? Huang Giap answered tiredly, My name is Huang Giap, and I wasn't just by myself. The others have already fled. Huang Giap clasped his hands and bowed to Namtutang, saying, We are subordinates of Prince Yu, the prodigy of the Hoang clan from the inland. We were ordered to head northwest, to explore and occupy Spirit Mountain. Namtutang's expression immediately became tense. He asked again, Occupy Spirit Mountain. Huang Giap replied without hesitation, Yes, you might not be aware, Senior, but over the last 2 days, the spiritual aura in several northwest mountains has surged. He continued to explain, to cultivate, All the prodigies of the inland clans are coming to the northwest to seize Spirit Mountain and use it. Namtutang listened, his eyes narrowing slightly. The spiritual energy spike in the northwest is definitely due to the Gate of Void myriad tribes. He thought, if I summon a legion of undead tonight, I will be able to cross Spirit Mountain and initiate resonance mode with all the undead throughout the northwest. When that time comes, I will surpass millions in the northwest and become a god. He turned back to Huang Jiap and spoke with a firm tone. Go back and tell the Huang family that all the spirit mountains in the northwest are of great interest to me. No one is allowed to occupy them as their own. Huang Jiap seemed to hesitate, but Nam Tu Tang clearly saw the fear on his face and spoke up decisively. Whoever ignores this advice, no matter which family's prodigy they may be, he paused for a second and then declared loudly, I will kill them all. Immediately, the three mutated eagles swooped down to show their might, startling Huang Jiap, who hurriedly replied, understood, I will head back to deliver the message immediately. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream echoed through the forest. Nam Tu Tang wondered curiously, oh, could that sound coming from Spirit Mountain? Be from the members of the Hoang clan, who escaped earlier. He immediately leaped onto the neck of the giant eagle and ordered, Giant Eagle, let's go. Let's go take a look. From high above, he spotted a massive mutated beast and a human corpse that had been corroded. Nam Tu Tang instantly recognized it as a mutated venom lizard. Seeing such prime prey before his eyes, he immediately dropped into a combat stance, thinking to himself, I must tame this thing today. The mutated venom lizard also quickly detected Nam Tu Tang's presence and watched him warily. Nam Tu Tang spoke with a voice full of determination. The myriad tribes always have their undead titans, so I must have venom lizards as a countermeasure. With those words, he launched his attack. In just 2 seconds, he successfully tamed the venom lizard. The system notification rang out. Number of beasts subdued. 10 million level 7 steel-clad giant eagles. 10 million level 8 mutated venom lizards. Following the successful subdual, Nam Tu Tang immediately issued orders to the mutated venom lizards. Hear my command. Do not attack cities. Do not harm people. Station yourselves at Star Ring Valley. Collect 10 origin stones and be ready at a moment's notice. Looking toward the group of people who had fled earlier, Nam Tu Tang said helplessly, they are all dead, never mind. These people lacked loyalty anyway. For those who fear death and cling only to life, existence has no meaning. He turned and spoke to Sothien. Sothien, let's head to the tomb of the great army. Sothien, seated on the back of a venom lizard, replied, all right, at the tomb of the great army. Nam Tu Tang stood right in the center, his voice resounding through the space. The great Tang Empire, whose prestige awes the 4 corners of the earth and draws all nations to pay tribute, where the hearts of all under heaven converge. He spoke solemnly. I, your junior, humbly request the ancient kings and generals of the great Tang to rise together and face the enemy. Immediately, undead great generals began to emerge from the tomb. The undead spirit of the founding emperor of the great Tang, Li Wen, was the first to appear. Other spirits also spoke up one by one. Trinquan Emperor Li Shimin is here. And the spirit of Empress Wu Zetian followed. Empress Wu Zetian is here. Nam Tu Tang continued to stand firm within the glowing red circle. His powerful voice rang out. The 300-year prestige of the great Tang. All undead soldiers awaken. Following the incantation, tens of thousands of undead soldiers appeared, alongside the undead generals. He did not stop there, continuing the summons. As long as the flying general of Long City is here, no barbarian horse shall cross the Yin Mountains. At that moment, the system notification board chimed. Necromancy ability level 6, 60 million summoned. Undead. 10 million Qin troops. 20 million Han troops. And 30 million Tang troops. Activating special skill Undead Resonance. Condition for the next upgrade. Summon 70 million undead spirits. Seeing the full number of spirits gathered, Nam Tu Tang swung the sword in his hand and declared loudly, I invite the 3 ancient kings. Lead your armies and distribute them evenly across the 3 mountain ranges of the northwest. I will wait for you at Bakdao Mountain, which is surrounded by the 3 great mountain ranges. The undead spirits replied in unison, understood. He continued his instructions with a stern face. If anyone blocks your path, try diplomacy first. But if they remain stubborn, kill them. As soon as he finished his instructions, a robust young man stepped forward and shouted, Humph, how ridiculous. None of these spirit mountains have an owner. Whoever takes them first owns them. Whoever takes them first, they belong to that person. This is Prince Yu, the prodigy of the Huang clan, Huang Jiap hurriedly explained. With a worried look, young master, but that is the god-tier beast Temur prodigy. To stay safe, let's just leave the northwest. Prince Yu rudely interrupted, his voice full of arrogance. What god-tier prodigy? Isn't that just hype from some news articles? I, Prince Yu, am a prodigy. A level 10 lightning type, the chosen one. Others may fear him, but I am not afraid. leading his subordinates. Prince Yu arrived at the Bakdao mountain range at midnight. Standing atop a high peak, he spoke smugly. Previously, I tamed beasts in Starfall Valley. It's fine to leave that place to him. But this is Dao Mountain, the area surrounded by the three great mountains in the northwest, possessing the strongest spiritual energy and the best environment for cultivation. The more he spoke, the more arrogant Prince Yu became, tilting his head back to the sky haughtily. The other families have all agreed that I have occupied this mountain. If that beast tamer dares to come and seize it, I will ensure he leaves and never returns. Before he could finish his sentence, a voice rang out that made him jump in startlement. You say you'll make me leave and never return. Namtu Tang and So Thin suddenly appeared right in front of Prince Yu. Prince Yu was surprised, asking, so you're that beast tamer? The one who's always elusive. Huang Jiap turned pale and hurriedly tried to explain. Senior, I have delivered the message. However, Prince Yu's gaze, sharp as a knife, was staring straight at Huang Jiap. His ego bruised, he roared in fury. You Huang Jiap! You've completely disgraced the Huang family. Get lost. Don't let me see your face ever again. Namtu Tang spoke in a sarcastic tone. Humph. To be honest, I think he's even smarter than you. Feeling insulted, Prince Yu grew even more enraged, his eyes glaring intensely at him. Namtu Tang, without a hint of fear, stepped closer with his sword in hand, speaking with the authority of a superior prodigy. I ask you for the last time, do you plan to disregard the big picture, just for your personal gain, and monopolize these mountains? Prince Yu stood his ground, his eyes full of pride, summoning magic into his hands and saying, I am no ordinary prodigy either. I am at the half-step sovereign king level. If you respect me, withdraw now. I might still spare your life. He smugly continued to boast about his achievements, his voice full of self-importance. Don't think a beast tamer can do anything to me. Let me tell you, the beasts on this mountain were either killed by me or fled with their tails between their legs. Namtu Tang only replied coldly, since you are stubborn and refuse to change, then don't blame me. He gripped his sword tightly, a bolt of lightning flashing around the blade. Prince Yu saw this and gasped, Lightning! Aren't you a beast tamer? How can you use lightning? Namtu Tang said no more, looking at Prince Yu with a chilling gaze. Stop your nonsense, lightning blade. Immediately sensing the danger, Huang Jiap shouted out in a panic, Young master, watch out! But before anyone could act, Prince Yu quickly grabbed Huang Jiap, using him as a human shield, forcing him to take the full hit of Namtu Tang's lightning blade. Witnessing Huang Jiap, who had always been loyal to his master, turned into a shield. Namtu Tang frowned, his voice growling, What kind of prodigy are you? You are truly worse than a beast. Prince Yu merely tossed Huang Jiap to the ground indifferently, replying coldly, Servants are meant to take blows for me. Ignoring everything else, he summoned an energy orb before his torso, saying proudly, So what if you know lightning magic? I will show you what true lightning power is. As the heavenly thunder rolled, Prince Yu stood there laughing maniacally, looking at Namtu Tang with contempt. Ha ha ha! Are you scared? Want to beg for mercy too late? Namtu Tang replied with a sarcastic tone. I'm not using my blade because I'm afraid people will say I'm bullying you. For a beast who thinks he's superior like you, today I will teach you a lesson. A powerful surge of electricity erupted from Namtu Tang, and he continued, I'll show you what it means to give someone a taste of their own medicine. A taste of their own medicine. Prince Yu remained unfazed, replying arrogantly, My lightning is invincible under the heavens. This little bit of arrogance of yours is fundamentally not enough to compare with me. Namtu Tang only smiled, his voice continuing to be full of sarcasm. Oh, is that so? After speaking, he began to weave his hands together, executing a forbidden lightning element spell that increased to level 2. Prince Yu was too overconfident. Caught off guard, he wondered in confusion, a forbidden spell. But before he could regain his composure, a powerful surge of lightning from Namtu Tang immediately lunged toward him. Prince Yu could only cry out in pain, No, it's impossible. Namtu Tang looked at Prince Yu, who had been defeated in a single angry move. He picked up his sword and spoke coldly. Damn it, today I will show you. He showed no leniency, stepping on the man's ugly face as he continued. Whether you are level 10 or a half-step sovereign king, you are no match for my level 2 strength. Hearing this, Prince Yu said in a panic, No! But before he could say more, a voice rang out from a distance. I am Huang Ku-Tin, the patriarch of the Huang family. Namtu Tang looked curiously toward the voice, but didn't forget to keep pinning Prince Yu to the ground. The voice continued to echo. What group of thieves dares to show off their power on Spirit Mountain? My Huang family. Namtu Tang thought to himself, another bunch. Is the Huang family looking to have their bloodline wiped out? Huang Ku-Tin's voice continued. To you, it was a good thing that you notified your father to move here. It should have been a good thing. Who would have thought that you, the prodigy of our Hoang family, would... Another man stepped forward, asking sternly, "Who are you? Why have you laid such a cruel hand on a descendant of my Huang family?" The man leading the way spoke impatiently in a long string of words. "Patriarch, does that even need to be asked? He is surely here to steal Spirit Mountain. Naturally, my son occupied it first and this person arrived later. My son wouldn't allow it." Huang Qutian frowned and spoke up. "My Huang family will distinguish right from wrong first. Let him explain clearly. If he is truly in the wrong, I will certainly seize him." That man timidly called out, "Patriarch." Namtu Tang looked toward Huang Qutian and calmly replied, "You are indeed worthy of being a patriarch. Then I shall discuss right and wrong with you." He slowly introduced himself. "I am one of the 5 great god-level prodigies of the Northwest, a forbidden spellcaster." As soon as he finished speaking, everyone present was struck with panic. It felt as if a bolt of lightning had just streaked across the room. Huang Qutian spoke, his voice filled with astonishment. "A legendary god-level forbidden spellcaster." Another person added, "I saw it on the news before the Northwest's 5 great god-level prodigies, who killed thousands of alien assassins." Namtu Tang replied without hesitation, "Because the greater situation demands it. All spirit mountains in the Northwest must be utilized by the 5 of us. They cannot be claimed for private use. I advised your son, but he refused to back down, acting only for personal gain and disrupting our grand plan." After hearing this, Huang Qutian frowned and asked, "Was there such a thing?" "It is true that Tu Yu has been inconsiderate," Prince Yu's father said unwillingly. "Patriarch, everyone is just being intimidated by his reputation. Why is everyone afraid of him?" "I am not afraid. Today, even if I die, I must stand up for my son." Before he could finish, he was cut off by the Patriarch's furious shout. Immediately after, he instantly dealt the man a thunderous blow from behind. "The way Tu Yu behaves, it seems it's all because you've spoiled him with such a lowly attitude." Prince Yu cried out in pain, "Patriarch, third uncle, could it be?" But before he could finish his sentence, Huang Qutian barked, "Shut up! Do you even understand what the greater situation requires? Our Huang family occupies Spirit Mountain not to increase our cultivation, but so that one day we can resist the alien races. But what you are doing now is merely turning your back on your own purpose." Huang Qutian turned toward Namtu Tang, cupped his hands and bowed, saying, "Our Huang family was discourteous earlier. Please do not take offense, sir. If this mountain is of great use to you, we will withdraw immediately." Namtu Tang also bowed and replied, "The Patriarch is truly righteous." Afterward, Huang Qutian ordered, "Bind them and take them away. Enforce the family law." Namtu Tang thought to himself, "Once the Huang family can act with one heart and one soul on the battlefield, it won't be too late for me to grant them my blessing." At Dragon Ridge, the undead emperor gave orders to the remaining undead soldiers, "By order of the 5 god-level prodigies of the Northwest, for the sake of the greater good, this Dragon Ridge cannot be claimed for private use." The remaining family prodigies quickly withdrew. At the same time on Mount Hua, the undead soldiers were also fighting with great vigor. A voice rang out, "Those who disregard the greater good and ignore advice shall be killed without mercy." On Kunlun Mountain, 3 undead spirits were looking up at a tombstone. One undead spirit said, "Our descendants understand reason and righteousness. High expectations can be held for them." Undead spirit. The girl standing next to him replied, "Minister Deech is absolutely right." A moment later, at the summit of Blade Mountain, Namtu Tang stood on a high peak, with tens of thousands of undead below. He spoke resonantly. "There is not much time left. Undead resonance level 6. A massive surge of power surrounded his armor. Namtu Tang began to chant, "The winds of the 4 seas are hushed. The waters of 1,000 years run clear. The royal robes do not arrive. Today's announcement remains incomplete." Looking at the undead below, he continued his chant. The chant seemed to echo through the vast space. "The winds of the 4 seas are hushed. The waters of 1,000 years run clear." And at the same time, a nearby hospital was also affected by that energy. The patients in the hospital asked in bewilderment, "Where is this Qin King breaking the battle array melody coming from?" Another patient wondered, "I don't know why. Within my body, a powerful force is suddenly surging up." Namtu Tang continued to chant. And at a reserve defense base, the workers also questioned, "Is it my imagination? It feels like I've suddenly awakened some kind of ability." Someone else replied, "Me too." In the past, carrying steel was an arduous task for several people, but now clearing it alone is as easy as child's play. The incantations continued to resonate. After the army saw the ceasefire, it was even more like a time of peace. At a slaughterhouse, there was a similar sensation. "It's not an illusion. We have truly awakened our special abilities." Aunt Wong spoke up. "Now I can not only wield this alloy blade, but I even feel like I could slay mutated beasts myself." "Let's test it out," Tulu replied happily. "It is not just you all. Even I have become stronger. Nam Sun Hung also said cheerfully, even this old man has finally become somewhat useful. The very next day, news regarding the massive mutation event was broadcasted. According to incomplete statistics, as many as 8,000 people on the northwest border, primarily women, children, the elderly, and the sick, have all awakened the human spirit demon-slaying talent, reaching basic level 4. This is the greatest spectacle of all time, leaving the surrounding populace in heated discussion. They never imagined that those who were near death in such painful circumstances could receive such a massive, miraculous opportunity. One person remarked, "This is clearly the gods blessing our Northwest. God bless humanity." Another voice echoed, "Now we are fully capable of joining the military at the 5th line of defense." The chatter continued to ring out. Not just the military, but even ordinary civilians can increase their work efficiency, contributing immensely to our development. The news broadcast also provided continuous updates, stating that last night, as the Northwest populace underwent their transformation, the Nguyen Lam Forest also transformed into a steel forest. Esper investigators have carried out an inquiry, and for safety reasons, they respectfully urge the public not to enter this area without authorization. Standing upon a high cliff, So Thien called out, "Brother Nam, you are truly powerful. Was the mutation of the Nguyen Lam Sea of Trees also your doing?" Nam Tu Tang replied, "It's not like that. The mutation of the Nguyen Lam Sea of Trees is most likely related to the void portal of the alien races. The 7th line of defense might get progressively worse. We must make the most of our time." He looked toward So Thien and continued, "If there's a major mutation in the Nguyen Lam Sea of Trees, then let's go pay it a visit." The little girl obediently replied, "Okay, teleporting." At the same time, in the Nguyen Lam Sea of Trees at dawn, the ancient trees had mutated. They were capable of movement. Each tree had a single eye in the center. A voice rang out. "The situation is even worse than imagined. These giant trees have not only mutated, but they can also move. They are comparable to beasts. Their movement speed and direction suggest they are going to besiege the city. This is no joke." Another worried voice echoed, "So do we have to withdraw now?" The three of them rushed in, led by Li Luca Wood Element Esper. He gave a firm command. "At the very least, we must clearly investigate their specific combat strength and battle patterns before deciding to retreat. Cling to the vegetation and stay away from them." However, suddenly numerous vines erupted from the ground and attacked the three people. Li Luke tried to fight back, but it was like scratching an itch for the giant trees. He thought in shock, "Damn it, I can't even control them." All three of them were surrounded by two mutated giant trees. Li Luke shouted in panic. "Not only are they uncontrollable, but they are also sentient. And they even know how to set up formations." Tensely, they stood back to back, facing the two giant trees. Li Luke spoke again. "It's too dangerous. Join forces for a strike." From within the encirclement created by the giant trees, they shouted, but it was all for naught. A second later, the three shouted in unison, "Kill!" Struck by the sudden blow, the giant tree fell backward. This left all three of them in shock. The power of this giant tree was so immense that it must have been at least level 7 or 8. They were completely unable to stop it. Li Luke said in fear, "We must at least send the intel back first." After that attack, the giant tree grew even more enraged and lunged at the three of them, terrifying them, and making them wonder if they would truly die here today. The two of them stared at each other with wide eyes. However, something unexpected happened. The giant tree stopped attacking them. Li Luke and his two allies were astonished. They saw the massive tree's eyes turn red, and then they submissively knelt down. They all wondered what kind of situation this was. Looking toward the mountaintop where a brilliant red light emanated, they heard a voice, "Steel giant trees, hear my command. Do not attack the city. Do not harm humans." Li Luke cried out in bewilderment. "They look as if they are bowing towards the light. What is this?" The voice continued to ring out. "Guard the Nguyen Lam Sea of Trees and gather origin stones. Await the call to battle." System notifications appeared continuously. Tamed level 8 steel tree. Value 80,000. Beast Tamer Esper class level 10. Number of tamed beasts 100,000. 9-tier taming mastery achieved. Required amount for next max level 500,000. Notifications continued to pop up. Unlock the following talents. King's Tremor. Use the aura of ancient divine beasts to suppress and tame. Nam Tu Tang looked at the system panel with cold eyes, thinking about his own strength. Ancient Resurrection. When a beast tide reaches 100,000, their ancestors can be summoned to enhance combat power. He was even more surprised to see the next talent, Forbidden Beast Tide Incantation. Land and sea beast tides. Forming a resonance can also cast forbidden spells. Nam Tu Tang began to speculate about the beast tamer ranks and the possibility of taming sea beasts. As for the remaining origin stones today, I will use them to set up a formation for the backup defensive line. As soon as he finished speaking, Nam Tu Tang clutched his head, his face contorted in pain. So Thien looked at him with concern and asked, "Brother Nam, what is wrong with you?" She hurriedly reached out to him, then teleported them back to the slaughterhouse dormitory. Nam Tu Tang sat up wearily. First he asked, what happened to me, sitting on the adjacent bed. So Tien quickly said, "Brother Nam, you're awake. You fainted this morning at the Nguyen Lam Sea of Trees. You scared me to death," he asked anxiously. "Is it that bad? Was I unconscious all day?" So Thien hurried to reassure him. "Don't blame yourself. Ever since returning from the front lines, with summoning the undead and taming resonance, you haven't rested even once." Watching him try to get out of bed, she stopped him and said, "No matter how strong you are still only human." Nam Tu Tang replied, "That's true. Compared to the alien races, humanity is ultimately still weak." So Thien said dejectedly, "Brother Nam, you always seem to want to carry the entire burden of humanity on your shoulders. Isn't it too exhausting? I really want to help you, but I'm so useless." Nam Tu Tang gently stepped over, patted her head, and said, "It was my fault for making our little girl worry. I'm not alone. I have you, my family, my brother, and tens of thousands of our kinsmen." He smiled slightly and continued, "Furthermore,